Happy Thursday morning, all. We are the Junks, coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan if you're listening in Richmond, and you can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junkies in 2026. It's brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. You got a three-man Junks show today. I am Cakes. I'm joined by Jason
Bishop.
What's
up, Cakes?
What's up, buddy? Hope all's well.
What's up?
And by John Paul Flame.
Dude, I just woke up seeing an amazing deal. Now, the problem is we can't go for breakfast in the mornings.
We cannot.
But Denny's gives you for $14.99 some sort of limited edition spring break pass where you can get free breakfast for 44 straight days.
Really? That's quite a deal. Now, I can't recall the last time I've driven by a Denny's.
Now, there might be some...
It's been a while.
There might be some language that limits you, but this is the headline. Denny's sells a $14.99 pass for 44 days of free breakfast.
I mean, that's pretty remarkable. That's a great value. It's an amazing value, actually. Solid. I mean, getting so many lumberjack slams, grand slams.
I don't even know where the closest Denny's is to my house. I'm sure there is one, but might have to go. 44 straight days, I'll go.
There was a Denny's kind of close to the Towson campus, 10-ish minutes away by car, and if we went to Denny's, we felt like we were eating at the Ritz-Carlton, like in college. Because in college you just have no money. You're poor for the most part.
Yeah.
If you could afford a Denny's breakfast, you were basically borderline rich.
Yeah. I
mean, you just felt like you were eating like a king.
Yeah.
I mean, they say the pass unlocks more than $300 worth of free meals.
That's a great deal. If you're like a retired person who goes to Denny's all the time, it's amazing.
I've never had a bad experience at a Denny's.
JP, how could you have a bad experience when they bring you a plate with eggs, pancakes, bacon, sausage, probably toast, orange juice, and coffee? It'd be hard to have a bad experience.
Well, so Cakes, you had the Cakes Classic last night.
I did, yes.
It was the first Wednesday of the month.
I did what I generally hate to do.
Are you slumping?
I played a long time.
Yep, and made zippy money.
I mean, I scored a couple bounties, and I was hanging around at the end, but I just couldn't get it over the finish line into the cash.
Right.
And people just they run me down for the bounty all the time. I get better hands in. They get whamboozled.
And someone got you.
Somebody got me.
And you get to bed at about midnight.
Got to bed around midnight.
Yep.
And here we are.
Yep. And you get about 3 hours of sleep.
Look, I'm not complaining. I know what that event is. That event is Cakes goes in with a big giant bullseye on his back.
Yep.
And people are just gunning for me from the first flop of the night.
Yeah.
But it's fine.
But
I enjoy it.
What'd you have, about 60 players?
Last night it was a little bit light, I think, because of spring break. I think it was 49 total.
Nah, that's not
something
horrible.
around there.
Yep.
A little bit light. Would have loved to have cashed, but couldn't quite get there.
Yep.
But you hit Voltaggio, so you had a nice steak dinner.
Hit Voltaggio. I hit the cash game before. I had a nice little hit in the cash game for like $250. So, I mean, it wasn't a complete...
Oh, so you did make some money.
It wasn't a complete buster-rooney.
Oh, I thought you went home empty, but you made some cash.
I just want to make some cash in the tournament.
I know.
I want to cash in it. I'm 0 for 2026. Like, we're already 3 months through the year. We're a quarter of the way through this new year.
Well, after you got bounced, did you go to the cash game after you got? Oh, you played before.
That was previous.
Okay, all right. So that was during the day.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right after the show, straight to the cash game.
Yeah.
Did you keep your eye on the TV for the Nats game?
Last night couldn't really follow the Nats game. Oh yeah, it was a 105. That's right.
105. Yeah.
105.
The answer's no if you're thinking about it.
I was snoozing. I mean, I was keeping up with it on my phone, but I was kind of snoozing.
Oh, you were? Yeah, you took a little nap.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a bad loss, brutal loss. 5-1 in the 7th, 5-2 in the 8th, and bullpen blew it in the 9th. And
I mean, they have an
in the
opportunity to win their second series of the year.
That would have been
against
huge.
a division opponent. And look, it's early, but when you have an opportunity to win a series, you need to close it out.
I know.
Especially
Phillies are good, though.
Cavalli gave them a good performance.
Cavalli was really good.
Bryce
been
hit a
solid.
homer for the Phillies.
Yeah, but they just, the bullpen blew it. Bullpen allowed, I don't know, the bullpen must have allowed 4 or 5 hits in the last couple innings. Defense wasn't good. James Wood overthrew the catcher, Millis, allowing runners to advance. They had 2 bad throws in the infield, one from Abrams and one from, I think it was from Nunez.
I mean, when you lead 5-1 after the 7th inning,
Yeah.
you need to find a way to close that game out.
Hell yeah.
You need to find a way to get that win.
Yeah, it was just a bad loss. And that would have been huge because you win 4 out of the first 6, going to Chicago and going to Philly before you have to take on Shohei.
Yeah.
That would have been big. But, yeah, 3-3 after 6. That's what happens when you've got a young team, not as talented as some of these other teams. It's going to happen. But the bullpen was bad.
Your boy James Wood is off to a horrendous start.
I know he
this
is.
season.
Slow start.
He didn't have a lot of at-bats in spring training, so, it's going to take a little time. He'll be fine.
It's fine.
I wish
Small
they,
sample size. I'm not worried. It's the first week of April. If he's batting 111 in mid-May,
yeah,
then you start to worry.
sure.
I mean, we're not even 10 games in.
He's not going to be batting 111 in mid-May.
Right.
I wish they would just drop him down in the batting order a little bit. I get it. Leadoff hitter's going to get the most at bats, and that's what they want. But drop him down to 2. Drop him down to 2.
Is Joey Weimer? Is he kind of silly? I know it's early, but
He's on
I
fire.
mean, he's batting. Look, it's first week. He's
Yeah.
batting .588.
I know he's on fire.
I mean, he's out of the gates quick. I mean, he's a journeyman. He's been on like 4 teams already.
He's just in a zone.
Great for him.
Because remember, last year he hit 235.
And Dylan Lyle keeps
Lyle,
Dalen
yeah.
Lyle 407 at this point.
Yeah, I know. There's some positives, but James he'll be fine. He's not your typical leadoff hitter, obviously. Maybe trying to do too much, striking out a bunch. He's got 12 strikeouts now through 6 games. So, maybe they drop him down this weekend. Luckily, they don't have to face Shohei on the mound. Obviously, got to face him in the lineup. And by the way, the Dodgers started 3 consecutive Japanese pitchers. First time ever in history of baseball. That a major league team. They're basically a Japanese team.
Right. Playing in L.A.
Yeah, exactly.
I guarantee they're all good.
Oh, hell yeah, they were good. They lost last night, but yep, hell yeah, they're good. Shohei is pretty good. He's got some decent talent. But bad loss for the Nats. And home opener tomorrow against the Dodgers. Cubs, Phillies, Dodgers to start the year.
That's a pretty brutal start.
It would have been great for my over 64.5 if they would have won 4 of the first 6. That would have been nice.
Right. Would have been a nice jump start to that bet.
Exactly.
Did you hit your parlay betting on the tankers last night?
Yes, I'm on fire with that. I've got to be like 85%.
Did you include my money? Remember, I told you to double down on that.
I can tell by the look on his face he did not include your.
I forgot.
Because that was like the Wizards. You're betting against the Wizards, against the Jazz. I forget the third team.
No,
Maybe it was the Grizzlies.
It was a 5-team parlay last night. It was the Sixers. It was the Knicks.
Yeah, but I'm just pointing out the teams that are tanking. Yes, you bet on the Sixers, the Knicks, the Nuggets.
Bet against the Jazz, correct.
Yeah.
Bet against the Warriors, even though they're not your typical tank, but the Spurs are on fire, and they were a huge favorite. And there was one other team. Rockets, I believe. Rockets were playing the Bucks.
Man, I'm looking at the
it was a 5-teamer.
The NBA slate from last night. Every single team allowed at least. I know this is not groundbreaking.
Yeah.
They allowed at least 100 points in the game. I mean,
100. There were a couple teams that were in the 150s and 140s.
Like the Wizards allowed 153.
Yeah,
now they scored 131. The good news is they scored 131.
I mean,
they allowed 153.
It's becoming.
It could have been worse. I swear. I think, and I tweeted this at Chunks Radio. You can give us a follow.
What are the Bulls
on behalf
doing?
of the show?
Bulls are terrible.
76ers had 133 points. There were 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter.
That is just ridiculous.
Well, did you see what they shot from the floor?
I didn't see the percentages. No.
I mean, it must have been all dunks. Well, actually, no, it wasn't all dunks because they hit 17 threes. but they must have had a ton of dunks and layups because they shot 63%.
Yeah, they're 61 for 99.
No,
Yeah.
my bad. They had 138 points with 7 minutes left. So they could have scored 160. And when's the last time Paul George scored 39 points? He did that at 3 quarters.
Yeah,
See, when you face the Wizards, I mean, obviously Bam Adebayo puts up 83 points. When you face the Wizards, you got a chance to break records.
Man, you know it's a garbagey Wizards output when Anthony Gill pours in 21 points. I mean, no disrespect to Anthony Gill.
Right.
Well, kind of. I mean, he's Anthony Gill.
I mean, it's
And Vukovic is starting.
Yeah, I
When
mean,
Vukovic starts, you know, this is, I mean, the whole season has been a punt,
right.
but that is a
it's
true punt.
arguably the worst team ever.
Ever?
I mean, you're allowing
They're the
153.
worst team ever?
Pretty damn close.
Draft's kind of looking at me like, yeah, they're the worst
153
team ever.
points. I mean, they're allowing. I don't know how they're only allowing 125
Hey, but,
because every time they play, they allow 130 to 150.
relax.
Oh, I'm fine.
This is by design.
Oh,
They're
I know that.
supposed to be terrible.
Oh, I get that.
They're fulfilling their promise
Yeah.
by being terrible.
I get that. But the players on the floor have played basketball for their entire lives.
Yeah.
They played big time college basketball. All right. You should not be allowing teams to put up a $153.
Agreed.
I don't care if you're a G leaguer, if you're just got pulled up from college. I don't care. You should not be allowing 153.
Yeah. Well, we can talk about that with one of our guests later in the show, Jimmy Patsos from Monumental Sports. He's going to join us coming up at 9 o'clock. We'll also talk to our pal Dewey from the Washington Capitals as they grasp at a playoff spot down the stretch. He'll join us coming up at 8:45. Next, Rehab is all the rage. Is Tiger really going to Rehab? And there's a big-time NFL wideout that's heading to Rehab as well. We'll get into that next. I forgot a slight detail yesterday around lunchtime. Maybe this should have been an omen as to the way things were going to go for me in the poker tournament last night.
Mm-hmm.
So I leave here, I head towards National Harbor, and of course, I stop for my typical McDonald's lunch.
Right.
McDonald's is directly in between the casino and the National Harbor complex. So I pull up right around 11 a.m. I place my order to the drive-thru. I need a hamburger Happy Meal. I need 4 nuggets. I need buffalo sauce.
Yeah.
And I need a large Diet Coke.
Yeah.
And the woman comes back. She goes, "Sorry, sir. We're out of soda." And I was.
How are they out of soda?
I was crestfallen.
Oh, yeah.
Immediately crestfallen, because if you're going to go have fast food, the last thing that you want to wash your fast food down with is a bottle of Dasani water. She's like, "We have water, we have sweet tea, we have lemonade."
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just.
So what was the machine broke?
I guess
it was broken,
the carbonation, whatever,
wasn't kicking.
Broken.
Yeah.
Bro, no soda.
But there's gas stations right there. The MGM National Harbor has a food court.
I understand all that.
But it's a routine. It's a routine for him.
And it's about convenience. Fast food is all about convenience. It's driving there. It's shouting your order into the squawk box, having them garble it back to you and say, "Is everything on the screen correct?" It's not about getting it and then going to the gas station next door and getting out of my car. That's what fast food is all about, is getting it all in one fell swoop. I was personally devastated.
And
so what did you
once
do?
You got that McDonald's Coke or Diet Coke on your mind,
yeah,
levels and levels above everything else, and you get it pulled out from underneath you.
Yes.
It's tragic.
It was a rug pull.
Yeah.
It was like the Hawk to a rug pull.
So did you just pull away, or did you take a water?
No, I just ate it and took my dumb water.
Oh, you took the water. Yeah.
Yes. And
you didn't go to the gas station.
No.
Right there.
No.
Okay.
Man.
He could have just pivot.
He could have just gone to the hotel and went to the gift shop and got a Diet Coke or whatever you wanted.
Yeah, I could have done all those things, but I'm supposed to get a 32-ounce Diet Coke with my meal.
They don't understand the McDonald's fountain sodas just hit different.
Yeah, the McDonald's fountain sodas are elite.
Yeah.
The mixture of carbonated water and syrup, whatever mixture they have, they got to put a patent on.
Yeah, and then to go from that to a bottle of water to wash down the delicious lunch.
Well, probably within a half hour, an hour, you had a Bud Light, because I saw you tweet a picture. So you had your McDonald's, and I'm guessing within a half hour, the Bud Light.
JP, that Bud Light was cracked at around 11:30 a.m. yesterday.
So it was within a half hour.
Now, the only reason I consumed a Bud Light that early is because my benefactor was just a long-time Junks P1. My man, Henry McCho. Now, I don't know if that's a goof name on his part.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if he's just Henry Cho, just threw the Mick in there.
Right.
Super nice dude at the table that I met in the cash game. He's like, "Dude, I have an extra Bud Light if you want it." I said, "It's a little early to start.
But hard to turn down.
To crack the seal at this point. But you know what? You're a good dude. You're offering him up a free beer. I will take it." So yes, I did. I did have a Bud Light at 11:30 a.m. yesterday.
Nice.
But sometimes that's what happens when you go to a casino.
All right, so you had one at 11:30, and then what time was the second?
Let's see. I had one at 11:30. I had a mixed drink at Voltaggio Brothers. Then I had one or two beers? Then I had 2 beers during the tournament.
Wow.
It was a 4-drink. It was a 4-drink day.
Damn.
Not a 4-drink night.
Any right before bed? Because you've done that in the past.
No, because I was just dejected by getting knocked out. I just wanted to go to sleep as quickly as I could. So I just tucked my tail, went up to the room, drank some water, went to bed.
Maybe you should sign up for Mike Marr's 72-hour fast that he's trying to pitch you on.
I mean, Mike Marr came in here, and then thank you for setting up the phones for Open Line Thursday. By the way, you're welcome to call us on an Open Line Thursday, brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home, because it's where you live. Yeah, Mike Marr came in here while he's setting up the phones saying, "Cakes, are you down for a 72-hour fast.
Apparently, all these guys want to do it.
They're all going to be.
It's all the rage right now.
Well, I don't know about Drabby, but I think Matt Valdez wants to do it.
Yeah,
and obviously Mike Marr wants to do it.
I'm intrigued. I'm definitely intrigued. I'm intrigued by the reset.
I told Mike Marr that it's hard enough for me to stick to the fast where I don't eat between 7 p.m. and 11
the next
a.m.
day. Yeah,
it's difficult. Like, I can do it. I don't love it. I'm seeing some results from it, but it's hard.
Of course.
But a 72-hour fast, that might be a bridge too far.
You could do the 48-hour fast, and the big dogs behind the glass will do the 72-hour fast. We'll carry the boats for the extra 24 hours. But, yeah, it's all about the body reset. It's hot in the streets on TikTok, Instagram Reels right now. Yeah. Everyone's just raving about it.
Is Valdez trying to get this done before he heads to Augusta? Like, what is the
he would have to do it. He would have to do it after Augusta.
Okay, so Augusta.
Yeah. We would have to pick a date.
I mean, you're not going to punt eating pimento cheese sandwiches.
No, I'm not. And then maybe like after I go to Hilton Head in May, because I'm not gonna fast before.
No.
Yeah, I'm sure
around Hilton Head.
I'm sure you're not going to go down and eat a bunch of oysters and seafood. I mean, come on.
So for 72 hours, it's just water.
It's water mixed with like electrolytes, and then I think you can have black coffee.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's it supposed to do for your brain? Like, it's supposed to do something.
Probably suffocate it.
The only thing I really know is reset. that's
reset is the key word.
Yeah. I'm into that.
Okay.
I'm into a reset.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? That dovetails into
the
topic.
Real quick, I could never do it. I don't think. I mean, I do fast. I don't mean to do a fast.
Yeah.
But I eat early dinners like you. Mm-hmm. Okay, so last night I had dinner.
5:15 dinner last night. Mwah, fantastic.
I think we had dinner. My wife made a taco salad.
Okay. Taco Wednesday.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a little.
Well,
bit.
I had Taco Tuesday as well, but I actually got the tacos from my spot.
And it's a big day for Drab. I think it's National Burrito Day. Pretty sure it is.
What today is?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yep.
I might do 3 straight Mexican meals, but. So I ate dinner. I think we ate around 5. Jump off flame.
Love it.
It's early.
All right.
Love that.
And I won't eat today until I'll have a banana at 8:30.
Okay.
And maybe a little granola bar.
Quite a plan.
So I guess that kind of breaks the fasting. You're not supposed to have anything, right? But I won't have lunch until something significant until about 11:30. So I'm gonna go 5 to 11:30. But I don't really mean to. My body just doesn't get real hungry.
Right.
JP Flame.
Well, you're really going 5 until 7:30 whenever you have the banana.
Well, okay, that's what I mean. But in terms of significant meal, I won't
By the way,
have anything till 11:30.
That's a pretty good-looking banana compared to some of the nanners you bring in here.
This is
Some
a
of
good
them
one.
are pretty gross.
This is good.
Bruised.
But I am famished at 11, between 11 and 11:30.
I would imagine. I know your pain.
So to think about not eating again for 2 more days, kill me.
All the stuff I've read and seen online, though, is after about 33 to 35 hours, the cravings stop.
Oh, I'm sure.
So once people get to hour 72, they're like, hey, I could keep going for
I know,
another
but
day.
the battle to get to that point is very difficult.
Yeah. It's tough.
Yeah, the inner battle to get to that point where your body just isn't hungry anymore.
Mike's been hard selling it for weeks now, and I think I'll join in.
You're gonna.
I wonder how tired you'll be. So you're normally tired. If you're like me, everybody here that does a morning show, tired all the time, right? And then you're not giving
constantly.
yourself nutrition.
Yeah.
I gotta imagine.
Well, I know, but they'll be drinking coffee.
You probably start falling down walking.
Well,
if they have coffee, they'll be fine.
Don't you think like you would get like almost like hunger pains in the middle of the night?
Probably.
I would think that if you're going on like 50 plus hours of not eating, you're going to start becoming borderline delusional. Like you're going to start like you're going to be
seeing spots.
Now this is an old reference, but like when Bugs Bunny was like like on a rowboat with whatever other character, maybe Yosemite Sam, and they didn't have any food or money out on the open sea, and they're rowing the boat, and he looks across, and Yosemite Sam looks like a big pork chop. That's what you're going to be doing when you haven't eaten for about 40 hours. Good luck to you.
I already know what's going to happen is when we decide to do it, whatever days that we pick on the calendar. Say we started on a Sunday. Drab's going to come in here on Monday with a filet and mignon and eggs.
Yeah,
Right.
To tease and taunt us.
that's a great idea.
Well,
So he's not doing it.
So
I don't think he's in on it.
I have no interest in that. These guys are the king of the shortcuts over here. They're trying to get fit in 72 hours because for every single day they're just crushing horrible food.
Is that what it is?
Drinking 1,000 beers a week, and then they're going, "Well, I wonder why my tummy doesn't feel so good. I need a reset." How
The
about you
mayor
just
of Moe's has changed in the last year.
I told you, he gets hair, becomes an a-hole.
All of a sudden, he's Mr. Fitness.
I know.
Diet.
I know Jack LaLanne over there.
I'm not, but I know what I am.
I didn't know Chuck Norris was reincarnated as Drab.
I heard him grilling Clary the other day about his weight.
I don't know if I was Clary looks great. I have no problem.
No,
with
Clary was grilling Drabby because
yeah.
he says he ate something. Or,
I know, but he was flexing his weight to Clary.
You guys are policing
He
each
said
other's
something.
food.
Yeah, I know.
Well,
He was like, I
Yeah,
don't even crap on
they're
178.
having portion parties over there.
They asked me to go. I mean, Valdez. The guy's a mystery. He wants everyone to think he come in here and he's eating yogurt and like eggs every day for 6 straight
He
years.
eats quinoa. I can vouch for this. The dude eats. He brings in the Tupperware with quinoa.
It's
eggs.
It's performative.
It's
It's performative. It's look at me.
a big act.
I'm a Mr. Healthy, and then
I'm eating breakfast. I'm performing. I'm eating breakfast.
It's very performative.
Yeah, I'll make an announcement next time I go to the microwave just for you, Drab.
And then once he's by himself later on in the day, all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, Mr.
Okay.
Piggy.
That's funny.
Reset. Your brain.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck.
Well, Puka Nacua is looking for a reset. Now he's like he doesn't have an eating problem. He has some sort of obviously substance abuse problem.
I wish EB was here. Remember EB defending Puka?
Yeah.
He's a nice guy. I've heard his interviews.
Well, I mean, he can
So
still be a
this
nice
is-
He's had a lot of issues the
Well,
last
he's
several
checked into
months.
rehab according to his attorney.
When he did the issue on New Year's Eve, he was hammered, right? Wasn't there video of that?
Yes.
There was video of him.
Last month, a woman in L.A. filed a lawsuit against Nacua, alleging he made an, quote, unprovoked anti-Semitic statement on New Year's Eve and later bit her on the shoulder.
Yeah, there were bite
And
marks.
we've also seen like the bite marks have gone viral. They were on TMZ. They were all over the place.
Uh-huh.
So he's in rehab now. He's trying to deal with the demons.
So this isn't a character rehab. This is an actual alcohol rehab.
This is not a
This is a substance/alcohol rehab.
right. The quote is, he was in rehab a substantial period of time before any of these allegations broke, and he's scheduled to be there for a while longer. That's according to his attorney, Levi McCathern.
Right. Maybe he'll go over to Europe with Tiger.
Tiger also looking to go to rehab out of the country because of privacy concerns.
Yeah.
Rehab is all the rage. Rehab is hot. Fasting and rehab.
Rehab and resets.
Rehabs and resets, yes.
Resets.
Those are the order of the day.
Hey, it is Open Line Thursday, Cakes.
Certainly is. 800-636-1067.
Should we go
is
to the phones?
number. Let's lead off with
Here,
Peter.
I'm
calling
not good with my
from
left hand. Use.
Burke.
Peter from Burke.
Him. Hold on one second. Wait a second.
Uh-oh. Mouse
get
didn't
it.
work. There it is.
There we go. Peter, you're on with the Junks. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Junkies. Who's going to get demoted out of the leadoff spot faster, James Wood or old Peter from Burke?
Oh, no, you're in.
You're probably leader in the clubhouse, sir.
You're on fire. He's not.
Hey, D Woods cracked me up. If he's ever on the hotline, you have my express permission to hang up on me immediately and go to D.
Okay.
Yeah. Hey, congratulations on your throwback 30. I've been remiss, and congratulating you on the 30 years. And do you know where you're going to have spent a full half of those years in the godforsaken District of Columbia? You guys are coming up on 15.
Are we really?
15 years in D.C.?
15 years. We spent half of our career toiling in Washington, D.C.
We got here in 2011?
15 in life.
Really?
Was
it that early?
My question is,
go ahead.
There's some cultural phenomena that has sort of intersected with the Junkies' 30-year broadcast career. So you brought up a couple recently, OAR. They've been almost exactly synced up with you guys.
Yep.
And then recently Tiger Woods. So I didn't know if you could think of any other, sort of career-spanning things that you synced up with.
Haven't really thought of it. I will say this about OAR. One of their latest releases, I believe it's called 3 Tinted Windows, is a
smash?
smashola.
Is it?
And it's super catchy.
Maybe we got to play that. I don't
we
think
should
I've heard
probably
it.
play it at some point. In case you haven't
It's
heard that
called Three
earworm.
Tinted Windows?
Three tinted windows.
Okay.
Yes.
I haven't heard that yet.
You will enjoy it when you hear it.
Peter, what's up? You got anything else?
Well, and it's great to have Mr. Drab Tiberius shirt back in the saddle. Great to have Drab back. So, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, we all agree. Yeah. It made me laugh at Jason's trying to fish
on fire,
for
as usual.
Thank you, Peter. That was Peter from Burke.
Yeah.
Leading off Open Line Thursday. 800-636-1067 is the number.
I just typed up what is celebrating 30 years in 2026 and Pokemon?
Pokemon's 30 years old?
I don't know.
Okay.
Pokemon TCG is turning 30 this year. We've been in sync with Pokemon.
Pokemon has had a resurgence that I can't even wrap my head around. Like my kids were into Pokemon when they were they're back into it. And my daughter's 23 and my son's 21.
Right.
They've dove back into the Pokemon craze.
Wow.
Which I didn't really see coming, but here we are.
Some of those cards are worth a lot of money.
They can be worth a lot of money, yeah.
Well, I know I'll never have a Pokemon card.
I'm pretty sure you won't.
I won't. I promise you that.
Not unless your betting site sends you one as like a prize.
Right,
or
a prize,
gift.
right.
Yeah, that's the only way. Let's go to Nick calling in from Clifton. Has an interesting take on what we were talking about earlier about Denny's. What's up, Nick?
Hey, Cakes. What's up, dude? Big time fan, man.
Thanks for listening, man. We appreciate it.
Hey, you guys haven't been? They got robots now.
They have robots serving you your Grand Slams at Denny's now?
Yes.
So they have no human waiters or waitresses, is what you're telling me.
They do. They come take your order and then the robot brings it out for you.
Really? I don't know if I
what
like
does the
this
robot
trend.
look like? Can you give me a description?
It's like just a square thing. It's like a tray that just rolls out.
Yeah, I mean, it's not JP. It's
With
not like a
wheels. It's like a
Japanese
square-
sex robot. It's a robot you would see in like a sci-fi
unfortunately
movie.
not. Yeah, that would be pretty cool, but no. It's just like a box on wheels.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I see.
Like R2D2.
That's like a droid.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right. So Denny's is way better than all them other places anyway, man.
I mean, I like IHOP too.
So when they send the droid out to the table, does a server come out and take it off of the droid? The droid doesn't actually serve it, right?
Yeah, of course. No, they got to do that. It's just like a box on wheels.
Yeah.
R2D2, like you said.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
All right. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate. Not sure.
Where are they playing?
They're playing. I think it's Jiffy Lube Live with Megadeth opening. Jason, you should go. You should go check it out.
All right.
I'm going to Nate Bargatze tonight.
Ah, very good.
Ooh,
you're
another late night for you.
Another late night.
Sleep just pwned.
And then I'm going to
JP's on a sleep fast. Yeah, those guys want to go on a food fast. JP is sleep fasting.
And then I'm going to Capital Classic on Saturday. I said I had event fatigue, but I'm just cranking them out.
Oh, cool.
Apparently, you're not that fatigued. You're still making it out to a lot of events.
Capital Classic is noon though on Saturday.
Ah, very good
for the guys. If you want to see the girls, I think it's 10:30.
Well, coming up on the Junks on an open line Thursday, Brandon Duhane from the Caps. They have another big game looming with the Devils. He'll join us at 8:45. And Jimmy Patsos is boots on the ground in Indianapolis.
Boots on the ground.
For the Final Four. He will join us to talk about that coming up at 9 o'clock right here on the Junks. get into a little bit of NFL quarterback news here. We're going to play some audio here of Aaron Glenn, who's the head coach of the New York Jets. Mm-hmm. And I saw this quote about Geno Smith, and I started laughing when I heard it. And I feel bad for Aaron Glenn. I don't think he's going to make it through 2 seasons as the Jets head coach.
Probably not.
I mean, I haven't looked at the odds of who's going to get
fired first.
Yeah, I haven't looked at that, but I'm guessing he's close to the top of that list, if not atop the list. Here's what he had to say about Geno Smith.
Something about a quarterback, and I'm going to say a quarterback with a chip on his shoulder. And listen, he's proven a lot in this league of what he's done, especially when you take those times when he was in Seattle. Listen, he fits exactly what we're trying to do. So obviously we've created an identity. The foundation of our offense is pretty good now. Like, I just feel like he's the guy that's going to lead us to the promised land. He's the guy that's going to touch the ball more than anybody else on offense. And listen, I know he had his struggles, and I think a lot of quarterbacks, they have their struggles. If you look at over the last 5 years, the guy that's thrown the most interception. I mean, the top guys are up there.
I mean, promised land means you're going to win the Super Bowl. Like, that means he has faith that Geno Smith is going to lead the Jets to the Super Bowl. I just find that laughable. And I know that Geno had some good seasons in Seattle. Things didn't go particularly well with the Raiders. Mm-hmm. But I mean,
to defend him, what's he supposed to say? As Mike McCarthy says, what's he supposed to say?
Here's what I would say. I would say we have faith in Geno Smith. We think he's going to be a really good, reliable quarterback for our team. I wouldn't say I expect him to take us to the promised land.
Maybe his definition of promised land is different than everyone else's. Maybe his definition of promised land is 9 wins.
And he might be onto something if Geno Smith was having really good seasons in Seattle, and then last year was what they're hoping an aberration, and that because of that, he's playing with the chip on his shoulders and he has a comeback season. I'm not predicting it. I'm saying that's what the coach is expecting. And they have a GM. The GM brought him in. The coach has to deal with the players that the GM brings in.
I'm just going to guess. I haven't looked at their win total for 2026. I don't even know if those are out yet.
Yeah.
But I'm guessing the Jets' win totals, if it's
4.5,
4.5, 5.5 maybe, possibly.
Yeah.
Something in that range.
That's probably a good guess.
I don't know. I just found that laughable when I heard that from Aaron Glenn.
They added a bunch of guys on defense in free agency.
Yeah.
Now, and obviously with Geno Smith, they needed a quarterback. Mm-hmm. How much better is Geno than Fields? Who knows? I mean, they're different players. But, Aaron Glenn is just being positive with the most important position on the field.
Yep.
He just is.
Trying to keep Geno upbeat.
I think deep down he knows his team isn't going to win the Super Bowl.
I'm pretty sure he's
you give him a lie detector test, he's not going to pass it.
I wouldn't think.
But, he's just being positive.
All right, so that quote from Aaron Glenn entertained me. Also wanted to bring up this story on SI.com about what could be the potential landing spot for my guy, Kirk Cousins, who was let go by the Atlanta Falcons. They have 4 teams listed as possible destinations where he could be a solid bridge quarterback coming up this season.
So 4 teams that need quarterbacks. All right.
Well, they just need at least a bridge quarterback, somebody else in the room along with whoever they have,
all right, well,
currently on the team.
The Browns are one. It's got to be.
Browns are not listed here.
Really?
That's incorrect.
Yeah, I think
Cardinals.
I think the Steelers have to be one.
The Cardinals are not on the list. The Steelers are one of the
Cardinals
teams.
are not on the list?
They are not on this
list. They don't need a quarterback?
4. There's only 4.
All right,
it's not like there are 10 teams listed here.
All right, the Steelers
are one.
They're waiting on hearing from Aaron Rodgers.
Right.
Aaron Rodgers has said that he's going to let them know before the draft. Mm-hmm. But let's say he says no, Kirk Cousins fits
it could be
there.
A replacement, sure.
I mean, unless
I was going to guess. I was going to guess the Steelers. Surprised Arizona's not on.
Yeah.
Okay. Vikings.
No, Vikings not on the list.
Bridge
one
quarterback.
One of the Vikings division mates are on this list.
Green Bay, Detroit.
They have Green Bay listed.
Why?
To back up Jordan Love.
Oh, just as a backup.
Yeah,
okay.
This is like bridge.
I'm thinking about teams that need starters.
Right.
That's why I'm throwing out these other teams. So if you're going to say bridge,
maybe I mislabeled it as bridge quarterback, but that's
or as a backup.
Right.
Okay.
So the Packers are one.
Steelers, Green Bay.
There are 2 others on the list. He has
Drabby?
he has ties with one of the head coaches. That's one of these teams that used to coach here in Washington.
What?
Sean McVay, the Rams, because Jimmy Garoppolo is a free agent, so he could sign elsewhere.
Okay.
So they
Rams.
like to plug him in along with Matt Stafford.
So Steelers,
and you'd have
Packers,
an old
Rams.
quarterback room. If you got Matt Stafford as your starter and Kirk as your backup,
Yeah.
I believe both those guys are like 37 or 38. Like you don't
All
have
right,
any youth in your quarterback
Let me
room.
throw out a team that's going to have a quarterback in the first round of the draft,
Yep.
the Raiders.
That team is listed here.
So he would be maybe he would start the season and then eventually Mendoza comes in,
And
or he's just the backup to
I would
Mendoza.
assume he would be a pretty good mentor for
Sure.
a young rookie quarterback trying to make his way in the NFL.
Gotcha.
I think he's to that point in his career where he's not gung ho on being a starter. Like if they tabbed Mendoza as a starter, like he'd be a good guy to show him the ropes, take him through everything. He's been in the league forever.
But he also seems like he wants that shot to be that guy.
Sure.
You know what I mean? He doesn't want to be a backup. He wants to. So if Aaron Rodgers decides to walk away and retire, he'd probably go, Steelers is my shot.
Right.
I mean, that would make sense.
He also has the closet where he has space for a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah. Well, I'm guessing that's still going to remain an empty spot in his closet.
At least that was his spot that was in Minnesota.
Though if he signs on with the Rams, I mean, the Rams could win a Super Bowl.
Oh, sure.
I mean, they're good enough to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, I wonder when he's going to make that decision. I assume after the draft.
I would guess.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure teams are talking to him.
I'm sure Mike McCarthy's happy he's being held hostage by Aaron Rodgers this offseason.
Yeah.
He's just going
Would
to
you want-
wait and wait.
You know where he is?
Would Commanders fans want Cousins as the backup to JD over Mariota? I mean, Mariota obviously plays a similar style as JD, but
I don't know.
Cousins is better.
He's better, but he might be more of a fit for the offense that Blau's bringing in.
Yeah,
More
you never
playing
know.
under center instead of under shotgun all the
Wouldn't that
time.
be interesting if you brought him back?
That would be pretty
I mean,
funny.
he's not. I know that because Mariota was re-signed, but I thought that'd be interesting if Cousins was the backup.
Do you know where Kirk Cousins is on the all-time touchdown list?
No idea.
I mean,
Passing touchdown.
he's a classic compiler.
he's got a lot.
Tom Brady's number 1 with 649. Drew Brees number 2, 571. Peyton Manning number 3 with 539.
You're going to have a big number for my guy Kirky?
Take a guess.
How many has he got total?
298.
So almost 300. Is that top 20?
It's 15th. He's 2 from tying John Elway.
Yeah.
Oh, well, that's
It's
I mean,
ridiculous.
that's crazy.
I mean, 29, 25, 27,
Well,
30, 26, hold on, 35, 33, 29. I mean, he's had 3 straight years where he's been hurt or he's been the backup, but
He
also-
already has more touchdown
He has-
passes than Joe Montana,
Okay,
than Warren Moon, than
Stop.
Johnny Unitas. I understand
Stop.
it's a different
just
era.
a way different era.
sure.
I mean, they're throwing the ball so much more in the last 12 to 15 years.
He passed Dan Fouts long ago.
Well, I mean,
It's crazy.
I mean, Fouts played in the freaking late 70s and 80s.
Yeah.
Way different game. I think he played in the late 70s.
He also played an extra game for the last 4 years.
That's a very good point. He's a compiler.
You got to factor that in.
Piling up those stats. All right, don't forget later on an open line Thursday, Brandon Duhane from the Caps. He'll join us at 8:45. Jimmy Patsos will join us from the site of the Final Four in Indy. That's coming up at 9 a.m. here on the Junks.
The Wizards returned home from a 5-game road trip and struggled to find their legs defensively, falling to the 76ers 153-131. The Nationals were up 5-1 in the 7th inning, but they lost the lead and eventually the game to the Phillies 6-5, 10 innings for that ball game. Washington starter Cade Cavalli went 6 innings, allowing 1 run, 5 hits, 2 walks, and struck out 3. And Rams wide receiver Puka Nacua has checked into rehab. His attorney said in a statement to NFL Network that Nacua will complete the program in plenty of time to be involved in all of the Rams OTAs. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, so I wanted to bring up this story that Drab put on the outline, and it's a pretty diabolical story. The headline is Mount Everest guides allegedly poisoned climbers as part of sinister $20 million scam. So Everest guides have allegedly been secretly lacing tourists' food to trigger costly helicopter rescues as part of a $20 million insurance scam, according to a new investigation. Police in Nepal have charged 32 individuals with organized crime and fraud charges related to the plot, which involves trekking company owners, helicopter operators, and hospital executives as well. So here's how the scam would work.
I was going to say, who's benefiting?
Well,
who's getting the insurance money?
A lot of people are benefiting. So the guides with the trekking agencies would allegedly poison the tourists by putting baking soda into their food to trigger severe gastrointestinal distress that would mimic altitude sickness or food poisoning, according to investigators. So once the tourists fell ill, the visitors were allegedly pressured into agreeing to costly emergency helicopter evacuations, with operators using forged medical and flight documents to bill international travel insurers for the cost. Those gains were then allegedly split amongst the guides, helicopter companies, trekking agencies, and the hospitals where the tourists were flown for their treatments. So could you imagine going all the way over to Nepal?
No.
You say goodbye to your family. Say, I'm going to go climb Mount Everest. I'm going to have the adventure experience of a lifetime. And you got the Sherpas dumping Arm & Hammer into your food, intentionally making you sick. And then you have to get flown to a hospital, which, I mean, let's be honest. A hospital in Nepal.
Yeah.
I
don't know if I'd want to.
Can you imagine?
But if it's the closest hospital, you got to go.
Kudos to the
And it's
investigators.
all because of baking soda?
Kudos to the investigators for figuring this out.
Sure.
Because the scam seems like pretty good scam for the Sherpas, the helicopter people, the hospital, because how would people know?
So the investigation started in January when 6 execs from 3 prominent mountain rescue firms were arrested. The groups allegedly fraudulently obtained at least $19.7 million in insurance payouts.
Wow.
One company is accused of faking 171 of its 1,248 claimed rescues, leading to more than $10 million in illegitimate payouts. I mean, could you imagine, like, just going over and living in those, like, the base camp, like, with all the other idiots climbing Mount Everest, and you're getting your food poisoned. You got to get flown into a hospital. Ruins your experience.
My neighbor, she didn't climb all the way to the top, but she climbed part of Mount Everest. She's crazy.
Don't you have a cousin or an uncle?
She's kind of crazy.
That's more than I would ever do. But
She didn't go all the way to the top.
If you're gonna go to Nepal, you got to climb to the top.
Well, no, she said it was just too hard for her. She was trying to. That was her aim, but she had to turn around and come back.
Yeah.
She couldn't do it.
I mean, you can't.
Stolen valor there. I mean, it's a failed trip.
You can't just go and climb.
It's better than what I would do, but yeah, you're right. She didn't go all the way to the top.
Don't you have an uncle that does some ridiculous climbing?
He didn't do Everest. He did Kilimanjaro, I think.
I mean, that's the highest mountain in Africa.
I think
he did pretty tall.
But that was years ago. But yeah, he did Kilimanjaro.
See how tall Mount Kilimanjaro is.
Yeah.
It's definitely up there. It's not Everest, but it's up there.
It ain't Everest.
Yep. Well, that's great that the investigators figured this out. They've probably been doing that for a long time.
Oh, yeah. I want Matt Valdez's take on climbing Mount Everest. He gave a little bit of a spicy take in the producer's studio during the break.
I think the climbing community kind of snickers at the Mount Everest lore. For instance, I think a lot of the Sherpas do a lot of the work. If you have enough money, you can basically get to the top without having to do anything. Now, you obviously have to train. Like, you can't just be a big tubby like me and go climb it without any kind of training.
Hey, after the fast.
Yeah. Post fast, maybe I could. But I think if you have enough money and you have enough resources, you can just climb Mount Everest. And a lot of people do that to say that they climbed Mount Everest. Or you'd be like Jason's neighbor and say you climbed Mount Everest when you just got to base camp.
Yeah.
No, she didn't. She didn't claim she climbed it. She felt bad that she couldn't do it.
Right.
But she said the weather was just awful.
Well, dog. I mean, I've seen the movie Everest. I know the weather on Mount Everest is generally pretty bad.
Some days, hey, dum-dum, some days are better than others.
I understand.
Yeah.
It
but
can be
for
clear.
that particular day, the weather was so bad, she wasn't the only one who turned around.
Right.
It was a bunch of people.
I don't think Everest is a walk in the park like Valdez thinks it is. If you spend, do a couple mountain climbers for a few weeks, you're ready to go. I think Valdez has no idea what it takes.
It'll be like walking Augusta next week.
Yeah,
with all those hills.
People die all the time.
They do. Yeah.
Of course.
That's part of the rush.
And that's part of the reason that they were probably able to pull off this scam for a long time. People having altitude sickness seem reasonable.
Of course.
But the insurance companies were like, dude, we keep doling out millions of dollars. What's going on? How'd they get them? Do we know how they caught them? Did somebody show up with a Google Glass?
I don't know. There was an investigation. I don't know what sparked the investigation.
I mean, if you're going to run a scam, you can't have that many people in on it.
Yeah, somebody's...
Because at some point, someone's going to talk about it or get caught.
Lips.
Yeah.
I'm just curious.
All of a sudden,
it's like Goodfellas when they stole all the money out of the plane. They started whacking everybody.
They catch them with a bunch of baking powder.
I don't know.
How long does it take to climb Mount Everest? Like a couple months?
I have no idea. I've never looked into it. Yeah, I don't
definitely not.
How long does it take?
A week, maybe?
No, don't you go to camp and then you try to go up? And then if you can't make it, you come back down?
You just don't go up in a day.
No, it's not a day, but it's like 2 or 3 days, I'm pretty sure. Is like.
All right, look it up.
Climb.
How long does it take?
6 to 10 weeks.
Thank you, dum-dum. What, you think it takes 72 hours?
Does it take 10 weeks to go up the mountain? You might be.
I think it depends on the conditions.
You might be there getting
acclimated. It says
typically
the journey takes 60 to 90 days, including time for acclimatization, weather delays, and the final push to the summit.
You have to stay at like base camp for weeks before you do it.
That's what I mean.
I see most
from start okay, I thought you meant the actual climb.
Base camp is 10 to 14 days, and the summit push usually occurs during a 5 to 7 day weather window.
All right, that's what I was thinking.
It starts. Yeah, I mean,
the actual
start to finish,
5 to 10 days. Coming back down 2 to 4 days.
Hey, I was scared away when Jake Gyllenhaal couldn't make it to the top of Everest in that movie. He perished.
Right.
Altitude sickness did him in. That was the final straw.
Well, we're seeing different. We're seeing different numbers. He's saying 6 to 10 weeks. You're saying 14 days
of the actual
push. Climb.
But you're not at base camp for 60 days.
What I read is you're at base camp 10 to 14 days. So a couple weeks.
That's that doesn't make sense. A couple weeks and then it says 10 weeks. It doesn't make sense.
Well, it's a different.
I think it's different based on conditions and the people, and I think it could vary.
I think more terrifying than like getting to the summit of Everest is when you see them putting the ladders across the giant like crevices in the ice, and you got to walk across. And now this looks like I don't know, an 8 to 10 foot gap where you're walking across a regular ladder that you would go hang a shingle with or like a shutter with.
It's very narrow.
And you're walking on it with your boots with the spikes that are digging in, like
the snow boots.
And look, you got ropes, you got people assisting you, but that looks butt dangerous.
Those are the people I respect. The Sherpas. The ones that are doing all the hand holding through the entire process when they're carrying all the oxygen, hooking all the lines, basically guiding you up the mountain. Those are the big sillies.
I'm looking at the Khumbu Icefall, which is one of the most dangerous sections, characterized by shifting ice towers, crevices, and I don't even know what this word is. Seracs, whatever an SERAC is. I don't know what that word means. Never seen it before in my life.
I mean, I'm just watching this YouTube video. Took the guy 42 days, full 42-day journey. That's what's it's labeled.
So a month and a half.
But this looks ridiculous. The weather he was going through.
Well, I mean,
it's absurd.
Yeah, I mean, storm systems move in, just snow and relentless wind.
Yeah.
The most hiking I'll do is the Billy Goat Trail.
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder, you think there's anybody listening who's climbed Mount Everest?
Climbed all the way to the top?
Yeah, well, or attempted.
800-636-1067. If you've made it to the summit of Mount Everest, if you've made it to the top, call us. I'm guessing it's not going to be a bunch of calls.
Hey, by the way, I'm reading something right now where it says that the climbing of Everest has not become an exceptional feat, where it's become a Disneyland where the rich can basically get dragged up to the top of the mountain.
Really?
Yes. You need to be in some sort of shape,
right,
and train for it, but it's not as difficult as other climbs.
All right. Well, you go train for it and tell me how easy it was.
That's money-making business for these Sherpas.
You still got to go freaking 28,000 feet in the air. I mean, come on. That ain't easy.
I'm not saying it's
just because you got a bunch of money in your pocket.
There's obviously a lot of people that do it. It's not like only 5 people in the history of the planet have climbed.
I'm guessing we don't have.
But like you said, a lot of people died too.
We don't have a bunch of Sir Edmund Hillarys in our audience. He was the first to summit Everest.
You're just looking that up, right? You didn't just know that.
No.
Did you know it?
I thought that was it, but I also thought he might have been like the first guy to the North Pole, so I didn't want to put his name out there. I didn't want to get goofed on. Sir Edmund Hillary did it in, 1953.
He's credited as the first one.
On May 29th, 1953, Hillary and Sherpa mountaineer Tenzing Norgay became the first climbers confirmed to have reached the summit of Mount Everest.
Why are you not giving Tenzing any credit? Why are you giving...
I just gave him credit.
Okay, not really.
Hillary's the headliner. I've never heard... You've heard Sir Edmund Hillary's name before.
Not really.
You've never heard Tenzing Norgay's name before I just read it.
I'm not an Everest historian.
I'm not either. I just know... I just kind of knew it in the back of my brain that it sounded right that he was the first guy to climb Everest. But I also thought he might have been the first guy to the North Pole. Still don't know who that is. That's the sort of thing I would need to know if I ever went on Jeopardy. Those are things you need to know. You need to know who went to the North Pole first. You need to know a lot about ballet and opera and the Bible and politics.
How many people do you think climbed Mount Everest last year, reached the top?
You have the answer?
You have the number?
I'm going to guess 98.
No, way more than that.
You just told me a bunch of people do it.
I don't know.
10,000.
10,000? 98 and 10,000. All right, Drabby, your guess.
200.
That's more than that. Matt Myers.
464.
Mike Moore.
377.
860 people reached the Everest, highest part of Mount Everest, the summit.
I'm coming over to your side.
You said 10,000.
Can you relax?
I mean, come on.
You're such an Everest defender.
Yeah, because it ain't easy.
I'm saying
He's defending his neighbor.
Not,
halfway
it's not
up.
as
it's not as special as it used to be. There used to be more cachet to saying I climbed Everest than there is if you did it in 2026.
I'll read you another thing. They do not need to be in good enough shape to climb 11,000 feet in serious elevation. It's done over multiple days, not 11,000 feet in one go. And this is typically done with supplemental oxygen to help with the altitude. And fixed lines are arranged in a way to take almost all technical challenge out of the climb.
All right, well, that's another reason, Matt, because he's saying that it was a lot more difficult. Well, they've got supplemental oxygen. They got these masks they can put on that help you breathe.
But still,
in 1960, they didn't have that.
But still, it is a physically challenging endeavor.
Of course,
but it's not so incredible that the average Joe couldn't get into that kind of shape with training. It may take years of hard work, but it's genetically possible for most people.
All I know is Jason Clarke, who's the lead actor in Everest, he was very bitter when he got to the spare oxygen tanks and they were empty. He knew he was boned when he saw the oxygen tanks were empty, and he was stranded on the side of the mountain when a huge weather system moved in.
Better movie, Everest or Cliffhanger? I like me some Cliffhanger with Sylvester Stallone.
Is pretty good from back in the day, but I'm going to give a slight nod to Everest. Everest, I think, is just better. More star power. I mean, it's got Jake Gyllenhaal.
What was the movie?
Jason Clarke is really good.
Remind me of the movie where the soccer team crashed and they were eating each other alive.
Rugby team.
Why is there more star power? Jason Clarke, I don't even know who he is.
Well, he's a lead in Zero Dark 30.
You would know his face.
I mean, he's not Sly Stallone. You know, Cliffhanger had Sly Stallone and I think maybe John Lithgow. Pretty good, but I'll give the nod to Everest. Slight nod.
It also had you got the two biggies.
Yeah.
Michael Rooker.
Don't remember who that is.
You've seen him a million times.
He's a bad guy. I know exactly what you're talking about.
Bad guy.
I think he's in Guardians of the Galaxy. Definitely like blue in Guardians of the Galaxy. I don't know his character.
I would just like to know what the percentage of people that actually do it based on the attempts.
Do you think that your neighbor will go back and try it again?
Yes, she said she will.
She's going to go back and reattempt climbing Everest.
Yes.
Hey, give her credit. That's pretty impressive. All right, coming up later on the show on an open line Thursday.
She's kind of from that part of the world.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. You can call us on an open line Thursday throughout the show. Don't forget Brandon Duhane from the Caps. He'll join us at 8:45 as the Caps are in a playoff push right now. And Jimmy Patsos joins us live from the Final Four in Indianapolis. That's coming up at 9 o'clock. I have what I think is I don't know if it's a very simple question, but I'm gonna throw it out there to the listeners. 800-636-1067.
It is Open Line Thursday.
It is Open Line Thursday. I'm gonna ask you what I think is a basic question.
Yep. I know what it is.
Why are we heading back to the moon? Why are we heading back to the moon? You know what, Mike Marr? Tell me why we are heading back to the moon with the Artemis mission. Can you tell me? I have like a 2 quick paragraph reason here in front of me. I want to see how close you can get to it.
Oh man, that's just what Neil Armstrong wanted us to do. that was his dying wish. He said, "Hey, get back there one last time
Is that
for me,
what it
would you?"
was? That was his dying wish. Yeah, that's a good answer. I kind of like it. 800-636-1067. I want the listeners to tell us why they think we are heading back to the moon.
Are you anti-moon mission? What's your stance, Cakes?
This is not going to be popular.
I think you're anti-moon mission.
I'm kind of
based on
I'm kind of
what I've heard during the
anti-NASA.
breaks.
I'm kind of anti like spending money on outer space exploration.
Yeah, I watched the launch.
Pretty awesome.
It's awesome, but you know how much it costs the taxpayers to send that rocket up there?
Billions?
$100 billion. $100 billion to send that guy up there, or 4 guys.
So according to this article,
space the final frontier, Cakes?
Space is the final frontier.
And they also want to do it before China does it. I think that's another reason.
It says one of the prime objectives of NASA's Artemis program is to determine how humans can survive and thrive on the lunar surface. And if they can make it there, NASA posits they can make it on environments like Mars as well.
So if you can make it there, you can make it anywhere?
Basically, yes. And this is what blew my mind. 800-636-1067. Give us your best guess as to why Artemis is exploring the moon. I didn't know this until just now. I thought that they were just shooting Artemis up there and they were just going to land on the moon.
No, aren't they?
They're just going up and exploring.
No, they're not landing. They're just circling.
They're doing laps.
Yeah.
They're not landing on the moon till 2028.
Yeah. Eventually they want to. And then they want to go to Mars.
Here's my question. So here's my question. We were able to land on the moon back in, was it 1969? I think that's the date.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
How are we not just landing on the moon, like shooting the rocket up and landing on the moon, however long it takes?
Because Eric Bickle will tell you because we never actually landed on the moon.
I'm sure he would tell us that.
Come on, Rick,
this
think about it.
This would be the first time.
No. This is my own dumb opinion. This is Cakes' dumb opinion. I think if we were able to land on the moon before we were all born, then our technology should have progressed from then until now, where we just shoot the rocket up and have it land directly on the moon.
That's why they can't land on the moon, because the technology has progressed so much. This is the test. They're not using the same parts, the same everything they did in 1960.
I understand that.
Right. So, this is a test mission. They've got all their new technology, everything.
Okay. So
this is their brand new Tesla or whatever you want to call it.
This is the
they're
test
testing it.
drive.
People think that, I think this is a misnomer, that we don't know how to get back to the moon. Like the math. People say we lost the math and the blueprints. I think that's a rumor. I don't think that's true. I think they could always figure out how to get back there. They have to make sure the technology is able and fit, so there's no explosions in the middle of the air.
Okay.
And everything. They got to.
All right, I don't want people to explode in midair.
We're workshopping it. We're making sure everything works before we.
I just thought the NASA nerds would have had it down by 2026.
You don't know what the astronauts are eating during their mission.
Tang.
Meals ready to eat.
Brisket.
MRE.
No, they're fasting.
Yeah, they're
To reset.
They're going on a 100-day fast.
Brisket.
They're eating real brisket.
I saw a headline: brisket and smoothies for the astronauts.
It seems to be a step in the right direction.
And where are they landing, Cakes?
Where are they landing?
Yes.
Yeah. The ocean?
Indian Ocean?
Pacific.
Outside San Diego.
Yeah.
Okay.
At 25,000 miles per hour, by the way. That's why they're going to enter the Earth's atmosphere at 25,000 miles per hour.
They better hope those parachutes open up.
That's right.
2 parachutes.
Well, if they don't, it'll be the quickest dirt nap they're ever going to take.
Drabby, didn't the government cut NASA funding too for years? Like they just didn't put the money into it.
I don't know.
Sure, you have to state the reason for your mission to the moon. My simple answer would be the future. I don't know why, but
hold on. Well, that's your answer for what?
My answer is yes. It's one word. Give me your question.
I think it's stupid.
Here's my question. Why are we going back to the moon?
2 words. The future.
You're looking for property. You're looking for property like Jason in Southport.
That's the worst answer I've heard.
Right.
Maybe in 30 years
you get a better
of us
view.
doing
We're
the show.
going
Better view of the UFOs that are coming here. Set up a telescope there.
By the way, NASA's budget for fiscal year 2026, $24.4 billion.
So they must have increased it because I think they cut it significantly over the last, 20.
It's actually a 1.7% decrease from FY 2025.
Yeah, okay.
FY stands for fiscal year for all of you that don't know.
What if there are great minerals on the moon?
I don't know. I don't have an answer to that. You know what? There are plenty of minerals in the vitamin aisle that I see. It's an open line Thursday. Hello.
Hey, what's up, fellas? Love the show.
Thank you.
JP, you're my least favorite junkie, but you are right. It is the future.
Be nice.
So,
yeah, why would you say that?
Be nice.
Listen, no. I love you guys, but of the 4, I mean, he's the least favorite. But he's correct. And it's future space exploration. It takes so many resources to get a rocket off of Earth, out of our atmosphere, through whatever nonsense it has to go through. You can leave the moon, whose atmosphere is 1/10 of what the Earth is, give or take. So it's easier to go from the moon to Mars, which is obviously the ultimate goal if you believe whatever everyone's
It's a pit
saying.
stop. It's the Wawa of space, Kate.
Oh, it is.
Yeah,
The
that's what they want it to be.
It's the sheets of outer space.
Yeah.
The moon.
Yeah, the moon house.
The moon.
So that's what Artemis 4 and Artemis 5 are going to do. They're going to start sending up things to colonize the moon for future space exploration. That's the whole plan. That's what the Artemis missions were about.
I don't think you can
it's stupid.
I don't think you can use the word colonize anymore. People are going to get very upset.
And then we're going to send Matt Damon to Mars so that we can have some vegetation.
I would literally watch The Martian every day on repeat. It's such a good movie. Even though I'm not that into space. It tells you what a good movie it is. Thank you for the call, sir.
What does he have on Mars? Potatoes?
Potatoes. He grows lots of potatoes. He uses his number 2s as fertilizer. I mean, look, he's got to stay alive. He's lots of taters. Let's go to George in Rockville. George, you're on with the Junks. Why are we going to the moon? Back to the moon.
Hey, I love all you equally, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you, George.
That's the appropriate thing to say.
You're amen. Well, you just have to also keep in mind this is the new frontier of the battlefield. You know, they're definitely saying that one thing, but they're priming satellites with missiles. They're tuning up things with lasers. I mean, this is the new battlefield, as I said. So they're doing something.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
That makes more sense than.
So what you're saying is we're exploring. It's a launch pad to go to Mars.
Right.
But
So
really,
people can live on the moon, but it's for military exploration. Right. Yeah.
I mean, he may be right.
That makes more sense.
How would I know?
I believe
that makes more sense.
Isn't there kind of a natural curiosity, and the reason why shows like Star Trek and Star Wars have done well, to explore the unknown?
Yeah.
I mean, we were talking about Everest before. That's kind of the same deal, where people have this trait of adventure and mystery, and so they want to explore. And I just feel like space exploration, the moon is one spot, but eventually they want to go to Mars. Eventually, I mean, that's why the Hubble telescope's out there, right?
I couldn't tell you why the Hubble telescope is floating around in outer space. I'm sure it has a purpose. I don't know what it is.
I'm so painfully ignorant on technology.
Yeah.
How do we get the images from the Hubble telescope?
I mean, how would I know? I know that in Project Hail Mary, I don't think this is a spoiler. I don't think it is. Ryan Gosling sends all of his his info back on probes. He loads all the information into probes, and then they get dumped out of his spaceship, and they fly back to Earth. And they tell everybody at NASA and back on Earth.
So the probes are like carrier pigeons?
Basically, yeah. And they're flying through outer space.
And they know to go back to Earth.
Yes. They make their way back to Earth with all of the information.
And you gave that a 4.5?
Yeah, it was really good.
And you hate NASA.
I'm not even.
You don't mind space movies.
I don't hate NASA. I'm just not that into NASA.
Yeah, he's just not a believer. He doesn't believe it's worth the money.
It's not my thing.
Let's spend $93 billion to send 4 guys to the moon and not pay TSA workers $500 a week so people stand in line at airports for 5 hours.
Now I'm going to guess that your number of, did you say it was $100 billion to launch, or did you just pull that number out of thin air?
No, I read it was $98 billion total to send it, or maybe that's.
I don't know. I mean, I'm looking at a budget for NASA for 1 year of roughly $24 billion.
Yeah, I read $98 billion.
I don't know.
So 4 years. Maybe it took 4 years to get this launch done.
It's just causing taxpayers $98 billion. So I don't know how much it actually costs to send the rocket up, but taxpayers paid close to that number.
I'm just blown away by the fact that we don't have, as Mike Marr likes to put it, boots on the ground on the moon as soon as the rocket can get there.
We're working on it. It's long-term vision.
I've read the stories. I know 2028, you're going to have boots on the ground. 2028, you got to wait another year and a half. 2 years. 800-636-1067.
I think my answer is spot on, Cakes. The future.
I think it's a very rudimentary answer. It actually couldn't be a
Worked.
less.
I think it worked.
The future.
The future.
That's why we're going there.
We're going to the moon because of the future. That's your answer?
See, the reality is Cakes, one of his nicknames is Box, right? So he's always been comfortable staying inside his box. He's expanded it a little bit.
Yeah.
But like he never, at one point, had never traveled outside the country.
Yeah.
He goes to the same
Spread my
vacation
wings.
place every year. He never really shakes it up.
That's fine.
And so the moon's out there, all these other planets. He has no reason to leave his box and explore.
Here's the box that I'm comfortable in.
Space, the final frontier.
Here's the box
Cakes.
I'm comfortable in, everybody. The Earth box.
I'm with you.
I'm perfectly fine in the Earth box. Because you know what? I'm never going to see people living on Mars. I'm never going to see our society moving to Mars.
Right.
I'm going to be worm food in a coffin.
Cakes.
Yeah, but if you were born hundreds of years ago, you also probably wouldn't have been Christopher Columbus. You'd have been like, this is my box.
Yeah.
Cakes. Just to clarify, all right, the Artemis mission is just one mission, all right, but a NASA inspector general estimated that and told Bloomberg puts the total cost of the program at $93 billion.
Okay, got it.
Through this mission.
Okay,
So it's a total cost. It's sending all of these rockets up,
I'm being completely
and
honest
taxpayers
here.
are paying all $93 billion.
The Artemis character from It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia means more to me than the Artemis space program.
I got you.
Because she's butt funny, and Danny DeVito definitely gives it to her in that show, and it makes me laugh.
I think you sneaky watch more TV than me.
I don't think so. Because
You're referencing a lot
I
of
don't
TV
think so
and
because
movies.
you watch more Luca on TV than I watch all of my TV put together, in my opinion.
Yeah, he loves to stay up to watch Luca.
I watch me a good amount of TV, but I think you've got me beat. I
Probably
think
pretty
you
close.
win the race.
I think you watch more shows.
That could be the case.
Yeah.
Have I talked about DTF St. Louis? Have I mentioned that? I'm with Drab.
When's episode 6?
There was a
Cakes?
lot of male full frontal nudity in the opener of episode 5. There was a lot.
Oh, by the way,
it was a lot to digest.
JP said he's going to go see Nate Bargatze tonight.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Right. My buddy Greg Garcia, who is a Hollywood, he's a creator.
Big time.
My Name is Earl, all those great
Yeah.
shows. He's one of the opening acts.
Nice.
Awesome.
He's actually playing golf right now with Nate Bargatze at one of the nice courses around here.
Very good.
I'm not going to say where.
Very cool.
Sure, they're having a great
So
day.
make sure
I
you
had no
get there.
idea who the opening acts were.
Yeah. there's 8.
What?
Yeah, I think there's 8.
Oh,
So make sure you got to get there early.
yeah. JP's going to call out comedy tomorrow.
Hold on a second.
Just calling out comedy. Can't make it.
No,
Saw
but
too many comics.
Those shows usually end not ridiculously late.
Hold on a second.
You have intel, incoming intel.
I'm sorry. He's doing 8 minutes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But wait a minute. But he's got 5 openers. So he's got 5 openers, and they're all doing about 8 to 10.
Okay.
Okay.
Warm up the crowd.
And he's,
my guess
and he's
is
one of the 5.
My guess is that the opening acts start at 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
And then he jumps on stage around 9:15, and it'll wrap up about 10:30.
Just get there early so you can see my man GG.
Yeah.
Hey, Red Wing, the legacy footwear brand that has set the global standard for purpose-built boots since when? 1905. They are expanding beyond shoes for the first time, known for its unmatched quality, the fit, and durability on the job site. Red Wing is now taking that same craftsmanship with the new work apparel line. Our friends at Red Wing hooked the junks up with hoodies, long sleeve shirts, graphic tees. I love my black hoodie and my brand new boots. Both are comfortable to wear in studio during the show, when I'm working around the house, or just out and about. Visit redwing.com/apparel today to see the new collection.
So I wanted to get into some of this drama that just doesn't seem like it's going away surrounding the Philadelphia Eagles offense. Their offense took a step back last year. And at the epicenter of it is Jalen Hurts. He catches a lot of flack for the offense not performing the way they did during their Super Bowl runs. Their NFL rank in points per game dropped to 19th last season. The previous 3 seasons, they scored 28, 25.5, 27.2. That dipped to 22.3 points last year, 19th in the league. We have some audio from Jeremy Fowler about some of the fallout that's occurring right now in Philadelphia. Here's Jeremy Fowler from ESPN.
Well, Matt, I came away with the notion that Jalen Hurts, despite immense success, is facing some frustrations now within his own building. Mainly, sources point to an issue with coachability, that even in 2024, when they won the Super Bowl, coaches trying to implement new schemes, motions and shifts, maybe more things under center. Hurts has pushed back to those at times. They feel like changes within the huddle to play calls have been excessive at times, even giving signals to receivers with hand signals to change a play that weren't installed in the offense. So those are things that have just sort of come to a head despite all the winning that they've done. Yeah. The passing attack has not diversified in recent years. And now you have another coaching change with offensive coordinator Sean Mannion coming in. It's a situation where there's a moving train that Jalen Hurts now has to get on.
Yeah, it's some more quotes are, he's pushed back on changes that would diversify the scheme, sources said, including when it comes to him going under center more. He's shown a reluctance to let it rip at times, particularly against zone coverage. He diverts from the game plan and changes play calls to what some feel is an excessive degree. His strong preferences, coupled with the coach's efforts to play to his strengths, which include his deep ball accuracy and throws to the perimeter, limit the breadth to which the offense can expand, or at least that's the way it has gone in the past.
It's a tough thing because they've had success with Jalen Hurts, and he's played well in the Super Bowls. He's been in 2 Super Bowl games.
He was an MVP.
He's got 5.
Yeah.
Let me punch it up again, but 3 touchdowns, 1 interceptions in 2 games. His passer rating in the Super Bowl, 109 with 525 yards. But he has a particular style of play. Like, if you go back to college, he was benched for Tua. He's not super adept at all of the passing game. So it's a dilemma.
But he's gotten better. He has gotten better at it.
And they do have a winning formula. It's just he's not going to be a quarterback that's going to drop back 40 times and throw 10 back shoulder passes and throw, into tight windows all the time.
Right.
He wants to be a shotgun guy. So it's a coaching situation. Then sometimes the receivers like A.J. Brown aren't happy with him. But again, he has a winning formula. He's won. Everywhere he's been, he's won. So
he has one, but there's also
the danger zone for them is if they move on, like this is kind of reminiscent of what they did with Carson Wentz, right? They had success with Carson Wentz, and then ultimately they draft Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round. He beats out Carson Wentz eventually and takes over. This is reminiscent where they're kind of planting the seeds of if they don't have a great season this year, they might move on from Jalen Hurts. Now, I don't know his contract situation. And be careful what you wish for. You going to find somebody better?
Well, there was a lot of controversy this year, specifically with A.J. Brown, right? Because he was unhappy. He wasn't getting balls thrown to him. And he wasn't putting up numbers. And I think that it does sound funny that you're kind of dissecting Jalen Hurts and how coachable he is, or is he uncoachable. That comes from an anonymous source. Who knows who that source is? Hell, it could be A.J. Brown.
Well, this is the second time there's been big noise because in October and November, there was the Philadelphia beat reporter who put out an article basically saying some of these same things, that people around the offense weren't that happy with Jalen Hurts.
Right. But he did win a Super Bowl a couple years ago, right? But he's also been knocked out in the first round 2 of the last 3 years and hasn't played well. So that's where it stems. If you're not going to, when your team is that good and you're winning divisions, you're not getting further into the postseason, you're going to get criticized.
And some of the other quotes from sources, here's one. You never know what play is coming out of the huddle. That's one quote. That's not great. I mean, it just speaks to uncertainty about the offense. And another is poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice.
Yeah.
One
That's
team
what I
source
heard,
told
too.
ESPN.
I think the thing that I noticed again, during the season there was some noise, and it's probably super frustrating for the offensive-minded coaches, right? That there seemed to be open receivers that he wasn't throwing the ball to. He wasn't seeing it to. And that probably drives the quarterback's coach nuts, the offense coordinator nuts, and the head coach nuts.
Yeah.
He tends to play it safe, right? He's never a high turnover guy. He tends to play it safe, which sometimes leads to winning formula. Here's my question for you. Where do you put Jalen Hurts in the NFC East quarterbacks? So you've got Jaden, you got Jackson Dart, you got Dak Prescott, and Jalen Hurts.
I have to rank them 1 through 4?
Well, he's obviously going to have Jaden 1.
Let's see.
Can you put Jaden 1 after last season?
I'm saying he's going to have Jaden 1.
Okay, but you wouldn't put him 1, right?
No.
Isn't Jalen Hurts still number 1 there?
I mean, I think it would be pretty equal between him and Dak.
I've got Jaden 1.
It's not Jackson Dart.
Hurts 2, Dak 3, Jax 4, if I had to rank them.
Now, this year, it could be a totally different ranking if Jaden stays healthy and they go further.
Yeah,
but based on what they've done,
if Jaden stays healthy and he doesn't succeed, I will change these rankings. But that's as of April 2nd. That's how I'd rank the quarterbacks.
I just think it's a dangerous situation if the Eagles move on from Jalen Hurts, and they're not doing it this year. But it's almost like they're laying the groundwork, planting seeds that people are unhappy with them. They won 11 games last year. And that was a down year.
But
now maybe he's part of the reason. Saquon had a way down year from the year before.
Okay, but he wasn't good in the playoffs. That's where I'm telling you. That's where it comes from.
Also, too, they weren't as effective with the tush push, and a lot of that has to be Jason Kelce retired. They didn't have the same continuity with the offensive line.
Mm-hmm.
Like that play was dominant a couple years ago.
Yeah,
it wasn't.
Right.
It took a few steps back last year.
Although Hurts scored a ton of touchdowns rushing the football last season.
Okay, I mean, I don't think the tush push wasn't nearly as effective last year as it had been.
And
I
look,
think
the playoff thing,
figuring it out.
It stinks when your guy doesn't have playoff success, but what are you going to do? Just get rid of him like Justin Herbert.
Yeah.
Justin Herbert's had no playoff success.
Right.
But the Chargers are married to him. They believe in him.
Yeah. I agree on. They're not moving on from him. That's where I think the criticism comes from when they are so talented on the field and then they get to the playoffs and they lose in their first game and he doesn't play well.
And all
especially
the
if it's a home
statistics
game.
which Cake's brought up at the beginning of the points per game going down.
Sure.
Given the talent, especially at receiver, when you've got two really good receivers.
Yep, and a good
in
tight
A.J.
end.
Brown and Devontae Smith, good tight end that you're not doing more in the passing game.
Right. And
Again, you're
great
still
RB.
winning games.
And by the way, I wouldn't be at all surprised if on draft day you see A.J. Brown moved. Like he could still be moved out of Philadelphia.
Sure. I agree.
Just because it hasn't happened yet doesn't mean it's not happening.
But
Like,
this was
he
one
may
of those.
force his way out.
This is one of those years where the defense kind of carried him because the offense wasn't putting up the numbers.
Yep.
But they still won double-digit games.
Mhm.
Got to and got to the playoffs. But is Sirianni and the guys on the coaching staff, are they just telling him yes, whatever he wants? Are they yes men? Is Sirianni a yes man
I
when
mean,
it comes to Jalen Hurts? That's probably more where the criticism's coming.
I'm going to guess Sirianni's not a yes man because I know that they've had a fractured, kind of tense relationship.
You would hope. But if they say he's uncoachable, well, Sirianni's got to step up.
Sure.
Make him coachable.
All right, you're welcome to call us throughout the show today. It's an Open Line Thursday. It's brought to you by Window Nation. Searching for new windows and doors, search windownation.com. Their windows are measured to fit the first time and installed by experts to last. Window Nation for your home because it's where you live. Don't forget, later in the show, Brandon Duhane from the Caps joins us at 8:45, and we'll talk Final Four with Jimmy Patsos, who will be in Indianapolis. He will join us at 9 a.m.
The Nationals put themselves on the cusp of another impressive Road Series victory to begin the season, but they couldn't put the finishing touches on this one. Nats led 5-1 in the 7th inning. JT Realmuto and Bryce Harper hit solo home runs to get the Phillies 5-3, and then Edmundo Sosa hit a 2-run single with the bases loaded and 2 outs in the 9th, tied up this ballgame, sent it to extras. With runners on the corner in the bottom of the 10th, Justin Crawford walked it off. And Los Angeles Rams star wide receiver Puka Nacua has checked himself into rehab in Malibu. The news of the rehabilitation stay comes shortly after a lawsuit alleged that Nacua bit a woman and made anti-Semitic remarks. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, presented by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. All right, so what would you guys do in this situation? You're flying. Okay, it doesn't matter where, but you're flying, and the people in front of you, they take their shoes off, and they stick their feet into your personal space on the flight. What would you do? Because this happened to a British couple that was traveling in Thailand recently.
So they're on your row?
So
they're in the row in front of you.
How are they sticking their feet in your personal
I'll
space?
explain because I didn't really. It was hard. It was hard to comprehend.
Yeah.
They were behind Drab or
Yeah, they're sitting
They're
row
sitting behind. They
Oh,
probably
so they're
put
sticking
their
the feet underneath.
No, no, so,
they put
so
their foot on the
we're sitting here.
arm.
So we're sitting
armrest
on
right
this
here.
row,
Yeah.
and in the row in front, from what I see, the row in front of them, there's a couple with somebody lying across on somebody else on the 2 seats in front of them.
Right.
And the person that's lying across is lying with their feet headed this way, and the feet are poking through like where the window is in that space between where
gotcha.
the seat ends and the window molding starts.
I got you.
All right, I'll be
their-
honest.
Their feet are poking back into your.
So you
like
can see
near-
their feet. Yeah.
Like near,
I probably wouldn't do anything.
like near your seat tray, like where you put your drink, your Coke Zero or your vodka
I would tell 'em.
cranberry or whatever.
I probably wouldn't do anything.
I
Well,
would.
I mean,
I
you'd be
would.
asleep, so you wouldn't do anything.
No,
But
just if it was the way you first described it, I was trying to wrap my head around it. If it was in the path of where I put my feet,
right,
then I'd be upset. Like here, it's in the little crack.
Is there a
between the
picture of
seats.
it?
It's not.
yeah, they have a video. Like they're a UK influencer couple, which that's just a horrible. That's a horrible thing to say, an influencer couple. But
Right.
That's what they are. And yeah, they have a video of the foot with no sock and no shoe on it, poking back like almost on one of their seat trays.
I wouldn't love it, but
I
I'm
would
not
have to call-
confrontational. I wouldn't do anything.
I'm not confrontational either, but I would have to call the
I would tell the flight
attendant
Yeah.
and say, this is the space that I paid for, and this person's sticky foot is invading my space. Can you please have them just like it's one thing
But
to
how
take your
far
shoe-
is the foot between the seats? Like I'm just picturing it kind of like right there.
I mean, I can show you a picture
Yeah,
of
let me
it.
see
Or I
the
can show
picture.
you a video if it comes up. I mean, I would have an issue with it.
Okay.
I would look. I mean, it's just that's poking into your personal space, JP. Like, how is that? Like, wouldn't you be offended by that? I wouldn't want somebody's sticky foot
Well,
near my food,
of course.
or my drink.
Of course. 99.9% of people wouldn't. I would ask the flight attendant first, hey, can you tell to this passenger to
Right.
move their feet? If they don't, then I'm going to say something to them.
Right.
But I would tell the flight attendant first.
And I've seen countless videos, and you're welcome to chime in if this has happened to you on a flight. 800-636-1067. I've seen people like take their shoes off and then like rest them up against the front of the plane if they're sitting in the first row. I've seen that. I mean, it's not great. I don't think it's a great look. How about you keep your shoes on during a flight? Is it that hard? Is it that difficult? I've never been compelled to take my shoes off on a 2-hour flight on an airplane.
Well, when you're watching TV at home on your couch.
Yeah.
Shoes on?
Generally, I'm generally a shoes on guy.
What's the difference?
Yeah.
Why?
Well, I'm just wondering that
of course
most
you
people take their shoes off
at home. Of course.
Yeah,
but
you're
you're
trying
not
to
at
see
home.
what's comfortable. I'm just saying that I can understand why some people take their shoes off on flights. It's more comfortable.
What?
I mean,
it's more comfortable to take your shoes off.
Of course, but
but you're not at home.
We live in a society.
You're in a public shared
to
public
me,
space.
It doesn't bother me. I generally keep my shoes on. I think I keep my shoes on probably all the time on flights. But it doesn't bother me when people take their shoes off because people wear Crocs.
All right, but hold on.
How's it different?
JP, it would bother you if this woman's foot was almost into your armrest.
Yeah,
it would bother
if
you.
it was to my armrest, sure.
Well, I mean, it's based on the video, the foot's coming pretty far back,
and not even the invading your personal space part. I don't want to look at your dumb foot. I didn't pay $600 to look at your.
I wouldn't mind as much if it was a hottie. I wouldn't mind as much if it was a hottie
really?
with hot feet.
That would matter.
Yeah, I mean, if it's a
do you
dude,
care about feet? Does that like a deal breaker for you?
Oh yeah, if a girl has hot feet, she goes from if she's pretty, she goes from an 8 to a 9.
Do you think passengers should be forced to keep their shoes on?
Nah, I don't care about that. As long as it's not in my space.
Yes, unless there's some sort of medical condition.
Yeah, but guys will walk on with flip flops, with sandals.
You know what?
With Crocs.
I don't think you should be able to travel on an airplane
with sandals,
with flip flops and/or sandals. Maybe not even Crocs.
I don't even know. What do you call those shoes that you have? You basically have like some slippers that were like Nikes.
Slides.
Were they slides? They looked a little different to me, but okay, they're slides. People wear that on. Use those on planes all the time.
Here's where slides should be worn. These are the only places slides should be worn: in a shower, in a locker room, in a gym.
You have a lot of rules. So if I'm walking the dog outside, I can't wear slides?
No, you shouldn't wear slides. You know why? Because if your dog runs off and you're wearing slides and you trip and you gash your head open, you're going to say, I wish I was wearing my Brooks instead of my dumb slides.
You have a lot of rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's why he doesn't fly. He doesn't fly a lot.
Slides look
That's why
terrible.
you and I don't fly a lot.
Slides are so you don't get athlete's foot when you take a shower in a weird place.
I bet
that's what slides
but I
are
think
for.
JP
I bet you if you're
would be
49, you said 49 people played in the Kicks Classic last night?
Yeah.
I bet you there were guys in slides.
I mean,
and flip-flops.
I mean, if there was Eric Bickle there, 100%.
Out of the 49, I would guess, okay, maybe 5 of them were wearing slides. Maybe.
But if you knew they had flip-flops sitting right next to you, would you have a problem with it?
Sitting right next to me at a poker table?
Yeah.
He likes flops.
I do. Yeah. I love flops. Flip-flops, I'm not as big a fan of.
Look,
that's just
nobody
a
would
personal
want
thing.
that foot in between the seats. And so the question is, what do? You guys are just going to rat out the person and talk to the flight attendant?
No. I guess I would.
If they're sticking their feet in my space, of course.
I would politely ask, do you mind moving your foot? It's in my space.
Yeah, I got to see.
And then if they don't,
I got to see that video again to see how far the feet penetrated the two seats.
It's definitely poking back into their
couple
area.
Inches.
Yeah, but that's enough.
Okay.
That's enough to tilt you if you're on an airplane. I would think.
Well, you get tilted by the people that lean their seat back.
Yes, I'm not the only one, by the way.
I understand.
My people.
I'm on a different side of you on that one.
My people are legion. There are many of us that hate the seat being leaned back.
Well, Hey, Matt and Mike, how would you handle that? If that girl stuck her foot in your space, would you say something to her, or would you talk to the flight attendant first?
I would, in my nice voice, I would kindly ask her to not do that, and then if she continued to do it, I would ramp up my
you ramp up the venom?
My venom, yes.
Give her a little tickle right on the foot. She doesn't like it, she can move her feet.
Yeah, but then you have to touch a stranger's feet.
Well, no, you
Get
grab
your tickle feather that
The
travels
out of
with
your backpack. I don't know.
Can you imagine if it was Roger the Dodger?
Rogers' feet.
Yeah. Imagine if that foot was in your space.
You could draw on it too. You
I
had
thought
like a
Rogers'
Sharpie.
foot looked fine. You hated his foot. Here's a question.
I didn't
Who's
really
your
look at
number
it.
one seed? I remember like 30 years ago, you loved Gabby Reese, right?
Yeah.
Who's your hottest woman out there of all time?
I don't know. I mean, just pick one. I have no idea. I've never thought about
Yours.
hottest chick ever.
Who do you like?
There's a
Okay.
million of
Okay,
them.
fine. I've heard you talk
here's
about Blake Lively a million times. You
Any-
like Blake Lively?
sure.
If Blake Lively had Rogers' feet,
She would go from a 9.7 to about a 6.
Oh, it's that big of a drop.
If she had horrible feet, oh yeah.
Well, you just keep them covered. She just doesn't wear open-toed shoes.
Okay, but if she showed her feet and they were ugly, yeah, she dropped significantly.
She wears socks all the time.
Well, I'm guessing if she had ugly feet, she probably would.
She probably would. But I'm guessing Blake Lively probably has attractive feet.
have you ever approached the flight attendant or said something to a fellow passenger on a plane because you didn't like something?
Ooh, it's
because you don't like the seat going back, which
No, I
look,
don't
you
like
paid
it.
for that.
I don't like it.
It's featured on the plane.
Here's what I do. If that seat comes back, I just sit there and stew about it.
Okay.
It's simmering in the back of my brain.
See,
for
I would stew
2.5
with,
hours.
I would stew with the foot in between.
Yeah, I think that's crossing a line because the seat being reclined back is a much more prevalent behavior than taking off your socks and shoes and then sticking your dirty feet into my space.
Well, you're definitely allowed to recline your seat. The pilot will actually
You shouldn't
say
be, actually.
there's a certain time when you
No.
can recline the seat.
They
right?
should make airplane seats from this point forward non-reclinable.
Well, you do that on your airline. When you found your airline,
I don't currently have plans to start an airline.
Right.
And if I did,
gas prices would be expensive.
if
Oil.
I did on
expensive.
on Utopia Air, there would be no reclining of your seats, and you would have to wear closed-toed shoes.
But Matt,
you would not be allowed to take them off.
Matt, if that's Sydney Sweeney sitting in front of you and she's got her feet in your space,
Well,
you're not
okay.
going to say anything to her.
Of course, I'd ask if she wanted a foot rub.
Right?
Yeah.
You're probably going to suck on her toes.
You put some lotion on them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You get them nice and supple.
You need me to rub those arches?
How often is a smoking hot chick sit next to you on a plane? It's
not
one,
often at all.
One out of every 1,000
Right.
flights.
I had a
It's
woman
never happened.
literally 20 years ago. I think I was flying by myself for some reason. She's sitting directly next to me, wearing a tank top.
Mm-hmm.
She had more underarm hair than I had. And that's not a joke. Okay, so you're much more likely to encounter that than you are Sydney Sweeney
Of course.
reclining on the chair in front of you and sticking her toes in your face.
That's my point. Depending on what they look like, that's what you're going to make your decision. If there's a significantly attractive person doing
Right.
it, you're not going to say anything to her.
When it does happen, though, the sexual tension is off the charts.
Is it?
Yeah, because you feel like there's this thing in the air
Yeah.
where it's like maybe this is like my
Mile High Club.
Yeah.
no, not that Valdez. This is my moment in life where I'm supposed to meet this random person sitting next to me on a plane.
Oh, okay.
And we're meant to be together. We're going two different ways.
What were those called on MySpace back in the day or whatever? Oh,
Missing encounters or
missing
something
encounters, not on MySpace.
Misconnections.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Craigslist.
Craigslist.
Yeah.
That's- Gotta find our man Bob now. Nope, that's
He
not
gets
it.
frying coffee. He's good at it.
Where is it?
Craigslist.
There it is.
Craigslist.
It's a very specific drop.
Very specific drop from
Missed
a
my
guy
guy-
we worked with
I missed-
20 years ago.
I missed my guy Bob from Fairfax. He was a good dude. Miss might be a stretch.
Yeah.
He's a good,
You
good
miss
guy.
him so much.
He's a nice guy.
I'm guessing you don't remember his last name.
No chance. I remember his business partner's last name, Tom Pilato.
Tom, yeah.
Good dude. I think I'm still in fantasy
We're
leagues
still-
with him.
We are. We're in,
Yeah.
we're in
I haven't
college
seen him.
leagues.
I haven't seen that person in a long time. I think he's doing rather well.
You think?
I think. I can't really confirm that.
Bob Skin wasn't his real name.
Was that his real name?
Did you always call him Bob Skin?
I don't recall. Is
I
that what
think
we
so.
called him?
I think so.
Was that his real name?
I've heard you say
Skin?
Bob Skin a million times in my life.
He was Mr. Skin.
Mr. Skin. Mr. Skin was a huge star. And on the show multiple times.
A real show
can't remember
historian
his
could
last
call
name.
us and let us know.
Yeah, they certainly could.
Well, I'll be flying
on.
on Sunday on Easter
Okay.
out of BWI. Hopefully things continue to be okay out of BWI. and if somebody sticks their foot between the seats,
you let us know.
I probably wouldn't do anything, but because you guys are telling me, I'll rat them out. Talk to the.
If you're flying in the row in front of JP this weekend on Easter,
stick your feet in between.
Stick your feet in his face, and also recline your chair back as far as it goes, right into his peanut-shaped head in the 5 minutes before he falls asleep on the flight.
By the way, the recline is like 6 inches.
I know, but JP, you have such a limited amount of space already. You're taking away 6 precious inches of space.
But not if you recline your seat equally.
Yeah, but you know what I have? I have respect for the flyer behind me. I don't recline my seat.
I think
that's just me.
I haven't flown in a while. I think it was last spring. Are seats getting smaller in these flights? They're trying to cram more people.
I don't know
on these flights.
I'm sure they are. I would imagine that's probably the case.
What fly-by-night airline am I flying on?
I can only imagine.
I've done Frontier and I've done Spirit.
Yeah, who are you flying? What unfriendly skies are you flying?
I booked this a long time ago. Boom.
It's probably whatever the cheapest was. That's what you booked.
Southwest.
You're good. You should be good there.
That's not bad.
All right, coming up later on the show, guest-wise, we have Brandon Duhane from the Caps at 8:45. They got a big one against the Devils tonight, and we'll talk to Jimmy Patsos, who is in Indianapolis for the Final Four. He joins the show coming up at 9 a.m. Remember, you can listen to the show on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. There's no shortage of ways to listen to the Junks.
And this segment's brought to you by our good friends at Open Road. It's time to raise your standards. Open Road Distilling Company is now at Virginia ABC, exclusively in Northern Virginia. Whether it's the bold spice of Eagle Eye Rye, smooth depth of Independence Bourbon, or the rich, ready-to-pour Maple Old Fashioned, this is whiskey done right. You know, we're going to have Dewey on, Brandon Duhane, in about 15 minutes. And
he got in fisticuffs a couple games ago.
He did. I'm going to ask him about it. He fought another dude named Brandon.
Oh, did he?
Yes, there was some Brandon versus Brandon violence in Utah.
That. But they do play tonight against the New Jersey Devils in New Jersey.
Mm-hmm.
And this is obviously a huge game for the Caps.
Yep, it's a big one.
I mean, they pretty much all are. They're all must-win games is the way I look at it.
Yep.
Can't
disagree.
So tonight's game against the Devils is massive. Also, Columbus, who they're chasing, is playing at Carolina, who they
need them to lose.
Need them to lose. They just lost. They've lost 4 in a row.
Okay, good. Rooting against CBJ tonight.
And they're playing at Carolina, who's
Noted.
the best. Carolina's the best team in the division.
Yep.
And then also Philadelphia is playing at home.
Okay.
Another team that the Caps are chasing against Detroit. All right. So you are rooting for Detroit tonight. You're rooting for Carolina tonight,
Yes.
and obviously the Caps. And then tomorrow the Islanders are playing Philadelphia. So it's a toss-up because you're rooting against both
Can't
teams.
root for anybody there.
So those are the 3 games to watch tonight.
Okay, good.
All right. Caps must win tonight against the Devils.
Maybe you should place a parlay with all 3 of those teams.
Well, I'm definitely going to bet on the teams that I'm rooting against. Emotional hedges.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I'm doing emotional hedge plays.
That's your move.
And I went 0-3 the other night because the Caps won, and the other 2 teams that I needed to lose lost.
Right.
But I bet them to win, if that makes
Correct.
any sense.
Yeah.
So, but tonight's the Cap games is just massive.
Yep. Got to get dialed in for Caps Devils. Not many games left for the Caps or the Wiz.
I believe 7.
I'll have to check the time. I don't know. 7 or 7:30, I would guess. Puck drop from
7:30
from Jersey.
Yeah, 7:30. And Caps have played 75 games. So
JP, is your brother
7 games left.
morphed into a Devils fan because he lives in New Jersey proper at this point?
I think so.
Oh, he is a Devils fan.
I think casual.
Yeah.
He's a hockey casual.
I mean, his son was a hockey player.
Yeah.
And I know that in his son's room, at least at one point, he had who was the star on the Devils maybe a decade ago.
Is it Patrick Elias?
No, doesn't matter.
Marty Brodeur?
No, he's not that old. Marty Brodeur.
Trying
This
to
is somebody
think.
like in the last 5 years.
Trying to think. 5 to 7 years stud for the Devils.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, I can't think of it.
But
Can't
yeah,
think of it
I mean,
off the top of my head.
They go to Devils games. I
Got
don't
it.
think my brother grew up. I mean, we grew up casual Caps fans. We didn't have season tickets like your family.
Yeah, but I want him to still be a Caps fan, even if he lives in enemy territory now.
Yeah, he's not.
Is that too big of an ask? Is that
he's
too
not
big of a
big,
request?
like super passionate sports fan about anybody.
Yeah.
Like I don't know that he loves any particular NFL team. Now,
Just
he
loves
was
the
weird. He
Canes.
grew up like in the Eagles.
He's a
for some
Canes
reason.
guy. Your brother's a big, he went to the U. He's a Canes
Yes.
guy.
That's what, and it's
That's his
only their
passion.
football. He doesn't
Yeah.
care about Canes basketball.
Well, he doesn't.
They can make the Final Four.
Neither
and-
do any Canes fans. I mean, it's very football centric.
Yes.
So 800-636-1067 is the number if you want to reach out on an open line Thursday.
Dude, I'm intrigued by this call.
Okay, well, let's go to Madison. Who- I don't know if we can go to Madison. He might. I think Drab might be talking.
there you go.
Here we go. Madison on an open line Thursday, calling it from Springfield. Madison, you're on the Junks. Good morning.
Madison.
Yes.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello. What's up?
You're on the air.
Oh, hi. So I actually went to space camp. I won first place at the science fair in high school, and it was always my dream since I was a kid to be an astronaut. That was really all I've ever wanted to
How
do.
old were you when you went to space
Yeah,
camp?
and where is this said space camp?
So I was 14, and the space camp is in Huntsville, Alabama, at the Kennedy, space. Not the Kennedy Space
Right.
Center, but their main facility down there. And we got to practice in the rocket, flying it. simulated, of course. And I mean, I absolutely love it. But as I've gotten older, I have this push and pull with my desire, to want to just explore space for, like you said, the intellectual, just for the pursuit of the unknown in and of itself. But it kind of pulls on me about that budget. Think of all the things that we could be doing, for people on the planet to save our planet. So, that morality and that the ethics of it have come up a lot for me.
What do you make of what seems like an increased amount of, they now call them UAP reports?
Mm-hmm.
What do you make of that? There was a movie Disclosure that came out.
I don't like how you're trying to push out UFOs, JP. I know that they're trying to go rename them into something different.
Well, UFO,
let's just stick with UFOs.
Well, UFO has a connotation as
like a flying saucer.
Yeah, like flying saucer.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. I mean,
I'm just used to it.
I don't know. I feel like the points at which that until we're already having so many problems on Earth before, it's not really that relevant, because until we solve the problems on Earth, well, then it doesn't much matter any threat from outer space. But, I don't know. I feel like there's so many explanations when they go through and they do like the science. All of these things, not all of them, but a lot of them can be disproven. And as much as I think humans naturally want to believe that there's something out there, but, I'm not so convinced. But, going to the moon, I think you guys hit the nail on the head when you were talking about it being really more for like a military or quote unquote national security purpose.
All right, thanks, Madison. Appreciate the call. 800-636-1067.
Has anybody watched the Age of Disclosure?
Watch what?
Age of Disclosure.
I don't even know. I don't even know what that is.
It's a documentary where supposedly they give you a lot of the UAP reports.
Not seen it. And by the way, I'm just going to push back on her call. We've proven there's life out there. I just saw Project Hail Mary. Ryan Gosling interacting with an alien from a different galaxy.
I think I did see that.
I mean, have you not been to the movies recently? By the way,
I think I did see that, JP.
Not to ruin her childhood and her experience, but is there anything dorkier than going to space camp? I mean, I guess it's cool if you're into the exploring the universe and stars and planets and constellations. I guess it could be kind of cool. But if I went to elementary school or, God forbid, middle school and told people I went to space camp, there would have been a lot of joning.
Did you go to many summer camps?
Joning.
Growing up, I think now it's big for kids. Like my kid will have a summer camp probably every week.
I didn't go to
almost every week this summer unless we're out of town.
The one summer camp that
I went to
sticks
one
out
or maybe
that I
two.
remember, I went to Jason's, one of his several alma maters. I went to Salisbury for a week-long tennis camp. Loved it. Had a great time.
Yeah.
At
the sleepaway camp?
Was it
definitely.
co-ed? Commuting to Salisbury every day?
Overnight, of course.
How far Salisbury
I understand.
is from our house. Yes, it was we slept in the dorms at Salisbury.
Co-ed?
Yeah, but like there were boys and girls there, but they obviously weren't staying on the same floors.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'll tell you what's dorky is when the Cleveland Browns played this stupid April Fool's joke on their fans and introduced the new helmet with the helmet on the helmet. That was the dumbest thing I've ever seen.
Look, we're past our national nightmare.
Yes, I know.
We made it, Pat. Yesterday was.
Did anything almost dupe you?
No.
I almost got duped by Jason talking about Rory McIlroy.
Yeah, you know what?
I started falling for it, then I was like, it's April Fool's Day.
What I should have done is I should have done it the segment before when we were talking about golf.
Mm-hmm.
But then we got into April Fool's jokes.
Yeah.
And I brought it up. It was terrible timing.
Yeah, it was bad timing.
If I would have brought it up at the end of the golf conversation, we were
Radar
talking about
was up.
Tiger.
Yeah.
I would have gotten all of you.
You might have duped me, but I could tell that, like, when you started to look at your phone, I could tell that you were just kind of making it up on the fly.
Yeah, well, I was.
I think I asked, what did the text say or something like that.
Yeah.
I misread the situation. I wish I should have gone along with it.
Yes.
And we were on such high alert from all of the April Fooling.
That's what it was. Yeah, I wasn't thinking about it. I should have thought about it for the segment before.
Or say, "Hey, I'm gonna go. We're gonna play this on Eric. I'm gonna tell him."
Yeah, I
this.
should have told you that.
We should have played along with you.
Yeah, I should have texted you because he would have definitely
could have gotten it. He definitely would have stepped into it. Let's go to Doug. He's calling it from Swan Point. Wants to give us some benefits of space travel that we may be unaware of. What's up, Doug? You're on with the Junkies. Good morning.
Dougie.
Hey, good morning. Look, I just want to say that, not only, as you guys mentioned, space is like the frontier for our defense. It's something we have to think about and prepare for. Hence the Space Force that people, like to laugh at. But let me say this: the space travel has brought broad communication. What you guys do every day. Exacting broad communication worldwide, and it's brought us GPS. It's even the foundation for what they're trying to do with wireless electric.
Yeah.
Being transmitted to other places that currently don't have electric.
Hey, Doug,
I understand that.
I'm being serious. Can they, when they blast off in Artemis, this should be their number one tech priority, making cell phone reception and technology better. I'm not even joking. That should be priority one, because 90% of the people that call into this show or other shows in this station,
they're on their
they have
cells.
terrible cell phones.
Yeah,
that
is true.
should be the number one priority.
He brings up a good point. I hadn't really thought of it. I will give you credit. Could you imagine?
I've forgotten his
going
point
back
already.
to maps.
No, he's talking about.
I grew up
sending
GPS.
satellites up there.
Yeah,
that's fine. DirecTV. Look, I have DirecTV.
Yeah.
All right. There's a reason for it.
Are you the last guy still getting DirecTV through the satellite instead of through streaming?
Well, I mean, I have the streaming too, but yeah,
Okay.
I've got the big dish on my house. I mean, millions of people have it. What are you talking about?
Millions?
Yes. But my point is, all right, sending a satellite up there so people can watch TV is a lot different than sending 4 people to the moon, because they technically want to, in the future, have people live on the moon.
Right.
That's not happening. People aren't going to live on the moon. Come on.
You love to say it's not happening. I wish I had recorded.
people
how
gonna
many
live in
times you said
condos on
things
the
aren't
moon?
happening that have already happened. Do you know that?
What
you always
it's
say?
a
It's
good
not
bet.
happening.
It's
Like
a good
self-driving cars happening.
Hey,
I never said it wasn't happening.
Valdez, did you see there's already been a toilet mishap on the Orion spacecraft or the Artemis mission?
Oh no.
Yeah, the toilet fan definitely has one of these.
Jam.
The toilet fan is jammed. It's an issue. It's not an issue for number 2, but apparently it's an issue for number 1. So they're already.
They got stinky toilets on the plane.
It says the ground teams are coming up with instructions on how to get into the fan and clear that area to revive the toilet for the mission. Officials confirmed the space potty could still be used for number 2, just not for number 1.
Better have a good plunger.
Here's the quote. The fecal collection of the toilet, that specific capability can still be used with the waste management system aboard Orion. The astronauts, in the meantime, employed their contingency, quote, waste management capabilities specifically for urine.
Hey, there's only 4 people who could clog the toilet.
Yeah.
I guess.
4 guys up there.
They just blasted off. They're having toilet issues.
Well, you know what? Stop giving them brisket.
Hey, if they were looking for 4 guys, they had the 4 junkies. Could have set them
Hey,
up.
can Crop Mech blast off a rocket to go repair the toilet?
How much
Maybe.
would it have taken if they said, we would like to send just 4 regular donks?
Send the 4 least people that know about space.
4 donks up to space.
I'm not doing it because I know we're not getting back.
Hold on. Are you guaranteeing my safe return?
As much as NASA can guarantee
He can't
it.
guarantee
They're going
that.
to tell you the exact same thing. You're blasting off Artemis on the rocket. You're doing a couple laps around the moon. You're going to land close to San Diego.
Okay. San Diego's nice.
And then you're going to...
The airport, by the way, only has 1 runway. That still blows my mind. They have 1 runway. 1.
You sure it's only 1?
And there's 2 parachutes.
I'm positive.
By the way, you're not landing in San Diego. You're landing in the ocean.
Yeah, near San Diego.
Off San Diego.
Yeah. Have fun doing
It's
that.
way different.
What's your price?
How long am I gone?
What are they gone? 6
10
days?
10 days.
10 days?
million a day. 10 million, I'm there. 10 million tax free. After taxes.
Oh, because if they took away the taxes, that wouldn't change your life.
I would want the 10 million. I don't want 5.7 million. I want 10 million a day.
It's fair.
I think that's a good ask.
No amount of money for me. I don't want to go.
There is some amount of money.
I don't want to go 25,000 miles per hour coming back. I'm not doing that.
Landing in the ocean.
That's right.
No thanks. But for 10 million, I would do it 100%. I'd be bitter though if it blew into a billion pieces upon re-entry into the atmosphere. But
you'd go down as a hero.
I'd be an American hero. That's true. But
you're probably not going to go down as a hero right now.
It's okay. I'm a hero to Rom. That's all I need. All I need is a hero to Rom the card counter. All right, when we come back, Brandon Duhane, one of our Caps heroes, he's going to join us coming up next. They have a big game tonight against the New Jersey
Cakes
Devils.
has 9 questions for him.
Got a lot of questions for Dewey. He will join us next. You're welcome to join us on an open line Thursday throughout the show. 800-636-1067 is the number. Hopefully, we'll be joined shortly by Brandon Duhane from the Washington Capitals. They have a big game tonight against the New Jersey Devils as they try to improve their playoff chances as we are in the home stretch of the Caps season.
Did their playoff chances improve during the day off?
I don't believe so.
No, because those teams, none of the teams that they're chasing played.
Nobody played.
No. There was only 3 games last night. I think they were all Western Conference games. Pretty sure. But tonight, you've got big ones. And if they win tonight, the Caps win tonight, and the Blue Jackets and Flyers lose, I bet you their playoff chances goes up to about 24%.
That could be the case. I think if they just wind up winning against the Devils, their chances increase to 22.5%.
Oh, okay.
But
So it might be higher
if
than
those
that,
other teams lose as well, that could certainly help
Yeah.
their chances. All right, let's head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We say good morning to Brandon Duhane, Dewey from the Washington Capitals. Dewey, good morning. How are you, man?
Dewey.
Yourself?
What's up, bro?
We're doing well. Hey, before we get into tonight's game, let's go back a couple games to your guys' road trip out west. There was some Brandon on Brandon violence against the Utah Mammoth when you squared off with Brandon Tanev. And I looked him up on hockeyfights.com, and I saw the scrap that you guys, I saw it when it happened too. But first of all, the little thumbnail picture that they use of the guy that you fought, I don't know if you've seen it. He's got like the crazy eyes. I don't know if you've seen this. He's got like the wide open, like somebody just put a flashlight in his face in the middle of the night. Like he's a scary looking dude. And you didn't have any problem.
I've seen it.
Yeah. Like you didn't have any problem squaring off with him. Like what
prompted that?
What lit the fire there? Because you guys just dropped the gloves right off of a face off there.
Yeah, so there was there's a lot of stuff going on throughout the game, but there was a hit on Matt Roy that was kind of a little bit in the numbers, and Roy's hits his face on the glass, and not a great hit, and we had a knee-jerk reaction when we were out there, and Willie drops his gloves right away, and Reamer drops his gloves right away. So there was a big scrum there, and as a team, I think we all kind of thought that it wasn't a great hit, and typically that's something that we respond like that. So I was just the first guy out there, so pretty confident every guy would have done the same thing in that situation. So
yeah, and that dude Tanev, like he's no stranger to scraps. He's had 4 dating back just to like January 9th of 2026. So I mean he'll go out there and dance with you. He's not an easy customer. You took care of him.
Yeah, it was a good scrap. I think two gritty players going at it for sure.
But you never had any background with that Tanev dude.
He went to Providence actually. He
oh wow.
I think he might have gave me a tour when I was there. But
he's also a Friar.
Really?
He's a fellow Friar.
Yeah.
Huh.
Yeah, we had run into each other in the past, but on the ice it's all business.
How does that work when if you get into a scrap with, let's just say Tanev, the next time you play them, do you guys like say what's up to each other, dap each other up, or do you hate them for the rest of your career? How's that work?
No, I think it's like I said, it's all business out there, and I think he was probably expecting it after a hit like that. So pretty standard, I'd say, in the hockey world.
Gotcha.
Hey Dewey, what was it like playing against Dowder a few days ago when you guys got that nice 5-4 shootout win in Vegas? I mean, a guy who's been in your locker room for so long, and then he gets traded. What was it like facing him a few days ago?
Yeah, a little weird. Saw him the day before, which was nice. Obviously kept in touch with him. He's enjoying it. He's thriving over there. But yeah, it was a great game as a team. I thought a little bit up and down. Obviously, good first period, bad second, gritty third, where we kind of responded with some big timely goals, good power plays. Shootout steps up. LT was awesome. So that was a good momentum game for us.
So 18 goals in the last 3 games. Where does this offense come from?
You probably got to credit the big man O for that.
Yeah,
he got 5 and 6 goals or whatever it is in his past few. So big credit to
big credit to him for leading us. Obviously, you see the goals and stuff, but I think it all starts with, the hits he's throwing, the momentum he's creating for us, and his leadership.
Now, he's obviously been very tight-lipped about what he's going to do after the season is done, but if you're Ovi, you're 40 years old, you're still pouring in 30-plus goals per season, it's hard to walk away from when you're still just a scoring machine, right? If he has a huge drop-off and scored 12 goals and, it's kind of embarrassing the way he's going out, you could see that being the case, but the guy's still putting up prolific numbers.
Yeah, he probably signed to a 5-year deal with those numbers. But, the way he's moving, so just hasn't slowed down at all, which is a testament to his goal score. It's incredible the way he finds ice, the way he creates space for himself, and it just seems like he's always in the right spot. And I think that's just why he's the greatest goal scorer of all time, and the mindset he has.
All right, so Dewey, this is a big night. Okay, so we got you guys playing obviously the Devils. Columbus is playing Carolina. Columbus, of course, you're chasing. Carolina just beat them. And the Flyers, I believe they're playing, I don't know if it's Detroit. They're playing somebody.
They're playing the Wings. Yeah, that's right.
Okay, so Columbus and Philly are playing tonight who you're chasing. You guys are obviously, you need to win. Do you feel like with these 7 games to go, do you feel like you have to go 6-1? Kind of depends on what the teams are doing ahead of you. But if those 2 teams lose tonight and you guys win, your playoff chances probably jump, 15, 20%.
Yeah, we're head down, kind of just working on ourselves. I think, what happens in the other games we can't control, but what we can control is going out and winning a game tonight, and that's got to be our mindset every single game from now on. Is do what we got to do, prepare, win a big game, and then right back to it, right back to the drawing board. And then, focus on another 2 points after that. So right now our focus is strictly on Jersey and what we can control, and going out and taking 2 tonight.
So what's Jersey like? What are the challenges you face tonight?
Just a heavy skill team, rush play. They create off the rush. They create in their own zone. So it's gonna be very key for us to kind of stay above that, be over top their speed, and really tilt the ice in our favor.
Hey, Dewey, before that Flyers game, did you feel that vibe that Coach Carbs was talking about? His quote was, you could feel it in the morning and in the locker room before the game. You knew our guys knew how important this game was. Did you feel that kind of coursing through the locker room before that game?
Oh, yeah. And then that's, it's big, and we're there. We're right there. I think that at times recently it's kind of, you look at the standings, you get discouraged, but right now I think there's a whole new energy in our room to, now there's a light there, the numbers are falling there, and it's up to us to get some wins here.
All right, Dewey, best of luck in New Jersey tonight. Get those 2 points, and we'll talk to you again soon.
Sounds good, guys.
Yep.
Talk to you later.
See you, buddy.
That's Brandon Duhane from the Washington Capitals. They take on the New Jersey Devils tonight, trying to grab 2 more points.
He's definitely in his bed in the hotel, right?
I would guess.
Probably, yeah.
I would guess
probably just finished
there.
breakfast, and then he's jumping back into bed for an hour and a half.
Probably had so many eggs, steak and eggs for breakfast.
Yeah.
Oh, so good. All right, coming up next, we will talk some college hoops with Jimmy Patsos from Monumental Sports. He's in Indianapolis for the Final Four. That's coming up next here on The Fan. Every great team has a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan for your retirement? at Trajan Wealth. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps veteran who knows the value of independence, founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you, your goals, your risk tolerance, your timeline. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer, or maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your retirement savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They're going to help you call the right plays to reach your goals on your timeline. So call Trajan Wealth today, 202-929-6600. That's 202-929-6600, or visit TRAJANwealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client, paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Heading into the bottom of the seventh inning with a 5-1 lead, the Nationals seemed in control of yesterday's game. Yet slowly but surely, things unraveled. The Phillies made some clutch swings in the final innings, and ultimately the Nats fell 6-5 to Philly in extra innings. Home opener is tomorrow when they face the Dodgers. And the Wizards also lost to a Philadelphia team yesterday. They dropped their matchup 153 to 131 to the 76ers. And during Indiana's Pro Day on Wednesday, Fernando Mendoza only elevated his already high draft stock. Mendoza led the Hoosiers to a national title last season, won the Heisman Trophy, and looked great yesterday, according to multiple sources who were on site. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We're hoping to be joined by Jimmy Patsos shortly from Indianapolis. He's there to cover the Final Four. He, of course, plies his trade now for Monumental Sports.
Correct.
So he should hopefully join us soon.
And he's out in Indy. Games are obviously Saturday night. Big ones. 6:30ish, 6, and then maybe like 8:45, something
Close,
like that.
6:09 is the tip for UConn, Illinois.
Yeah. And then the second one will be 30 minutes after the other one ends, probably.
And then Arizona, Michigan set for an 8:49 tip, also on TBS and True TV.
Now, speaking of, we're going to talk with Jimmy about college hoops when he comes on. I saw this picture on Twitter, and it just depressed me and reminded me of all of our impending mortality. Larry Johnson posted a picture of the starting five from UNLV back in the day, and they all look great, but they're just old now. They're all just old. I mean, I think I can name them all. Anderson Hunt.
Greg Anthony,
of course, Larry Johnson, Stacey Augmon, and George Ackles.
That sounds right.
I think that's the starting. Like, I would watch all. I was borderline obsessed with UNLV hoops for a stretch. Like, they were just fun to watch.
Yeah,
they were just like, I'm sure they were getting paid long before NIL was a thing. Like, I mean, it was UNLV hoops. Like, you think there wasn't shadiness going on, but it was a damn entertaining basketball team back in the late 80s, early 90s.
Plus charismatic head coach with Tark.
Yeah.
I mean, but now they're old. They all have gray hair. They're hunched over. I mean,
they did win one, right?
They won at least one.
They won one national championship, and then the big deals they lost to Duke.
Well, they beat Duke to win it, and then they lost to Duke.
Yeah, they lost to Duke when Grant Hill joined Duke.
Yeah, they killed Duke the year before.
I still feel like they may have taken a dive in that game.
Oh, because Grant Hill wasn't a good player.
Grant Hill's a great player. I'm not saying Grant Hill isn't a great player.
He's better than every one of those UNLV players.
That could be the case, but I felt like that UNLV team was almost invincible, and they clearly weren't.
Yeah.
Or
Larry Johnson was pretty damn good.
Yeah, it's probably close.
Really good.
I think Grant Hill was
pretty
a
damn
better
good.
player than Larry
and
Johnson.
Augmon was a great college player.
Yeah, great defensive player.
He was great defensive. He was kind of a role player in the NFL. I mean, NBA, but he was a great college player.
I don't know, that picture just kind of tilted me when I saw it. Of course, I saw it while I was going to the bathroom.
What tilts me more is when I actually see myself.
Certainly. That's a thing.
So what's going on with Jimmy P? What's
trying to track him down?
Efforting behind the scenes.
Yeah, they are an hour back, right? He's probably got the time all screwed up.
I always forget.
Isn't India? Isn't it 8:03?
Are they Central Time?
I don't believe so.
They're not.
They're not. Oh, I thought they were.
Is the team that is getting the least amount of attention and has the least amount of people rooting for him? It's got to be Illinois, right?
Has to be Illinois,
right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's not like they're a slouch. It's not like they're a 9 or 10 seed. They're a 3 seed.
I understand.
Right.
I'm just saying I just don't.
They're the least sexy team,
like
by far.
UConn's got a history,
right?
I mean, they've won a couple recently. They won with Jim Calhoun's. They won national championships. They've got that. It's been a while since Arizona's been in the Final Four,
Yeah.
but also they've won national championships, and Michigan has.
Yeah, and everyone says the great national championship game would be Michigan and Arizona, but that's just the way the brackets are set up.
Let's be honest.
I think the Illinois-UConn game is going to be a great game.
Illinois is kind of boring, right?
Why? I mean, they can score.
I just mean like Illinois.
Oh,
as,
you mean just
as a whole,
as a state and as a school?
Chicago, they've got Chicago. Okay,
that's pretty good.
That's their crown jewel.
You mean the state? Okay.
I just mean like there's no real sexiness factor with their hoops team. They don't have a ton of history.
All right. Out of the schools, Arizona, Mich, UConn, and Illinois. I mean, it's easy which state you'd rather live in out of those four. All right,
hold on. Michigan, Arizona, Connecticut.
And Arizona. You'd probably pick Arizona one. What would be
sure,
number two?
Because my buddy Mikey Botts lived in Arizona, as did Drab for many years, and said he would never move back there because it's like living on the surface of the sun.
Okay, but
it's so hot in the summer, it's unbearable.
6 months out of the year, it'd probably be great.
Yeah,
right?
but the other 6 months,
okay,
it's like living on Mercury.
All right, well, Michigan, you
can't live in Michigan.
You're living on Neptune. All right, so I would never live in Michigan.
I'm with you, Jason. My one seat is Arizona.
2 would probably be Connecticut, although Connecticut sucks.
Well,
I don't like Connecticut.
Connecticut,
but it's near the water. It's near the water.
There's some ritzy parts of Connecticut.
I know, but it's just
fancy
the weather.
Parts of Connecticut,
but the weather when it's really cold.
Right.
But I'd probably go Connecticut. You know what? I'm going to go Illinois 3 and Michigan 4. Would not want to live in Michigan.
You don't want to live in Big Ten country.
No.
I've been to Michigan once.
I've been there
for a wedding. Drove
there.
there.
You've been twice because you went for a Super Bowl trip.
Oh,
went to
been there
Detroit
twice. Two good experiences.
You double dipped in Michigan. There you have it. You forgot. All right, we're having. Oh, it looks like Jimmy might be calling in now, so hopefully we can get to him in just a minute or so.
What were you about to pivot?
I was about to pivot to the EP if Jimmy Patsos doesn't call us from Indianapolis, which is the site of the Final Four, but it looks like he is calling. There he is right now on the Rude Guest Hotline. Welcome in Jimmy Patsos, one of the great talkers on the planet. He works for Monumental Sports. He also works for Under Armour. He probably has 50 jobs.
What's up, Coach?
What's up, Jimmy?
Hey, how we doing? We're out here in Indy. We got a big high school tournament. We got Paul with 6. We got Steve Turner at Montverde. He used to be at Gonzaga. And then we got the Final Four, and I'm on the Junkies, so it's a good day.
It's a good day. It's a good day to be alive.
There's your cell phone gripe, reception gripe.
That's what it is.
Hey,
what you do.
Hey, Jimmy P., we were just talking about the 4 states that are being represented in the Final Four, okay? Arizona, Connecticut, Illinois, Michigan.
Sure.
Rank them in terms of the place you'd most want to live to the place you'd least want to live.
Well, Chicago's so fantastic, you know. I got to live in Chicago.
Oh, so Illinois would be 1. All right.
So all that murder stuff, that's just bad publicity.
I'm from Baltimore. What is that?
Yeah, he doesn't care about that.
All right, so he's got Illinois with
All right, Illinois is 1. All right, go ahead.
We got to love Arizona for the weather.
That was my 1. Okay.
You know, and Scottsdale and Phoenix. And Connecticut, while it's not the greatest state itself, what fan base, but boy, you can get to Boston, New York awfully fast.
Right. All right, then Michigan would be dead last, and then that was my rank.
And you know what's funny? It's Detroit's coming back, and I was with Tom Izzo last night. Tom Izzo, I was here last night. Was the last night of recruiting. He was here. There's literally the Chipotle High School Classic. This is like all the great schools, the top 10 schools in the high schools in the country are here. And as I was talking, you know, once it hits Detroit's better, they got great sports, you know, they got everything you need, but I think those 6 months there are not my favorite, you know, and I just don't know it well. But I'm a Chicago guy, Arizona weather, and Connecticut, you can get there. And plus, I have Illinois winning it all, so, you know, I loved them earlier in the year when I saw them, so I'm going to pick Illinois for lots of reasons.
Hey, compare Jordan Smith to Acuff. Do they have similar games?
Yeah, Acuff's more of a volume shooter. We had him at IMG last couple of years. He was down there.
Right.
Full disclosure. Jordan Smith's a little more power guard. Jordan Smith, great player, tough, strong.
Right.
Knows how to do a little bit of everything.
Right.
But he's not as much a volume scorer as Acuff can take 40 shots in a game. Jordan Smith's not going to really do that. Plus, Glenn Farrell is a different type of coach because he's outstanding. I love Glenn Farrell. Outstanding coach at Apollo 6. But Jordan Smith's he's got a little Jordan. He's like Jordan and LeBron combined.
Oh, really?
Yeah, no, he's like a power guy. I've seen him bunch. He can score it, shoot it.
Yeah.
Does all that.
But he's a smaller guy. But
range.
Jordan Smith's a smaller guy. He's kind of equivalent to Acuff in that height.
Yes, he is. I'm just saying, but he's like a power guy. But he's not a real. He can play like lots of positions. He's just a player.
Gotcha.
He's just a Terminator. Love him. Great guy. Smitty's a great guy.
Yeah.
Hey, Jimmy, if the Wizards land the number 1 pick in the upcoming NBA draft, is DeBonsa just a lock, or
is he a no-brainer for you?
Do they go in another direction?
Look, I'm going to get Kill's going to be fired. I think DeBonsa.
Yeah.
I think DeBonsa, but I think Nate Ament from down the road in Virginia. Nate Ament's got a huge upside. He's got a lot of Durant. He's got this kid from Tennessee. I love DC kids.
Yep.
Look, but it depends what you need. Do you need a point guard? Acuff's played his way in there. Peterson scares him because he doesn't play that much. And Will Dawkins and Winger have done a great job. They know what they're doing with these guys. But if you put Trae Young, and Trae Young looks like he's completely bought in, you don't need a point guard. You need a 5'4". That's what you need, which is Boozer.
Right.
And then I just I've known Jimmy Patsos for a long time. He's from Boston, Massachusetts, Brockton, Mass, really, where Marvin Hagler and Rocky Marciano are from. That's where he's from. But he went out to BYU. But he's an unbelievable talent. He's long. They lost another player on BYU's team. That's why they didn't win didn't win as much as they should have. But they know what they're doing. They've done great with the young guys. They've got lots of good young players. It's just, can Anthony Davis really play? We'll find out. He's not a bad guy or anything. He just can get healthy. Trae Young looks like he's bought in. Trae Young looks, his attitude's been good, his energy's been good, he's around the team a lot. But do they need another point guard? Of course, they don't really have a point guard. Bum's kind of a good off the bench guy. Keyshawn George can start. It's just what position do you need him and who can you move? Koulibaly's had a great month. I know they're losing. I know all that stuff. Like how they're not playing well, but they got a lot of nice pieces. They just got to put them together and then get the 2 vets go in. And then this draft pick it begins. Next year we start to really every game matters. We're supposed to have a chance to win every game, and Charlotte has shown you. LaMelo grew up. They got the players. Sure, they added our Duke guys. Sure, they added the Alabama guy Miller and all those guys. It's just LaMelo Ball really turned the corner, and all of a sudden Charlotte's dangerous. They're really good. Atlanta, now they got the trade with C.J. McCollum and Kerry Kispert. They're really good. Their young guys have come together with some vets. What veteran, what free agent can you get here? Because you got a lot of money that they can spend. There's so many pieces, but the pick is huge because that's your 10-year plan.
Correct. All right, so let's talk about the games on Saturday. What's impressive about all 4 of these teams is, they're pretty balanced. They've got good guards, but they've also got good bigs. And Michigan and Arizona both have really good bigs. So just let's start with that game. What's kind of the key matchup or the key factor in your eyes between Michigan and Arizona?
I'm biased because the two guys, Yaxel Landenberg played 3 years for us at UAB on the Under Armour circuit. He played for Andy Kennedy, who's a Huggins guy. And I love him, and he's done a great job. Big Ten Player of the Year. He's earned it. Kaddo, the guard, can do all that stuff. And then the 7'3" guy from UCLA. This is what I do. I associate people with where they came from, and now there's a lot of places they came from. It used to be DeMatha. Like Wirtz came from DeMatha and went to Richmond. It used to be easy. Now the formula is 27 schools, but you got to do what you got to do. UAB and UCLA, 2 players leave and go to play under Dusty May. He's done an unbelievable job developing guys to the whole next level. Andy Kennedy and Mick Cronin can really coach, but these guys, they're front line. I saw them in person. The only team I haven't seen in person is Arizona, and that is a detriment to my ability to, make a real review of them. Arizona is I know Tommy Lloyd was watched on TV, but I haven't seen them. I know Pete. I know who they are. Jaden Davins, an SMG kid. I just think Michigan was the best team in November. Well, it's the only team I've seen that's been the best team from the start to finish, and really has been. All right, they lost in the Big Ten, tournament. That's a 27-game tournament. I don't know, there's so many teams in there now. This thing is real. Michigan, Dusty May, they've done how they've handled it, how they've played, how big they are, but how they share the ball and the way they beat Tennessee. Tommy Lloyd, and then went down to Purdue. They were down 7 points at halftime, and they came back and won. Tommy's a friend of mine. If anybody's wondering, Tommy Lloyd is one of the architects for 20 years. Really good coach, really good guy at Gonzaga. He was out with Mark Few at Gonzaga for 20 years. Waited. Didn't take a small job like some of us did, like Loyola or Siena. That's fine. He waited. He gets Arizona, coach of the year. 3 years later, now he's in the Final Four, first time since 2001. They haven't won. No team west of the Mississippi's won it, I guess. So no real out west teams won it since '97. Arizona in '95, UCLA. Maybe it's time, and maybe they have depth. But for some reason, Michigan seems like they're more tested than Arizona.
Jimmy, thanks for the time, man. We'd appreciate it. Have a great time in Indy.
Don't sleep on Illinois, my friends. Don't sleep on Illinois. They have that kid Mirkovich, number 0. I love that guy.
He likes the Illini. Jimmy, thanks, man, as always. We'll talk to you again soon.
See you guys.
That's Jimmy Patsos, Monumental Sports Hoops analyst. He is at the Final Four in Indianapolis. And obviously,
did we ask
Artemis
him more
has
than
not
one
corrected
question?
the cell phone technology problem.
We asked him multiple questions.
Okay. I love having Jimmy on, but he's one of those guys that he starts going and he starts asking himself questions, and he's just like, he just ripped through all the teams and everything.
Yeah, that's the genius of Jimmy.
He's good. I mean, he gives you great info, but his cell phone was terrible.
Yeah, I do think Michigan, they're a great passing team.
Oh, yeah, they're very balanced.
And we had Brando pick Michigan. Who else picked Michigan on this show?
Roger the Dodger.
Roger the Dodger.
Well, I know the draft T-shirt is rooting for Arizona.
There was a couple of guests.
Big
I always
time
forget
over Michigan. All right, we come back. We will do Cakes', not EB's entertainment page.
It's not going to be all Masters?
I can guarantee you it won't be all Masters related. And before the show is done, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to see Bryan Adams and Pat Benatar when they come to Baltimore this summer. So keep listening. We were just talking about Kirk Cousins and where he might land earlier in the show today.
Yeah.
And we just got the news that he is signing with the Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah.
So he will be Mendoza's mentor.
Yeah.
You would think. I think that's a...
And apparently Kubiak had talked about the fact that they didn't really want Mendoza to be the week 1 starter as a rookie. They wanted to kind of ease him in.
I have no problem with that, by the way.
I got no problem with it.
If you don't think he's ready, don't throw him into the fire and destroy the kid's confidence before he's ready.
Sure.
If you want to wait till week 4, 6, 8, whatever it is, take your time. The Raiders are not they're not a playoff team this year. They're trying to rebuild. They're trying to rebuild from the ashes. They are a horrible franchise right now.
Yeah.
And they need
but they
to
might get off,
slowly build their way
They
back
might get
up.
off to a better start with an established vet like Cousins.
Right.
If he
So they
plays.
still had Aiden O'Connell. So Cousins leapfrogs O'Connell.
Yeah.
I mean,
and he should.
Aiden O'Connell. You're never going to win games with that guy.
That's your backup.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
he's
always
a
would
second
be.
or third stringer for his entire NFL
But
career.
we threw out the possibilities or the teams that might be interested in him. We threw out the Steelers and
Packers and
Rams, as a backup situation.
Right.
But he could be, he could be your week 1 starter, probably would be, until they feel like Mendoza's ready.
Mendoza just had his pro day, right?
Yeah, apparently it was really good.
Aren't most guys good in their own pro day? Some
I
guys
think-
fall flat
I
on their own pro day.
I think some are better than others. But apparently
even Johnny Manziel was good on his pro day.
Yeah. But apparently he was. He looked very sharp. But yeah, so Cousins will go to Vegas.
Okay. I actually like that move. I think that's a solid move by what had been kind of a rudderless franchise up until recently.
Right. Yeah.
Maybe they're getting things turned around with new coach, new GM, Tom Brady there is part of the ownership as well.
Yeah.
One less option for the Steelers if Aaron Rodgers decides not to come back. I think Rodgers is going to play.
I think he's probably going to play at least one more year.
He's
I
with
had
your
to
boy
guess.
Mike McCarthy again.
Now he's gonna
a reunion.
He's gonna tease them and he's gonna hold out to the very last minute.
No, supposedly he told them that he's going to let them know before the draft.
Oh,
so theoretically,
Okay.
he'll know in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, so we'll see if that is what comes to fruition in Pittsburgh. All right, let's get into the EP, and I promise, not every story is going to be Masters related like it was
Will there be one story Masters related?
yesterday. I'll tell you after I do the read.
By the way, these guys have, I guess it's Valdez, the Golf Channel on and the Masters on. I'm sitting here because the camera was broken this morning, so they asked me to sit on this side, and I never get to see the TVs that they're watching. It was like Sevi Ballesteros on and Greg Norman.
We're doing an
Getting ramped up.
iconic Masters every day for Drab and for Mar to get
you know what?
ready.
Let me quickly do the read, and I do want to bring up something golf nerd related just for a second.
Okay.
The EP is driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW of Fairfax and ask for EB's girl Miriam, the general manager, or check them out at bmwoffairfax.com. Okay, before we get into the EP proper, I'm sure that Valdez has seen this. The woman who is a golfer, I believe it's for Southern California? She's a collegiate golfer.
Shoemaker?
Shoemaker. That's her name. The clip of her and her address to the ball and her waggle and her preparing to hit one shot, which I believe takes roughly a minute and 10 to a minute and 15 seconds. I saw it all over the internet yesterday. And I just looked at the thumbnail, but then I clicked on it and I could not believe how long it took this woman to hit one golf shot.
That did go viral.
One golf shot.
I clicked on it and I couldn't sit through it for more than 5 seconds. So I just fast forwarded it to the end.
No, I watched the whole thing. I can't believe
you
I
sat
watched the
there
whole
and
thing.
just watch all her waggles and everything.
She's standing over the ball. She's doing a little waggle. She takes the club back a quarter of the way like I do when I do my real swing. And then she puts the club back down and
It's not even like it's not even like a
unbelievable.
waggle. She's doing like rehearsal swings.
Yeah.
Full rehearsal swings for a minute over the ball before she hits it.
It was
I
crazy.
know golf purists will say that there shouldn't be a clock. There should be a clock in golf like there is I mean,
I have no problem.
Major League Baseball didn't want a clock.
Yeah.
They didn't want a clock for pitchers. It's the purity of sport. They added a clock, shortened the game, made it better.
No. There's ways to police this, and it can get very golf geeky. But in other words, if they start docking strokes for slow play, people will pick up the pace.
Right. Yeah.
There's right now. There's no other than a warning or being put on the clock. There's no real enforcement of slow play. People are aware that other people are playing slowly, and if it is properly enforced, it shouldn't be a problem where you need a shot clock.
Right.
I'm just saying they changed some rules in Major League Baseball, and most people seem to be saying all the changes were positive.
I mean, some poker tournaments have shot clocks to prevent people from tanking and taking 6 minutes to decide on, how they're going to play out their hand, which makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, I promise not every story was Masters related, but the first story on the EP is on Wednesday's edition of the Pat McAfee Show, the former Colts punter came to the defense of Jason Kelce, who received blowback when news broke that he would be part of ESPN's coverage of the 90th Masters next week. In the middle of the segment, McAfee revealed that the Pat McAfee Show has tried to host a live edition of the show from the Masters Par 3 contest the past 3 years, and were effectively told to, quote, go to hell by the people at the Masters. So I guess the Pat McAfee Show wanted to be there and on site doing the Par 3 contest, and they got the Dikembe.
They did.
They said,
wow.
Nope, that is not happening here.
I don't understand really the blowback for Kelce being one of the announcers. If he's popular and he's good and he's fun,
here's the blowback, in my opinion. We're just being force-fed Jason Kelce. We're like, Jason Kelce is being forced down our throats at almost every
ESPN,
turn.
Yeah.
Like I think that's where people are just getting like, well, why is Jason Kelce at the Masters all of a sudden?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
but is he
that
good?
Really a fit?
I thought he's fine doing the NFL.
I don't.
I really haven't seen him do anything else.
I try not to digest
what would
Jason Kelce doing the NFL as much as I can.
He was mediocre doing TGL stuff.
What was his role? Was he just interviewing players? I haven't watched him with the TGL stuff.
Yeah, he would just interview players. He would do some,
but kind of in a goofy way.
Yeah.
He's not asking him serious golf.
Yeah,
questions.
he's the AWOD of ESPN.
Yeah.
He'd go
That's his role.
Yeah, he'd go underneath the turning green and everything, and show everyone all the propulsions that are making the undulations in the green.
Right.
He'd do all that wacky stuff.
Because golf fans don't want to watch Jason Kelce. Jason Kelce might be fine on the NFL, and he might be fun in wacky segments that they do.
Mm-hmm.
This is the Masters.
Right.
This is the most uptight.
Yeah, but the Par 3 contest.
If they take it seriously,
it's the whole thing. It's all of it's. I think he's there the whole time. I don't think he's not just going for the Par 3. I think they want him there for other stuff because they got to find something to do with their talent that they pay a ton of money to. They can't just have him sitting at home all the time. No golf fan, and I'm the most casual of golf fans. I'm a Tiger Woods fan. Wants to see Jason Kelce at Augusta.
I'm actually surprised that the uppity, green jacket wearing members and people that call the shots there are allowing Jason Kelce to be doing it.
Yeah,
it seems a little out of character.
It does.
Yeah, but I don't.
It does seem out of character.
I don't know what
he seems like an outsider. You know what I mean? Like
but how
he's
are they
not
going to keep
insider.
a broadcaster off the broadcast? They can choose who they want to broadcast.
The Masters can say, we don't want Jason Kelce on our broadcast. It's that simple. They're powerful. That's how.
They just told Tiger Woods not to come.
They
can tell Jason Kelce.
You think the people at that are running the Masters aren't telling ESPN what to do for the most part? And who can and who cannot come in and broadcast on their golf course?
Yeah, they
It's a
100%
private golf course. They can do whatever they want.
Yeah, they could. I agree.
I'm kind of surprised that Kelsey's there. I'm not surprised they told Pat McAfee to go to hell because he has a little more of a wild guy reputation,
right?
I guess than
they don't want him taking
Jason
off his
Kelce.
shirt on the set.
But I mean, Jason Kelsey's kind of a wild man too, so I'm a little surprised that he is going to be part of the broadcast. But Pat McAfee will not be.
Well,
apparently,
Mr. Matt Myers will be down there next week.
So
he'll see him.
This is an all Kelsey brother entertainment page so far. Travis Kelce's bachelor party is just weeks away, according to Page 6.
Where is it?
It's going to be at the end of May in a place you know very well, the Bahamas.
Bahamar?
The big item on the agenda is golf with his brother, Jason Kelce, and
Albany
pals
Club?
like Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, good.
Nice.
But we don't have an exact location, but we're told by a source, quote, it'll be chill, just guys having a good time.
Mm-hmm.
Just guys having a good time.
And gambling.
Probably gambling.
Yeah, good.
They could potentially be staying at the same spot where Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce have stayed in the Bahamas before. Maybe you're familiar with this spot, Jason. The $15,000 a night Rosalita House Estate. So if you really want to go big next time you're in the Bahamas, you will stay at that spot instead of at Bahamar.
Rosalita Estate. I have to look that up.
The Rosalita House Estate, you can stay there for the bargain basement price of $15K per night.
Have you played golf out there, Jason?
Yeah, I played at the Ocean Club a couple times.
Did you
It's very close to Atlantis.
Did you hit any balls in the ocean?
How
many holes are on the ocean?
Pretty much all of them.
Excellent.
Must
be
and it's
amazing.
always windy.
Oh, I'm sure.
But it's money.
I'm sure it's beautiful.
It's just a beautiful course, yeah.
This is kind of a scary story. Former Fleetwood Mac guitarist Lindsey Buckingham has reportedly been attacked with an unidentified substance. On Wednesday, the two-time Grammy Award winner, who's now 76, was attacked by a woman when he showed up for an appointment in Santa Monica. The alleged suspect, who authorities described as, quote, a stalking suspect, threw an unknown substance at Buckingham and then immediately fled. The woman, identified only as Michelle, has allegedly been harassing Buckingham and his family dating back to 2021. He claimed in his petition that Michelle had made threats to kill him and his family. So kind of a scary situation. Like, what if she threw like a disfiguring acid all over his face?
Right.
And he looks like Two-Face from Batman all of a sudden.
Right.
That'd be terrifying.
Harvey Dent.
He looks like Harvey Dent.
So they didn't say what the...
I'm glad you got that reference, Valdez.
They didn't say what she threw on him?
Unidentified.
Unidentified?
Yeah.
No.
Hopefully,
but she's been stalking him for years.
Hopefully it wasn't the same substance that Miggs threw on Clarice Starling when she was going to visit.
A lot of movie references.
When she was going to visit Hannibal Lecter.
Well, it is the entertainment page.
It is entertaining,
Yeah.
yes. And I can identify that substance. I just can't say what it is.
Yes. You can actually make that substance.
I could make that. Yeah. All of us could.
Yeah.
And all of us do. But I don't do what Miggs did with it because it was particularly nasty and gross. We'll get past that story. Jenny McCarthy has something.
Still married to
one of the Wahlbergs.
Donnie Wahlberg?
Donnie Wahlberg. Not Mark Wahlberg.
Right.
Hey, man, I'm not married to Jenny McCarthy. That's my brother, man. Jenny McCarthy has something in common with the missing junkie today, Eric Bickle.
They're at a volleyball tournament?
That is not what they share.
I'm assuming he's at a volleyball tournament.
Jenny McCarthy has been enduring a, quote, living hell amid her ongoing illness that has caused eye growths and missing teeth during an appearance on Maria Menounos' Heel Squad podcast, whatever that is.
She used to love Maria Menounos.
I got my picture taken with her in Dallas.
That's right. She was at was it Morton's? She was at a steakhouse with Terry Bradshaw and the whole Fox crew.
Howie Long. Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
I got my picture with her.
Going a ways back. She opened up about the current state of her health and what was at the root of her issues. She said, quote, last time I was here, I was literally on my way to the biological dentist because I had gone through 6 months of living hell in my mouth.
Biological dentist?
I've never seen that as a descriptor for a dentist before.
Okay.
She said, quote, I had an infected root canal.
Oof.
I didn't know that root canals don't last forever. Hence the comparison to one Eric Bickle, who's had 1 million root canals. McCarthy said her tooth was left in after the dentist thoroughly cleaned out the canal, but 3 weeks later, quote, my face blew up again. It got infected again. She developed a jawbone infection due to 3 toxic pools hiding underneath her wisdom teeth.
Wow.
She should have gone to
That must have been so
She
painful.
should have gone to Elegant Smiles and my guy, Dr. Kumra.
She probably should have done that.
Man,
She probably wouldn't be going through a living hell with her teeth and her eye growths. She had some real issues. Kind of scary.
This picture I'm looking at, I don't know when it was taken, but it looks nothing like her. It looks nothing like Jenny McCarthy. I would never guess that was her.
Right. Does it look more like Kevin McCarthy or Jenny McCarthy?
No, it looks more like Jenny, but
Okay.
just her face doesn't. I mean,
Right.
she's had a lot of work done.
Yeah. All right, that's your EP. Hopefully, I entertained you. I only put one Masters/golf story in, unlike yesterday's EP that had 7 golf stories populating the EP. Sometimes that's the way it goes. All right, when we come back, we'll give you a chance to win tickets to go see Bryan Adams and Pat Benatar when they are in Baltimore coming up later this summer. Keep listening for your chance to win. Caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to win tickets to see Bryan Adams roll with the punches with Pat Benatar and Neil Giraldo Sunday, August 9th at CFG Bank Arena. Tickets on sale now. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. The reason I was laughing at the beginning of this, Mike Marr brought us back from break, and he's playing Aerosmith in the background.
Uh-huh.
And this is probably a song that he discovered 6 minutes ago that he thinks came out like in 2024. And it's probably been out for 50 years. Mike Marr.
Is that true?
Well, he stumbles upon music.
But why should he know Aerosmith? He's 26.
I'm not saying that
He knows
should, but he just has a bad read on when music
Bad
came
clock.
out.
He's got a bad
where
music
bands
clock.
are from. He doesn't know that Aerosmith is from Boston. He probably thinks they're from London. He's kind of all over the map.
I definitely knew this was Aerosmith, and I know it's anywhere from the 60s, 70s. I would say 70s.
Okay.
But the big blind spot is where the bands are from.
Right, where bands are from.
I just like to think every band is from America, and then when I find out they're from the UK, it makes me look at them a little differently.
just blows your mind.
But so you did assume that Aerosmith was an American band, though.
Yeah, it's a safe assumption.
Yeah.
I mean, you can ask Cakes. I think every band is from America.
Right. You
And then
think
he'll tell
Led
me
Zeppelin are from America, and they're clearly not.
But Aerosmith, they got plenty of hits. So I was just going through the catalog.
You have a lot of
found
hits.
Train kept it rolling.
Yeah.
Let's keep it rolling today.
Where's Coldplay from?
They're from. They sound British.
Well,
Good
that's
job.
because they are British. Yes, well done.
Is Led
Impressive.
Zeppelin doing a reunion tour?
Not that I know of, because that would be huge news if the living members reunited.
I thought that they were, but hold on.
I mean, if they did, they would be printing hundreds of millions of dollars. I know that.
I thought I saw that online yesterday, but maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, if they're going to do it, they probably should do it soon, because those guys are getting up there in years.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Are they in their
Got to be in their
late
70s.
late 70s?
I don't know about late, but I know those dudes have to be in that age range.
Yeah, that's funny though.
Yeah. All right, 800-636-1067 is the number. If you want to chime in on an open line Thursday, you can talk about whatever you want. You can talk about the Nats opening day at home. That starts tomorrow against the Dodgers. They had a chance to win their second of two series to start the season. Fell short last night with the bullpen.
They blew it. Bullpen blew it.
They blew it for Cade Cavalli. Had another nice outing, and the bullpen couldn't hold up their end of the bargain. With I believe it was a 5-1 lead.
5-1 lead
in the seventh inning.
Yep.
That's a game that you need to close out. They weren't able to do that.
It wasn't
last
just
night.
the bullpen. C.J. Abrams threw a bad ball, and Garcia was playing first. Now, look, Luis Garcia is not a first baseman. He's a second baseman. So he probably should have scooped it. In fact, they might have even given the error to Garcia, but they shouldn't have because it was a bad throw. James Wood had a bad throw from left field, overthrew the catcher.
Right.
Guys advanced. So the defense let him down too, but the bullpen was really bad in the ninth.
Jason, can you give us a quick weather report for opening day tomorrow at Nats Park?
Oh, I think it's going to be nice. Hold on. I'm going to say
let's test your weather gauge over your weather vane.
I'm going to say 82 degrees.
All right, let's check this. DC weather.
I'm going to say partly sunny, 82 degrees.
DC weather tomorrow. High of 84, low of 65.
Thank you.
So you're all over
and
it.
no rain.
No, I don't believe there's any rain in the forecast. Maybe partially cloudy, but yeah, should be a great day.
You like that song too, No Rain.
No Rain, Blind Melon.
Blind Melon, right.
Shannon Hoon, no longer with us.
No longer with us. All right.
Been gone for a long time.
No, it's going to be nice. It's a 105 start.
105 start, yes.
And they don't face Shohei, although they're going to have to get him out.
Drab T-shirt, can you update the listeners as to there's definitely some ramp up for opening day at Nats Park as far as like where Grant and Danny and B. Mitch and Finley are broadcasting from, correct?
Tap 99, just right down there by outside the outfield. And B. Mitch and Finley will be out there. Chris Russell will be out there. Both stations. Yeah.
Nice.
It's going to be a great day.
Excellent.
1250 Half Street Southeast, right outside the center field there. Tap 99.
Very good.
Do we have any possibility for opening day guests tomorrow on the show?
Nats are working on it. I was talking with them yesterday, but we had Taboni on yesterday. So they're trying to get us a player.
All right, good. We should get James Wood on the show. James Wood should sit in the studio with us.
He should sit in here every week.
Well, just one time. I mean, with our connection with him.
Yeah.
I mean,
Your connection. You played with his dad? Or
I know.
Did you overlap?
No, he
years?
came in the year after I left, but he's a good dude.
He's a really good dude.
I've known him for years.
Mhm.
Now James is very quiet.
Yeah,
he's very quiet, soft-spoken dude. But I think he'd be better in studio than on the phone.
generally the case.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't have Jimmy Patsos' cell, he'd be fine.
He
to call
can't
in.
have that.
Are you going to text Jimmy?
No, I don't care.
Bust his chops.
It's good. It's not his fault. It's a cell phone. Unless he was talking like this. I mean, I don't know why he sounded so bad.
Caps Devils tonight, Cakes.
It's a massive game. Massive. I will be dialed in. Is it 7 o'clock puck drop?
7:30.
7:30.
ESPN.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I don't like that it's on ESPN. That means no Joe B and no Locker. I actually detest that. Drives me crazy when I don't hear my guys Joe B and Locker on the call. But I'll live through it somehow. Oh, here's what I'll do. I will mute the TV.
It says ESPN Plus.
I will mute the TV.
Mm-hmm.
And then I will put on John Walton on 106.7 The Fan with the call. That's brilliant.
There you go.
That's just an amazing life hack. I just made my life better.
And of course, Matt Myers will be going to. He's going to be going to Augusta next week.
That's right.
He's leaving Tuesday. He'll be down there for the par 3 on Wednesday.
I'll be all day Wednesday.
But he's not going to be there for the first round on Thursday, correct?
No, I will be coming back Thursday morning, and then I'll be back at work Friday.
Can you take some pictures of Augusta, the town? Obviously not the golf course. Just to show us how dumpy and how Laurel-like it is, according to EB.
I can try and do that if I remember.
Yes, just send us some of the Augusta highlights.
I'm gonna try and call in from on property.
Okay.
From the payphone.
Oh, that's right. They got payphones. That's hysterical.
I still have a hard time believing that's a real thing, but I mean,
They're
it's
very
not April Fool's Day anymore. Like
they're
this
very
must be a real
they're very
thing.
popular.
What do they?
sure.
What do they? Can you describe what they look like?
It's just
Is
like
it a booth?
Yeah,
Is
it's like a bank. It's like a bank of payphones that like are up against the wall.
Okay.
And then they got like the dividers.
Yeah.
And people line up to go to the payphones and call like their dad or significant other or kids.
How do you pay? How does the mechanism work?
You put quarters in.
Nuh-uh. You actually feed coins into the phone?
I'm assuming it's a payphone. You feed coins in it.
Like it's the
place
1980s?
The place is stuck in time, Cakes. Do you not realize that?
I just have a hard time believing they have payphones that actually you feed U.S. currency into, and then you talk to somebody on the other end of the phone.
Well,
But
he's going to
it's
try.
probably clearer
I
than most cell phones.
I actually cannot wait to be phone free for an entire day.
So let me ask this. How far away are the payphones from the patrons and the golfers so you don't disturb them?
They're not on they're not on the tee box next to the hole.
Where are the phones located on the grounds?
I have to double check, but I think like around Founder Circle.
I'm sure I know what Founder Circle is. I mean, what does that even mean?
It's the one with the big logo and the flagpole.
So it's like like when you drive on campus at Maryland,
Yes,
the big M with the flowers.
Yes.
Kind of like that.
So
Almost
if
as
people,
iconic as Maryland spot.
so
almost.
So you won't even bring your phone and check it. You'll just leave it at the hotel.
Yes, or like in the car.
Or in the car.
In the glove box or
Yeah.
something.
Yeah, because you're going to want to take pictures.
Well, I have a 2003
You got a
Sony.
burner? You got a burner phone?
No, Sony disposable camera.
Oh, okay, cool.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, that has like the memory card in it and everything. A lot of people also take like those
Polaroids?
those Kodak
Right.
disposable cameras.
Ah, okay.
Yes.
You guys are really going old school.
Well, that's what you it's what you have to do.
Yeah, that's what you're forced to do.
I've done the amount of research I've done
Oh, I can imagine.
is massive.
You're a researcher and a planner. We all know that.
Yes,
now.
I have an itinerary printed out.
Yes. All right, we have to get out of
Printed
here.
out.
We are done.
Well, AI hooked them.
We're
Remember?
done for the day. B. Mitch and Finley, they're coming up next here on The Fan. We'll see you tomorrow.
This sports update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power home team, Keller Williams Realty. Per his agent Kirk Cousins signing with the Raiders, he reunites with head coach Clint Kubiak, who coached him for 3 seasons in Minnesota. And if it's even possible, Fernando Mendoza elevated his draft stock at Indiana's Pro Day. He completed 53 of 56 passes with 2 drops and showed off some arm strength with passes that traveled 50 to 60 yards and displayed pinpoint accuracy. Both the Nationals and the Wizards played Philadelphia yesterday. The Nats lost 6-5 in extra innings, and the Wizards lost 153-131 to the 76ers. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Without that, it's like Kryptonite and Superman. What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley now. The official show sponsor is our friends over at Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. Good morning, Brian. How you doing?
I'm good, man. What's happening with you?
Oh, not much. It's spring break this week, I think, for a lot of schools. So traffic's been pretty light until right at the tidal basin, where every Uber in town is dropping off every tourist in town to see whatever's left of the cherry blossoms.
Yeah.
Doug, you cannot stop on roads where there's no traffic lights and no shoulder. Like, where are the police? We got National Guard. Send them there. Make these Ubers keep moving.
Oh, they're not doing that.
It's remarkable.
Yeah, you know why they're not doing that? Because all those people here making money for this city and whatever.
They're staying at a hotel, going to a restaurant.
On Monday or Tuesday, I think it was, I was in the right lane. And I'm like, what the hell is going on? Let me jump in this left lane. Jump in the left, or the middle lane when you're right before you get to the tidal basin, and then you jump to the left, you go right through.
Right. It's not that big. If it was normal traffic combined with that, it would be a big deal.
Yeah.
Today, it's just an annoyance. Like, I just go around them.
Yeah.
But it's just like...
I saw many people just stop their car and out the sunroof, taking pictures. And I'm like, I blew the horn. One lady looked at me as if I was crazy. I was
like where's the problem?
This is a damn highway.
Yeah, dude.
A street. Get the hell out the way. I think they're beautiful too. But I know not to stop in front of cars.
100%. They're pretty trees, and I hope everybody gets to enjoy them. But you know what they have? If you just go a little bit further, where Independence splits with Maine, there's a parking lot. You can just pull in there and park your car next to the little boats.
Go ride around Haynes Point. It's a lot of them. You get to see a ton of them.
I don't know, man. I think too many people have become just like addicted to what their phone says, and if the phone says stop here, they just stop, regardless of if it's a place you can stop or not.
I think you need to change the rule. If you get hit in the back, sometimes it's your fault. It's not the person always that hits you in the back fault.
Right.
The person that throws on brakes to do something stupid is their fault too, right?
100%. So the Nats season has gotten off to this kind of fun start. They're playing a little better than we expected, and it's kind of interesting after years and years of kind of just playing old school baseball that they're going with this like super analytical approach, different hitters in the lineup every day. Mm-hmm. They tried the opener thing, whatever that was, I think 3 games ago, where they like have a bullpen arm go first and then they just kind of work their way backwards. And it's different for folks that watch most Nats games, right? Like it's a new approach. But yesterday, wasn't analytics, wasn't research and development. There was no computer program. You just blew a lead. Mm-hmm. Like, yesterday's the first game where it's like, damn it, you just blew it. I think they were up. C.J. Abrams hit the 3-run shot in the 7th, and this thing looked pretty good, right? And then they cough up 3 runs in the 8th and 9th, lose in the 10th to the Phillies. And, like, I know they're going to play their version analytic-driven baseball, right? Mm-hmm. But I also know my man Stallion and Toby, to his credit, going back a month. Remember when I don't know what exactly we were talking about, but both those guys were telling us how excited they were about one of these bullpen arms, young guy they got from the Yankees that should be the closer. Mm-hmm. They refused to let him be the closer. Like, walk me through the pitching decision, Stallion, and what you're up 3 runs going to the 8th. Mm-hmm. That's a game you win.
Go ahead. I think baseball, though, of all sports, baseball is that one sport where, not yet, we are going to go with certain people at certain times. We're going to let you grow.
Cavalli was good.
All the other sports, when you're a baller, you're a baller. Baseball, they'll put you on the shelf. They'll make you wait. And I don't understand it.
But they pitched the guy. They just didn't pitch him when I think you should have, right?
Yeah, I mean,
we're talking about Beater, right?
Yeah, Clayton Beater. He should be their closer, but also, like, you kind of want to keep them on their toes, and it was one of those situations where actually the Phillies were going to be pinch hitting someone, and they're going to be putting in a right-handed bat to face Clayton Beater, but it actually wasn't reported to the MLB umpire, and so they actually left in Brandon Marsh to have that lefty-righty matchup. But even then, regardless, like, this is going to happen over 162 games. Like, you're going to have weird bullpen decisions, and honestly, like, is Clayton Beater like this stud closer? No. So I kind of understand why the Nationals may go a different route, and unfortunately, it just didn't work out yesterday. So, not happy about it, but still.
I mean, if you want stuff to be happy about, Weimer keeps raking. I think, Brady House is playing pretty well. James Wood's still not hitting. I do think when it comes to analytics and research and everything, it can't be a one-size-fits-all approach. I think you have to acknowledge, like, your studs might want to do something a little different. Brian, we've heard whispers and conversations of things, right? Mm-hmm. With a dude like Wood, with the level of talent he has, on some level, you got to let guys do their thing and then try to maybe make tweaks or improvements and not a one-size-fits-all approach, right?
Yeah, I agree with that. I think a lot of times people think because they read something, they think something, they heard something, they know more. I think the guy that's actually doing it knows a lot too. So you need to take sports, the analytics world needs to always involve some level of the human aspect of it. And hell, let's say we all play golf.
Yeah.
At different levels. If they walk in right now and try to tell me to do something that they're going to tell Jeff to do or whatever, I'm probably giving them the one finger salute. And because you can't just say, hey, everybody do the same thing. No. Everybody doesn't have the same ability. And you have to find a way to be able to utilize that ability while improving that, not trying to make everybody look and be the same.
Can you imagine if the Detroit Lions drafted Barry Sanders 3rd overall in the 1989 NFL draft? Mm-hmm. The Lions at that point in time were coached by Wayne Fontes.
Wayne Fontes, yep. You should have like the little receivers that just run around like jitterbugs.
Can you imagine if when Barry got to Detroit, Wayne's like, listen, I'm just going to need you to hit this hole. None of that stuff behind the line of scrimmage. Just hit this hole. If it's a 3-yard gain, get me 3. I don't want you trying to do your thing anymore, young man.
I think Barry would have gave him the one finger salute.
Like, you got to let elite players be elite.
Yeah.
And who knows? Maybe it's just a slump to start the year. We don't know enough, right? But something I'm keeping my eye on for sure. The Wiz, I fear your boy might be wearing the hot dog hat today.
You?
Did you catch any of the Wiz game last night?
Nah.
Well, they gave up $150.
You wearing a hot dog hat. Just because they gave up $150, you wearing a hot dog hat.
That might be a fair rule. If you bet on a team that gives up $150, you're wearing.
You got to wear the damn hat.
I haven't worn it yet, but today's my day. The surprise of all might be that the last two, Jeff and White Brian, still haven't worn it. I would have probably pegged Jeff to wear it pretty early, but
well, Jeff and Stallion were tied, and we felt Stallion just looked good on it. Jeff should have been wearing it.
A lot of stuff happening in the NFL that we're going to get to in a moment. But did you guys watch the moon launch at all? It was pretty. You were playing golf, so you didn't watch it. I had to go to work, so
I was playing very good golf, Jay.
Sorry,
not
Leon.
just golf.
Leon got. What was you shooting the 70s?
Nah, I got close.
81.
Yeah,
82. 80. Oh, you got real close. So I had to go to work.
It's early in the year.
Dude, I went and hit some balls, and it felt very early in the year. So I was supposed to have a tease at 6:35, I think. So I get there, ready to rock. I see the rocket, the NASA Artemis 2, and at NBC, we had broken into live network coverage. When network says, like, we're going live, like, you got no choice. You're just going till they're done.
You're going to deal with it.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I walk in, I'm like, oh, I ain't getting on air. And I knew my tease was definitely dead because they were still counting down how long until the rocket gets shot up. And I'm like, okay, well, I just sat there and watched. It ended up being pretty damn cool. I don't know. It's an exciting, interesting time. I can't really get an answer as to the why we're going back to the moon.
They want to go to Mars.
Okay. If you want to go to Mars, why are we going to the moon?
They're going to mine. The theory is there's frozen water on the moon, and they can separate that water to make rocket fuel and make it a lot cheaper to go from the moon to Mars than the Earth to Mars.
That's some advanced stuff right
hey,
there.
man, science, bro. And then,
it was cool to watch, though.
Yeah.
Like, I feel like I hadn't watched a rocket launch in a long time, even though they're going up with some consistency. It seems like, Stallion, you watched it?
Yeah, so I didn't even know it was happening yesterday. I know, you hate this, B-Mitch, but I didn't know it was happening yesterday. I was actually at a bar for happy hour, and we look up, and they're counting down a rocket. We're like, oh, my God. And everyone was really into it. Everyone was counting down inside the bar, and it was a really cool thing. Like, I never knew that this was happening yesterday. I had no idea.
I think
I'm not shocked.
Nobody has gone this far in space. Do you know the last time we went this? Like, they've been sending up astronauts, but they haven't gone roughly more than like 250 miles from Earth, according to this thing I read.
Mm-hmm.
These dudes went 250,000 miles out.
Yeah.
Like the 250.
That's where they're going, or that's where they already went? They made it already?
They're headed that far.
They moving, dog.
The last time a rocket ship, and we are not NASA experts, let's be clear. Maybe we get one on the phone.
We know that for a fact.
The last time they went this far was 1972. Is that when you were born?
No, I was born in 68.
Okay.
Don't say one damn word, young man.
But
I know.
What's crazy to me is that, like, why did we go so long not doing it?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. All I have are questions. I have no opinions on this other than, like, so I was.
Because the question is, did we really go the first time?
Oh, boy.
Did we really go to the moon the first time?
Here go Jeff with that BS.
Here's the problem with conspiracy theories. Do you know how many people have to be involved for none of them to disclose that it's a lie?
When we saw the little people jumping around, or they look
Neil Armstrong.
Where were they, and what the hell were they on when they were doing it, Jeff?
They was in Hollywood.
Oh, okay.
It's like, nah.
Show of hands. I believe we went to the moon the first time.
I believe we
went. Left hand up.
Yes,
yeah,
All
sure.
right, that me, B, and Jeff, White Brian, noticeably not voting. You believe it, right?
He believed they were in Hollywood.
Stallion, you believe the first moon landing, correct?
Yeah, I do. I believe it.
All right. That's a consensus. They went to the moon. All right.
I think.
We think. So what I was told last night is they're going around the moon to like show that they can get there and back, basically.
Experience the dark side of the moon.
That's a whole different matter. Pink Floyd.
Look, this is the thing. I like to ask these questions. So, they believe they could take the frozen water and make it rocket fuel to fly from the moon.
So are we trying to set up like
This is the question I have.
a moon airport?
Yes.
If you don't know the exact distance and you don't really know what this frozen water can really make, you damn sure don't want to get to wherever you're going and not be able to get back. Am I right?
Don't like
I'm just saying.
Here's my question.
It's like you got a car and they say this gas gives you 20 miles per gallon. Your tank can get you 300 miles. You damn sure don't want, and you don't want to be going somewhere that's 150 miles, and when you're on your way back, you realize it's only giving you 10 miles a gallon. You know what I mean?
So, according to George Sowers at Colorado School of Mines, he calculated that moon-made fuel could shave $12 billion off of a single trip to Mars. The moon is a gas station on the road to Mars.
When are we going to be having
What's
moon
it going to
cars?
cost to build a moon gas station, though? Like, you got to mine this stuff? You got to, like, I can't imagine you just take the
First of
frozen
all,
water and fill up your tank.
You got
there's probably a process,
You got to
right?
build a whole plant to do all that stuff while you're there. And who's to say it's not going to just float away? It's no gravity.
So I do think what this could really be about.
You know what? We are confusing a lot of people,
including ourselves. NASA Administrator Jared Isaacman announced last week a $20 billion plan to build a permanent base at the South Pole over the next 7 years. China is developing its own lunar lander and spacesuit aimed for a crewed landing by 2030. The Artemis program has burned through $93 billion so far.
I think we should stop spending all that money.
This, to me,
it's a lot of stuff can be done on Earth.
Like when JFK was in a race to get to the moon, it's because he didn't want the Russians to get there first. Sounds like the new Artemis plan is just about us beating China to get back to the moon.
You know what, Jay? I got another thought process. $93 billion. I'll ask one question, and I want everybody to give me.
You can get like 4 NBA expansion teams.
I want a one word yes or no. Do you think the $93 billion got to the moon place they were building, or did it get into some people's damn pockets?
I don't know,
bruh. $93 billion. You think that all went to the moon thing? Nah, bruh. They might have got $9 billion to it, 80-something billion somewhere else.
You think it's a hustle,
bro? I think a lot of stuff is since I've been living in D.C. When I got here in 1990, I realized you find out more when you're here than when you're outside of here. And I know a lot of people that work for certain agencies. It's a lot of BS.
I think there's a lot of BS. I think there's a lot of hustles. I do think it's expensive to get to the moon. I agree
with you. It's expensive to get to the moon. Just like when they come, they had a hailstorm in Virginia, in Manassas area yesterday. You know what's going to pop up now? All of these people, these roof specialists, they're going to pop up and they're going to tell you, hey, you need to get a roof. Whether your roof is messed up or not, you need to get one, though. And they're going to say it's $25,000 or $30,000, $40,000, but they're going to tell your place is $50,000.
I know the roof hustle. I don't think flying to the moon compares to that.
No, I'm not saying flying to the moon. I'm saying that $93 billion total of what they have supposedly had built and did, I don't think all of it got to where we thought it was going.
Hold on. Captain Todd is on the line. Todd, what do you know? Apparently you're an astronaut.
What's up, JB? I'm not an astronaut, but I helped train them, and I worked on the Artemis mission.
All right.
What do we know here? What do we need to know?
Yeah.
All right. First of all, it's real. It's not AI slop. We did go to the moon 6 times. You can get a telescope from Fisher-Price and look at all the stuff we left up there. A lot of fake news going around about this, but basically what we're doing, the ISS is being retired at the end of this decade.
The who?
And we're going to build another ISS, but it's going to actually orbit the moon.
Okay. Sorry.
International Space Station is ISS.
So you're going to build a new one?
So we're going to build a new one, and it's going to orbit the moon, not Earth.
Okay.
And it's going to be called Gateway. And they're going to use that as a launching point. That's the lunar gas station, as JP put it. They can mine the moon because liquid O2 is our fuel. And the lunar gateway will be the gas station that will fuel the rockets to take off from there to go explore the rest of the universe, Mars and whatever else.
All right. So we're building a gas station in space to get to Mars. How long do we expect it to take to get to Mars? Like years until we're capable of getting to Mars?
It's going to take a long time. The Artemis mission's been going on for almost 10 years, just to give you like an idea. And we're just doing a drive-by. So it's going to take a very long time, and that Mars mission will be a one-way mission. So whoever goes on that's not coming home.
Todd, wait. Hold on.
Wait, what?
Hold on. Todd, you got to explain that to me. It's going to be a one-way mission. So in other words, somebody just sacrificing themselves?
Yeah.
Why? So they could say they went to Mars?
Like 50 years from now. I don't think any of us are going to have to worry about that.
Right. I don't think they'd pick me anyway. I have high cholesterol.
You probably be kind that they want to send there.
Like, are they going to give that dude?
They might
like,
want to use your ears. You know, they might want to be able to relay information to Mars with your ears.
Will that person like have materials to build a house or food, or we just want to make sure we get somebody there?
Yeah, I mean they'll probably send materials first on rockets and drop them on Mars, and then they'll send the people last. So all the stuff's already there, ready to go, and they can just kind of assemble things.
Oh, so they're gonna be there just living there? You think?
Well, they're going to live there until they're not living anymore.
Well, let me just say this. We got all these damn robots. Why not send a robot? Why not let a robot fly over there?
My bigger question, much like conjugal visits in prison, will this be a co-ed mission?
Pause, JP.
You can have some bored-ass astronauts. Todd, we got to roll, dude. Thank you.
Appreciate you, man.
All right.
All right, we got off on a hell of a tangent this morning. Let's talk football when we return. A lot of football to discuss. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This sports update is brought to you by I-66 Express. Kirk Cousins has agreed to a contract with the Raiders, the veteran quarterback's agent announced this morning. Terms of the deal are not immediately available. Cousins will join a Raiders team that is expected to select quarterback Fernando Mendoza with the first overall pick in the NFL draft later this month, especially after his impressive pro day. The four-time Pro Bowler will also reunite with first-year Raiders coach Clint Kubiak, who worked with Cousins for 3 seasons with the Vikings. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. The 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer that you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway.
We just had a riveting space discussion. If anybody missed any of that, I'm not sure you're going to get smarter, but you might laugh a little bit.
Hey, man.
Okay.
My man threw me with that one-way trip.
Yeah, dude. One-way trip to Mars.
How much is
I'm busy.
How much are they family getting paid for them to do a trip that they know they ain't coming back?
My man Fat Poet asked me, will the new space station have a Buc-ee's? I'm not sure, but maybe.
You should.
Let's get into a topic we know far more about. Not one of perhaps expertise for the boys. Kirk Cousins going to Vegas.
Hey, man, I really think it's a good move because in this situation, you can say what you want about Kirk. He's a guy who can be very, very. He'll be a great bridge for Mendoza.
Yeah,
and I believe that if you're straight up with him and tell him up front, listen, we're bringing you here, we're gonna pay you, but we want Mendoza to be our guy eventually. So you're not coming here to be the starter forever. You're getting to the point where you're gonna be out the league anyway. But we want you to be here, but he's gonna be our guy eventually, and we plan on to get him some play this year. I think Kirk can go along with that. What I remember from Kirk is this: I think Kirk is a damn good dude. He's a fair dude. But if you kind of lie to him or screw him, he is malicious enough to get you back. Because when they started to call him Kurt and play all them little games with him, and he went and tried to walk past him after all the stuff, I talked to him at the Super Bowl in Minnesota.
Yeah.
After that conversation, I knew he wasn't signing back here.
He wanted out.
Yeah, and why wouldn't you? You know, the people that basically are supposed to be there for you, when you go do something, they like, the hell with you, let me go talk to this other dude. So if you do that, but if you're honest and upfront, I think he'll go out there and be a damn good team player. If you're not, he'll play that game with you. Because he's at $320-something million. He's gonna get his money. He knows how to get his money.
What's crazy about this, we were having this conversation in Arizona. I can't remember who I was talking to. If you want to include Jaden and Dan Quinn, you can. I think the sample's pretty small, 2 years in.
Into what?
Of the last 20 years, Kirk's the best quarterback Washington's had.
Yeah.
And I honestly think even including Jaden at this point, just the sample's too small. He had one incredible year. One year he played 4 games, you know? I think Kirk going to Vegas sets up pretty well. I think it gives '24 when he eventually got benched, started hot, then maybe there was an injury. They certainly say there was an injury. but threw a lot of picks. Last year in 8 games, the Falcons went 5-3 that he started.
Yeah.
Completed. His completion percentage was way down. Yardage was down. But, like, I like that they might not have to throw Mendoza in right away.
See, sometimes when your team is just god-awful and you get a young guy, and JT, John Thompson, you always say, the best players go to the worst team.
Right.
So if the best player's going to the worst team, you think he going to just make them automatically good? Or the percentages would be that player going to end up being bad for a while too. But if you give him a guy who's been through it before, who understands it, Kirk could probably manipulate and operate some things better than what Mendoza would be able to. But eventually you want Mendoza to be able to be that guy, though, that can help you out. But if you don't have to throw him in there immediately, why? I also have the feeling when you draft somebody for number 1, you believe that they could just go in there and get it done. But why not let somebody else go out there and figure it out for you a little bit? Because this, unlike 15 years ago and farther back, players today, the mental aspect is not like it was in the back in the day. Everybody got something they dealing with, get over the hump, whatever. So you might not want to get a person into such a rut because he may never get out of it. Back in the day, guys fought through stuff. This day and age, they got an excuse for everything. And listen, I'm not saying I totally believe there are a lot of mental health issues. But I think people are smart enough also to tell you something that they know. Just like back in the day when you say your spine was hurt and you say you had a concussion, guess what they couldn't do? Find a solution. So they had to deal with however it was. Today, it's about concussions and mental aspects. You can't say much.
Right.
And you think some guy who think I'm about to get cut not smart enough to say what he needs to say to keep you off his back? So I believe if you can hinder that and help them to stay in the positive mind frame, you be good. And Kirk Cousins, he's been through the mental aspect of it. He understands what the hell's going on and knows how to play the game too.
And I think the times Kirk has gotten, I think Kirk signs with Atlanta, then they draft Penix. I think that threw everything out of orbit, to borrow a lunar term, right? Like, I think Kirk thought he was going to Atlanta to be the guy. Then they take a first round, a top 10 quarterback, and it's like, what the hell's going on here?
All right.
I think that he was somewhat warranted to at least be confused and frustrated.
But then again, like I said before, only thing I think is when he went in, they found out.
I'm sure they had real conversations, but I would think Kirk and Brady talked for him to sign there, had some level of conversation. True. And I think when you get to be a veteran quarterback, a player of some regard that has options. I mean, Sean McVay said on the record, Kirk, come check us out. Like, I think McVay happily would have had Cousins be Stafford's backup.
Yeah.
I think Kirk going into this relationship, joining this team, understands, we're about to draft this kid number 1. Mm-hmm. He's the plan long term, but we're interested in you, whether you start this year, maybe it's a real competition, maybe it's a fake competition, I don't know. But I think like any human, you just want to know the truth when you walk into a situation.
Yeah, that's it. And that's what I was saying earlier. If you just tell him exactly what it is, but let's be real now. My little saying, every time I read the writing on the wall, don't just read it, understand what the hell it means. So if Kirk Cousins at this point in his career don't understand that youth is the potential in the future, they're not bringing you here to be the guy forever. There's no damn way possible. They're bringing you here to help bridge the gap between you and this young guy. And they're trying to make it as easy of a transition for the young guy so when he comes in, he's not lost. And if you come in here thinking, oh, yeah, I'm the answer, they bringing me to be the long-term answer, something wrong with your thought process. He has, especially after the experience that he had in Atlanta, he has to know what this is. No matter what the hell they say, he has to know.
Is it bad, the thing I'm most curious about? Because I think surface level football decision, it makes sense. We're about to draft a kid number 1. We'd love to have a veteran to pair him with. Kirk does football stuff the right way. He's going to watch a ton of film. He's going to show how to like prepare for defenses. The only like interesting thing with Kirk is that Tuesday is the off day in the NFL. Most players still go in. Kirk at this stage of his career is like, I don't go in. Tuesday, I'm home. I'm with my family.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be helpful for a young quarterback. Maybe it won't. Maybe Mendoza will do his own thing. But I think from a football perspective, this all makes sense. Like, there's no weird layer to this.
No, I don't think it is.
But the thing I'm most curious about, how much money? Because there's one thing Kirk is damn good at.
Oh, yeah.
He's pretty good at football. He's damn good at the business of football.
He's McCarthy, his agent, is damn good at it. And I think that's his job. But listen, bro, there's a beginning and an end of this cycle of the NFL. And the sooner you understand how the game is played, the less stress you have, the less strife you have. I started watching when things started happening with Art Monk, and Riley McKenzie, and all these guys were leaving, going other places. And the first thing I started to say, oh, okay, this is how this game works. So I never stressed over when my moment was going to come. You get what I'm saying? Because I know it's going to come. And if you don't make the sacrifices, you normally are going to be the one that's shysted. And I wasn't. And so when it came time, I knew it was coming. But that's why I said when fans start saying, why did you do so and so? You don't understand the whole concept of it. So mind your business.
I talked with a NFL quarterback before free agency opened.
Mm-hmm.
And we were just kind of texting, BSing, and like, what jobs do you think are coming around, whatever, right? And he's like, man, you know how this league goes. We'll see. Like, I remember many years ago, we went down to Miami to do this shoot with DJ Swearinger and his off-season workout.
I remember that.
And he had another player with him. Doing better than DJ out there. He's like, man, this league ain't about how you play. It's about who you know. Because he was out of the league. And who knows? There could always be lots of layers, but there's always more to it, man.
Who you know and do they vouch for you?
And have you pissed anybody off?
How many times we see coaches go somewhere, they knew a player from another team, and they keep bringing that player along. Because once you prove to a coach that you know what you can present and represent the proper way that they want you to, they will always have you around, especially if you have a great influence on younger people.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to having a conversation about everything going on in Philadelphia. Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst, is going to join us at 11. We're getting to a really interesting stage in the NFL draft, and I'm curious, Brian. I think there might be a guy that's rising up draft boards that fans haven't really thought about yet. We'll explore. You're listening to B. Mitch and Finley.
Oh, boy, that's my song there. Home last night.
All right, so
you wouldn't make love to me. Get out there.
B. Mitch and the boys are going to play 9 holes at Haynes this afternoon.
Put that air down to 55. She'll come over close to you later on in the night.
I have a theory for you.
All right.
I think trying to keep now White Bryant a complete wild card. I don't know what his game's going to be like.
All right.
I've seen Jeff Stallion says he's improved significantly in 1 week since we all played together last week. He says significant improvement.
We'll see.
Stallion very rarely lacks confidence, so I wish him well.
That's 2 of the 3.
I have a theory for you.
Yeah.
Based on what we saw last week, I know you're a stroke play guy, but to determine who has been the best of the 3 of them, my proposal is a kind of, what is that, the Stableford system where you get points depending how well you did? I think we come up with the, I have the right term for it, but I can't say it on the air. The Bleepyford system.
Okay.
Where if any of these yahoos could get a par, it's worth 5 points.
All right.
We're not even going to scale out birdie. If they can get a par, it's worth 5 points.
Okay.
A legit bogey, 3 points. And a legit double bogey, 1 point.
Yeah, they getting points for double bogey?
Dog, you watched last week?
Yeah, they're awful.
So that way we can see who's done better because they're going to have bad holes. And that way we're not trying to keep track of like the reteeing and the duffing.
Oh, I'm keeping all of it.
Sure. If you want to keep the strokes, I know how you operate. But I'm just saying to determine who plays
that's
the
the
best.
name of golf, though.
We can measure their best.
We could do that.
I'm not there, so it's up to you.
Conjunction with
That's my
with the other
proposal.
Stuff. Yeah, we're going to do that. But you don't get no par on the second ball, the third ball you teed off on the tee.
That's what I'm saying. Legit pars, legit bogeys.
I'm with that.
They get points.
Yeah.
But all the other stuff is the other stuff.
I got it. I'm with that.
That's a different beast entirely. I did also want to mention, so on Saturday is the Capital Classic game. You know who I got to hang with for a couple minutes last night was Shane Pendergrass, is a Hargrave Military Academy graduate that's going to George Mason, played for Tony Skinn. Isn't that your alma mater, Stallion? Aren't you a Mason Patriot? Is that right? Patriots? Super nice young man. And it was remarkable. So also, Jerome Williams, the junkyard dog, played at Georgetown, played for the Pistons, played in the NBA for a long time. He's one of the coaches. So it was a lot of fun. We got to do an interview and talk. The star of the show, Mrs. Pendergrass, Mama Pendergrass.
All right.
We started talking about basketball and what it takes. And we were in like the green room before the interview.
Mm-hmm.
Mama Pendergrass is serious business, man. She was just so impressive, and the young man was so impressive, and his father was too. It was a very like I've learned this over the years in NFL locker rooms. I've learned this the way you talk about your family and the support. But support, I think we've gotten into an era in parenting where support only means like, oh, you did great. Sometimes support means get back out there.
Yeah, sometimes support means, hey, you didn't do good enough.
Right.
You know what? I told you I had a game where I had 200 and something rushing, 200 and something passing. You know what my daddy told me? Should have had 300. You out there showboating. You started to feel yourself a little bit. I'm like, damn, dog, everybody happy? He said, yeah, but you shouldn't be because you didn't play your best game. Then I had a game where I was awful, in a sense. He said, you couldn't have got nothing else out of that game. And I had to watch film and figure it out. But today, most people want to be around people, so they never tell them the truth. They just, oh, man, you were great. He got knocked out. How the hell he was great?
Right.
I mean, you fumbled 4 times a game. How were you great?
Like this young man, Shane, was telling me that he played a lot of different sports and then hit a big growth spurt. And he's like, all right, I want to focus on basketball. And he said his mom and his dad pushed him because, if you really want to make it, I mean, he's going to play at Mason.
Right.
That's A-10 basketball, right? Like that's good hoops. And they sent 2 teams to the NCAA tournament this year. Tony Skinn, we've had him on the show.
Yeah.
That's a dude that is going to push you.
Hell yeah.
You got to be ready to be pushed.
I think most parents have to step out the way and allow their kids to be coached.
Agreed.
And not try to make the coach be like the nurturing side of who you are.
Got to push them.
Yeah.
Matt Miller, ESPN, will join us next to talk about the upcoming NFL draft.
This Sports Update is brought to you by the Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. When the Pittsburgh Pirates return to PNC Park for their home opener tomorrow, top prospect Connor Griffin will be with them. The Pirates are promoting the 2024 first-round draft pick and top prospect in all of baseball to the major leagues to make his debut against the Baltimore Orioles. And he's more than ready at AAA this season. He's batting .438 in just 5 appearances. The Raiders, they're signing veteran Kirk Cousins to a contract. Cousins will presumably mentor number 1 overall pick. Fernando Mendoza is the likely guy. He could even start ahead early in the season. New head coach Clint Kubiak, who worked with Cousins for 3 years, said recently that he does prefer to let rookie quarterbacks sit before taking over under center. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to the Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Rude is now the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until April 30th. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, Brian.
It ain't right.
Joining us now is our friend Matt Miller, the NFL draft scout on social media, working for ESPN. Just released. Matt, I got to start here, dude. How much time and effort does it take to do a full 7-round mock draft?
Wow.
It takes a while, guys. It really does. I think the key is to be organized. If you're organized, it probably takes about 2 days. So it's knowing your team needs, your scheme fits, future contract issues that are going to pop up. That's the goal, right? Is to be on top of all that so that when it's time to do the mock draft, you're just connecting dots.
I get it. And I guess if you do all the scouting and put all the information, kind of sort it by position or whatever, then it's just a matter of kind of slating it out, which makes sense. But still, man, it's an impressive effort, and I salute you for it.
I appreciate it.
So everybody knows it's Mendoza at 1 to Vegas. Now it's going to be Mendoza and Kirk to Vegas. I think Kirk will actually do well in that role. How do you think Kirk will handle kind of being there with another guy?
Yeah, I think he's done it, right? When he was drafted by Washington, it was him and RG3. So he's been on the other side of this, of being the 5th round pick instead of the 1st round pick and knowing how hard it is to work. And he's been that backup. He's been that type of player that has to do the work. And then it switched to where he's the starter. He's been the mentor to Michael Penix in Atlanta. So I think the cool thing about Kirk is not only are you reuniting him with Kubiak, but you're getting him in a situation where he's not expected to be the franchise savior. He's not the franchise quarterback. He's the placeholder, and his job is to show Mendoza what it takes to be a starting quarterback in the NFL.
How long do you think they'll be trying to work that out with Kirk and Mendoza? Because I know they have a certain amount of time they would expect that young quarterback to make that step.
Yeah, and I think the beauty with where the Raiders are at is there is no rush, right? Like, you don't have to get this dude out there right away because there's no expectation of you being anything this year, right? So I think you can wait and see. Now, do I think we see Kirk Cousins play an entire year? No. I think we ultimately will see Mendoza be the starter at some point. This is more like an insurance policy in case he's not ready for week 1.
Right.
If he is, cool. We put him out there week 1. If he's not, we have someone that we know will be ready and can hold things down until the number 1 overall pick is out there.
Talking with Matt Miller here from ESPN. You can give him a follow at NFL Draft Scout. So the draft really starts with the 2nd overall pick because everybody knows what's happening at 1, and it seems like maybe there's some consensus at 2 with what the Jets are going to do, but I know you just put out your latest mock. Like, how do you see kind of 2 and 3 going after Mendoza?
Yeah, I think the Jets are interesting. They'll go pass rusher is the kind of information we're all getting. Who that pass rusher is the question mark. Does it become Arvell Reese, the upside player from Ohio State, who has made a transition from linebacker to pass rusher? There's going to be some shades of Micah Parsons and Abdul Carter when talking about that move. Or do you go with the proven production of David Bailey, who had 14 and a half sacks last year at Texas Tech, also a one-year starter who transferred in from Stanford. A little bit of a different guy, not as twitchy maybe as Arvell Reese, but certainly has speed around the edge. So I think for the Jets, the question right now is which of those two guys do you prefer in Aaron Glenn's defense? Who do you like better? I don't know that there's a wrong answer, but for me in the mock draft, I went with Reese going for the upside over more of the proven production.
So the big question, the wild card in this thing, Jeremiah Love, in your latest mock, it seems like the earliest he could go is Tennessee. That's where you put him. How real do you think Love going to the Titans is?
I think it's real. It's a team that was really aggressive through trades and free agency at checking off needs. To go down the list and say, we're going to get an edge rusher, we're going to get a power defensive end, we're going to get a corner. They checked off a lot of needs. And so I think you now see them in a position where they can say, we don't have a true need at 4. So we can go best player available. You have Tony Pollard, you have Tajay Sharp, you've got a couple guys in there, Tajay Spears. You got a couple guys there that are okay backs, but Tony Pollard's 29, right? We're getting to the end of that run. So I do think that you look at Jeremiah Love, he's the best player in the draft, in my opinion. Just a fantastic all-around running back, do-it-all player, home run speed, great hands, good power, 214 pounds. It is a need for them. And you could say, yeah, we'd like to get a wide receiver in there. If there's not a receiver that you would draft at 4, and there's a possibility maybe even the edge rushers can be wiped out if Reese goes 2 and Bailey goes 3 or vice versa. So we could be looking at a situation where not only is Love a need and a value, but he's a really good fit with what's on the board.
Every year in the draft, they always seem to have this run on a certain position. Do you ever think about that when you're putting together a mock draft?
Absolutely. And I think you see, receivers, corners, pass rushers, when one goes, there's almost like a panic of, okay, now we've got to go. We don't want to miss out on this guy. So yeah, I definitely factor that in. And that's where I think you try to stay true to team needs and value. You try to factor those things in, but you're also looking at the run. And I think the cool thing about doing a 7-round mock draft, it's a little bit different, is you can say, okay, if we don't get, we could take like the Raiders, for example, okay, at pick in round 2, if you don't get a receiver in round 2, what's going to be there in round 3 and round 4, round 5? So you try to be aware of those scenarios, basically, of how do you stack the board to where you can get the most value as you work down the list.
So one of the things that's cool, especially here in Washington, is the ability to look at your full 7th-round mock. And considering Washington doesn't have that many picks going into this draft, how they can balance it out. One thing that it's hard to say consensus, especially 3 weeks from the draft. It seems like there's a lot of smoke around Carnell Tate going 6 to Cleveland. And it makes a lot of sense. I mean, Jerry Jeudy was their leading receiver, I believe, but after that, it was all tight ends and running backs until you get way down the list. They could really use a receiver. And Tate belongs in the top 10, I think, depending to everybody you talk to. Tate to Cleveland seems almost a certainty, would you say, or does it depend how other things go? Like, he'll be there.
Yeah, I think he'll be there. I don't get the sense that it's a lock. I do think there's a lot of smoke about that, but Cleveland's a wild card, right? Last year, we were all saying there's no way they won't just draft Travis Hunter. He's the best player of the draft. Why wouldn't you draft Travis Hunter? And they traded the pick, right? And so I think with Cleveland, you should never feel like you know what Cleveland's going to do. It would be like the best advice I could give anyone, because like what might make sense to you and me has not made a lot of sense historically in Cleveland. So
that's a good point.
I try not to, and even with that, it's like, could you just apply logic? No, because it's Cleveland and they're going to do whatever they want, even if it's, goes against what we all say should be the fit for them.
Matt, the Commanders did a lot in the offseason where I think they put themselves in a position where they're not forced to have to go to a certain position where they can try and get the best player available at that time. You have them picking Mansour Delane, and that kid has stepped up, did some great things. Do you feel that they need to lean? Why you feel that they'll go with cornerback?
Yeah, I agree with you. I don't know that this is a team that has that one clear-cut need. I think you could look at a couple of those spots. For me, with corner, you bring in Amik Robertson, but he's an inside guy. Marshawn Lattimore tears the ACL last year, middle of the season. This is a team that lacks a lockdown outside corner, and that's what Mansour Delane is. And he has not great size over guys like Sanders still, but he has enough size combined with speed and instincts to be that type of player, right? To be that guy that can shut down the edge. We saw him do it at Virginia Tech. We saw him do it at LSU this past year. I think from a technique and timing standpoint, there was no better corner in college this past season. That just translates so well to what you need on the outside, and to be able to do that with, I think 4.39 is what he came in with speed-wise at his pro day. 6 foot, 185. He plays with toughness. He plays with, he's feisty. He's not afraid to hit. He's an impact in the run game. I think he's one of the few true first-round players in this class. So if he's there, if the board kind of falls this way, man, I think that's just such a good fit for what they need on that defense.
It's funny. I think since the pro day in Baton Rouge, Delane's stock has kind of jumped. Is that consistent with your research and your sources, or has it always been there and then it just became a lot more obvious?
No, I think it's trended up, right? I do think that it's gone that direction where you see it continue to get better, because of, I think some of it is the pro day, some of it's the combine, some of it's, we're getting to that part where team needs are starting to factor in a lot more. But, man, he's just such a fun player. And in this class, there aren't a lot of guys that are as proven as he is, that are as, you turn on the tape, it's SEC football, and he's locking folks down week in and week out. There aren't a lot of guys in this class that you could say that about.
Sure. So, not to skip too far ahead here, right? But it's interesting because you went 7 rounds. In your latest mock, Washington goes 7 with Delane, the corner out of LSU. And I think Love and Tate are off the board. So the folks that want to yell about getting a skill position player for Jaden, there's not another guy worth taking at 7. So then I scroll down in your latest work to the 71st pick, where you have Washington taking Malachi Fields, a receiver out of Notre Dame, previously played at UVA. A lot of production, a lot of size. What do you think of Malachi? How realistic do you think that is at 71? Because I think they will absolutely target a receiver at 71 if they can't get a skill position guy at 7.
Yeah, I think it's real. And I'll tell you, we just did, it came out today, we did a 3-round mock draft. It was Mel Kiper, Field Yates, Jordan Reed, and myself. And if you want to read that and see kind of where player values are at, he went 80 to the Ravens in that mock draft.
Yeah.
So I think it's realistic that he's going to be there in that range, so 71 to 80. I like Fields, man. The size is there. Like you mentioned, the production is fantastic. He is a jump ball winner. He's not the fastest straight line guy, but I think he is faster with the ball in his hands. He's a boundary receiver. He's going to play on the outside. He's going to bully defensive backs. He's going to win jump balls. And you got Terry, who's your field stretcher, right?
Yep.
So here's your guy that's just going to win those jump balls, red zone play, and what he does on contested targets is really special.
So I like Fields a lot. 2 other guys I've been high on are Ted Hurst out of Georgia State,
yes,
and Chris Bell out of Louisville. Where do you have those guys? How does Fields stack up? Obviously, you got the injury wild card with Bell.
Yes, I think if Chris Bell was healthy, he'd be a top 50 pick. He probably comes off in the early 3rd round. Same with Ted Hurst. Ted Hurst is probably right there in that 70 to 75 range, and Hurst is a burner. My gosh, it would be a perfect, I think, compliment to what you have in Terry, because then you're just, gosh, let's just stretch the field and let these dudes kind of run and make plays. And they both have good size. Bell is so much fun because at 6'2", 220, he's still running by people and just making plays. It's almost like, I hate to compare him to A.J. Brown, but it's like watching A.J. Brown, because guys that thick and who have that build, you rarely see that type of speed in the open field, but he has that. And then you get Hurst, who's a little bit more linear, 6'4", 205, but man, he is a sprinter, and that ability to get down the field and play vertically. I think either guy would complement really well what you already have, and would complement Jaden Daniels a lot. So it's like with Chris Bell, do you want that in-breaking route runner who's going to be a yards after catch guy? With Hurst, you want a field stretcher who's just going to get downfield and make plays.
We're talking with Matt Miller from ESPN here. You can give him a follow at NFL Draft Scout. Check out his latest full 7-round mock draft on ESPN.com. Kind of zooming out from Washington, Matt, what's your hardest evaluation of these first rounders? Who's the guy you get? It almost seems like inevitably there's one dude who's still sitting in the green room at the table with the cameras in his face at like 22, where everybody thought he was going to go top 10.
Yeah, there's a lot this year. And I'll say this. For me, it's Ty Simpson. And it's the hardest evaluation because I watch the tape, I make my evaluation, and then I hop on TV and talk to my colleagues, and we are very different on our evaluation of this player.
Oh, we know that.
That always makes me like, okay, well, why am I different? I see a good, not great quarterback who's 6'1", 210 pounds, started 15 games in college. So you're an outlier 3 times over right there on size and on starts. A quarterback with under 15 starts in college has not had success in the NFL in the last 30 years. It just doesn't exist, And folks are going to be listening to this and say Cam Newton, guys, he started for a year at JUCO, so I'm counting those just for sake of argument. Like that counts. And also Cam Newton is 6'5", 235 pounds. That is not Ty Simpson. So
I go over on that weight.
Right, exactly. But you look at Ty Simpson, and it's like, is this the dude you're going to break your rules for? And that's how I evaluate players. Is we have data now, really good data since 1999 on players at the combine, GPS, like all the analytics, right? Is Ty Simpson the guy you break your rules for? No. Now, on the other side of that, there's Ruben Bain, who has sub 31-inch arm length, and a player has never been drafted in the first round at defensive end with sub 31-inch arm length. A player has never had 10 sacks in a season with sub 31-inch arm length. So is Ruben Bain the guy you break your rules for?
Yes.
I'm more likely to break my rules for him based on the film, right? And so like that's like a peek behind the curtain, really simply, of how I do my job. If you are an outlier, I'm not willing to break my rules for you. Ruben Bain, yes, I am because of the film. Ty Simpson, I'm not because of the film. So, and I know I'm different on him. We're on TV today at 3 Eastern, and I'm sure we're going to talk about it because I'm very different on him than everyone else. But I'll tell you, we did that 3-round mock draft that came out this morning. No one else took him in the first round. He falls to the second round again. So I think it's one of those things. And which NFL team wants to throw their name on him in the first round? Because I can't find one that's willing to do it. So I think, I'm sure folks are tired of us talking about Ty Simpson, but to me, it's like we're trying to prepare you for the reality that he might be that guy that's in the green room a lot later than people expect because he's a starting quarterback at Alabama.
His advisors should tell him not to go to the green room.
Yeah.
Watch it from home.
I agree. I just think people get so enamored with quarterbacks that when you don't have them, they try to fabricate one. And I think that's what's happening with Simpson.
I agree. Yeah. And it's every year we're told this, that, you got to trade back into the late first round to get that 5th-year option. You don't. If the quarterback's good, he's never going to be playing on a 5th-year option. He's going to be locked up after year 3. And
there you go.
Yes, you get a little bit of a discount on year 5. I guarantee you every team in the NFL would love to be paying a quarterback real money by year 5 because that means you have your guy.
Means you got the answer, right?
Jaden Daniels will be playing real money year 5 because he's their guy. Right. And then you look at Carolina with Bryce Young, going to be playing on the 5th-year option. No one knows if he's the guy or not, right? So I think with these quarterbacks, you're right. There's the idea of if you don't have one, you have to reach for one. I think it's better to wait and miss on a quarterback than swing and miss on a quarterback.
Agreed. I was talking with somebody from Pittsburgh at league meetings, and I was like, man, Simpson kind of reminds me of Kenny Pickett. And they were like, yeah, me too. Which I don't think it. And I also got an extremely non-biased perspective on Ty Simpson from one of our producers that's an Auburn grad. He says Simpson stinks.
Very unbiased.
Yeah, very unbiased. Yeah. Matt, last thing from me, dude. So Carnell Tate has emerged as wide receiver 1 in this class. But you've got Jordan Tyson, who, if you could consistently stay on the field, would probably be wide receiver 1. And then you've got Mekhi Lemon, who's an absolute baller, but an undersized kind of maybe tweener. How do you look at those other 2 wideouts in Tyson and Lemon?
Here's my hot take. I think Lemon's the best receiver in the class. So maybe Tate's the consensus. I try to insulate myself from like what a lot of other people are saying about the draft. I think Lemon's, and they're close. Like I have them like one's player 7, one player 8. But I love wide receivers that get open on timing, on leverage, on technique. They both do that really well. But I just love the toughness and the ability to break tackles and run through contact that Lemon has. Tyson, I'm with you, but it's a hamstring issue. That's scary. And it's a guy who has been banged up a decent amount. And then the last time we saw him healthy in 2024, he had some drop issues. Yeah. So good player. I mean, he didn't come in as big as I thought he was. He came in at like 6'2", 200 pounds, and he was kind of billed as this big jump ball guy. That's not what he measured in at all. And so it's like, okay, what are you? I think he might be closer to like Jerry Jeudy as a receiver than what he was thought to be as like a T. Higgins type player. So I like Tyson. I like Omar Cooper Jr. better. My updated rankings come out next week, and Cooper will be my number 3 receiver.
That's so Indiana, dude?
Cooper Tyson. Yeah.
Yeah. So you go Lemon, Tate, and eventually Cooper.
Yeah, Cooper, then Tyson. Yep.
I always appreciate non-groupthink, so I support that. Matt, thank you so much for the time, dude.
Yeah,
really enjoyed
you,
getting to talk to you. We'll be watching, following all the work all the way up till draft day.
Appreciate you guys. Thanks so much.
Right, thank you,
man. Thanks so much. Matt Miller, ESPN draft analyst. You can follow him at NFL Draft Scout. If the Commanders took Mekhi Lemon at 7, the internet would explode. But at some point, you just got to find your best player and roll with them, right?
Hey, you got to go who you think.
Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. Maybe we open these phones up.
According to Tom Pelissero, new Raiders quarterback Kirk Cousins will make $20 million fully guaranteed for playing the 2026 season. That's double the $10 million guaranteed Cousins had left on his Falcons contract. Here's how that breaks down. The Falcons pay him $8.7 million, Raiders paying the minimum base salary $1.3 million. The Raiders will also pay Cousins a $10 million fully guaranteed roster bonus on the third day of the league year next March. The Raiders hold a 2-year, $80 million option for 2027-2028, but it's unlikely to get picked up. The deal also includes 2 void years in 2029 and 2030 for cap purposes. So on paper, it's a 3-year, $81.3 million deal, but in reality, it's 1 year, $20 million for Kirk Cousins, who will now play under fully guaranteed contracts for 11 consecutive seasons. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on the YouTube stream at the 1067 The Fan page. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network. And, of course, if you're just driving around in your car listening, appreciate you too.
Yeah.
We just had Matt Miller on, one of the lead draft analysts for NFL. Matt's been really good. I think, was he at Bleacher before that? Or was he at PFF? Like, he got gobbled up by ESPN from one of those smaller websites because he's really good at this stuff. And it was an interesting conversation. And I think, B, you've said it throughout as some fans have clamored for Jeremiah Love. Mm-hmm. Your point has been, if you're going offense, you need receivers more than running backs. Mm-hmm. And Carnell Tate has kind of emerged as the consensus top receiver in this class. Although we just talked to Matt Miller from ESPN. He's not so sure about that. Here's Matt talking about Mekhi Lemon, smaller, maybe slot guy out of USC.
Here's my hot take. I think Lemon's the best receiver in the class. So maybe Tate's the consensus. I try to insulate myself from like what a lot of other people are saying about the draft. I think Lemon's, and they're close. Like I have them like one's player 7, one player 8, but I love wide receivers that get open on timing, on leverage, on technique. They both do that really well, but I just love the toughness and the ability to break tackles and run through contact that Lemon has. Tyson, I'm with you, but it's a hamstring issue. That's scary, and it's a guy who has been banged up a decent amount. And then the last time we saw him healthy in 2024, he had some drop issues. Yeah. So good player. I mean, he didn't come in as big as I thought he was. You know, he came in at like 6'2", 200 pounds, you know, and he was kind of billed as this big jump ball guy. That's not what he measured in at all. And so it's like, okay, what are you? You know, I think he might be closer to like Jerry Jeudy as a receiver than, you know, what he was thought to be as like a T. Higgins type player. So I like Tyson. I like Omar Cooper Jr. better.
All right. A lot of interesting stuff there, right? Mm-hmm. Carnell Tate has emerged as the consensus number 1 receiver in this draft class. Yeah. Tate's been highly productive on really good Ohio State teams. Last year, Tate went 51 catches, 875 yards, 9 touchdowns. Now, there's a lot of mouths to feed in that Ohio State offense. Yeah. And honestly, they were pretty conservatively offensively. They kind of ran the ball a ton.
They ran a lot.
Mekhi Lemon, though, just on the numbers, significant delta here. 79 catches, 1,156 yards, 11 touchdowns. If you look at the combine profiles for these guys, Lemon is a lot smaller. He's a different kind of back. He's a different kind of receiver.
He said smaller slot receiver.
They list him 5'11", 190.
Okay, I don't think that's not really smaller slot receiver. I think you look at 5'8", 5'9". Who's the guy that you think can be? Are you gonna play him at slot? Or are you gonna play him outside? Because slot receivers don't normally get drafted that early.
Not even close.
Slot receivers don't normally get drafted in the first round. So if he's a slot receiver, will history repeat itself and he falls out the first round? Well, although you may think he's the best, But if people have made him and labeled him as a slot receiver, he may get affected by that.
Now, what you're hoping for, and this is trying to measure heart, toughness, grit, which is hard to measure, right? What you're hoping for with Lemon, if you're drafting him high, what the team that, whether it's Washington or Kansas City or Houston, whoever drafts Lemon, if he goes top 15 in this draft, which I think is a real possibility, you're hoping you get Amon-Ra St. Brown. Yeah. You're hoping you get a guy that the size is not the definitive factor.
But the question is
the toughness.
When was Amon-Ra St. Brown drafted?
4th round.
So, do you want to take that reach for a guy you're not sure of? That could be that guy.
Tate doesn't have the questions of where he plays, and you know.
And I think for Washington, it's not just about drafting a guy for this year. It's about a guy for the next few years because my dog, I love Terry.
Tate is 6'2",
but
probably
you're
closer
looking
to
at
2 bills.
The next 2-3 years. Where is that going to be?
Totally.
So,
like, it's not about next year. You're completely right. And that's what makes this kind of interesting. Adam Peters in Arizona, we asked him about the current wide receiver room. Because to me, you've absolutely raised the floor. Your 5th and 6th wideouts were Chris Moore and Robbie Chosen. Now they're probably De'Ami Brown and Van Jefferson. You have raised the floor. Adam Peters talking about the wide receiver room earlier this week.
Yeah, really every room is a room we'd still like to add. It's March 30th right now. So, but in terms of that room specifically, obviously we have Terry, and Terry's the number 1 receiver. We brought Traylon back, which I'm really excited about. I think he's got another level to go to. He showed us a lot at practice and in the games when he was able to make some plays there. Luke and Jalen, another couple guys that are, being a year older and we're excited about, and then bringing De'Ami back, getting Van. We have a couple young guys in there too. So I like the room right now, but I think just like everywhere, we have a lot of time to add before we play in September.
That sounds like what you keep saying. Mm-hmm. Now, you also have an interesting take on the drafting a wideout.
Mm-hmm.
How does it break down for you?
I just think that when you look at value in this day and age in football, the receiver has way more value than the running back. Now, when you have a team that's damn near there, like almost there, you bring that running back in. If you're trying to establish a team, the receiver is the one you bring in. Because if you look around the league, rules are catered towards what? The passing game. Can't touch receivers, this, that, and the other. You got better quarterbacks. That, I think, makes a world of difference. Getting a running back that you say, I'm going to get a ball to 35 times a game, that is no longer. And if you give it to him 35 times a game, you better know the next year he ain't going to be as productive as he was the same year. So that receiver, hell, we got receivers catching 110, 130 balls. And I'm not talking about just one out. You got multiple guys going over 3-digit receptions. Because the rules are set. In the
league, yeah.
Yeah, the rules are set for those guys to have an opportunity, to go out there and have success.
It's a way more impactful position.
Yes.
And there's a zillion metrics you can look at to support that. Now, if Love is a true home run hitter, that maybe changes it. But if you just look at receptions leaders in the NFL last year, you had 7 guys go over 100 catches.
Yeah.
Puka, McBride's a tight end. Jamar Chase.
Think about that. Tight ends are going over 100.
JSN, Amon-Ra, Christian McCaffrey's a running back, and then Olave at 100. You had, just Pickens and Wan'Dale Robinson went over 90.
Everybody's getting close to that 100 now, bro.
It's a different game.
And when you look at the running backs, theirs are going down.
Let's let Trucker Dan weigh in, calling in on the hotline. What's up, Trucker?
What's up, what's up?
What's up, man?
Number 7. And I'm not picking a wide receiver at number 7 when there's so much wide receivers that we can get at that's a waste of draft pick. If Jeremiah Love is there, I'd take him because that's one of a kind of guy. With all the stats that you mentioned, you did say one name that Jeremiah kind of similar. You said Christian McCaffrey. Like it or not, the boy's close to the man. And if he comes in the league playing like that, then that's a steal at number 7. He's definitely going to have everybody on hush, but I don't think he's going to be there. I think Tennessee going to take him. So with that being said, who do you get? I'd rather take that corner. Or Bain. I know a lot of people don't talk about Bain, but that man talk for itself. Everybody high on Bailey, but Bailey's been there for one season. Bain been doing this ever since he's been playing. But I do like what that guy Carter said, man. I like that quarterback, and I definitely love that wide receiver at 71. So if Adam Peters do that, and he bring in IU, man, we cooking with grease.
Yeah, I think Bain is a bully.
He is.
You know, we talk about getting a guy like that on. Yeah, talk about getting a guy like that on offense, but defensively, he makes plays. So, you know, I understand when people talk about the arm length, and as was the young lady told us, it's an eighth of an inch.
Yeah.
So if you think a guy can be whatever with an eighth of an inch longer arm, that's that much. And as she said, if you get up in the morning and stretch a little more, you might just get that. You know what I'm saying?
It's B. Mitch and Finley. We're going to take some calls on this. Does it have to be a wide receiver at 7? How do you feel about the best player available at 7 and then making sure you get a wide receiver at 71? Because there's 3 guys. Frankly, I didn't think Fields would be available. I thought Fields would be ahead of Chris Bell, Ted Hurst. But there's a lot of receivers in this draft that can help you. Your call's next. Ike Reese is going to join us at noon. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Talking wide receivers in the NFL draft and if Washington needs to add one. Adam Peters says, yeah, of course we're looking to add everywhere. It's early April. We haven't even had the draft yet. Matt Miller, ESPN draft scout, says Mekhi Lemon might be the best receiver in this class, not Carnell Tate. A lot of people think Carnell Tate's going to go 6 to Cleveland, but a lot of people think I have no idea what Cleveland is ever doing.
Yeah.
If Tate's
I think if you take that route, then you'll be better served. Because Cleveland is different.
Totally. Tate at 7 could make a lot of sense. You wonder if Lemon could have the higher upside. Could he be Amon-Ra St. Brown? Or do size questions matter significantly at the NFL, especially if you're talking about a top 10 pick? Let's go to Steve in Silver Spring. What's up, Steve?
Hey, how you guys doing? Love
Doing
the
good,
show.
man. How you doing,
Thanks,
brother?
bud.
Thank you.
Good, thank you. I would focus totally on defense with this ball club and plug in offensive. So last year, we couldn't tackle for nothing, and we blamed everything on injuries. Defensively, we couldn't stop nobody. We couldn't man up at the line of scrimmage. We couldn't cover nothing on the back end. The short intermediate passes, we were getting smashed. I would focus totally on if Sonny Styles is there at 7, I would get a linebacker, and I would focus totally on defensive and plug in offensively. Maybe move back, get a wide receiver in the draft. Just to get the sexy stuff. Like Brian always talk about. Let's get stout on the line of scrimmage. And and 2 layers back. Linebacker and secondary. That's where I think we would win games at defensively. Another show, guys.
Thanks, Steve. That is,
that's I have no issue with that. Because what I believe in tackling. I much rather a team that can tackle people and stop them. Because if you do that, then guess what? A lot of pressure is not on your offense anymore to score. You don't have to try to score a touchdown every damn possession. You can move the ball and get a field goal and still be in good position if your defense is stout. But we'll see. Like I said, they're not in a position where they have to go any certain way.
for me, man, I just question. I understand wanting to add a receiver. I think that room could use it the most. I also think the corner room is number 2 on where you could use a stud, just behind receiver.
That point there.
And the difference there, because I'm talking long term, right? Mm-hmm. I really like Trey Amos. I think you can recover from a broken leg. Like, that's not like a knee question. Like, it's a bone. You fix it, right? Mm-hmm. I think Amos was tracking to be a CB1.
Yeah.
But I still think you could add at corner for sure. Receiver makes a ton of sense. But my question with Tate, Lemon, whoever it is, if Downs or Styles or Bain, if one of these defensive players that you think is a true blue chipper could be available, and all of a sudden you've added a potential all-pro type of player to your roster, I think that has more value for me than adding a player that you could use at the position that can help you but isn't necessarily a future star. But that's on them to make sure they pick the right guy that's going to be the star.
Yep. Also on them to get the guy in the building and then help him to keep growing.
Sure. Ray is in Clinton. What's up, Ray?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing this morning?
Doing good, man.
Hey, look, JP, you and the last caller, I can agree with that. It's not a wide receiver, honestly, in this draft. It's just me that I would pick in the first round, unless I had 2 first rounders. The only offensive player that I will pick in this first round, and he might not be there, but if he do, I get Jeremiah Love, because you got a guy that can take the tops off of offense. You know, he'll help you on offense. He's a dynamic offensive player. See, these wide receivers that's in this draft are not dynamic offensive players. They're not blue chippers. They are contributors. Now, me, if Love is not there, I'm going defense with my 7th pick if it's the person that I want. But if I had to, If I want to, if somebody comes to me and tell me they want to make a trade and it is reasonable and it can benefit this team, I'm gonna take that trade. I'm not gonna take it too far down, but they got to give me something that they want that 7th pick, and I'm gonna get me somebody from that pick that I trade that's going to help this team. Just like you said, JP, you're gonna get somebody that you know that has the potential to be an All-Pro. That's going to help this team or defense. Because I'm going defense because that defense is what took us out a lot of games last year. We gave up a donut last year. It wasn't on the offense. That was on the defense. They had poor tackling. They couldn't cover. They couldn't do a whole lot of things. But just me, if Jeremiah Love isn't there, I'm going to trade that pick out or I'm going to get a blue-chip player that I know that has the potential to be an All-Pro on defense. My wide receiver is going to come at 71. And my wide receiver of choice, it's just me. My wide receiver of choice at 74 is going to be Terry Hurst.
I like it.
Get Terry Hurst because Terry Hurst, he can take the top shot. And see, everybody is they noticing him now because of the combine. But see, on the Senior Bowl. But see, everybody wasn't looking at him because he went to a small school.
And the
Georgia
quarterback
State.
stunk.
No, but I'm looking at this guy had 2 1,000-yard seasons. You don't get that from just standing out on the field.
Thank you for the call, Ray. I'm going to try to get a couple more in here. Thanks, dude. It's a good call. Let's go to our guy. Tailgate Ted is on the line. What's up, Ted?
First, Ted.
What's going on, boys?
Chilling, brother.
So, I'm with you, man. I don't think that they have to go any direction, right? I was really impressed with what Peters did. Mm-hmm. He addressed the defense, in my opinion, because before free agency, I wanted us to go defense all the way, 1,000%, considering how bad they were. It's kind of turn, man. I want Love if they can get him, because I'm just tired of watching Jaden try to be Superman every play. And I hear you on the receiver. What just concerned me is just a receiver potentially getting shut down by a good DB. Whereas if we have Love in that backfield, he can help block for JD. He can help catch out that backfield, which Bill did not do in college and did not do last year. And it just doesn't make Jaden have to put that cape on every time.
I believe that the offense that was ran and the way that they implemented stuff made Jaden have to be Superman. I don't think that it's just because how the people were. I think that's the way that they went into it because he had done it the year before, and I think that was laziness on the offensive coordinator part.
Appreciate you, man.
In regards to Bill catching, man, do you think he can actually do it at the backfield? Because we didn't see it. And was that just because of the offense?
I think he can. I mean, I've seen him catch balls in practice. Okay, and when people get in the game, if they don't throw it to you, that don't mean you can't catch. It mean they just didn't throw it to you. Because we went through a whole period of thinking that, Luke is not getting open. Then all of a sudden, Luke started getting open, and he caught the ball. I just think they got to let the ball go to the running back. But there are running backs that come into the game where they will eat you alive. You know what I mean? And they throw it to him a lot. The other running back, they don't throw it to him as much.
Appreciate you, man. Let's get one more. Our guy Toothpick's on the line. What up, Pick?
Hey, what's up, JP? What's happening, B. Mitch?
What's up, brother?
Listen, just like Ted said just right now, we could go any direction as far as the 7 pick, but coming back, you do have to give JD some weapons, and if Love is not there, then you go Baines. If Baines not there, you're still going to wind up getting a blue chip or A player with 7. And it's just crazy, but the wide receiver pool is pretty deep. It's deeper than just tape. It is deeper than just tape. You had a guy on the other day that said he was in love with Bell, the Louisville kid, before he messed up his ACL. What he did against Miami. That's a top 10 defense going against a number 1 wide receiver, and he went to work and told them point blank and period, I'm about to put film on y'all, and they couldn't do anything about it until he got hurt. So it's wide receivers there. You got to go find them, and that's what scouts get paid for. Go find them. Do your job. Appreciate y'all, man. Thanks for taking my call.
Appreciate you, dude. Take care. All right, we got to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to talk to Ike Reese from Philadelphia about this drama brewing in Philly. Nobody go anywhere.
The Pittsburgh Pirates are calling up baseball's top prospect. Shortstop Connor Griffin will make his MLB debut in the team's home opener tomorrow against the Orioles. The news comes as the two sides are reportedly working towards a long-term extension, which could help speed up some negotiations. Speaking of negotiations, Kirk Cousins will sign a 5-year, $172 million deal with the Raiders that in reality is a 1-year, fully guaranteed $20 million deal that also contains a club option for 2 years at $80 million. From the Crop MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
Trying to hear.
You don't want me like that. Damn, he had 41 points, 18 rebounds, and 29.
High noon in the District of Columbia. The B. Mitch and Finley Show now officially sponsored by Rude. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until the end of the month. Keep your cool and keep your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And, Brian, if it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
Now, when you hear that song, You Don't Know Me Like That, Get Back, Get Back, I think that can apply to Brian Mitchell or our guest right now joining us, Mr. Ike Reese. Ike, what's up, man? How are you?
JP, big bro.
What up,
going
brother?
on?
What's happening with you?
And listen, B, you know that's something you can listen to before the game. Get back. You don't know me like that.
You know it.
That sounds like fighting words before the game. That's my type of stuff, man.
Hey, that's how I like
to
to start
pregame
off.
scuffle.
Hey, we didn't do nothing like that.
Listen, I still get blamed for Atlanta when I was with the Falcons playing against the Eagles and Jeremiah got kicked out on Monday Night Football. I still get blamed for that. It wasn't totally my fault, maybe 10% my fault, but I plead the fifth on everything.
Hey,
I plead the fifth
when
on
you know
everything.
that people get irritated rather quickly, you irritate them.
So,
what's up, fellas?
Nothing, man. Ike, we wanted to have you on because, really since about midway through the season, towards the end of last season, it seemed like there was some unease in that Eagles locker room or on the field anyway. Mm-hmm. But they have obviously made some changes in the offseason. You get rid of Patullo. You bring in a new offensive coordinator that seems at least like it's not just one of Sirianni's boys. You're bringing somebody new
right.
in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we've heard about the A.J. Brown drama. Sure seems like he's getting traded this summer. But now this story drops from ESPN.com about Jalen Hurts and what he's willing to do, what he's unwilling to do, kind of his leadership style. And we just thought we'd check in with you because you know the pulse of that team.
You let us know what's happening.
Yeah. Yeah, listen, I'll tell you, reading through the article, and it was very long. It was 11 pages, I believe.
Damn, they wrote a book.
Yeah. A lot of the stuff wasn't sort of breaking news to those of us that are here locally that have been close to the team the last few years or what have you, watching this team go from what they were in 2021 to what they are become now. And that includes 2 appearances in the Super Bowl, playoffs every year, a Super Bowl title. So there's certainly been the very highest of highs. And there's been some sort of dips as well in production from that offensive side of the football, particularly after the Super Bowl seasons. And even with this, some of this can be attributed to what happened during the Super Bowl year in 24, when it's sort of around week 5 or 6, all of a sudden the shift in offensive philosophy just went heavily towards running the football and relying on Saquon Barkley. And that was the smartest thing we could have done as an organization, because we saw that led to the second Super Bowl title. I say all of that to say that I'm not surprised by some of those things in there. I've sort of heard, whispers down the lane with some of this stuff that's sort of been reported there. And what it really boils down to me, fellas, is in the end, once you sort of shift through everything that's there, is that the organization is certainly putting the quarterback on some form of notice that he needs to perform better, and that the offense, particularly from a passing standpoint, the last 2 years has not met expectations, especially when you think about the firepower that's on the offensive side of the ball, particularly from a passing standpoint. So that is even when they won the Super Bowl in 24, I think we had the 29th ranked passing offense in the league. I think we threw on average the fewest attempts per game than any other team in the league like that year, somewhere near the bottom there. So it certainly wasn't because of the passing game, the success they had in 2024 that led to the title. And last year, when the running game wasn't as effective and couldn't lead the team, and they wanted to turn to the passing game, they weren't able to do it effectively, consistently enough. And that has been seen as an issue. Now, some will say schematically it was an issue. The offense got stale, too predictable. Some of those things are also true. It's like, is the chicken or the egg? Which came first? And so you wonder, all right, is the passing game or the offense ineffective because the quarterback isn't playing well, or is it the parts around him isn't necessarily playing well? Well, from a schematic standpoint, the Eagles addressed that this offseason. They pretty much have changed offensive schemes, going with Sean Mannion, who's sort of on that tree of starts with the Shanahans. You guys are very aware of that down in Washington. Yeah. And those guys that were on that coaching tree, the Sean McVays and the Matt LaFleurs, all those guys, this offense is sort of derived from that. And that's where Sean Mannion has been brought in. And the Eagles want to change some of the things they've done in years past to sort of evolve the offense and give it a little more of a dynamic feel to it. And they feel like, at least I get the sense, is that the quarterback is going to be the igniter of this, and meaning his play has to ignite this to make this thing succeed from an offensive schematic standpoint. And you read some of these articles and you read about how Jalen in the past has been reluctant to sort of change and do some different things. I don't know how much to buy into that. B. Mitch could speak to this better. He's been in offensive huddles with quarterbacks. I haven't. I don't know. How much do you put, if a quarterback isn't comfortable doing something, is it the coach's job to find things he's comfortable with? Yeah. Or do you make him do things that you feel schematically would be beneficial, but he may not be the best at doing it? I just don't know how that necessarily works, not just with Jalen, but around the league with any quarterback. I would imagine they would have some say in those type of things.
I think when you look at this whole deal, though, for me, I watched the games and I watched Jalen from his first year until now. And he does not run the football, okay?
Yeah.
He doesn't take chances with the football.
Well, numbers back that up, first of all, B. Mitch. Yeah. His numbers back that up that he's not running the ball as much as he had been early in his career.
Yeah, and then I can recall, listen, JP says it all the time. His best 2 games were in Super Bowls.
Unreal.
Okay? So when you can play that good in those levels, you got it in you. But I think he's gotten to a point where he doesn't want to do something that may come back and be on him, which in turn affects your play throughout. But now I'm also giving him kind of a pass. How many damn coordinators he's had since he's been there?
These are all facts. I think he's had a new coordinator
every year.
Just about every year.
Every year you have a new coordinator, and you never get adjusted to anything. But it's amazing how listen, I say he deserves some blame. But also the organization who constantly keep putting new people in front of you, changing up your offense every year. Like, I get pissed at the NFL for changing rules every year, and they think the referee's supposed to be perfect with it. I think that they have to understand, if you're going to keep switching stuff around him, you might want to find out what he likes to do as well. But I still don't understand when a quarterback don't want to do something. If that's what the team said we doing, that's what we doing, right?
Yeah, that is the sort of complexity of this situation. I don't think I disagree with anything you just said, B. I said that on the show yesterday. I'm like, well, there has to be some rope given to him, considering the offensive schemes you ask him to learn every year versus somebody who's been in an offense for 2 or 3 years straight in the same offense. You can sort of start to master it the more you're familiar with it. It's hard to get familiar with an offense right away. Now, I'll also say this.
and this is no slight at Jalen, because I think every player is different, and we all learn at our own pace and our own rate. And so just because some other quarterbacks may be able to change offenses and it can sort of adapt a little quicker, it doesn't mean that every quarterback is going to be that way. And so, and especially when you have a quarterback that has dual threat ability, that has some other athletic skills traits to his game that has benefited him, that you may not necessarily want to incorporate in the offense. It is such a sort of complicated thing to sort of put together as to, do you stick with something that he can get comfortable with to try to get the best out of him, or are they at a point where they feel like this isn't evolving enough? We need to do some things differently that will allow the offense to be better as a whole. Because, quite frankly, some of this is why AJ is frustrated and doesn't want to be here, right? Like some of it is the offensive structure and things are, it has a trickle down effect. So the Eagles know better than all of us because they're in the building, so they know exactly what's going on. And so I'm sort of, I guess I'm reacting to the last couple of days of articles that have been out, because Jeff McClain of the Philadelphia Inquirer wrote an article today as well that I haven't necessarily read through, but I imagine there's nothing new in there that I haven't already heard. It seems like it's more of what has been talked about from Tim McManus's and Jeremy Fowler's article on ESPN yesterday. When things like this come out, there is a method to the madness behind this. This isn't coming out for no reason.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
and when they have 12 sources in the building that's talking, that this isn't made up. This isn't conjecture. This is something that's been put out to send. They want some sort of messaging put out there. So the message I sort of take from it, the message I take from it is that the way things have been done in the past with Jalen and allowing him to do some certain things or have him have say or final say in the offense and plays and this and that and the other, that's going to be different moving forward. And he needs to be on board with what they want to do moving forward.
We're talking
that's kind of what the feeling I get from these articles.
Oh, yeah.
We're talking with former Eagles Pro Bowl linebacker Ike Reese. You can give him a follow at Ike58 Reese. You can listen to Ike on the afternoons, WIP in Philadelphia. I totally agree with you, Ike. I mean, the fact that this McManus-Fowler story is so in-depth on Hurts' somewhat refusal to run under center, to run play action, to always want to run vertical routes, to not look underneath, and the reluctance to run the football, it seems a concerted effort to make sure the world knows
it's on him, not us.
And Jalen knows, we're watching this. And contractually, it's interesting. Like they're in no hurry to get off him. The owner comes out and says how much he loves him, and that's not an accident either. But I think you're very right.
We've been around this long. Yeah, we've been around this long enough to know that. Yes, I'm with you on that.
Oh yeah.
Are you with me that you think an AJ Brown trade is coming this summer? Just a matter of waiting for the June 1 deadline? Yeah.
Yes. I'd be surprised if it doesn't happen. Quite frankly, now, I'll be honest. My mind has sort of shifted from maybe where it was a month or six, whenever the combine was, whenever these reports came out when they were down in Indianapolis, that AJ's agent had been basically checking with teams to check on interest level and all these types of things. And it came from more than one source. I'm like, maybe this is beyond repairable, and he really does want out. And I'll give both sides, meaning the Eagles and AJ, a lot of credit for not adding any fuel to the fire. They aren't. AJ's not doing any cryptic tweets or doing anything. Like, he's been sort of out of the spotlight, and the Eagles have basically publicly said that AJ's an Eagle,
But that even, guys, if you even follow that and those statements, that has changed in 6 weeks. It started off that we don't get rid of good players. We look to acquire good players, and then it became, but will listen, and people call, and then people started calling, and then now we're getting AJ's basically an Eagle as of now. That's the story we're getting right now. AJ's an Eagle. So the Eagles could have easily have gone out of their way to forward on this if they wanted to by just simply saying, A.J. Brown is an Eagle for the foreseeable future. He's not going anywhere. They could say that if they wanted to. They haven't said that.
Well, and then taking it one step further, the Patriots have made no secret of their desire for a number one wide receiver.
And the quarterback, the coach they used to coach him.
Right. And all of a sudden, the Patriots are just sitting on their hands as all the free agents go elsewhere, and they're just chilling.
Right.
Like, sure seems like the framework of a deal has been arranged.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if that's not where he ends up at. It's been so many different reports. I don't want to give credit to somebody who doesn't deserve credit and miss out on somebody who does deserve the credit. But it was put out there that AJ had a list of teams that he preferred, and New England was on that team. On that list. Kansas City, I believe.
I want to go to Kansas City too.
The Chargers and Baltimore. It was the Baltimore, the Chargers, Kansas City, and New England. Ironically, no NFC teams on that list.
Right.
I would be surprised if the Eagles would trade him within the conference. You would have to pay a hefty price if you're going to trade him within the conference. I think that's why the Rams reportedly backed out, and Les Snead and Sean McVay admitted that they called and inquired about A.J. Brown. You rarely get that. The head coach or GM actually admits to checking in on a player while they got two great wide receivers on their team already, albeit one of them has a situation going on right now. I say all that to say that the arrows have always sort of pointed to New England, this open flirtation that's been going on with both.
That PDA, public display of affection.
All that stuff going on. Yeah, it's almost like the worst kept secret around here. So I'd be surprised that once they get past that June 1st cap ramification deadline, that they don't find a way to move AJ to New England. I think AJ has decided that he's gone as far as he can go with the Eagles and moving forward. So it seems like he's the driving force behind this. Let me just say that. I've never felt that the Eagles were necessarily looking to get rid of AJ. It seems like this is something that AJ desires.
I kind of look at it like this. Like, we talk about this being a self-preservation league, and still a little piece of me wonder, are these coaches trying to say it ain't us?
Oh, yeah.
It's him. It ain't us. Yes. They trying to push themselves away from any blame.
Well, and there's also this theory that Jalen Hurts is at his best when he has something to prove. You go back to Bama when he was trying to win that job back.
I kind of agree with that. Yeah. Yeah.
Like, his best seasons have come when there's questions.
Yeah.
So, IQ would know more than me.
Like, I look at it this way, fellas. If I'm in the camp with Jalen Hurts with this, I think the kid has it in him. I don't think what he's shown throughout his career to this point is by accident or happenstance or luck. Like, he's been in big games where he's had to make plays and has usually made those plays. Sure, he may not be ideal when it comes to, can you throw the ball 35, 40 times a game and expect 300 yards and 3 touchdown passes? But that's never been Jalen Hurts. But the winning aspect, being clutch, and not shrinking in big moments, he has shown that throughout his professional career, and even when you go to his college career through Alabama and on to Oklahoma. So I believe in that. But the bottom line is, you know how it is, B. You got to do it. You got to continue to update your resume. You got to continue to do it. And I'm pretty sure Jalen wants his future secured here with the Eagles moving forward, meaning probably wants an extension. And I don't know if it's in the cards for him right now. And they need to figure out if, A, he's going to be a willing participant in what they want to do moving forward offensively, meaning, if you go back again to the reports, changing plays and all that type of stuff. I'm not an offensive player. how many quarterbacks change plays. And then you wind up.
You would
seeing
think
them.
that all of them get it. That's most people think everybody gets the opportunity, but there are a lot of coaches who don't allow it because they don't want to ever make you think that that player now is calling the plays and the coach. Well, what do we need with the coach?
What's funny is the assertion is that Hurts certainly has the ability to do it, but does it far too often and does it to the same vertical passing routes every time.
Right. And then here's the problem, JP. When you do it, it better work.
Right.
Like if
There
it
you
was
go.
working, nobody will say anything. Brett Favre did it for his first 10 years, and then he started throwing interceptions every time he did it. Like it was okay when Brett Favre was winning, but then when he started turning the ball over, it's like, hey, man, don't change the play no more. Like, so, yeah.
Ike, you know how this goes.
I'm with Jalen. I think the guy is going to step up this year. I do. When stuff like this happens, I can think of 2022, coming off the 2021 season. They went to the Super Bowl. He was runner-up and MVP. I think of what happened in 2023, where they were 10-1 and collapsed late in the season. Yeah. And he didn't play well. They went to the Super Bowl the next year. So this is things didn't end the way they wanted it to end, and the spotlight is on him. This is when he usually locks in and plays his best football, and I expect that this year.
I love talking ball.
Appreciate
with
you, brother.
Thank you for making time.
Love you guys, man.
All right, man. Take it, bro.
That's our guy, Ike Reese from Philadelphia. Listen to him on the afternoons on WIP. Give him a follow at Ike58 Reese. Nobody go anywhere. What is Tennessee going to do in the draft? We're going to try to find out.
The Pittsburgh Pirates are calling up Connor Griffin, the #1 prospect in baseball, ahead of their home opener tomorrow. Griffin would be the first teenage position player to debut since Juan Soto in 2018. Griffin and the Pirates are currently engaged in discussions on a record-setting long-term contract extension. So why is it taking so long? What's the holdup? Well, there's a reason for it. Griffin joining the Pirates before any extension is complete would allow the team to be eligible for a potential first-round draft pick through the prospect promotion incentive. So once he gets called up, I expect the deal to get done very quickly. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7.
Down.
Fan. I always look forward to going to the league-wide events, the Combine, annual meeting, running into Jim Wyatt. Been covering the Titans since 1999. I imagine, Jim, does that mean you've covered them ever since they moved to Nashville? Forgive me for not knowing when they moved to Nashville.
That's exactly right, JP. Yeah, first year of the Titans was 1999. They came to Tennessee in 97 and played as the Tennessee Oilers in Memphis in 97, and then the Tennessee Oilers playing at Vandy in 98. First year in the new stadium, first year as the Titans was the year I started covering them. Steve McNair, Eddie George, Javon Kirsch back in the day when they went to the Super Bowl. That was my first year.
What's interesting is that you were there for the first year of what was then the new stadium, and you'll be there the first year. Where is the new stadium for Tennessee in the process of opening up?
It's supposed to be open by this time next year. It'll be done. I've actually made a tour of it week before last, seeing the inside of it, seeing where the press box is going to be, seeing where the locker room is going to be, and they've made great strides. It's supposed to be completed in February of 2027. The current stadium is supposed to be taken down within a month of the new stadium being opened. So by the time the season kicks off in September of 2027, the current stadium ought to be gone, and then obviously there's going to be a lot of development from an entertainment district to parking to restaurants, hotels. It's going to be a long process, but the stadium itself will be open for a concert, and this time, April of 2027 is when the first event is supposed to be in the place.
How long until they get a Super? I assume it has a dome, right? Nashville would be a great Super Bowl city. It'd be cold, but whatever.
I think so too. Yeah, I think so too. It's a translucent roof, which is exactly like SoFi in Los Angeles. I think it's going to be a little bit more described to me as maybe the roof will be a little more cloudy than the one in LA, where maybe not as much sun comes through there. It's supposed to be about 70 degrees on game days. And I think this first Super Bowl here will be, the first open Super Bowl is 2030 after they announced Vegas would be 29. Titans feel like it's going to happen at some point in the early 2030s. I talked to Peter O'Reilly from the league. He didn't want to commit to where things might go in 2030, but I think Nashville certainly is going to get one by 2031, 2032 at the latest.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll probably go Nashville and then Washington if the creek don't rise and all the, like the construction all goes the way it's supposed to. But we did not call you.
And I have to say, like I can't wait. I'm looking forward to Nashville getting a Super Bowl just because I think it'll put even more light on the city. I thought the city did a great job with the draft.
Yeah, the city's great.
2019, but I want it when it comes. I want it to be ready, and so I mentioned that the stadium would be ready in 2027, and then the current stadium is going to be torn down. There is going to be a lot of development. I almost think, in some ways, the city's better off with a little bit more time, just so it's not a construction zone whenever the Super Bowl comes. I want it to look great And so we'll see when that time frame comes. Sounds like there's going to be a big wave of construction early outside the stadium. Then there might be a little break. Then there's going to be another wave. So maybe we'll get right in that window.
That's probably because Vegas got 2029, did they not?
Yeah.
So it would be after 2030.
Super Bowl was great.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah.
All right, but Jim, as excited as I am to see what that new stadium will look like, because damn, the current one, I like that the press box is low, but that's a tough to function press box. That is tight space in there, man. Maybe they've renovated it since I've been.
Well, it's probably got the best sight line in the league.
Yeah, you're low and on the 50-yard line.
yeah, my seat's right on the 50, right above the first level. It's easy to get to the locker rooms from there. I love outdoor stadiums. I've loved watching every game in that stadium. It's going to be different, but so yeah, you may have a little more space to work with when you come here next, but you're going to be closer to the top than you are right now. And it is going to be open air. I do like open air press boxes, so it'll be open air. Kind of like, it's going to be a lot like Vegas inside.
Yeah, which means we're going to be on the roof, but I've come to know that that's going to be the future norm. But I didn't call you just to talk about the new stadium, Jim. Our friend Jim Wyatt, you can give him a follow at J Wyatt Sports, knows the Titans inside and out. It's a simple question for me. With all the holes the Titans have, and with a new coach that's defensive-minded, how realistic is taking Jeremiah Love at number 4?
Well, I mean, if I was picking at 4, and again, I just write for the team, I give my opinions out on stations like this and in my mailbag and other stuff I do. I will let people know I love Jeremiah Love, and if it's up to me, that's who I would pick. But I'm not, obviously don't have any voice on what this team's going to do.
Sure.
From the owners' meetings, one day Mike Briganja, the team's GM, talked about taking the best available player at 4, and I think a lot of people thought, okay, that means they're picking Love. And then the very next day, Robert Saleh spoke and talked about how this team needs playmakers and reminded everybody that edge rushers and defensive players are playmakers too, and said he loved the current running back room. And then a lot of the people who were hoping they'd pick Love are all thinking, oh, well, they're not picking Love. So it's hard to read into anything that's said right now. Reality is, what the Titans do in large part is going to be determined by what happens in front of them. I think everybody believes Mendoza's going 1, but what happens at 2, what happens at 3, and how the Titans draft board looks compared to maybe what other teams look. I mean, I guess all that kind of remains to be seen. But I think, after Mendoza, you're probably thinking Bailey, Reese, Love, Bain, Sonny Styles. I mean, any of those guys could go off the board starting at 2, and a lot of Titans fans curious to see who's going to be left for them at 4.
Yeah, that's how it goes most times.
Hey, Cam Ward last year. I know I got to run, Jeff. Cam Ward last year, did he prove enough to you? You believe he's the guy for them going forward?
Yes. I mean, not just from what he did on the field, but just the way he is in the building. He got off to a little bit of a tough start. At the second half of the season, he looked like a completely different guy. I mean, his touchdown to interception ratio went, so much improved greatly. His completion percentage improved greatly. I think he took command of the team during the course of that year. But just watching how he works and how he cares so much about football and how he interacts with his teammates and coaches. I believe in him just because I know how much it means to him, and I know his makeup by being around him. And I think building a better team around him should help. Having Brian Daboll as his offensive coordinator should help. And, just getting experience is going to help him. So I do believe that he's going to be a really good quarterback in this league. And they need to do as much as they can to help him. That's from an offensive line and a protection standpoint. That's from a running the ball standpoint. That's from putting him in a position where he's not having to do too much.
Jim, we appreciate your time, brother. Thank you for joining us.
Okay, y'all have a good Easter weekend. Have a great
All right, man. You too.
Same to you. That's our friend Jim Wyatt, TennesseeTitans.com. Give him a follow at J Wyatt Sports. Phone lines open at 1 o'clock for Bleep You Thursday. Up next, we got to talk fried chicken. It's B. Misha Finley.
Oh, man, Jeff playing his favorite song. He said he used to play this one here when he was in high school.
Yeah, this joint's a banger, Jeff.
He had it on his iPod.
All right. I want to have a conversation. I like maps. I've always been a map guy since I was a kid. I feel like kids today don't like maps because everything's on their phone.
They can't like what they never seen.
Right. There's no like maps on the wall. You don't have to look at a map to know how to get somewhere anymore.
I just tell them.
I like maps. I saw this map though about America's most popular fried chicken chain by state.
Okay.
I never want to speak for you. I think you and I wholeheartedly agree at the best fried chicken chain being Popeyes.
Yeah. By every state, to me.
It's not particularly close to me. KFC's okay, but it's not close.
Yeah, no.
And then I don't know if you agree with this. So this map says the most popular fried chicken in Maryland and Virginia
is what?
Zaxby's.
No. I don't even consider that a fried chicken place.
Bang, me either.
I consider that a damn chicken tender place.
So Zaxby's and Raising Cane's are on this list. I think Raising Cane's chicken tenders are the best in the game. But that's not fried chicken. That's chicken tender.
It's fried, but to me, it's a tender. When you take the bone out of it, I don't look at it as fried chicken anymore.
To qualify as a fried chicken chain, it's
you need
got
to have some wings
bones
with the little flippers on it.
Yo, drumsticks, thighs, chicken breasts, just like Chick-fil-A is not a fried chicken joint.
Well, I just want them to know. I know I like a lot of damn fried chicken. And if I eat chicken 100 times, I might eat Zaxby's one.
I've never had it, so it might be great.
The last time I even seen a Zaxby's in Maryland, I was a kid. That's when Landover Mall was around.
Nah, there's a lot of them around now. But I wouldn't know you're right.
Where at?
I don't see them around Maryland.
Especially in PG County.
I see them over in VA.
Yeah, I haven't seen a Zaxby's since I left Auburn.
Apparently, Zaxby's has a location in Waldorf and a location in Cambridge, Maryland.
Jeff is
no, I'm not sure.
Waldorf and Cambridge, and if you live around the Beltway, you ain't going out there.
Yeah,
I don't know if it's opening, if it opened yet though. It opened already? I know I seen that it was coming, but I don't know if it opened.
I don't know, dog. I've never been. I've never had Zaxby's. Is it a fried chicken place? Does it have?
Bro,
can
it's
you get
overrated.
Like a 2-piece?
It's overrated, just like Raising Cane's. It's just a different
Raising
color
Cane's
scheme.
is good, dude.
It's just a different color scheme, bro.
Hold on, you think Raising Cane's is overrated?
Yes, JP. Look, when I like to eat fried chicken, I like for the batter to be seasoned too. Like the skin got to be seasoned. Those places don't season their skin. I would rather eat KFC over Raising Cane's.
No way.
Yes.
Raising Cane's, I think a lot of chicken tenders, and I don't know this. Like in a lot of houses that get built, it's not wood, but it's like particle board. It's like all the sawdust gets put together to make wood.
Yeah.
Like I think a lot of chicken tenders from restaurants are just like all the leftover chicken pieces get put together to make a chicken tender. Raising Cane's to me seems like it's an actual sliced up, and I also think it's chicken thighs, which is why they're so much juicier than. I don't like chicken tenders where you're overly reliant on the sauce. Like I want to be able to just bite into the chicken tender and it's good.
But you know, all these people tell you, check my sauce out.
Raising Cane's
I go to
too.
Popeye, I don't need no damn sauce. All I need is chicken.
Popeyes,
give me a 4-piece with some red beans and rice. I'm going to work.
Popeyes the one seed of this whole conversation.
Correct. Not
Correct?
even close.
Chick-fil-A is the one seed of like the chicken sandwich competitor of like fast food chains. And Chick-fil-A's service is unbelievable.
Now, hold on.
Yeah.
They say it's the most popular. Okay.
Who did this?
I pull up
I don't know.
I pull up Zaxby's. It shows one in Chantilly. Then they say Winchester. Then they say Meadows Farms, which is way down there. Then you go to Richmond. Then you go to Virginia Beach. How is that more popular? It's Popeyes around my area one. It's like 4 of them.
There are 3 Popeyes within like 2 miles of Redskin Park.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. But I just name all these people. This is all the way down to damn Richmond and Petersburg.
Chicken rankings, Popeyes, 1 of 1. Popeyes the GOAT.
For me, yep.
Then chicken tender rankings, I'll put Cane's above the rest. They're great.
What?
And then I think Chick-fil-A is
they're all
just
over the
great.
place.
Chick-fil-A is a great product, but Chick-fil-A is kind of its own entity.
Yeah, I agree with that.
There's no way Zaxby's is the most popular around here.
You say Louisiana says churches?
That's what the map says.
Hey, I'm not gonna lie. Now churches is popular down south. You know why?
But Louisiana?
Yeah.
Even with Popeyes?
When you get a thigh in Louisiana, it looks like it's a turkey thigh. See, people down like quantity.
Churches has those honey
If
biscuits.
you notice that you go to eat in Louisiana, you get a lot of food. So if you go get a 4-piece at Popeyes and a 4-piece at Churches, look like you got 8 pieces at Churches.
Now, let me just say this. This map is it's literally called an account called Terrible Maps. So it's like...
and it was put out yesterday, JP. It's an April Fool's joke.
Oh, you know what?
I'm just throwing it. I don't know that for sure. But in North Carolina, what does it say?
It should be Bojangles.
If it don't say Bojangles in North Carolina,
it's
they wrong.
KFC. And then also, catch this out. In Kentucky, it's Bojangles. It's not Kentucky Fried Chicken.
So did I get got here?
You
might have.
You got sent-tailed.
I don't know.
But
I went to Bojangles when I went down to North Carolina.
Is great.
And
especially them
the
Bowberry biscuits.
Bojangles in North Carolina is like spicy Popeyes.
Bojangles
The Bojangles
has
up
the
here,
best
bland as hell.
breakfast of a fried chicken joint.
Is what?
Bojangles has the best breakfast of a fried chicken joint. Popeyes,
Well,
I don't even think has breakfast.
I wouldn't even know because I've never had breakfast at Bojangles.
The Bojangles.
When I go in
biscuits are
Bojangles
really
in the morning, they always have fried chicken. I get the fried chicken.
What'd you say, Dubby?
The Bojangles biscuits are really good.
The Bojangles biscuits are exceptional.
Yeah.
Next time you're down there, you should have breakfast. It's phenomenal.
No, I just look, bro. Give me the chicken.
Yes, Stallion. Your microphone's
Can you
not
put
on.
your mic on, dog? I mean, I don't know you work at radio and I'm turning my mic.
My fault.
Thank you, Jeff. Popeyes back in the day used to have a chicken biscuit. They took it off the menu. That thing was banger back in the day.
The mini chicken biscuit breakfast at Chick-fil-A is banging too.
I'm
Those
maybe the
little
weirdest
rolls.
person in the world, but I go to Popeyes. I tell them keep their biscuits.
Popeyes didn't open for breakfast.
No, I'm saying
Time out.
Yeah, he's tripping.
I don't even eat the biscuits.
For real, B?
Yeah, each biscuit is about 245 calories.
They're banging though. You gotta get some honey on.
No,
it.
no, it's banging.
Probably now.
No,
I
it's
think of
banging.
that.
When soon as I like to go in there right when they pull in those the what you call them the breasts out of the grease. That's the best ever. Right when they come out the grease, and then it's good. You don't want it when it's sitting around.
I'm starving now, and all I had to eat is damn celery and peanut butter. Nobody go anywhere. Actually, let's open these phone lines.
Celery and peanut butter.
800-6, and it's all natural, like healthy peanut butter. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is time for Bleep You Thursday. Whoever you're mad at, get it off your chest.
The Washington Wizards just announced that Keyshawn George, who sustained a grade 2 UCL tear in his left elbow on March 2nd, was reevaluated yesterday. It was determined that he requires additional healing and will sit out the remainder of the season. He'll be reevaluated in 2 weeks and is expected to make a full recovery ahead of the 2026-2027 season. And tonight on 106.7, the Washington Capitals aim to keep their 3-game win streak alive when they visit the New Jersey Devils. 7:30 p.m. right here on 106.7 The Fan. We've got Puck Drop, so make sure you tune in to listen live. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Ain't that some? All right, folks. Once a week, we come together as a congregation to get stuff off our chest. Who you mad at? Have you gotten a speeding ticket? What has gone wrong in your life that you need to get it off your chest? This is that opportunity. The phone lines are open. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. My guy Jim is in Manassas. What's up, Jim? Who you mad at?
B. Mitch Finley Aquarium Boys. How's everybody doing?
How you doing, man?
We're good, dude.
Awesome. Well, I gotta say, bleep you to myself. I was looking on Sunday, Saturday. Tickets for UConn versus Duke going at about 145 just to get in the building. Oh, that's a very good matchup. My team's not in it. Who cares? I'm not going. Should have done.
So you're just mad that you didn't pay for it? And then you missed that game?
They were $140 and you didn't go?
And I didn't go. Shame on me.
You should just walk in the mirror, look at yourself right now, and slap the hell out of yourself.
Especially the way that ended.
That was a damn good game, bro. You should have went to that.
Although, dude, I almost wonder if people left early. Because it really wasn't much of a game till like 5 minutes left.
That's why sometimes the last 4 or 5 minutes is the best of all the game.
Let's go to Ralph in D.C. Ralph, who are you mad at, sir?
I'm mad at the world, but I'm really mad at the stop sign here because there's no right turn on a four intersection.
Ralph, this Commander Tequila.
Hold on.
You did not know that voice when you heard it?
Stallion wrote Ralph in D.C.
But as soon as he started talking, you did not know it was him?
Yeah, but I bring him up before he starts talking.
Oh, okay.
That's Stallion's fault. How'd you get Ralph?
I asked him what his name was. He said Ralph.
I talked to him for 3 minutes and he didn't recognize my voice. I said, hell.
Yeah, that's Commander Tequila, dog.
Yeah. I think Ryan must be drinking some tequila.
Stallion might get the hot dog hat just for that. For calling Commander Tequila Ralph. All right, Commander, who you mad at? What are you talking about?
Okay, I got a four-way, an extra light, a four-way light. There's no right. You can't make a right turn on a red light. You know, they just put that thing up just recently. I got 4 tickets already. That's the first one. I keep forgetting.
Wait, where the hell are you staying now? We don't know where you're at, bro. Where?
Me? I'm back in Calvert County.
So there are a lot of places up here you can't turn right on red.
I also thought you lived in California or North Dakota.
I thought you had moved to North Dakota / California.
Yeah, I went from North Dakota back to California, now I'm back to D.C.
Oh, boy.
All right, Ralph, good to hear from you, buddy.
You wanted to give you that stuff you gave us back?
No. Bleep you to Stallion for not knowing Commander Tequila was Ralph, because I'm generally a little strategic when I pot up Commander Tequila for his Bleep You.
Hey, you know what? That's all me.
How did you hear Ralph?
Dude, I asked him, I said, so my thing is like, Beamish and Finley, what's your name? He said Ralph.
When he started
his
talking.
first name is Raphael.
I understand. But when you started talking, you didn't know who that was?
Well, I mean, to be fair, this is what, my 3rd week?
You have heard that.
I have heard Commander Tequila.
So therefore, you can't forget that name.
I mean, you're right. I forgot it. That's all me. Bleep myself.
So you start looking, I'm looking at Jeff like, what the hell?
Phone lines are open.
Ralph.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Coming up at 1:30, we got to have a conversation about April Fool's pranks and people that need senses of humor, rather. 800-636-1067. If you got to bleep you, hit us up. We'll let you tell the world who has wronged you. My man Jeff Walker has a bleep you. Yes, Jeffrey.
Yes, I'm bleeping my little cousin because she go, Cousin Jeff, you was born in 2001? I said, no. She said, 2000? I said, no. She said, dang, you were born in the 1900s? I looked at her. I was like, dang, you say it like that. It do sound like I'm old. I said, but I was born in the back half of the 1900s.
Well, Jeff.
But it took me left because she was like,
they call you Unc in the hood, Jeff.
Nah, they don't. They call me because.
And your hair start midway back of your head.
I don't have no hair.
Yours farther back than mine.
My daughters like to ask me what the 80s were like. Like, they say that all the time. And I'm like, I don't really know, but I was alive.
Tell them they were great.
Yeah. Jeff, can we clarify something for you,
What's up?
bud? You're 31?
32.
You're not young anymore.
I'm not Unc until I'm 40. I'm not Unc until I'm 40.
He wants to be
I'm
one
Big
of the young
Cuz
dudes.
right now.
No, he Big Unc.
No, Big Cuz is from 25
do
to 35.
Do you have any nieces and nephews?
Yes.
You're Unc.
Well, to them, but like when I'm walking outside
What did the dudes in the hood call you that day?
They said OG got on no
No.
socks.
You said they called you Unc that day.
No, they called me OG.
You said when you were trying to play basketball, guys.
They called him Unc.
That was basketball. I'm talking about when I walked in the store without my socks on with my slippers. They was like, "Dang, OG got the toes out." But once they realized, like, they was like, "How old are you?" Because they do ask, and they was like, "Oh, you not Unc, you Big Cuz." Like, that's what it is.
The toes out in flip flops is a two Americas thing. I don't see why that's a big deal.
Oh yeah, I knew I was dead wrong walking to the store with my toes out.
Should be on the beach or something. Not walking in the store.
I will wear flip flop once the weather's nice.
You weird, dog. We know it.
All right, look, come around my neighborhood.
You wear red Ovi jersey in the middle of damn South Central. You crazy.
All right, phone lines are open. We're gonna go to G in Landover Hills. G, what up? Who you mad at?
What's up, fellas? What's up? Yeah, man. This one's for PG County, man. I keep getting those damn stop sign tickets. Like, how long are you supposed to be at a stop sign for?
Dude,
Brian
and I disagree on the tickets.
No. He said PG County stop sign.
Stop sign tickets. That's the thing.
I mean, hold on. Are they sending this to you, or the police is there to stop you?
No, it's
they're sending those to me, man. I got a whole bunch of
Let me
them.
ask you a question, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Do you just come up to it and just make the turn, or do you stop?
No, sir. I fully stop. Look 4 ways.
If you look at 4 ways, you wouldn't be getting that ticket, dog, that often.
I still get them, man. I don't know what's happening.
See, yeah. Now, I my question is, if you had gotten one, I understand.
How many have you got?
How many you got?
I got like 4 of them.
Yeah, that means you're not stopping, dog. You just rolling through that thing.
I wonder how long you got to stop that.
I'm like, how are they getting me, man? Like, what the hell?
How old are you?
I'm 41.
Yeah, it must be. It's been too long since driving school because they tell you look left, look right, look left again, then you go.
Bleep Jeff.
Yo,
Bleep Jeff. You better bleep Jeff.
I'll never. It's one thing. Brian has been consistently on the side of speed cameras. For Jeff,
this is not a speed camera.
It's the same idea. It's a camera. It's a camera monitoring a traffic violation.
JP.
It's the same idea.
JP, it might be the same idea, but let's get it right.
I'm against it.
It's a stop sign. If you're getting more,
you
than
go
one,
full stop at every stop sign in the world. Full stop.
And I always stop.
For the most part, I do. Because I'm gonna tell you, I ride bikes.
We be rolling.
I ride bikes, and I'm gonna tell you, I watch people. They don't come. When I'm gonna ride my bike and it got the straightaway, I gotta to go through it, and the stop signs on the side. I slow down because I know people coming through that thing.
All right, I wish I had better advice for you. I don't think stop sign cameras should exist.
If you know first of all,
it's just a cash grab.
He knows the camera is there. I understand it's a cash grab.
That's the thing I don't know.
Okay,
you don't know where they at.
Well, now you should keep track of
how
at least
many
where
times you got it from the same area.
No, it's different areas.
Bro, use
They want them all
Waze.
throughout the county now.
Use Waze.
Yeah, use Waze to tell you where they are.
I think stop sign cameras are in D.C. too.
All you got to do is wait 3 seconds at the stop sign. What's 3 seconds?
3 seconds is an eternity for you, right, Jeff?
Before you stop.
All right, good luck, dog.
All right, bro.
All right, y'all have a good one.
All right, man. I'm going to tell you what you do. Stop at the stop sign, count to 4, take off, and then just speed a little bit. Catch up.
Then they're going to get you with the speed camera.
No, you got to know where they are.
So it looks like there is a map, at least on the D.C. Department of Transportation, that'll tell you where and what kind of cameras there are. So let's look at JP's ride home. Yeah, there's stop sign cameras, man. I don't know that I can get behind that, man. There are.
Well, I mean, I think they really tell you they don't care if you get behind it or not. They're there. So if you know they're there, stop at the stop signs, bro.
Straight up cash grab. But I agree. If you know where they are, you got to stop.
I'll say this here. If it was like the whole thing about it is if they know it's some people out there that's going to consistently say to hell with what the rules are and keep breaking it, you just want to give them your money. Or you could just stop at the stop sign, Jay.
Let's let my man Tim and Laurel weigh in. Tim, who you mad at, buddy?
What's up, guys?
What's up, man?
I'm doing a future bleep you to the Dodgers and especially Ohtani for this weekend because he has 2 hits all season. He's about to whip our ass.
The Ohtani breakout comes in Washington. Is that right?
Yes, sir. It's happening. Just bet on a home run for him every damn day this weekend.
I fear you might be correct.
He has a home run in every game in Nats Park except one. So,
Really?
bet it. Yeah.
About to put mine in now.
I wonder if Ohtani.
Have a good one, guys.
All right, thanks, man. Good call. I wonder how many baseball players have homered in every park in baseball, and I wonder if Ohtani has yet.
Yeah.
Well, for a long time they didn't have interleague play, so like Babe Ruth never played in a National League park.
Yeah.
I don't even. Were they? When did interleague play come in? Like, did Barry Bonds play in AL parks?
Don't know.
I don't know either, but I bet Ohtani's gonna. I don't know where we were. We were talking about best baseball player ever. To me, it's still Bonds. I don't know when Ohtani gets in that conversation, but that time
he's in it now. He can strike you out, then go yard on you. Yeah, he's in it.
Is Ohtani pitching when the Dodgers come here, Stallion?
If he just pitched, I think on Tuesday night, so I think we're gonna miss him by a game, which is just, of course, I kind of wanted to see him. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Which kind of leads into my bleep you, by the way.
Okay.
Bleep you to my buddy who got me, not on April Fool's, this morning and was like, hey, you want some PNC Diamond Club seats for Saturday's game? I'm like, yeah, I do. He was like, well, I don't have them. And I was like, I was like,
well,
all right.
I like how you did. You want some?
I wanted some.
Well,
and I thought,
and he's letting you know, I don't have any. So, I think he was being honest with you.
Yeah, I think now we know he was being honest with you. And you know
he
what?
probably didn't have any for you because he gonna know you gonna want to drink mimosas with him.
Well, I mean, I'd love to do that. I'd love to do that in the PNC Diamond Club, but I thought I was getting 4 seats for Saturday's game against the 2-time defending champion Dodgers. Not getting them anymore.
Is Diamond Club all the way down or the one just above?
It's right above the 100s level. So it's not the Terra Club, but it's right above it.
Yeah.
Still get
Diamond
hookups.
Club's awesome.
It's awesome.
All you can drink.
All you can drink. Times 2.
The little ice cream cones.
Jeff, Greg is stupid.
What'd he say?
Oh man,
I don't want to know.
I'll show you later.
Yeah, that's a tough L right there, Stallion, for somebody just to completely mess with you.
I love that though. They should do it every day.
Please don't
mess with him.
Yeah, he's messing withable.
Speaking of messing with people, I want to talk about this Wizards stuff. So I don't know if we're able to get the audio of the prank last night, or we could kind of just describe it if we want to. So the Wizards last night, they played on April Fool's.
Yeah, have fun.
Not only is it the Wiz playing on April Fool's, the Wiz don't have 20 wins yet. You know what I'm saying?
They're not trying to get 20 wins.
Right. The Wizards are doing everything we want them to do.
Yeah.
They're 17-59 after last night. They gave up $150.
Keep that protected pick.
So I want to say it was halftime. Perhaps it was between a quarter. But there was a stoppage in play. And when you go to NBA games especially, there's a constant torrent of entertainment products thrown at you. Especially when a team is not doing so well. They want to keep the fans that are there engaged. So they brought a fan out and they said, all right, guys, if you can make this shot with a blindfold on from half court, you win 10 grand.
Mm-hmm.
People were excited.
Yeah.
My man's pumping the crowd up.
Man probably know he can't make it with the blindfold off.
Put the blindfold on him. Shot goes up. Nowhere close to going in. But the announcing crew, they're in on this joke, this prank, and they tell him he won. They're like, oh my God, you won. Congratulations, you made that shot. Can you believe it?
Mm-hmm.
From there, they go on to, did they show the guy the shot on the big screen?
Yeah, they showed him up on the big screen there, and I mean, he took the half court shot, completely missed, airballed.
So they hand him a $10,000 giant check.
Yeah.
And then they show him on the big screen the shot of which he airballed and left like 30 yards right.
Mm-hmm.
And then they take the check back.
Yeah.
Now, it's also mascot night. There's like 10
mascot night, and the person that shot the shot was a part of the whole thing. So nobody was fooled.
So my point here is this is funny.
It is.
April Fools. People like April Fools pranks. I don't think.
I like it. And listen, man, have fun. And if you got the no fun police around there, to hell with them. Go kick rocks. Keep having fun. Sometimes you got to ignore stupidity.
Also, the people in these comments that are like, that's so unfair to do. This guy thought his life changed.
The dude life ain't changed.
Your life.
The dude was a part of the deal, fool. Now, I will ask a question to the people that's complaining. To find out that the dude was in on it, do you still say his life got changed? No, your life got changed.
Here's what I think is so lame. The amount of people that want to be mad about everything got so uproarious. I'm not sure if that's a word, but they made such a stink about this that the Wiz actually came out and apologized. They said the skit involving our mascot and other members of our performance team was scripted and intended to celebrate April Fools. All participants were in on the joke, but we missed the mark. Our fans are our priority. You didn't miss the mark.
I guarantee
you nailed it.
I will put money on it. The people that are truly complaining are not your fans. Those are the trolls, the little asses on social media that like to always complain about something.
Dude, there are people, there are probably bots, but there are people that just want to be mad about everything. Stop being offended for somebody else. Like, just exist. And it's okay to laugh at a joke.
Yeah.
Our guy, Boy Genius, replied, I thought this is funny. He said, I'm more offended that we gave up 153 points to the Sixers.
That's the April Fools I'm mad at.
Doug, the Wizards are doing what we want them to do. They right now have the worst record in the East, correct? They might have the worst record overall. It's exactly what we want them to do. I want AJ DeBanza, and I don't care about April Fool's
I want to say
Day
bleep you
skits.
too. Those people who complaining about that damn skit.
Seriously.
Bleep them.
You're the nerds.
Bleep them 500 million times.
You're the dorks. Shut up. It's a skit. The guy was in on it. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Keyshawn George will miss the rest of the 2025-2026 season, the Wizards just announced. George has been sidelined since March 2nd due to a grade 2 UCL tear in his left elbow, and the Wizards don't have an incentive to rush him back on the court, at least for a couple of weeks. And the Raiders agreed to terms with Kirk Cousins 2 days after new coach Clint Kubiak said that he wanted to add another veteran quarterback to the roster. Cousins' agent announced the deal earlier this morning, which will pay the four-time Pro Bowler $20 million in guaranteed money in 2026, per ESPN Adam Schefter. From the Crop Medcap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
So, this Wizards stuff, man. The Wiz do an April Fool's prank. It was funny. Like, it was funny. It's supposed to be funny. I kind of think the notion of April Fool's is a little silly, but whatever. It was funny. And then people got mad on the internet, so they apologized for it. Like, I think we get on some capacity, unless there's a threshold of things that need to be apologized for. When the not poop water sprayed out at FedEx Field, that needed to be apologized for.
Yeah.
Now what they said was it wasn't poop water, but
whatever came out of the pipe needs to be apologized for.
Like
the misting on the people.
If this, I'll open the phone lines up for the people that are mad about it. 800-636-1067. If you exist, I'm interested. Because I think what actually happens, it's kind of similar to the name debate with me. Like, there are some people that it matters greatly to, but the vast majority of people just kind of keep it moving. And I think if you watched that Wizards thing last night and were offended, that's more on you than it is on the Wizards or the actors involved. Like, it's just, we should be able to laugh.
Yeah. I still like comedians. I think jokes are fun.
Did I tell you what? I really never got into April Fools that often. I did 1 year. So when I was out of college, I worked at this insurance company. And I had a little office. And my office was back in the corner by the break room, by like the kitchen and stuff, right? And I knew, like, when these ladies would come have lunch, like, I knew what time, and I could kind of, like, hear them starting to talk. So I went in the little kitchen, and I could hear them, like, coming down the hallway. And I yelled out, I was like, "Oh, bleep!" And they're like, "What?" I was like, "I saw a mouse." Funny, right? They freaked out.
Yeah, you didn't have to worry about how we were in the break room, I guarantee you.
They freaked out. But instead of just being like in my mind, I'd be like, "Oh, no," and just kind of, they immediately went and called an exterminator. They set up like a whole plan. Later on, my boss was complaining, like, "Man, that cost us $300. Nobody's even sure if they saw a mouse." Eventually, I finally told him, I was like, "Dude, I just did that as an April Fool's prank." And he said he was going to take it out of my check. I don't think he ever actually did.
The thing you do is April Fool's, they didn't know. I wouldn't have told him.
I know. I'm talking years later, I told him.
Oh, okay.
Like, once I had sold enough insurance that I was on secure footing.
As long as they had my checks, I would never tell them. You got taking nothing out of my check. They're not supposed to come out of it.
That was kind of the end of the road for me with April Fool's pranks. Non-April Fool's prank. We started hearing some Puka Nacua stuff late last season, like as the season was going down the stretch. Then, maybe it was last week, 2 weeks ago, we see the allegations against Nacua, maybe even like legal.
Yeah, I think the second thing was a targeted thing. I think they heard the other thing, and they say, "I'm going to capitalize off of it."
So, I think there might be something there. Puka Nacua, who's an incredibly talented wide receiver. His attorney came out with a statement. Puka takes responsibility for his well-being and increasing his performance during the offseason. So in early March, before any temporary restraining order was filed by Madison Atiabi and subsequently denied by the court, Puka voluntarily entered a holistic care facility to focus on his personal growth. He's committed to using this time constructively so that he can return in the best possible position, both personally and professionally, to continue contributing to his team and the game he loves. He will complete the program in plenty of time to be involved in all of the Rams' OTAs. Puka is also deeply grateful for the support he has received from his family, friends, Coach McVay, and teammates. It is unfortunate that a trivial lawsuit has drawn attention to Puka during a time when he is focused on becoming a better overall person. I'm really excited to see what the future holds for this gifted young man.
Mm-hmm.
What does Brian Mitchell, former NFL player, here?
I'll tell you, I read the story and I heard some allegations, and I listened to the people that were there too, who said this stuff did not happen. And when you start to hear all of the stuff, and you hear if people go look at the story about what he had supposedly said before, and if he had said it, I think the second part with this lady is someone saying, "Oh, you that way, I am going to capitalize off of you." When there were people around that said that did not happen, he never said this, he never acted crazy or not. I have to sometimes just understand that in this day and age, if you are accused of one thing, somebody else see it as an opportunity for them to capitalize. And that's what I felt from this one.
So, I don't know enough. Towards the end of the season, towards the end of the regular season, Nacua issued an apology for performing some sort of hand gesture on a live stream that was considered anti-Semitic.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I never saw it. I don't know what it was.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I saw that. I heard that.
What? I don't even know what hand gesture that would be.
I don't know what the hand gesture was. Like, I remember when I was working over at Comcast. You were there. And there were people asking guys to use acronyms in statements and stuff.
Videos and
on
stuff.
Like the little things you do for, what is it, cameos.
Yeah.
So I'm not a stupid man, so I'm like, what does the acronym mean? And they wouldn't tell you. So, okay, well, I'm not going to do the damn cameo. Well, Brett Favre did it. And you remember the guy called me in his office and say, well, Comcast said they don't want you to be involved with Cameo. I'm like, if Comcast don't want me involved with Cameo, they better write me something with the company letterhead on it, because I'm not going to listen to your ass, because I didn't trust the dude. You remember that dude I'm talking about?
I do.
So he said, well, that's what the company said. I said, well, if the company said it, they will send me a letter. And I never received the letter, and then he got fired later on anyway, so he was an idiot anyway. So Brett Favre used some of the acronyms and got in trouble, and it made some company look bad, so they were trying to stop everybody from doing it. No. If he's that damn dumb to go use acronyms, and he had a lot of stuff that he was accused of back in the day anyway. So it was some stuff that was, what was it? Kind of racist type stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm like, why the hell? But first of all, if you're going to use stuff that you don't know what it means, then you're a fool. But that, I think it's just like when you see those things and then you see people starting to do other stuff, other accusations, people like to take advantage of stuff, bro. I wouldn't let it happen. And I see this with Nacua. You just got to be careful, because once one thing gets out there, others are going to say, oh, that's how he is. Or they going to think you're a certain way.
The biggest lesson for me from the Watergate scandal is follow the money, right? Puka Nacua in 3 seasons with the Rams has over 4,000 yards receiving. 3 years. 19 total touchdowns. Last year, he went for 1,700 yards and 10 touchdowns. 129 catches, 80 of them were for first downs. Nacua is a 5th rounder in 2023, which means he's going into the final year of his deal.
Mm-hmm.
If I was the Rams, this is when I'd want to be talking contract with Puka Nacua, because I don't want him to get to free agency next year.
Mm-hmm.
Now you got this stuff floating around going into contract extension talks time. I don't know if any of this has anything if there's any connections there, but it just seems so odd. But the fact that now there are two, so the most recent allegation against Puka came from this woman, Atiabi.
She said it was her and her friend.
She claims he bit her on the shoulder and was saying anti-Semitic comments, anti-Semitic in nature, and perpetuated harmful stereotypes. Puka's lawyer says Atiabi's behavior and actions are inconsistent with the allegations being made, says he has video evidence, and says multiple sober witnesses have stated unequivocally that Puka never made the comments Miss Atiabi claims, and this is a blatant lie. The whole thing is odd.
But he had supposedly did a gesture that was anti-Semitic. Then you come and people around you are saying this didn't happen, but then you say he was making anti. What are they trying to do? Keep the conversation or the thing that happened before going to try to set him at a certain point. And I just when I started reading it and I started listening to the other stuff, I'm like, okay, this is probably one where you got to change the people you're hanging around, brother, and don't put yourself in that position.
You gotta make that circle smaller.
Like, trust that. There were some people back in the day that were accused of doing something to a female, and they were trying. So every time he went to the club, guess what happened? Another female came and said he did something. Come to find out, dude didn't do nothing. The one that finally got him to court, the lawyer was so damn good the way they admitted on stand, well, they were trying to get their boyfriend out of jail. So they knew he had this type of reputation, so they said that he grabbed her, okay? That happens. We go through everyday life thinking that we don't do crazy stuff. It doesn't happen. But it does, okay? It does. I'll tell you in the break who it was.
Yeah.
You know, but things happen because people look at stuff as opportunities to capitalize off of what they think your reputation really is.
Well, and there's also TMZ, of course, got a video.
They got the video?
They got a video of this woman in a van. Puka's asleep. He's passed out. And this lady's like twerking next to his face.
To his face, yeah. I saw that too.
And this is after the alleged bite. So I don't know.
She was twerking?
She was twerking like right on his head. As another woman was like.
She's twerking, but she's going to use the other thing in another situation to try to change up a whole little dynamic at that point, huh?
What is Puka go? Is he boozing pills? What's what the streets saying, Jeff, about Puka?
I don't know what he's on. I just seen he was in rehab too.
He went to a holistic rehab place.
What does that mean?
Probably he just going there to try to get his mind right.
Spiritual awakening
type stuff.
I believe he's Mormon. He went to BYU, so maybe he has veered off the path.
Let's just say this, Jay. Mormon, Catholic, Baptist, whatever, everybody does stuff. Okay? I know when people I hate when people throw out the religion, because I can tell you, like I said, ain't nothing happening at other campuses that don't happen at BYU and other places.
Right.
Let's be real. So, you got a lot of people who want to keep the straight and narrow. There's a lot of people who go on and off that path. But he's trying to better himself.
Puka's a fantastic football player. Mm-hmm. He's one of the toughest receivers I've ever seen. He runs like a fullback. He runs routes like a receiver, and then
Eric Yarbrough is a coach there. He say, B, the dude's like a running back. He grabs the ball, and he don't give a damn about nothing.
When we return, time for her to hear first. We may have somebody making their debut with the hot dog hat. Grant and Danny coming at 2 o'clock. B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Fun show today. If you missed any of our conversation with Matt Miller, make sure you get on YouTube or Spotify, Apple Pods. You got to listen to that. That was really good information talking about what Washington's going to do at 7. I can't wait, man. The draft's 3 weeks from today. You'll be in Pittsburgh. I may be in Pittsburgh. It's going to be a very, very interesting time for Washington to add somebody. I think you and I agree on this. Whatever it is they do, whatever direction they go, they just got to be right. You got to get somebody that's a stud because there should be studs available. It's a 7th overall pick.
Yeah.
As long as you're right.
That person is coming in and be impactful off the bat.
As long as you're right, I don't care what position it is. But you can't be wrong. If loving the Lord is wrong, I don't want to be right. All right, let's get to Heard It Here first. Tomorrow is the Nats home opening day in Washington. If you're going, come say what's up to me and B. We'll be outside at Tap 99, just outside of that center field gate. Tomorrow, yeah.
Really?
Yep.
I think I'm going to be off tomorrow.
Okay.
April Fools.
Well, you know that happened.
We got him yesterday.
You know what happened last year?
What?
You and I, we were there for 2 straight days. You remember that? We were there for like opening day and the next day.
I remember being there one day.
There was one day I had to do a solo show. And it was the same time as the Kevin Willard stuff with Maryland and Villanova. And usually you're around to calm me down.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the second day you weren't there. And I just went bananas.
Yeah.
And I may have gotten some
that's
phone
why I don't
calls.
remember the second day because I wasn't there.
I may have gotten some phone calls from some people afterwards. And not people that worked at the radio station.
I told you the day before, leave it alone.
I did not. All right. White Brian, how'd we do last night?
JP, you, me, and Clary lost. Jeff and B-Mitch won.
Okay. So how we looking so far through the week?
B-Mitch is 2-1. Me and Clary... Oh, no, I'm 2-1. Clary's 1-2. Jeff's 1-2. And you're 1-2, JP.
Okay.
And they gave it 153. You got to put with a thing.
I bet on the Wizards last night.
Yeah.
I should have bet on them to have a funny April Fool's prank because that would have hit. But I did. I bet on a team. This thing is so ridiculous when you see it in person. I bet on a team that lost. What was they lost by like 25 and they gave up 153. So it's only fair. Here we go.
Yep.
Put on the hot dog hat, JP.
Put on your hat, dog.
Hot dog.
I got like work hair. I'm gonna have to comb it again.
Don't worry about it, dog. We don't care about your hair.
And
Yeah,
we
but
know you can fit it.
MC4 does.
Yeah. Oh my God, that is a struggle getting that thing on there right now.
All right,
there we go.
How do I look?
You look great.
Glizzified.
Is this just as silly as it feels? Holy moly!
Yeah,
'cause you feel pretty damn silly.
I can tell you what you look like. I'll tell you off air again.
Do you want to see without like the headphones kind of contain my ears? Should we see how my ears
Yeah,
look?
we on
without
side of
going
it.
on?
Oh, dog. You look like you a jet.
I can kind of see in the glare of the reflection of the Ovi jersey. All right. I can successfully say that wearing the hot dog hat kind of sucks. Although if my kids get to see a picture, they'll think it's quite funny. I guess we got to make
some one to you?
Sure.
I'll take it for your kids now. Go ahead. You got to wear it through the whole show. You ain't taking it off.
I'm not going anywhere.
Oh, Lord, you look a mess.
Do you have text it to Lauren, or I'll text it to her?
I like B-Mitch wouldn't let us take a picture of him.
But we're on television.
I know. I mean, we had the gift.
but you know they try to add stuff to the picture. So I don't.
You know,
I don't want to beat them up.
When you were wearing it, you know who immediately texted me for a photo?
Who?
Doc Walker.
Bastard.
All right.
Give me the Royals.
This does give you a little push to get your next bet right. I'll tell you that much. Jeff's taking the Royals tonight. All right. And
Jeff lost 2 days in a row.
Caps have a big game
Jeff
tonight.
won last night.
Caps have a really big game tonight in New Jersey. This looks like it's a straight up pick 'em. I'm taking the Caps tonight.
I'm going to take the Caps also. Caps money line, -110. Let's go.
Just need a win.
Just need a win.
Need a
The
win
boys
from
just
the
need a
boys
win
in red. They might be wearing their whites on the road against the Devils.
Against Josh Harris's Devils, too.
It's true. I think the Devils have kind of fallen apart down the stretch here, and Washington could really use a dub. They're trying to sneak back into this playoff race. I heard Grant and Danny were talking about this. If it comes down to a tiebreaker, and there's a very good chance it could because there's a number of teams bunched up for that final wild card spot in the NHL, the Caps should have the tiebreaker against almost all the other teams involved because they have the most regulation wins. So we're rooting for the Caps. If it went down, the Caps would be playing either Carolina or Buffalo.
I'll take the Spurs -3.5.
Illinois State.
Illinois State? What sport? NIT?
NIT must
NIT
be.
against Auburn.
Damn, you going against your boys?
Against your squad?
They haven't covered once in the tournament.
Well, they sucked. I mean, what you expect?
What level of NIT are we at? Final Four?
Final Four.
How excited are you for Auburn being in the NIT Final Four? That's the ultimate kissing your sister.
It'd be pretty cool to get an NIT championship hat.
I guess.
Would you wear it? Would you wear it?
Yeah, I would wear it.
Where? In here?
Yeah.
Gonna replace a hot dog hat.
They're not wearing it around Alabama nowhere.
So who hasn't worn this yet? Just Jeff and White Brian?
Yeah.
Final two.
All right. I hope everybody enjoys me wearing the hot dog hat. I'm looking at
We
it
got
wherever
you,
you are.
dog. You look.
Thank you to Matt
ridiculous.
Miller. Thank you to Jim Wyatt. Thank you to Ike Reese. Thank you to everybody that called in. Grant and Danny coming your way next. We'll see you tomorrow at Tap 99 for the Nats home opener.
This sports update is brought to you by Melwood. The Raiders made a move at the quarterback position, signing veteran Kirk Cousins to a contract. The contract is effectively a one-year, $20 million deal. Cousins will presumably mentor the likely number 1 overall pick in Fernando Mendoza. Some Wizards news: Keyshawn George will miss the rest of the season due to a grade 2 UCL tear in his left elbow, though he will be ready to go for next season, according to the team. And the Washington Capitals are looking to keep their 3-game win streak alive, visiting the New Jersey Devils tonight. 7:30 p.m. is puck drop right here on 106.7 The Fan, where you can listen live. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Krupp MedCap 5-Star Sports Desk, Savannah McCann on The Fan.
Good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny on The Fan. April 2nd, 2026. We'll take you up to 6:30 this evening. No Nats baseball tonight. Caps hockey when we are done right here on The Fan. Got a very busy show planned for you today, including our pal John Keim, who covers the Commanders at 3:25 on their offseason and the draft, which is 3 weeks away from today. Jason Sinaraja, who is the president of business ops for the Nationals on the Fan Experience, changes over at Nats Park. You guys will start to see for the first time on opening day at Nats Park tomorrow. And at 6 o'clock, Joe Beninati. The Caps have a massive game tonight. They are back in the playoff hunt. Just 3 games off the postseason pace. A lot to get to on Grant and Danny. Hello, Daniel.
What's up, buddy? Final couple of days here of spring break, so I got my kids with me at work. It's Camp Dad this week. We've done various activities. We ran out of activities, so I brought them to work with me this afternoon.
There used to be an actual day celebrated annually, and I remember occasionally at the station the junkies would take part in this Bring Your Kids to Work Day, where they would actually not go to school or whatever, and you'd get to go with your parents to wherever their workplace is. I don't know if today is that day nationally or not. But it is Bring Your Kids to Work Day for Danny Houtier.
For me, I suppose it is. Yeah, I mean, we had activities all week. We saw Super Mario yesterday. That was our activity because I thought it was going to be rainy. Turns out it was beautiful, so that was squandered, but whatever. We went for a hike the day before. I can't remember what we did the day before that, but it's all blending together. But it's just I've been late to work every day this week because that's what's going on. Like I am supervising. I'm at home, Mr. Mom over here.
This is Camp Dad. Officially.
Camp Dad, yeah.
Your boys are very well behaved though, as always. Very quiet. They're not yelling or anything crazy.
Inside the house, different story. Outside the house, we do all right.
They were playing foosball without spinners as to keep the noise down a little bit.
They agreed to the rules and then abided by them, which was great.
I was throwing the rugby ball with them, and your youngest was like, "This ball feels weird, man." And I was like, "Yeah, that's a rugby ball."
It's a rugby ball, dude.
Like, what? I'm like, it's not just a football that didn't come out of the factory correctly. Yeah. That's a whole different kit and caboodle there. So, yeah, they're learning about rugby in their time away from school.
Hadn't been much rugby playing in the Hooray household, but that was the first time. That's the first time I've ever seen or handled a rugby ball.
A lot I wanted to get into right out of the chute here, starting with April Fool's Day yesterday. Could have brought it up, had too short of a show. I really dislike April Fool's Day bits from a media standpoint. I've long thought they were tired and lame. There are some that are harmless that can be funny, but it's a tough, narrow road to walk, I would say.
Yep.
The accounts all over social media yesterday that were saying that the Redskins name was coming back, pretty quickly, you understand that's not a thing, and then you remember, oh, it's the 1st of April. But like my mom gets tricked by these things. She's sending me text messages. People are saying, Dylan Cruz got sent down to the minor leagues, and now James Wood has too. Look at this graphic. And I'm like, that's not real at all.
Nope.
Trust me. If you're a media organization and you're doing April Fool's Day pranks, I think it's time to rethink it. But I had this on the rundown to just talk about my disdain for unfunny April Fool's Day pranks. I had a couple I wrote down from yesterday where I saw, like, if it's a joke, at some point I should laugh. You get what I'm saying?
I do.
If you're like, gotcha, at some point there's got to be a gotcha.
Well, we've seen everything is the point.
So now in order to get over on somebody, it's got to be that much more escalated. It's got to be that much crazier. It's got to be that much, further down the line than the old one where it's like, hey, your shoes on dead. That's a different story. That's a different time, right? That's the simple one. Now it's got to be this elaborate deal, and we sort of jumped the shark with regards to it. We can move on as a society.
Who's your mobile phone provider?
AT&T.
You're an AT&T guy. Mm-hmm. I am a Verizon guy. Dad, I believe you're a T-Mobile guy. We've got the trifecta here on the Grant and Danny radio program. Well, yesterday I saw that T-Mobile came out with their own cologne. They're going to do this like T-Mobile cologne that's like shaped like a phone. And I was like, that's a really dumb thing. Why would they have a cologne? And then I realized hours later, oh, it's an April Fool's Day joke. And I was like, but that is a waste of my time and your time. That's not that funny. That's not that interesting. Another one I saw, this one was actually totally believable. So believable, in fact, that it's not even a great April Fool's Day joke. Traeger grills. I think you have a Traeger.
I got a Traeger grill, yeah.
I'm very jealous. I'd like to borrow it at some point if you ever go out of town. Big Traeger guy. Maybe I could just come over, cook on your grill, and then go back to my house if that's fine with you.
Okay.
Traeger Grilling released their own glasses. I don't know exactly what the point was, but they were like supposed to help you grill or something. But in a world where people have these meta glasses and everyone's got different types of glasses that hook up to apps, it's not the craziest thing in the world that Traeger would have their own grilling glasses. And that was like, you get it? It's an April Fool's joke. It's just a grilling company, man. Why would they have these glasses?
They wouldn't.
And it's like, dude, if you got to explain it to me after, not so good.
So I ordered this. I'm trying this stuff out. Actually, my son finds stuff before I do, just in general on the internet. He's a wizard. He's grown up in this era of computational devices at the ready, whereas I had to like work into it.
These kids, bro, they can do anything. I went to Disney with my nephew when he was like 4. He wanted to play Madden, and I didn't know how. We're in a house I've never been in, wires I don't know. He got us all hooked up to play Madden. I was sitting there trying to figure out what to plug in where.
You're like, can I see the options for the control settings again? Like, he already intuitively knows. But he's like, Dad, there's this protein coffee. I know you do a protein coffee every afternoon. You have iced coffee and you put some protein powder in it. There's a company that does that. It's called Javi or Yavi. I don't know how you say it. If it's a soft J, regular J. I've never seen it or heard of it. But he finds it for me, so I'm trying it out for the first time. I get a message from them that goes, your order is confirmed. I'm going, oh, crap. I didn't order anything. What is this? Now I'm like annoyed. You know what I mean? And it turns out they go, no, April Fool's, but you can get a great deal.
That one I can't have because everyone's stealing everyone's identity.
In the era I'm going, like, we got a piece of mail the other day at home where it's like a different person's name and it looks like some account was open. My wife is now like head on a swivel. We got to call every credit card company and, we're Equifaxing our Equifax to make sure that nobody's title locking us or whatever. Just, I'm constantly vigilant and irritated about that stuff. So I freaked out about it, and then I opened it up and went, oh, okay, you got me for 12% off. I could order some more.
Well, the big one I hadn't even seen until today was that the Washington Wizards, who have since apologized, had a fan, in air quotes, turns out it was a paid actor, I guess, down on the floor. Was this at halftime, by the way, Strobes? It was. So at halftime, this is a normal thing for the Wizards and NBA teams. You come down, you shoot a half-court shot. If you hit it, you get $10,000. But the trick was you got to blindfold him. And if the shot goes in, we're going to pay this guy $10,000. So he puts the blindfold on like he's Duncan riding on the horse in Robin Hood. Deep cut, by the way, if you know, you know. And he is chilling at half court, gets ready, takes a shot. All the mascots jump around. They act like he made it. He was 50 feet from making it, nowhere near anything. And he eventually ends up being told after they hand him the big check and they're celebrating and he's talking about what an amazing life-changing experience this is in front of the whole crowd who knows he didn't make it. They show him the replay on the big screen and say, you didn't make the shot. And so now this guy who thinks he just won $10,000 or whatever finds out that he didn't. And the Wizards announce, well, April Fool's, but don't worry, he's going to get a signed jersey and he's going to get tickets on the wood courtside to a basketball game next year. And that's supposed to be it's okay because we're giving him this. So everybody crushed the Wizards. I mean, they got lambasted, I think because they're terrible, and everyone made the exact same unfunny joke, which is they should be giving away something every single night. This guy had the audacity to go to one of their games. They're so awful. Why would you play a trick on him? My initial response was this guy's probably not a real fan. That's literally what I thought. You're not going to pull a real fan out of the crowd and do this. If they did, that's not a great look. April Fool's Day is lame in general to try to pull one over on people, but I wasn't that upset. So many people got mad at them, Danny, that they had to issue a statement today and apologize and also acknowledge that this was not a real fan, that this was a paid actor.
Yeah, so a lot to it. Number one, as you said, it's all lame anyway. In-game stuff like, hey, let's go down to the in-house person and be like, I'm here with blah, blah, blah. Let's get the energy going. It's all kind of cringeworthy and eye-rolling.
Oh, you don't like that? See, that's fun to me.
See, none of that stuff is worth it. All that stuff is bad, and I don't blame the people involved. It's like you're trying so hard to create some kind of life and energy for a team that stinks.
So you lose me there. If I'm at a game, I want to be entertained. I want it to be an experience. I'm taking my kids. They want to see the Mites on Ice in intermission. They want to see
that's fine.
The half-court shot. They want to see, let's race on this imposed, like Candyland path that we've put on the ice where you're running along.
At the Hoyas game, the babies racing is awesome. I'm not even talking about that. I don't even know how to describe it, but it's like, all right, guy. It's like the DJ going, everyone to the dance floor. Everybody get to the dance floor here.
You're trying to get some energy in the
you're
crowd.
doing your best. I understand it's an uphill climb, but it's all cringeworthy. All that stuff to me is just kind of, like it's pulling teeth as it is. Then you add in the April Fool's shtick. You're just trying your best for a team that's going to win 18 games to try to get some juice in the building. You're doing the best you can. So everyone that was offended by it irritated me, right? Everybody also, on the flip side, as you said, it's like not a great bit in the first place. Now that you have to come out and apologize, and because some people might have had their feelings hurt that this paid actor, I'm sure, whatever, might have had his feelings hurt. It's like the whole thing, no one can do anything.
I was hyper vigilant all day yesterday with social media. Anything I saw during the show, I didn't talk about because I'm like, there's a good chance this is fake or whatever. I sent Ryan Clary, our old producer, now with B. Mitch and Finley, at one point, a story that Spider-Man is going to have a new series starring Tobey Maguire and the Tobey Maguire character. He's long said Maguire's the best Spider-Man. You and I think he's insane.
It's like he's never seen other Spider-Man.
There's quite literally been so many better versions of that character and better actors, and almost anyone who's ever played Spider-Man better than Tobey Maguire. But I just sent it to Clary. Didn't think about it before or after. It was just like, oh, at Ryan Clary, whatever.
He cares about this. Here you go.
Haha. And it was like, dude, you got. That's fake. Okay, I guess.
Yep.
It was fake? So they're not doing a show with Tobey Maguire? Whoops. My bad. No, but you got. April Fools, man. You got. Okay.
You're right.
What do you want me to do?
You're right.
Like, if you get me good, I'll raise my hand and say, good one, man. I don't think that qualifies. But we're out of the woods. It's April 2nd. So anything you see on the internet today is real.
Yes, we can guarantee that.
As of today. Yesterday, not so much. Today, it's April 2nd. If it's on the internet, it's authentic, it's legitimate, it's 100% accurate. You can believe anything you see. That's my point.
I think that's fair. That's a good summation.
364 days a year. The internet is gospel.
It's undefeated, yeah.
Tweet that. Capitals, big game tonight. So you're saying there's a chance.
I read you.
We got Joe Beninati at 6 coming up in about 4 hours. Feels like a long time to say that, by the way. 4 hours from now.
4 hours from now. So come on back if you're busy,
Or just stay here the whole time. We like that too. The Caps are 3 points back of the last playoff spot. Here's the summation of what's going on in the East. Here's what's more important, though, Danny. They're 4 points back of the third spot in the Metro Division. New York Islanders have that spot. 3 teams in every division make the playoffs. So you're guaranteed to get in if you're third in the Metro. And they are only 4 points behind the Islanders, who they have a game in hand on. So they're effectively 2 points behind the Islanders by that math. That's the clearer path. Yes, you could get in as the last wild card, where they're only 3 points back. But there are a lot of teams to climb over, including some teams from the Atlantic. If you're just taking the Atlantic teams and crossing them out and looking at the Metro, where you've got other clubs like the Flyers that are competing, you're only 4 back and really 2 back. So that's the path. You would get a more favorable possibility, too, in terms of matchup in round 1 and home games and whatever else. But I bring this up to say they have gotten into a spot with 7 games to play where if they win, they're going to get in. All the other teams they're competing with, Islanders, Blue Jackets, Red Wings, Flyers, Senators, they can all say the same thing. Everybody still with 7 games left, jumbled up here, is in control of their destiny. But for the Capitals, if you handle your business and you win hockey games, you will make the playoffs, which 2 weeks ago and a week ago
you would have said
didn't look like the case. They also, I will add, have tiebreakers over most of the teams they're chasing. Islanders, Columbus, Ottawa, Detroit, Philly, and the Eastern Conference picture all in front of the Capitals. They have the tiebreakers over New York, Columbus, Detroit, and Philly, and they may end up with the tiebreaker over Ottawa. Right now, they're tied.
That's the only team they don't inherently right now.
But they could. Regulation wins, they're even. They're not behind any of those teams in that way. So with 7 to play, at New Jersey tonight, got to win. Home against Buffalo Saturday is big. They're going back-to-back, by the way, with Buffalo and then the Rangers Saturday, Sunday. So they're going to play 2 games in 2 days. That'll be tough. But, Danny, if they were to get 4 points out of 6 in those 3 games, they'd be in an okay spot going into the last week. If they get 5 points, they're cooking. If they get 6 points, if they win all 3 of those games, by this time next week or early next week, I think people are going to start to look at Washington as this team might sneak into the playoffs.
Yeah, and they might get that dreaded, team that nobody wants to play moniker because they're hot right there at the end when they absolutely had to be. Back was against the wall here. They needed some help. And they dug themselves a bit of a pit. Not a bit, a pit. They dug themselves a pit. Now they're climbing out of it, and they've played better hockey. It's an injection of life, it feels like, maybe from Hudson, and some of the faster skaters all of a sudden have fresher legs than it seems we're used to seeing from this group that's usually old and tired and injured a lot and sort of limping down the stretch to find a way in. But it's given this season a little bit more meaning, which is cool. Instead of just swan song Ovechkin, maybe fare thee well as we kind of drift off into the sunset, a team just outside the playoff picture looking in. Now, all of a sudden, you're going, let's get in the dance and see what happens. I don't know that they're anywhere near as good as some of the teams they've had in the past. Doesn't matter. Let's see what happens.
You say they're in the pit. Have you watched The Pit with Noah Wyle?
No, everyone's over talking about it, though.
I have heard more people talking about this show in the last couple of months than any show probably in the last 2 years.
So you know how you have some, I don't want to say consistent rules, but you've got some rules about things that you just see and you go, no way, I'm not doing that. Right, like a fantasy show or like certain movies and stuff.
The main character is named after a number. If there's a bunch of like aliens talking to people.
Yeah. But certain kinds of aliens are fine. Like a talking tree was cool with you and like little stones that govern reality.
Marvel Universe.
Yeah, you can do.
Is okay.
Right. So
everything else is not.
I'm not trying to join on your rules. I'm just saying that you got rules.
There's a little bit of joning on the rules.
There's a little bit of joning. But I'm just saying I don't quite understand.
The joning.
Yeah.
My rules are weird. My proclivities are strange.
Here is my rule. Are you a medical drama? If the answer is yes, out.
Did you ever watch ER back in the day?
That's why. Out.
Okay.
Couldn't handle. I mean, enough. How many fast-talking doctors with a heart of gold that have to defy the rules do we need? You know what I mean? Where it's like, damn it, it's my patient. I'm going to do what I have to save his life, even if I'm gruff. They're all so stupid. Medical dramas stink.
Well,
this one's great because Noah Wiley's sweet. No, it's not. It's the same.
We had that. Noah Wyle was a doctor in ER. Yeah, my mom watched the show.
Yeah.
He was one of the stars of the show. It was 25 years ago. Why are we back to that? And if you're an actor, why do you want to do that?
No one wanted it for anything else.
It's possible.
Yeah, we're back here.
I guess the show is very good though. So they're in the pit with the Capitals. Noah Wyle is.
You could take Grey's Anatomy, put it all in that same pit, and just shuffle them up.
The reason that while I don't think the Caps will make the playoffs, I still have hope. And by the way, I do think if they made the playoffs, they would be an interesting out. Is goaltending. Logan Thompson has been incredible all year. He's one of the best goalies in the National Hockey League. He's one of the hottest goalies right now in post-Olympic break, I guess we'll call it. He has been right at the top of the sport. And they've gotten to a point now, as they've gotten back into this thing, where they're actually playing him every game. So they haven't had the back-to-backs, which helps, but every 2 days when you get the day off, they're playing him, and there hasn't been as much Charlie Lindgren. But if they were to go into a playoff series and Thompson's in net, he's probably at worst as good as the lights-out goalie across from him, and probably better than the other team's goalie. And what matters more than that in the playoffs? So I know a lot of people want to dismiss the idea of if they make the playoffs, it's cannon fodder. Maybe, but you get a hot goalie, and you get some of the young kids skating and scoring, all of a sudden you get confident, and who knows? And the other part of this, you mentioned it, we'll talk to Joe B about this at 6 o'clock today, but Alex Ovechkin is on a vintage heater right now. Ovi has 31 goals on the season. He became the 4th player to score 30 goals at 40 years or older last time out. And he's now got 5 goals in his last 3 games, 6 goals in his last 5 games, and 7 goals in his last 7 games. So he's doing the thing again. He's doing that Ovi bit, carrying the team down the stretch here. Things have gotten fun on the ice for the Caps. More on that a little bit later on. Danny, we are 3 weeks away from the NFL draft. Why is the draft so early this year, by the way? It's always last weekend of April, it feels like. Top of my head, I would say like 26th to the 30th is kind of the dates that are in my mind. I wonder if it's they needed something in Pittsburgh, whether it's PNC Park or whatever, and it was only available. But don't you feel like this is 1 week earlier than it usually is?
I don't know. It sound that I'm always kind of surprised. It feels like a moving target to me, where it's like if you told me before I've been looking at a calendar, because I'm bad with calendars. If it's like, hey, it's the second week of April, I'd have been like, okay, that feels early. This does feel earlier because it used to obviously be in May, and they're kind of sliding it up more and more and more. Now the next thing after the schedule release is free agency round 2/schedule release party. But this does feel on the early side to me.
I always think of it as it's late 20s. Occasionally it goes into May,
yeah,
the first day of May or whatever. But here we are, 3 weeks away. On the 23rd, this thing gets started. And we still have no idea what's going to happen ahead of Washington as they have the 7th pick. It worked out in a way where, you'd rather pick 5th. We had that debate and those conversations, and everyone's yelling at everybody on both sides. If you were hoping that the Commanders didn't win an empty calories game so they had the best pick possible, you were getting yelled at for not being a real fan. But if you were a real fan and you were cheering, people like you and I are upset saying, don't you understand the value of the pick? It's going to end up working out that they're going to get a top-tier player. You'd rather pick 5 than 7. You'd rather pick 3 than 5, obviously. The value increases. That's just common sense. But I actually think they're in one of the most interesting spots in terms of actual entertainment value and curiosity in the draft, because that first tier of players basically ends after them. And I don't know that that's going to help them make a trade or not, but I think it'll add intrigue. It's going to add interest. It'll make it more hard to predict and just more fascinating being at 7. Like if you were at 5, I don't want to say it matters less, but you're definitely going to get a Styles or a Reese or a Bailey or fill in the blank player you love. At 7, you might get one of all those guys that falls to you, maybe.
Right. The chances are good that at 7 versus you'd be guaranteed. I mean, again, because it's not quarterback heavy at the top, everybody's now doing they're on Mach 4.0 for themselves. So the different rounds as they kind of go, and I keep looking at each one anew. I see ones where there are 2 linemen rather taken in the top 6. I see ones where there are no linemen taken in the top 6. I see ones where all the defensive players that you'd want are gone. I see ones where David Bailey gets out of the top 10, and it's really, really hard to predict because there are no extra Fernando Mendozas. There's no this quarterback's going 1, this quarterback's going 2 and 3 in some order where everybody's quarterback hungry. There isn't really an elite top end. It's a lot of eye of the beholder stuff at the top of the board. So somebody, for example, everyone's got Arvell Reese penciled in 2 to the Jets. What if they go, you know what? We don't want a project. We want a right now guy, just for the sake of argument. I love Reese. But he's has a great projection, but we'd rather have someone that right now this minute can help us be relevant because Aaron Glenn needs to win some games. Maybe you don't go Arvell Reese, and that all of a sudden throws everything into chaos.
Then you pick David Bailey.
Yeah, there you go.
I want to tee this up for people on the phones because this is my question right now that I think is the hardest for me to answer. If they don't end up going with a defensive player either because those guys are gone, or they just get a playmaker for Jaden Daniels because they were so heavy in free agency on the defensive side of the ball, it might make you think maybe they're leaning toward a weapon with the pick at number 7. Hypothetically, for the sake of the conversation, they go weapon. They don't take a defensive starter. And that means probably Jeremiah Love or a wide receiver. Wide receiver is almost certainly Carnell Tate. Love or Tate? You got to choose between the two. Would you rather the surer thing running back, maybe the more talented of the prospects, or the position that actually makes a lot more sense to take in the top 10, where you actually have a much more significant need? Going to open up the phones on this for you guys next. 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. Let's say they're taking a weapon. Love or Tate? Which would you rather them take? That's next on Grant and Danny.
In the NFL roster news today, the Raiders are signing quarterback Kirk Cousins. It's a 5-year deal, but in reality, it's more like a 1-year deal worth $20 million. There is a club option to follow for 2 years and $80 million. Full deal's actual worth is 5 years, 172. But again, more like a 1-year deal worth $20 million. NBA last night, the Sixers beat the Wizards 153-131. Wizards have a couple days off. They're back in action on Saturday, taking on the Heat in Miami. Today, the Wizards announced that Keyshawn George is going to be out the rest of the regular season. He last played on March the 2nd, dealing with a partial UCL tear in his left elbow. Hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Devils in New Jersey. 7:30 puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Capitals back in playoff contention. Every game means a lot. 3 points back to the Blue Jackets for the second wildcard spot with 7 games to go. Again, 7:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Nationals home opener comes up tomorrow against the Dodgers. 1:05 first pitch right here on the Fan. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Three weeks from today, the NFL draft from Pittsburgh. The Commanders will be on the clock at number 7. Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. We have gone through many of the options on the defensive side of the ball for weeks. We've talked a lot about the top weapons available on offense. Jeremiah Love, running back Notre Dame, Carnell Tate, wide receiver Ohio State, extensively as well. But for the discussion today, as we count you down to the draft, if they're going to go with one of those two players on offense, where do you come down on the debate between perception of talent, where Love is head and shoulders on just an overall prospect board ahead of Carnell Tate? There's a lot of teams, I would imagine, where Love is 1 or 2, and Tate's probably in like the 12 to 15 range, something like that. But we all know how this works. The running back position, from a sheer value standpoint, is nothing like the receiver position. Here's how I look at this, Danny. Franchise tag numbers. Jeremiah Love, running back, if franchise tagged this year, would get what? $14 million. What would Carnell Tate get if franchise tagged this year? $28 million. There's a case to be made that the receiver position is twice as valuable than the running back position. So is Love better enough than Tate to overcome that? And that's what we're doing on the phones. 800-636-1067. You're picking one. Who you going with?
It's Tate for me for that reason. I think if you just don't care about position, I do, but let's say you don't. Love is the better player, in my view. Now, again, nobody's done anything in the pros yet, but you're doing the best you can. You're doing the evals. We're going to make the same mistakes, have the same follies that we do every year. In terms of evaluating draft picks, we're going on what smart people say, et cetera. And even they get it wrong a huge percentage of the time. But that value matters. Building a team is the goal ultimately. And there's a reason these certain positions cost more. If you go, I'll get a receiver in free agency, the hell you will. Good luck. If you're okay, you just got $30 million. No way. This is where they have to come from. Whereas running backs are a dime a dozen. You can always find a Rashad White. You can't always find a Jeremiah Love, but Saquon Barkley changed teams. Kenneth Walker changed teams. You could find guys. Christian McCaffrey is on his second team. To me, you're a better football team with I'm going to make up these numbers, a 6 out of 10 at this second receiver position than an 8 or a 9 out of 10 at running back.
That is the whole debate to me. I was trying to think of a good analogy last night. And what I came up with is Jeremiah Love is the best dress shirt on the market. Carnell Tate is a pretty solid suit.
I like this. I like where we're going here.
Having a suit is a better thing to have in your closet than a great dress shirt. But no one's got a better dress shirt if Love is
That's the best dress shirt. It is. I think he's great, Grant.
Love is a frigid, crisp RC Cola
Doesn't
on
wrinkle.
ice.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay? So this is RC Cola on ice, out of the fountain. The best version you're going to get. Carnell Tate is room temperature bottle of Pepsi. You know what I'm saying? Like, you'd probably rather have the Pepsi than the RC Cola, but this is the best version of the RC Cola. But yeah, you mentioned the running backs. Saquon Barkley became a free agent and was available to be had. Derrick Henry became a free agent. The Ravens brought him in. Josh Jacobs, a little bit lesser known, maybe not in terms
Still
of
a good player.
Name value, but a guy that is not on the level of Barkley or Henry, but an elite running back who became available, and the Packers said, yeah, we like him, we'll sign him. Justin Jefferson got extended. Jamar Chase got extended. George Pickens is getting tagged. Olave, Drake London, those guys will be tagged next year. Receivers don't become available. So the counter to people like me who would prefer Jeremiah Love is often, if you're not drafting him at 7, how are you getting that great wide receiver? And maybe I guess my argument back would be, because I am taking Jeremiah Love to answer the question, do you need that receiver? I want that receiver. Do you have to have that player? You know, we're recency effect people, so we'll look at Seattle winning the Super Bowl this past year and we'll say, well, they had Jackson Smith and Jigba, or they wouldn't have won the Super Bowl, and he's now a top 3 guy in the league, so you need that guy. But there have been plenty of Chiefs years where it's Rashad Rice. Now, there's a lot of teams that have won titles where they had 2 pretty good number 2 caliber receivers and a great offense. The year the Eagles won the Super Bowl a couple seasons ago, everybody looks at A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith. That was a bottom 8 total yards passing offense. That was the Saquon Barkley-led Philadelphia Eagles. That was a running back-led offense that won a Super Bowl. I think in a rare instance here, Danny, I'm going with the better player. And I'm going against my better judgment. Sometimes you do that in life. Sometimes you know, I should not spend this money on this house right now or whatever it is. I should not be buying this car at this moment, but I'm going to. I love it too much. And I just love Love. 39 runs, 10 plus last year, 4th in the nation. 896 yards after contract, 6th in the nation. 56 forced missed tackles, 97th percentile. I'm taking Love because I think he's just a special player. But if your argument's going to be you shouldn't be taking a running back, you should be taking a receiver, I think that's also true.
Yeah, and the real question then is, let's say for the sake of argument, there was a receiver that was as good in your view as Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah, I'm sure. You know what I mean? Like, let's say he was as good as that running back. You'd go, oh, I'll take the receiver, right? Wouldn't you say that? If a guy coming out this year was viewed like a Jefferson or like a can't miss Marvin Harrison was a couple years ago, et cetera.
Yeah, and I'll be succinct, but let me just say, I don't dislike Tate. I think Tate is good.
Yeah.
But yes to your question, which is, if he was arguably the best player in the draft, and I thought he was about to be Jefferson and Chase, yes, I would absolutely take that receiver over Love.
Right. So here's where the interesting question comes. How there's a line of demarcation where that gap between the two players, just in terms of quality, not position, becomes the right size where you go, it's now worth it to me to take the lesser position, so to speak, of running back.
Meaning on a scale, Love for me is a 9 out of 10, Tate's a 6 out of 10, is +3 enough.
So if Tate's a 7.5, you go, you know what, it's not enough. Tate's an 8.5, it's not enough.
Definitely not.
Right. So if he's a 7, so to me, I like Tate more than I think a lot of people do. I see a little Devontae Adams to him, and I just covet that, and I want
3
it. But
years from now, what is Tate?
I think in a good place, he's
here.
Yeah.
David Blau's cooking.
I think he's a Terry McLaurin style number 1 receiver here. Not a number 1 everywhere that he would go, but I think he's a 1,100 yard, 7 touchdown, book it. That's a good wide receiver.
Then I'm not taking him over Love. McLaurin's really good, like Hall of really, really good. Now my eval could be wrong. Like I could be treating Love and he becomes Trent Richardson or something.
No, I understand.
Right?
Yeah. But let's go with the baseline that Love is excellent.
Yes, the baseline that Love could be, maybe not quite at the level of, but in the pantheon of Bijan Robinson, Jahmyr Gibbs. I'm taking Love over Terry McLaurin. Even at the value. Because I think you can find that. I think every year the receivers in the draft classes, there's 30 of those guys, and they don't all become great, but there are more and more of them that do. Terry was a 3rd-round pick, by the way. Like everyone talks about you can find running backs, you can find receivers. You talk about Devontae Adams. There's a lot of guys you could go through the history and the annals of now where it's like, where did that guy get drafted? That guy's a beast. Michael Wilson with the Arizona Cardinals is a absolute dog. I don't know how much fantasy football people who had him won based on him.
A lot of champions did.
3rd-round pick, 94th overall. Like, they pick at 71 this year. That is wide receiverville for me. I'm putting a chair out like I'm about to sit and watch a parade. I'm putting my feet up, and I'm taking a receiver, and I feel like I could get an immediate baller who ends up becoming Terry McLaurin, which is about the range where they got Terry McLaurin. So, yeah, you should not take a running back in the top 10 typically. But the Falcons are not upset that they took Bijan. The Lions are not upset that they took Jahmyr Gibbs. The Vikings were not upset when they took Adrian Peterson. It's rare. I think this is one of those cases. So I'm going Love over Tate. By the way, he shared a backfield with a guy who had 500 yards last year. That's the other sneaky thing about Jeremiah Love. All his numbers could have been a lot better if there was more volume. They didn't need him to be that guy. And I also, Danny, you know we've talked about this. I think he could be a great pass catcher. I saw a play last night. I can't remember which team they were playing. He was in the slot, and he ran like basically a corner. He just leaves the dude in his dust, catches the ball on the sideline like he's a receiver, ran a pretty good route. He only caught 27 balls last year, but 1.83 yards per route run, 17th among running backs in the country for a guy that wasn't asked to do a lot of that. I think there's a lot more in the tank in that regard. So I'm not viewing him just as a running back. I'm viewing him a little bit more as a weapon. I'm not going to sit here and pretend like it's McCaffrey. He's not Gibbs on day one as a pass catcher. But I think there's a path to him being a guy that catches 5 or 6 balls a week for 50 or 60 yards. And if Blau uses them correctly in the screen game, I think we could be onto something here. With a legitimate, like we think moving the football, you got to have a wide receiver. Well, what if you have an exceptional tight end? Chigakonkwo comes on and they're right. And then you've got a great pass-catching running back. Let's hit the phones next. 800-636-1067. They're taking a weapon at 7. Are you going Love? Or are you doing the more prudent thing and spending on receiver, even if you got to go down your big board a little bit to draft Carnell Tate? 3 weeks from today, round 1. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. Spring football is back. Professional spring football has returned to the nation's capital. You got to celebrate the 2025 UFL champion DC Defenders as they return home to open their home slate on Saturday, April 11th at noon against Houston. I'll be taking my guys like I always do. We got season tickets. Absolute blast to go to DC Defenders games. And in fact, this is a particularly cool opener on April 11th noon game because DC legend Wale is going to be performing at halftime. So if you want a pretty cool concert, Wale at halftime, plus the game, which is very entertaining, where else would you rather be? April 11th, the DC Defenders, your champions a year ago, high-quality spring professional football. I just love going and taking the family. It's a great experience. It's so much cheaper than going to a game in the NFL, and my kids think it's the coolest thing in the world. Really good atmosphere, very loud. Watch the beer snake get built. Good time. April 11th, noon, Audi Field. We'll see you there. Wale performing on stage at halftime. DC Defenders football is back. Yesterday on the Cubs television network, the Marquee Sports Network, they showed the crowd at Wrigley, and they showed a few people who were clearly working from home, who were on their laptops. One guy had on the bleachers like a little mouse pad with a mouse next to him.
Oh, it's great.
And they just did this shot of a bunch of guys, like one after another, who were clearly at the office while actually at a baseball game, watching a big league game. Just a sign of the times, man. If you get to work from home on certain days during the week, take the laptop with you, take that Zoom call, just sitting there at Wrigley Field watching Major League Baseball.
Do the fuzzy background so nobody knows. Like, no, I'm just on my back patio. I'm just outside.
I wonder how many people do that. Or tomorrow here. I mean, you got the home opener for the Nationals at Nats Park, 1 o'clock game. You could take the day off, use that PTO. Or you could just say you're working. Your Friday is at home anyway. If there's an email, you could use those thumbs on the phone and just sit there at Tap 99 with B. Mitch and Finley before the game, with us after the game. Go to opening day and call it a work day.
So people with that are senior at real jobs, this is the power play. You do things like you just do something where it's called block your calendar off. And what does that mean? That you're unavailable. What does that mean? You could be anywhere. You're just allowed to do that sort of thing. When you have real responsibility, you and I will never have that. It's it's time to start talking. You have to be here, start talking right now. But people with real jobs, they can do that. If they're high enough, right? Where you can just say, I'll be unavailable Thursday at 10. Why? None of your business. I'm blocking my calendar off.
Let's hit the phones. We'll go rapid fire here. The question for you guys is, 3 weeks from the draft today, Washington picking 7th. We're giving you the situation that they're going to go offensive weapon, and we're limiting it to Love and Tate. Running back, receiver, Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame, Carnell Tate from Ohio State. If it comes down to those top 2 projected offensive players, which should they draft? Jeff in Leesburg, you're first.
Hey, I appreciate it, guys. I'll be fast. So Love, not only is the best running back, but he's the best wide receiver in the league in the draft, in my opinion. Plus, ball security is everything. So it's a love for me. Thanks, guys.
The ability to catch passes could be a pendulum swinger, not just for listeners, but maybe for the team as well. If he couldn't do that, if he was this awesome battering ram, incredible back, like even an Adrian Peterson back in the day, the league has changed. But there wasn't going to be a whole lot in the screen game necessarily right away for him. Maybe you don't do it. But you see him line up in the slot a few times and beat linebackers and safeties, you go, maybe there's a way to use this. Jim in Spotsylvania, what's good?
Hey, I'm going to add to the scheme here, guys, and it's talking about scheme. Last year was the year of the emergence of the 3 tight end sets, Rams. A lot of the teams turning to it. Look what the people we were picking up. It's got to be Love, because you put him back there, go to the 3 tight end set, max protect, a lot of options for our quarterback. It just fits with the whole new scheme and the whole thought.
Appreciate you, bud.
12 and 13 personnel out the wazoo. You get heavy, you bring Love in there, everyone's got to stop him. Now you're spreading Chigakonkwo out with maybe Lawrence Cager in the slot or something, and you're throwing the football.
Yeah, that to me is the one that makes the difference is Chig. I feel like I'm way more scarred than everybody else when Washington played bad run defenses and they couldn't run the ball last year because there was no downfield threat. No one was scared of anything they were going to do. And I'm going, don't you guys need that so desperately? And I'm on the island. I'm the weird one, it seems.
Well, if they don't pick a receiver at all, I would tend to agree with you. I just think you're going to get a really good receiver at 71. And I think if you don't take Tate at 7, which is a bit of an overdraft for me, I think there's going to be excellent value for them in the 3rd round. Let's go to Dez in Waldorf. How are you, Dez?
Hey, what's up, y'all? My pick is Love. You're the best player in the draft, but in my personal opinion, and from what I've seen, over all the socials, I don't think Tate is a number 1 wide receiver. He's not Neighbors or Jefferson or Chase, and I don't think he could even possibly replace Terry going forward in the future. So wasting a 7th pick on him, just to compete with Burks, I don't think it's a good move.
So that's a Tate indictment is more than anything else. If you're not a believer, then this is a non-starter.
You said Terry, and the reason I asked you is could he be? Like a McLaurin level, 1,000 cat,
He's a different player, but I think that's the level. Yeah.
Yeah. Then to me, you don't pass on if he's Gibbs, Bijan for that. If you told me he is Devontae Adams, where do I sign? That's the difference. Mm-hmm. I think he is probably more 70 catch, 1075 and 6 touchdown guy. Something like that. Good player.
Yeah.
I can find that. Alex in Silver Spring, you're on Grant and Danny.
What's up, Grant Danny?
Hey, bud.
I'm in love with my wife for 29 years. So pick number 7. Let's go with love. I don't know if you seen the biography on this kid, but when he was small, his parents thought that he had some kind of disorder. But they were coachable and they were patient. And then come to find out, it was his competitive. Give me love.
Play it again. Now we can. All right, there you go. Darius hit the button, and then he's still like, "What am I?
What do I do? Do I go?
He just like makes.
I know if
this
it was
face.
my turn.
It makes this face at me like, "Whoops!" And I'm like, "But it's radio, so we got to do something."
We just
now.
got to go.
So whatever.
Right.
Sorry about that. He was telling a story about his past. Very likable guy, I will say. And if you've watched any of his press conferences or anything, he is, I think, just a professional.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is a guy you do not have to worry about at all. There's no doubt about that. Seems like a lot of love for Jeremiah Love in the fan base.
Indeed. People have talked themselves into this, by the way. I do think, by the way, there's a lot of momentum for it, both with the org. I can't prove that, but I just feel like there's enough pulse that it's almost like a reflective loop now that it's happening. I think the fans have talked themselves into it in a major way.
I want to play overrated, underrated on Grant and Danny. Next, John Keim on the Commanders in the 3 o'clock hour as well, right here on the Fan.
You give me love, 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 crazy love.
Massive game for the Capitals tonight as they are in New Jersey to take on the Devils. 7:30 puck drop. You can hear the game right here on The Fan. The Capitals enter tonight 3 points back of the Blue Jackets for the second wild card spot. 7 games left to go. They'll take on the Devils tonight, 7:30 puck drop, 7:15 pregame. You can hear it right here on 106.7 The Fan. Tomorrow, Nationals home opener. They welcome the back-to-back World Series champion Los Angeles Dodgers to town. 1:05 p.m. first pitch. Can hear the game right here on The Fan. In the NBA last night, the Wizards fell to the Sixers by 22, 153 to 131. Couple of days off for the Wiz. They'll take on the Heat on Saturday in Miami. Keyshawn George going to be out the rest of the regular season. He last played on March the 2nd. He's been dealing with a partial UCL tear in his left elbow. In the NFL, the Raiders are signing quarterback Kirk Cousins. It's a 5-year deal, but in reality, it's a 1-year deal worth $20 million. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on The Fan.
Back live in our Navy Yard studios on Half Street, just 4 blocks from the Centerfield Gate, where many of you will be streaming in to Nats Park for the home opener tomorrow. We're Grant and Danny, and this is The Fan. Show's brought to you by the law firm Kondorian Murad.
What are you doing to protect your family's assets? They can help you with so much like estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are always there to protect you and your family's assets. Schedule a free consultation with their team today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Kirk Cousins has a new home. He is a Las Vegas Raider.
He a Raider.
News broke today. So this contract sounds just insane. It's like, oh my God, he got the bag again. What is going on? It's fake money, right? This is basically a 1-year deal for Kirk Cousins. And of the money he's going to make this year, almost all of it will be paid by the Falcons. It's very much for the Raiders, like what you saw the Minnesota Vikings and Kyler Murray agree to, or the Atlanta Falcons, Kirk's old team, and Tua Tagovailoa agree to, in that he's owed $10 million this year by the Falcons because he's finding a new home. Now Atlanta's only going to have to pay him 7 and change, or 8 and change, I guess it is. And then the Raiders will pay him a little bit less than $2 million this year. Then he's guaranteed another $10 million on the third day of the league year next year if he's on the roster then. So he could make $20 million probably, is how this looks. It announced as a 5-year deal for $160-some million or something crazy. But this is a lot like, honestly, the Murray and the Tua deals. But if you're Kirk, and I know he was debating between a couple of options, I'd heard the Arizona Cardinals were in on him as well, and he had a possibility to go there and probably start this year. You could do that, or you could go to the Raiders with Clint Kubiak, who you played with in Minnesota, maybe played some of the best ball of your career under, the guy you really trust, really like. Rick Dennison, the offensive line coach now, who has the same background with Clint Kubiak, Gary Kubiak, the Shanahan tree, is, you know, that your run game is going to be pretty good. You feel good about that. But if you go to the Raiders, you know they're taking a quarterback 1-1 in Fernando Mendoza. So the question is, how long is the leash? I get the sense the Raiders have told him, we're not going to rush Mendoza. He's not going to be on the field for an extended period of time. You're going to get some runway here to be the starting quarterback. But how about this, man? It's 2026. Kirk Cousins is 38 years old this football season, I think it is. And a guy who was a 4th-round pick, kind of the afterthought of the 2012 draft for Washington, still has multiple teams trying to bring him in to carry out roles for them. So good to be Kirk Cousins.
I suppose, yeah. Business is always booming. That Raiders thing, though, I totally believe that they're going to not rush Mendoza. And I've got some coastal property in Oklahoma I'd like to sell you.
It's interesting to me.
I think that's a ridiculously short-sighted move.
Well, this was my thought. When I heard this idea recently that Cousins would go there and that maybe even they would sit Mendoza for the entire season, which I don't buy for a second, or that there would be a really long runway for Cousins as the starter and Mendoza comes in after that, essentially. I just can't completely subscribe or buy it because it doesn't happen. There's no precedent for it. You go 1-1, you play right away, generally. So if you wanted to convince me somehow, some way that Fernando Mendoza is not going to play in the first week of the season, I guess I could sign off on that. It would be really, really hard to imagine him not being in there in the first 4 or 6 games of the year, somewhere along those lines. You got to go back 23 years. You got to go back to Carson Palmer in 2003 as the last player who was a first overall pick who did not play in his rookie season. It just doesn't happen.
Yeah, I get it. So this is a move that I go, he knows better than I do, obviously. Cousins knows what he wants and what he's about, but this was a case of blinders on, where seemed to me to be so excited to go play with Kubiak that nothing else matters. It would matter so much to me. Just go to Arizona. Yeah, you'll lose a bunch, but throw to Harrison and McBride and Michael Wilson and put up 4,000 yards and 35 touchdowns and skate off into the sunset with a bunch of money. This seems to be like, I want to go get chewed up and spit out and do this all over again. If that's what you want, God bless, but I don't get this one.
Brock Bowers is the star weapon in that offense as a tight end.
And he's spectacular.
You know that Cousins is going to just feed him the football. He's always been tight end friendly. And they've got a running back they drafted last year in the top 10, speaking of backs early in the draft, in Ashton Genty, who, if he's as good as advertised, their line was awful last season. I think Dennison will get their run game going. Maybe that's a second stellar weapon, but they don't really have it at wide receiver. So I'm wondering if their plan is they have a pick at 36. They've got another one right around Washington in the 70s. If one of those two picks becomes a wideout to help out Mendoza and in the shorter term, Cousins. But I guess that's the big question, really, is what is Fernando Mendoza? I mean, if he looks the part, this is a Heisman Trophy winning 1-1. Generally, those guys just go play immediately. If he looks like he can play and has good practices and has a good training camp and understands the offense, he seems like a really cerebral guy. I just don't know how long you go before you start playing him, especially because, let's face it, in that division, Chargers are a playoff team, Broncos are a playoff team. All of a sudden, the Chiefs, according to the odds, might be like third best, and they're a Super Bowl caliber team. That's a tough division to win in right now.
So is the NFC West, but that's the point, is that not that many great situations available for 38-year-olds coming off of injury and and the like. But yeah, I mean, to me, there's no good landing spot where you can just go and thrive and win a bunch of games. You could go put up some excellent numbies in Arizona, and he didn't seem that interested in that. He wants to play for 4 games and have for. I mean, listen, the Raiders are going to stink. They're picking at the top of the board again for a reason. They're on. They've been team can't get right for a while. You need something to make people excited. How about a quarterback that went 1-1? You know what I mean? With all due respect to Kirk, that guy's not selling all the jerseys out there, right? Mendoza.
But the most important thing is to make sure Fernando Mendoza has a great long career. And I guess it's possible to say you're not going to do any irreparable damage or any harm to him by playing him early. But Clint Kubiak has said all along, including a couple days ago at the breakfast at the league meetings where he spoke to reporters, he thinks that playing quarterbacks too early is a bit of a, I don't want to say league crisis. That's not the words he used. But it's become the trend. And he thinks sitting and watching can be really valuable. So that's going to be what I'm really intrigued by.
Yeah.
Is just how long.
What's the over-under?
Do they wait? Based on history? Just based on how.
Yeah, based on decades of information.
Yeah, based on all the information, I would say 4.5 games.
Yeah, it's mine. Exactly.
Something like that.
Right.
And by the way, even that, because at 1-1, Cam Ward didn't wait. Now, they didn't have a Cousins-type guy on the roster, but yeah, you don't bring him in and pay him and go this route if you're not planning on him starting a few games. But yeah, I would say like a quarter of the season, something like that. We'll get into the league with John Keim coming up at 3:25 on the Fan. I want to play a little overrated and underrated with you, though. Danny, something we do every now and then in the offseason. We spin the wheel, we find some categories, and then we give you the most overrated and underrated thing in that category. So without further ado, Darius, what are our categories today?
We'll spin the wheel here and find out what our first one will be. All right, our first overrated, underrated category. Who's your overrated and underrated NFL quarterback?
Overrated. Trevor Lawrence. Finally a good year this year, but it took 8,000 draft picks, an offensive genius, some hand-holding, great running game, and a whole bunch of other stuff to finally get him to have an above-average NFL season. At some point, could you carry a team? At some point, could you just turn in really good performance year over year? Again, he's perfectly fine, but people have acted like he's among the upper echelon in the NFL for some time, despite an glaring lack of achievement. Again, last year was very good. So you put together another one of those, I'll pipe down.
Overrated for me is Jalen Hurts. Timing's odd because of the story that came out at ESPN.com yesterday, which I want to get into, by the way. I don't know if you read that. It is really deep reporting on some of the major issues in that offense, and it's not kind to Hurts necessarily as a guy being coachable and that is fun to work with all the time. Although I think he is incredibly hard worker and has some of that Jordan and Kobe in him. But those guys weren't always very popular with their teammates or the easiest to get along with either. But, I mean, Jalen Hurts is a guy who threw 19 touchdowns to 3 interceptions against man, 6 touchdowns, 3 interceptions against zone. For his career, 77 of his 110 touchdowns are against man. And he's got good players like Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown winning for him. The middle of the field, that part of the playbook basically closes with him. It's deep balls and sideline throws. So it's just never really been my style as a passer. I will say he is a winner. He is an outstanding player on big stages. He's been incredible in 2 Super Bowls. He's been really good in the playoffs. But I think, people were putting him in the top 5, top 7 for a little while, and I just think that is ludicrous.
Ludicrous?
With a T. Chris Bridges style. Yeah, that is a wacky for me. So I'll say he's my most overrated. Most underrated, I'll say in the division, Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is 4,400 yards and 35 touchdowns getting out of bed in the morning. Now, he's always had pretty good weapons and good offensive lines, which helps. But he's a good decision maker. You know where he's going to be in the pocket. This is my kind of guy. This is a pocket passing, accurate leader of men. 3-to-1 touchdown interception ratio is just part of it. Comes with the territory. He's led the league in completions a couple times. Led the league in touchdowns. You never really hear his name. He doesn't win, though. He's not good in the playoffs, though. He's never won a Super Bowl, though. All that guy does is give his team a chance every single week. I'm a big Dak guy.
Underrated. Baker Mayfield. If you put up 4,100 and change, 32 touchdowns to 12 picks over a 3-year span, and nobody thinks you're any good still, you got to update your file. This is a really good quarterback. Not great. Not going to win because of. He's not going to lift everybody up by the bootstraps. But this is still a dude that people think of as kind of a cast-off or journeyman Jerry, etc. He's put up better numbers in a situation that's always in flux in Tampa. On paper, you've got Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Emeka Egbuka and decent running game and good coaches, etc. But everyone's always heard all the time. It's a rotating cast of characters, and Baker Mayfield turns in pretty good work every year.
Overrated, underrated, Grant and Danny. What's next?
What's your overrated and underrated things that are colored red?
Oh, that's a good one. Overrated, cherries. Calm down, cherries. The juice bleeds everywhere. The whole thing becomes a cherry. They got pits in the middle of them. They have Kyles right in the middle of those things, so you got to be near a trash can to spit them out. It's the ubiquitous flavor. Every kid likes a cherry this, cherry that. Cherries are just mildly okay. Settle down, cherry.
I wanted to go overrated stop signs, but they're so important at helping you to avoid crashes, like 4-way stops. But there are so many stop signs that don't need to be there, I will say, where it's like, I'm probably fine on my own here. I don't need your help. But I'm not going to do that because there are important stop signs.
Sure.
Overrated, I'm going to go things that are red, wine.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, good answer. Good answer.
I don't need wine, ever. And it's not even the wine that is frustrating. It's like the knowledge of wine, really. If you're a sommelier, that's your job, great. Right. Otherwise, why are we reading about it? Why are we learning about it? Why are we watching documentaries about it?
Our guy Wynn, who works at Bourbon Steak, knows wine. That's his job. It's his gig.
He needs to.
What I can't stand is if I get a bottle, will you have a glass? Should we get a bottle? Should we just get a bottle? I know we should get a bottle. Do you want to do one more glass? Shh. You're adding so much money to the bill. Just get a Coca-Cola.
It is adding so much money.
You just added $100 that I have to pay, and I don't want any of the rotten grape juice.
I always
settle down.
Look at the bill, and I'm like, how the, 3 glasses of wine.
Oh, right.
If you take those away, a big number disappears.
Yeah, my appy and main dish, a fraction of your dumb wine.
Underrated. Thing that is red. Watermelon. Summer day. Cookout.
Yeah, go ahead.
Cut that watermelon open.
Mm-hmm.
If it's crispy, if it bites back, if it snaps.
Oh, I know.
Big difference between great watermelon and not so great watermelon, but a great, delicious, cold, refreshing piece of watermelon, underrated.
I also was thinking fruit here. Raspberries. You ever how refreshing are the little bite-sized raspberries? Raspberries, I don't know if you want to pronounce the P or not. It's up to you. They're right there. They go great in smoothies. They're good as kind of like, refreshing sort of toppings. It's good in sorbet form. The raspberry, very underrated.
What's your overrated or underrated thing about going to an MLB game in celebration of Open Day tomorrow?
Yes, tomorrow is opening day. We'll be at Nats Park. You can hang out with us after the game. So left field concourse for postgame as you leave the ballpark. Then going over to Tap 99, we will be there throughout the evening until the show's over at 6:30. Overrated thing about going to a baseball game will always be, to me, finding the perfect food. People love doing this. They'll spend an inning or two. Danny, you're actually big on this bit.
I do that,
But you're like, I'm gonna go to section whatever a mile away and wait in a long line because I want this one thing. What's easiest? What's fastest? I'm here for the baseball game. Chicken tenders and fries right over there. Oh, there's no line at that place, and I don't even like that kind of food. I guess today I do. The finding of the food. This is a DC staple. And blah, blah, blah. I haven't had this in 2 years. Baseball game. Finding food, waiting in a line, missing a half inning. By the way, with the pitch clock, you might be missing 2 innings now.
I was going to say, you missed 2 and a third.
Anything about like this, you're not. If you're going to dinner, just pick a restaurant. Go to dinner. I think you should eat while you're there. God knows. Look at me. I like to eat. You should like to eat. Just pick something convenient and easy and watch the baseball game.
Being in the sun. It's so hot.
Oh, that's a good one.
I will not, after May 15th, sit on the first base / right field side at Nationals Park.
That's tough.
I will not do it. I have done it before. I will not do it again. I'm out. I will not sit there and get burned. There was a day when they played the Pirates and they lost in extra innings when Starling Marte hit a bomb in a 58-hour marathon game before pitch clock, before time really began. We cheered for clouds. The biggest ovation of the day were when clouds blocked out the sun. Never again. Out.
Like King Leonidas Aros.
Mm-hmm.
Underrated thing about going to a baseball game. This is going to be super nerdy, so buckle up. Keeping score. I love keeping score at a baseball game. When I go to a game by myself, I always do it in the press box. It's easy. You're right there. You're at basically a desk. That's easy. But like I'm talking about in the crowd, by myself, no kids to get ice cream for or whatever. Sure. If that ever happens, like my kids are out of town with the wife at the in-laws or something, and I'm going to Nats Park and I got a ticket, you better believe that scorebook's coming with me. And we are keeping score like the nerd that we are. Call me Scorebook Bob.
Scorebook Jeeps. Standing for a little while in an area that's not exactly where you're sitting.
Into the area.
In the area? I like it. So let's say, for the sake of argument, I'm down the third baseline, and I've gone maybe to get some food in another kind of section. For whatever reason, there's something about watching the same game from a different vantage point
that's a good
that
one.
I actually kind of am into. No good reason for that. It's just sort of, I was on the third base side. Now look, I'm in kind of right center for a minute. Or I went to the scoreboard walk.
Do you have
it's
the balls
same game.
to seat hop now?
No, never.
Me either.
No one. I can't do that.
When I was a little
Those
kid,
scofflaws.
I say little kid, pretty much up through like
28.
adulthood.
Yeah.
But you drive there with your buddies, 16, 17, 18. You're like, we'll just sit here until someone kicks us out. And then they kick you out. You go 3 rows over. Someone else kicks you out. Then someone comes back from the bathroom.
I just can't be kicked out.
And now it's so embarrassing to like the possibility that someone could see you getting kicked out of a seat.
What are your overrated and underrated type of bug, type of insect?
Ooh, bugs.
Overrated. Spiders. They do so much good. Leave them alone. No.
Who rates spiders? Nobody likes spiders.
The bug people will tell you how beneficial spiders are.
Do people, non-bug people, like you're saying bug people like professional?
No, it's
people hate spiders.
Most people, the correct people do. I'm telling you, you don't even know that these people are spider people.
Snakes, sharks, spiders. These are the most hated things we have.
They'll do leave him alone. He's doing so much good. They eat the bad bugs. They also, every human being averages 5 swallowed spiders in their sleep over the course of their life. You sleep well tonight. They bite people. They're the worst. Get them out of there.
Overrated cicadas. Oh, but they only come along every... Shh. Don't care. The exoskeleton that's crunching under my foot is disgusting.
Yeah, they're buried cockroaches, what they are.
Everything about cicadas is nubs. So if you're one of the people that likes to talk about cicadas are coming.
Are they?
Find a new hobby. There's so many cool things you could do. Go bowling once.
Underrated. The honeybee. Just making honey for you.
Honeybees are
right
good.
now, listen, I don't want to hang out with bees and get stung. Bees everywhere. Save yourself. Chris Farley, shout out. But the honeybee is just out there working. The rest of these bugs are just infesting. They're working on your behalf to make something delicious. It goes in my tea every day.
Underrated bug. The praying mantis. The praying mantis.
They're silly.
Kind of awesome to look at.
Yeah.
A little bit peculiar and strange. Victor Robles once had one right on his hat for like 3 innings, if you remember. In
Jared
the outfield.
Goff looks like one.
Jared Goff plays quarterback for the Lions. He is a praying mantis, which is pretty neat, a multitasker.
Yep.
But I had one like on my shoulder.
Yeah.
My kids thought it was the most amazing thing. And also, they don't mess with you.
Right.
So like you just grab them, they're on your hand, and they just stand there, and your kids think you're awesome. They're like, you should fight crime. Yeah. The other thing is, I think they eat their partners after they do the thing that partners do together.
Yeah, so when they have relations, and the female bites the head off the male when it's done.
Is that an old wives' tale, or is that actual?
Oh, that's a thing.
Yeah. I don't know if I'd add that to why they're underrated, but it's a cool fact.
It's kind of awesome.
I don't want that to happen with humans. I don't want that to happen in the real world.
No.
But as a fact that this is a bug where, like, so you have the good thing, the times that people have, you know, the thing that I'm talking
Relations.
about.
Yeah.
Relations. And then you bite their head off?
Uh-huh.
Who does that? Praying mantises do that, man.
My buddy used to have a great joke about that where he's like, the word got out among the male praying mantis community, and the one praying mantis is like, yeah, not the way I do it. But then you get your head bit off.
Speaking of cicadas, you remember this moment from the show a couple years ago?
It's a stupid cicada, whatever it is.
I don't remember that.
Cicada.
A cicada is not the name, though. I can
That's
assure
not
you.
what it's called.
A cicada banana.
Final category, overrated, underrated. What do we got?
We got sounds. What are your overrated and underrated sounds?
We can do this quickly. Anything involving car engines, like putting a exhaust on your car, stupid. Are
Whistle
you 16? Whistle tips, stupid. You're supposed to be up cooking breakfast.
That's
it's
only
like
in
an
the morning.
alarm clock.
That's only in the morning.
Anything with car engines. I'm just not that interested. Since Megan Fox leaned over that car in the Transformers, I haven't been interested in cars. That was the last time for me.
How good was that acting, by the way?
Great acting.
She was pretending that was a real car.
It was the acting.
You were fooled. Overrated. The accordion. What even are you? You know what I mean? What are you doing?
Ooh.
The sound the accordion makes. It's like, are you a piano? You're folding. What's the point of you?
Underrated, and this is one that Danny leaps on. Just does not have the correct appreciation. I'll do an impression actually of Danny. On this particular
make
sound.
It sound like. Okay, wake up. Who are you?
I'm Danny. What do you mean a fire popping? What does that sound like? The popping of a fire in a fireplace, in a fire pit. I'm Fire Pit Paulson.
Right in the cow fire.
Someone
pit.
say that I'm like the king of fire pits.
Oh,
like Fire Pit King.
Yeah.
Fire King.
Steaks and fire pits.
Something like that.
Playing golf on a simulator.
Popping fire, man. Not a lot better than that.
The sound of a soda can opening.
Ooh.
The soda can opening. It takes me back to a time where I had a metabolism. Oh my God, is it the best sound in the world?
That's how we play overrated and underrated on Grant and Danny. John Keim is an underrated asset to the community. Covers the Commanders. We will talk to ESPN's NFL reporter next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. Hockey, big one tonight for the Capitals. They take on the Devils in New Jersey. 7:30 puck drop, 7:15 pregame. Can hear it right here on the Fan. Let's set the stage for their playoff scenario. They're 3 points back of the Blue Jackets for the second wild card spot. 7 games left, so massive one tonight in New Jersey. 7:30 right here on the Fan. Baseball, Nationals home opener tomorrow. They welcome the back-to-back World Series champion Dodgers. 1:05 p.m. first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Basketball, Wizards have a couple days off after they fell to the Sixers last night, 153 to 131. They'll be back in action on Saturday. Keyshawn George was ruled out for the rest of the regular season with a partial tear in his UCL and his left elbow. And NFL today, the Raiders are signing quarterback Kirk Cousins. When your HVAC misses at the buzzer, call Foley Mechanical. Heating, cooling, and radiator repair across D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
With Danny, I'm Grant. This is the Fan. We will be at Nats Park tomorrow for the home opener. Come see us in the red box after the game in the left field concourse before you leave. After you walk out of the ballpark, head on over to our post-game party at Tap 99, just outside of the center field gate. We'll be there throughout the evening on Grant and Danny. Rude Guest Hotline right now. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We find our pal John Keim of ESPN. Covers the Commanders, was just out in Phoenix at the league meetings. What's up, John? How are you?
What up, fellas? How you doing?
Good.
Doing great. So let's just start with the uniform talk. This has long been kind of in the making, right? Is there more to it than burgundies on the road, whites at home, 91 throwbacks? Is there something else, or are we just getting what we've long wanted?
What would that something else be?
Something like possibly there's been a lot of speculation of like they're changing the black uniforms and that's going to have a spear on the helmet. I don't think they're getting rid of the block W on the full-time, but maybe they do something with the spear.
I don't know that for sure. That would not surprise me. I don't think it's not going to be – I do not believe that would be a full-time thing. I think if something like that happens, it would be one of those like special occasion game situations, right? But I think when you look at what they're doing with the uniforms, you can see like this is a couple year. I don't think this is not a final step, whatever they do now. I think it's just a moving down a certain road where, like you can incorporate more elements, I think, to, again, embrace the heritage, but also like we know that they started using more of the spear last year in a lot of their promotional stuff and their pregame stuff. So I could see that being an element of this. I just don't know to what extent, but down the road, it certainly would seem like that could become a bigger deal.
So
I don't know that. I don't know that for sure, but I just think you start reading tea leaves, what they're saying, their level of excitement, what they started doing last year, defining what a commander is and trying to embrace what that is and take it in a way that I think fans would like more. It certainly starts with the uniforms, getting back to a familiar look. I think I don't think there'd be much debate that, whatever anybody thinks about the name change, it was a colossal mistake to change the look at the same time.
Do you think had they not gone to the NFC title game and just had a regular old start of a build season, that the name change would be on the table?
No.
It never was?
No. No, not that.
He's not saying going back to Redskins. He's just saying.
Oh, I don't mean Redskins. I just
not being Commanders.
Yeah, not the current thing.
Oh, that one. I don't think there was a. I know when they a few years ago, you would hear like, well, maybe in a couple of years you hear whatever. But I think once they got here and realized how much they had to do, I just don't think they want. I don't know that they would want to embrace that. Taking that challenge on. And then knowing that no matter what you do, people are going to be upset and not, anyway, right? Because some of the names that people would want may not be available to them. And so I don't know that. I don't know that it was just because of that, but it certainly
after the season was laid to rest, that it wasn't going to change. But I think part of that too was trying to kind of wrap their arms around it before even like when that group got here, right? So maybe it did, but I don't know.
John, if they decide by way of either the players that go before them or just because of preference that they want to add a weapon at 7, and they're debating between Love and Tate, who do you think they would take?
I think the guy with the biggest upside of the two is Jeremiah Love. And you know where I went to school, right?
What is your take on Tate? Because but for people that don't know, Keim is an Ohio State guy and a diehard Buckeyes fan. What kind of player do you think he'll be at the next level? You've watched all of his snaps.
Yeah, I think he'll be good. I just to what level I don't know. Is he I think he'd be at the worst a strong number 2, and he tracks the ball very well. Good route runner, has good size. Not a burner, but at his size, it's not always the most important thing. So I think he'd be very good. The question that you would wonder, because we haven't seen it, I mean, he had Jeremiah Smith in college, but he was also making plays in double coverage. He was making plays on tight window throws, et cetera. So it wasn't like it was just like, oh, he's getting one-on-one all the time, just torching guys. There was skill to what he did, but can he elevate to become that number 1 guy? And I think there are definitely some teams wonder about that. But I think that the reason I say Love is that there are people who consider him one of the 2 best players in the draft, along with Caleb Downs. And so if you have that, you have Adam Peters coming from San Francisco, where the impact made by Christian McCaffrey to that offense, right? The impact, 2 years ago, the impact made by Saquon Barkley going to the Eagles. The wrench in all that is if it's close, how much do you look at the down the road cost? Because as we've seen, it is very hard to find a top receiver in free agency. You kind of want to have them on your roster and not let them go, because they don't go very often, right? And it's obviously a more expensive position, but I think Love can impact the run game. He impacts the pass game. The last part to that equation is if you really want to get a receiver in the draft, there are guys in the 3rd round that it's a good draft for receivers.
So in terms of, that's what I wanted to ask you about, in terms of Tate versus the other guys, because I think I like him even more than you do, it sounds like, John. It sounds
I like him a lot. It's more just like trying to gauge how they might view it.
Right.
But I absolutely like him a lot. I mean, the guy's really good. He tracks the ball. To me, his top trait is tracking the ball, and he's a very good route runner. So I think the elements are there to have a very good pro career. But if you're comparing the 2, I just wonder. You kind of go back and forth because of they've talked a lot about the run game and et cetera. But then and here's the problem with all of this. Like every time you go down a road, it's like there's a but. Like I say that, but they do like. I don't think you don't bypass Jeremiah Love because of Krosky Merritt or anybody else they have in the roster. Mm-hmm. But they do like what he can do there, right? They do think that he can be a good one-cut runner in this zone run game that they're going to implement more of. So, so if you feel that, but you don't have that number 2 guy, maybe you go that way, right? So I do think he could absolutely help them. It's just, that it's a hard one, man.
It is. It's a tough puzzle. So the question that I've got then, John, sort of like the second layer of it is, if you don't think, and I'm not saying John, but if the proverbial you, the GM, whoever's in charge, thinks the gap between Tate and, say, I don't know, Elijah Surratt from Indiana in round 3 isn't that big, well, then you just wait. You take one of those guys in the 3rd round. Right. I feel like it is big. I think Tate's a stud, but where are you?
I think it's big. I definitely think it's big. I think there's a difference between, whether it's a Malachi Lemon or, Tyson is the hard one because of the injuries.
Because the injuries,
that would be difficult for me. Yeah, that would be difficult for me. But I do think there's a difference. But it's also like, what do you want to get from that other guy? If you want a guy who can elevate in case Terry McLaurin isn't here in 27 because $34 million cap hit, restructure or release. Like you run or the other, right? So you don't know. So if you want a guy that can elevate, well, I think Tate has more of that ability. So then some of the other guys you might get down the road, down in the draft later, might be more specific. Like you can find a burner here, you can find another guy like who does this over here, but you can't sit there and project them to be a guy that could take over. A top 10 pick, if you're drafting him there, you're saying he can be this guy, not just this year, but down the road. So if you think he's I know some teams don't view him in that regard, but it only can others who do view him that way. It's, so I think that like I said, I'm a big fan of his. I think Love is a different kind of dude because of the impact in run and pass. But do you take the running back that high? And I don't think that that's going to stop them from doing it. But if you're talking about like if they're equal on these two, if they think they're kind of equal, then you're going with receiver because of down the road cost.
ESPN's John Keim, Grant and Danny.
I'm all over the place today, guys.
No, you're good. You're fine. So let me ask you this. Last one. We only got about a minute here. But on their wide receiver room, we talked about this yesterday because Peters had a pretty interesting answer in Phoenix. But if one of the two younger guys breaks out in the slot, Luke McCaffrey or Jalen Lane, who would you peg as that guy? And then also, what do you think they think about Treylon Burks on the outside? Do they still think there's a chance he could be a wide receiver too?
I don't know about a wide receiver too, but a guy who can do a lot more, yes. Yeah, I would say so. But I don't know. A wide receiver too, I think it would be a little bit of a leap of faith, but I do think they believe he can do more. And as far as the inside goes, I think it's kind of, to be honest, like I think there's some there who definitely think that there's another gear that McCaffrey can get to. I kind of like Jalen Lane, but I think just because I think he's got a little bit more. You saw a little bit more ability to separate, maybe, and getting better in that way. I think the thing with McCaffrey for them, I know they kind of like to still talk about like he's still being a little bit new to the position, even though he's now spent a few years. But also maybe a maturation of his what he does in the off season, et cetera, to get better, to then be better in the season, right? And I don't think he was a slacker before. I just think there's another way you kick it up even more. And I think that's what I think some of them started to see, that maybe that can result in a more productive year than he's had for sure. So, but I think the hard part with Lane is making sure you have improving your hands. So,
John, awesome with us as always, my friend. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Sorry I was rambling a little bit, guys.
No, you were good.
We liked it.
John Keim, check him out,
We're into it.
ESPN.com. Always terrific with us, always very insightful here on Grant and Danny. Our double play is next, and we're blitzing at 4 o'clock today on The Fan. At 4 o'clock, your Beltway Blitz. Busy day in DC sports. Huge Caps game tonight. Nats getting ready for their home opener tomorrow. The Wizards now have sole possession of the worst record in the NBA. Everybody's busy talking about their stunt at halftime on April Fool's Day. They are accomplishing the mission. The Eagle has landed. They are now the worst team in the association. And we're 3 weeks away from the NFL draft. A little sample of what's coming up on the Beltway Blitz today. But it is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. Driven by your local Washington area Honda dealer, now is the time for a great deal on a new Honda. Visit your local Washington area Honda dealer today. Danny Rouye, I ask you, are you familiar with Jeremy Hansen?
Jeremy Hansen. I feel like I know that name.
Okay.
But I almost say no.
I'll give you a little bit more.
Okay.
Victor Glover.
No.
Not Danny Glover. Reed Wiseman?
I know Reed Wiseman.
Who's Reed Wiseman?
He's a Baltimore native who's on Artemis 2.
And Christina Koch.
She's on the ship too.
Those are the 4 people that were launched into space
yesterday.
Yeah,
that was going to be my bid too.
Friend. Over 50 years since the Apollo lunar mission, 4 astronauts traveling to the vicinity of the moon once again. So here's what's going on, my friends. Your boy spent hours, and I mean hours.
Did you?
Last night into this morning, I'm calling my kid over to show him the video. I got down the rabbit hole on old Artemis 2 last night. 10-day journey will take them beyond the moon's far side. Have you seen the path?
Yes.
So they take off. They go the wrong way on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
They go around the Earth so that they can, Armageddon style, Darius, if you're ready, Armageddon whenever you're ready.
Please don't play.
They can catapult from behind Earth to the moon. So they go, moon's over there, like so far away, by the way. And they're like, no, we don't need to go there just yet. We're going to go the wrong way. We're going to go behind Earth. And then they use gravitational force and pull. I know about this from the film Armageddon, very hit film, as you know. And then they go all the way to the moon, but they go past the moon. They use the moon to slingshot from behind the moon to come back toward Earth. 10-day journey. Their trajectory could take them farther from Earth than any human being has ever been
anybody's
before.
ever gone.
That is the coolest thing in the world.
They did a bunch of shows about that to boldly go where no one's gone before.
NASA has long billed this Artemis lunar exploration program as a stepping stone for exploring deeper into space. And Artemis 2 is a test flight that's going to circumnavigate the moon, as I just aptly put it, I think, not landing on the surface. We don't need to do that. We've been there. We've done that. Dummies will tell you we haven't. They're just silly geese. They don't get a seat at the table. But it will serve as a Pathfinder mission, Danny, for an uncrewed Artemis 3 mission, which would then touch down on the moon's unexplored South Pole. So we'll go to the other side of the moon, the dark side of the moon? I don't know.
Dark side of the moon, yeah.
We're going to the other side of the moon without humans. We're going to sit down, get some information. Why are we doing all this? People are like, that's a lot of money. Do we need to be doing this? Do we care? Here's why. The Artemis program's overarching goal is to hash out how humans can permanently live on and work on the lunar surface. That is what these human beings are doing right now.
Oh, yeah.
You and I are sitting here talking about Kirk Cousins getting a new contract.
Uh-huh.
All respect to the Raiders, Kirk Cousins, the NFL.
That's neat.
These grown-ups are trying to figure out how, I don't know if it's like my son or my son's son, or maybe my son's daughter's son's boyfriend's daughter's son.
Yep.
How someone can eventually go, housing's too expensive here. I'll go to the moon instead.
It's cheaper for us to go live on the moon.
The videos of this are incredible.
Yeah, it's basically, the part of the premise of the Matthew McConaughey, Christopher Nolan movie where they're going into space because of all the dust on Earth.
Interstellar.
It's that part of Interstellar. Where they're going to see if they can live in a big circle.
Are you team? I'm not asking you to be Mr. NASA, right? You're not Neil deGrasse Rouye.
No.
But are you team, I'm going to watch some coverage on this thing?
Oh, yeah. It brought me back. So my generation, and my sort of specific age group within a couple of years, we were scarred pretty harshly by the Challenger explosion. It was a whole school-wide thing for us, certainly, where it was a big project, and they marched us all into the assembly room, the big hall, and we were all going to watch it live on the big projector.
What year were you born?
79.
So you would have been 7.
Yeah. So I think actually at the time I was 6. I was going to turn 7 later that year.
Okay.
But it was one of the most traumatic I mean, for a little kid, I mean, just this the brave people look at this, and then on live television, the horror, one of the worst things that's ever happened. It's such an unspeakable tragedy. And they're like, okay, back to class. Let's do times tables. I mean, just all of it gone, and it was holy crap. So there's still this reticence, I think, for a lot of us whenever we see these sorts of deals, manned space travel. But there was more pride than I thought there would be from me yesterday watching that. I was actually moved by it for some reason. And my parents used to talk about this because they remember the original, space flight with the landing on the moon, etc. And the national pride that came with that to win the space race and to have one small step for mankind. That was like the greatest thing that ever happened. And I'm kind of going, yeah, okay, yeah, it was neat, but it was just on TV. You didn't feel anything. I kind of got that yesterday a little bit. Probably not the same feeling, but it's still, I was actually way more excited about it than I thought I would be. I thought, oh, that's an event. That's on Wednesday. That's cool. It's in the afternoon. I was really into it.
I did not know it was happening. I'd heard about it. I knew it was coming. I just didn't know it was yesterday at that time. So I kind of saw everything after the fact. The next thing you know, I'm watching some random Dodgers game, and it's late at night, and I was like, there's going to be another Dodgers game. Let's do some due diligence here.
Let's check in.
And I thought it was the coolest thing, and I had my son watch. There was so much of this coverage. I watched. It was like a sporting event with the director and like camera 7, and there's people that are like sideline reporters, and they're doing interviews with the people before they get on this thing. It was really well produced, and it was all NASA. Like it was not like CNN or something that I'm watching. It was like NASA's presentation of their liftoff, basically. It was awesome. It was like 90 minutes long, but I kind of grabbed the last minute or two right before they take off and showed my son. And for like 15 seconds, it seemed like he thought it was the coolest thing in the world, and then he wanted to go watch
Then he went back to
Demon Hunters or something else. But the pictures that came out of people that are gathered around and watching, and there's like grown-ups getting teary-eyed, and then there was one that just hit me like a brick to the head, like Home Alone, when Kevin McAllister throws the brick off the roof in Home Alone 2.
Hits him right in the head, yeah.
There was a kid in Mexico laying on like his back, like on his living room floor, watching on TV in this image, and he had a full-on NASA suit, like an astronaut suit on, watching it. I just thought that is the coolest thing in the world, like in a sense of like pride for mankind and like advancement. But yeah, I know a lot of people are like, let's not spend the money, let's not do that. And there are times where I kind of wonder, but in this case, we either keep advancing and trying to figure things out and keep pushing forward, or if you just kind of stay where we're at, eventually it's not going to work anymore. Somebody smart needs to do smart things. And if they're saying this is a smart thing, I'll defer to that.
So I heard this yesterday in kind of conjunction with it because I too was consuming info. Again, I'm on your side. Whatever you guys think is right, and I hate the other side too. They're the worst. But I heard tell of somebody that's got their head in the clouds, so to speak. All the data centers that piss everybody off all the time because of the energy they use and the fact that they house the data and they're unsightly, whatever. They were talking about having data centers in space, in orbit, and using the natural vacuum of space that's endless freezing cold. Freezing. No, it's endless sub-zero zilch, no temperature anywhere,
right,
to be the cooling agent. So in other words, like the thing that causes all the energy is cooling these rapidly hot processing data accumulating buildings. All the energy in the water it takes to cool them. They're like, we could just use space to do it eventually. We need someone thinking that stuff. All in.
I don't know if that works or not.
I have no idea. What do I know?
Give it a whirl.
How does this microphone work? I have no idea.
Beltway Blitz is next on Grant and Danny.
Massive game tonight for the Capitals as they are in New Jersey to take on the Devils. 7:30 puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals find themselves 3 points back of the Blue Jackets for the second wild card spot with just 7 games to go. So a massive one for the Capitals tonight in New Jersey. 7:30 puck drop right here on the Fan. Baseball. The Nationals welcome in the Dodgers, the back-to-back World Series champions, tomorrow for their home opener. 1:05 p.m. first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. In the NBA, the Wizards fell to the Sixers last night, 153-131. A couple days off for the Wiz. They'll take on the Heat on Saturday in Miami. Keyshawn George is going to be out the rest of the regular season. He has a partial UCL tear in his left elbow. He last played on March 2nd, so he finishes his season in 48 games, averaging just under 15 points a game, 5 boards, and 4.5 assists. In the NFL, the Raiders are signing quarterback Kirk Cousins. It's a 5-year deal, but in reality, more like a 1-year deal worth $20 million. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're Grant and Danny postgame. After the Nats tomorrow, we will be at Tap 99. So if you're going to the home opener, come on out and see us. The show then, the show today, the show every day is brought to you by the law firm Condorian Murad.
The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Condorian Murad, can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, to put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
Marty Schottenheimer, once very famously on NFL films, mic'd up, said, "There's a gleam, men. There's a gleam." That is my synopsis of the Washington Capitals with 3 straight wins and 5 of 7 barreling down the stretch. Let's get the Beltway Blitz going. Katie Florio, Capitals Radio Network. Katie, they're not done yet, are they?
They certainly are not done. My favorite phrase over the course of this barreling stretch, as you just put it, has been, of course, it's none other than Brandon Duhane calling them the cockroach caps, because they just won't go away. They just can't be killed. And so, of course, mathematically, it's still going to be very hard, but the Capitals are doing absolutely everything they can to stay in this race. I think that was such a, no matter what the outcome is, this last game against Philadelphia on Tuesday was such a fun, entertaining, game, high scoring, great to see the offense, the power play, everything like that. And so, again, no matter what the outcome is, I think it's great that they're not throwing in the towel. You can tell that when I say, oh, the room believes, that's not cliche. I'm at practice every single day. The vibes are really high right now. And so they truly are just throwing everything they have left to try to pull this off.
What's the difference in their play? I might have felt some desperation maybe a month ago and picked up another win or two if it was that easy to flip the switch, but it seems like they're definitely playing better, Katie.
Yeah, and you know what? I try to think of that too, and I go back to the deadline. I think that first game after the trade deadline where they were still in a little bit of shock about Dowd and Carlson, that was not a great game in Boston, but I would say after that, I feel like that's kind of when the tides turned. I think, too, and maybe this is just a little bit more specifically kind of special teams and things like that, but since Hudson coming in as well, even, power plays now where they don't score. I mean, I know you forget about the 2 shorthanded goals that Vegas scored, but other than that, it's been so refreshing to see them, move the puck, be able to get set up. And so I can't think of an exact game where it's the pinpoint, okay, this is where the tide turned. But I go back to pretty much that early March, second week in March, all of the sudden it was just, and I don't know, maybe I know there's guys like, Connor McMichael, and there was other names where they were rumored, Duhane a little bit, maybe rumored to be in trade talks a little bit. So I don't know if it's okay, the trade deadline's over, where we can breathe a little bit. That's me just completely speculating. But yeah, I would say that time is when all of a sudden we sort of started to see the tables turn a little bit. And obviously it's been, full swinging ever since.
Katie, how about the vintage run here of Alex Ovechkin? 6 goals in his last 5, 7 goals in his last 7. He's got 5 in his last 3. I mean, this is OV of yesteryear.
It's incredible. And I mean, every single time we touch on a milestone from him, he somehow continues to do something to one up it. And it's been so fun to watch. He's a guy and he knows, especially, on the ice, he knows where to be. That second goal he scored against Philly, I remember John saying on the broadcast, like, he knew exactly where to be in that moment. And so it's been so incredible. I think something that kind of sticks out to me too is he loves to score. He was interviewed on one of the games that was national recently. I think it was ESPN said, why are you still playing? Why do you keep playing? And he's like, I love being around the boys. And I think that answer just kind of solidifies who he is. We can talk so much about his age and how obviously Father Time, nobody can escape that. And yeah, maybe he's slower than he was 5-10 years ago, whatever, but at the same time, I think his love for the game has not changed one bit. And every single goal he kind of, celebrates as if it's one of his firsts again. And so for him to just do what he's doing, the feeding time, still hitting 30 goals a season is just incredible.
Yeah, it's insane. Preview the matchup tonight for us.
Yeah, I think, this is a team that the Capitals just saw and Washington beat them just a few weeks ago. But at the same time, I think you got to go into this one looking like, okay, all of the pressure is off the Devils and all of the pressure is on the Capitals. They're 7 points behind Washington, not mathematically eliminated, but they're eliminated. They know playoffs they're not reaching them this year. And so I think these are the games everyone went into Philadelphia knowing this is a must win and both teams are going to give it, your best or your all. These are the games that can maybe be a little bit harder because the pressure is off of New Jersey. And so the Capitals, I think, need to go out and do exactly what they did against Philadelphia. Again, for me, special teams was such an emphasis. The PK has just been rock solid as of lately. But for Washington to be able to pick up 2 power play goals as well and not be the difference in the game, just hope that they can capitalize on all cylinders again, whether it's the 5-on-5 play or the special teams. And Logan Thompson reached a big milestone. He'll be playing in his 200th game tonight, running out of adjectives to describe the way that he has played down the stretch. I think that if there's anyone playing like playoffs are still in sight, it's him. He has been so dialed in, as you guys have seen every night. And so would love to see the team, help him with some offense in front of him again.
Yeah, if they are able to get in, it'd be because of him, and then he'd give them a chance to maybe be a fly in the ointment in the East because of how well he is playing. Katie, thank you for the time and enjoy the game tonight.
Thanks, guys.
Katie Florio will be part of the broadcast on the Capitals Radio Network. Pregame a little bit before 7 o'clock, puck drop in the 7 o'clock hour. Let's talk baseball. Nats are idle today. They've got the Dodgers for the home opener tomorrow. First pitch, 1:05 in D.C. for Los Angeles at Washington. We still don't know who's going to pitch in that game just yet, though, but we should find that out sometime as the day goes on. Charlie Slows will be on the call with Dave Jagler, Nationals Radio Network. You can hear the game right here on 106.7 The Fan. Charlie, home opener at 3-3. I think a lot of people will sign up for that after that first road trip.
I think when people looked at the schedule, you're hoping maybe you had 3 wins after 3 series. So, yeah, tough slate to start. Some exciting games. You had some good offense in Chicago and the beginning of the series in Philadelphia, and then a couple of tough games. But it was all competitive. So I don't can't be too disappointed with what you've seen so far.
Speaking of disappointment, though, that last one stings. On paper, yeah, you go 3-3, tough road trip, 100%, but you had that one dead to rights there in Philadelphia. Multi-run lead over the last several innings. It slips away. Just your thoughts there.
It's a gut punch. You're up 5-1 at the 7th inning stretch, and you're thinking you're in pretty good shape. But you got to get 9 outs in a tough Phillies lineup. Key when they made an error and didn't turn a double play in the 8th inning, there turned the lineup over and gave them another chance to get the top of the order up. That proved to be a little dangerous there. And then you still had your chance. It's interesting that the manager, Pitera, played matchup right to the end, bringing Poulin back in. First time I've ever seen a guy start the day before and try and finish the next day. And they'd seen him before, so maybe that helped them a little bit. Infield in, Crawford smoked the ball. If you're infield back, that plays an out with Nunez at second base. Game of inches, just like all those hits in the first game of the series. The Nationals had 17 hits in that first game and maybe hit one ball over 90 miles an hour. That was a line drive base hit to center for Jose Tena that drove in a run. Everything else were little bloops and a whole lot of ground balls that went through the holes. I was thinking during that game with all the balls that went into right field, if we were still playing with the shift, all of those would have been outs.
Yeah, very possibly. Good things happen when you put the ball in play. That's something Dalen Lyle does. To that point, he's off to a very fast start, reigning player of the month in the National League. What have you made of his start to the season so far?
Hey, he makes very quick adjustments. We saw lots of line drives during the spring, even if it didn't produce a high batting average. And to me, he's always ready. And he's using the entire field, foul line to foul line. You love what you see. And to me, he definitely looks improved in the outfield. I think he worked hard, and so did James Wood. James got his legs under him much better than at any point last year, especially the second half of the year. So I think we're going to see some results in the outfield defensively that those two guys specifically are going to be improved on what we saw last year.
Who's pitching tomorrow, Charlie? How's it going to line up?
I don't know. The Dodgers had a pitcher listed. Now they don't have anybody listed.
Someone will pitch, though, right?
Pitching for. Say again?
Said someone's going to pitch, though, right? There will be pitchers?
Yes, I believe so. Okay. And, I think from what we saw with Philadelphia, with a lineup that has the lefties stacked after Turner, you had Schwarber and Harper. The Nationals have lefties in the bullpen. You may see Poulin open another game. The Rays were famous for this. They could have the same pitcher open 2 days in a row. We've seen this before, and, I think with what the Dodgers have at the top of the lineup, that might play.
Well, there was this story, I don't know if you're buying it, in The Athletic, that the teams will just use pitching machines.
Well, now, that would be something. We're just going to have a traject machine come out with the simulator behind it. And
there it is.
With that.
Someone at some point is going to have to announce a starting pitcher. Hey, I got a bunch of comments on James Wood, the slow start after the way he finished last year. People are a little concerned. I don't do concern in April. I start doing concern in mid-May or something. What's your philosophy on that?
Too early to tell. Just like when people ask me in spring training, how does the team look? And I have this blank look on my face. They go, you got nothing? I go, pretty much, especially the first 2 weeks of games of spring training. Pitchers are not at the top of their game working on stuff. You're not seeing the regular lineup. You're not seeing guys play together. You're not seeing them play for 9 innings. Really hard to make assessments on all of that. And, I liked what I saw with what they worked on in spring training, and I'm more interested to see, what kind of results happen once the season starts. And, nobody had Joey Wiemer doing this on their bingo card, did they?
Yeah. I thought maybe he could put up this many hits over a several-week span. But, man,
I was going to say, that's April.
That's the MVP of the National League you're talking about, Charlie.
Right now, we watched nobody. They didn't want to pitch to him. They were very careful, and he took pitches out of the zone. Credit to him. Took some walks. I think he created fear right away with what he did. And on the other side, having him out in the outfield, he's Gold Glove caliber outfielder. We didn't see a lot of him. We saw him make some great plays with the Marlins, and he's got a cannon for an arm and an unbelievably quick release transfer from glove to.
The yard.
All right, thanks for putting me at the back end, guys. Get that little push off the end of the segment. I love it.
We love it. One more to do. Hit that local 53 sounder, please. Okay, Liam Griffin, Washington Times. Liam, can you tell me what you think the plan is at center?
At center right now, the plan is Nick Allegretti unless he proves himself otherwise. They are rolling into training camp with Allegretti at center. From everything they've said at the owners' meetings, it seems like they're confident his ability to do that. Behind him, you're going to have Julian Good-Jones probably, who's taken some, snaps to the quarterbacks during training camp. And they also mentioned, I was a little bit surprised by this, potentially having Brandon Coleman take some snaps at center. He's already moved around his career from left tackle to left guard. So it seems like an open competition with Allegretti as the leader in the clubhouse.
Liam, I want to know about 21 days from now when they're on the clock in the draft. What do you think they hope happens? What is their best case scenario?
I think their best case scenario is that a bunch of offensive players go in the top 5, and they have their pick of the litter of those defensive playmakers who we've spent the past 2 months talking about, your Arvell Reese and Caleb Downs and Sonny Styles, David Bailey, Reuben Bain. If they can have, whichever one is their favorite, if, a wide receiver goes in the top 5, if somebody picks Jeremiah Love, they would love, I feel like, to have their option of whatever player they think is going to be the biggest difference maker on defense at number 7 for them. But at the same time, if you end up, Jeremiah Love falls to you, that's a pretty good backup plan.
Do they have to go at any position? Like, in other words, after their first, they don't have a second round pick, but after their round 1 and round 3 picks, do they have to come out with a certain answer at a certain spot in your view?
I think that they are going to need to add another wide receiver at some point in that draft. Like, when you look at that depth chart, it shines with as one of the major holes on that roster, because you have Terry McLaurin, who, great player, but is also going to be coming up on the back half of his career. And then behind him, it's a lot of question marks. Luke McCaffrey and Jalen Lane are both looking at taking snaps in the slot. And then outside, it's Van Jefferson, De'Ami Brown, and Treylon Burks, who have all really struggled to find consistency in their NFL careers. Obviously, Ayuk is going to be another question mark as the offseason goes forward, but you can never have too many pass catchers, too many playmakers, and so I really think they need to come out of the draft with another potential option for Jaden Daniels to grow with outside.
Which of the two coordinators are you more confident in having a banner first season, Durante Jones or David Blau?
It's a really good question. I would probably lean towards David Blau just because he has, I feel like on offense, you can really take some defenses by surprise when they don't have as much tape on exactly what you're going to be doing on a week-to-week basis. I also think he has spent his time, not just his time in the league, but his time as an assistant, starting to find, all right, what works when you're drawing up plays. Like Cliff had been open when Cliff Kingsbury was here, that David Blau was helping draw up and design plays for Jaden Daniels to run. I think Blau has a really close relationship with Jaden. He knows what kind of things he likes to run, but at the same time, you're going to see more under center stuff. You're going to see more play action. And I really think that those are the kinds of things that we have seen be really effective for modern offenses these days. And defense, I think, can be so dependent on the personnel that you're working with. So you've got Jaden Daniels under center. You have a fresh, really open-minded offensive play caller. I'll be really interested to see what David Blau looks like through the opening of the season.
Are they bringing Bobby Wagner back?
At this point, it's a really unique position that they find themselves in, because if you run into the season with Frankie Louvu and Leo Chenal and Jordan McGee, you feel okay. You feel like with the confidence they've had in McGee, and they were really starting to get him more reps toward the end of last season, it seemed like they were putting him on a path to being the starter, potentially wearing the green dot as the Mike linebacker. But Bobby Wagner still hasn't signed. He has shown no indication that he wants to retire, and he and Dan Quinn are very close. And so I think that there could be a role for him within this Durante Jones defense if he's potentially willing to shift what he's been asked to do over the past couple of years, because the pass coverage wasn't there, but he was really impressive as a blitzing linebacker over the past 2 seasons in Washington. And so I think that they're not going to rush that. I don't think Bobby's going to rush that. He's, not someone who's going to be making rash decisions, but I think if they don't end up adding a linebacker in the draft, they may go back to Bobby and say, we have a role for you if you want it.
Liam Griffin covers the Commanders for the Washington Times. Liam, before we let you go, Dan Quinn was asked who's going to be the breakout player this year by ESPN in an interview in Phoenix. He said Johnny Newton. Your answer to that question is who?
I'll go with Ben Sinnott. I feel like they're going to be running a lot more 12 personnel under David Blau. And I think that Ben Sinnott, they drafted him high. I like his skill set. He hasn't shown it yet. But with the way that Jaden likes to target tight ends, I could see Ben Sinnott maybe breaking out.
Liam, thank you, buddy.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
You got it. That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. I got yelled at today online for something that I didn't think was controversial or was a problem. I can tell you what that was next, though. Also, here's something that'll cheer up some Commanders fans. There are cracks in the foundation in Philadelphia with the Eagles. This story about Jalen Hurts and their offense was must read. I read it for you so you didn't have to. I've got the bullet points for you next on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. Big one for the Capitals tonight. They take on the Devils in New Jersey. 7:30 puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Capitals are 3 points back of the Columbus Blue Jackets for the second wild card spot. 7 games left to go, each one meaning a lot. So tonight, Caps take on the Devils. 7:30 right here on the Fan. Baseball, the Nationals will open up their home schedule tomorrow with a home opener against the Dodgers. 1:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Also news today in baseball, Pirates are going to be calling up their top prospect, Connor Griffin. He's going to debut tomorrow at home against the Orioles, and today he's going to be signing a 9-year, $140 million extension. And in football, Kirk Cousins is going to be signing with the Raiders on a 5-year deal worth $172 million, but in reality it's more like a 1-year deal worth $20 million. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus Houston, April 11th, noon at Audi Field. At halftime, hear DC's own Wale live, a championship banner, and a hometown legend on the same day. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Thanks to Toby for the update. You heard him mention Connor Griffin getting called up for the Pirates. Here's something I didn't think I would be saying. Man, am I jealous of the Pittsburgh Pirates. Not only did they draft Connor Griffin with the 9th overall pick, just one pick before the Nats were on the clock to take Seaver King, by the way, Jackson Prep School in Mississippi. But they have the number 1 prospect in baseball. I love how they timed this. They sent him down. They got him going. Played 5 games at AAA. Went 7 for 16, red hot at the plate. Now they're calling him up, feeling himself a little bit in a groove so he can make his home debut for their home opener tomorrow in Pittsburgh when we're here at Nats Park. But on top of that, this kid, by the way, is 19 years old. I don't know if I mentioned that. They got a 9-year deal done with him. They're finalizing the deal. But he will be in Pittsburgh if they choose to have him there.
That's the jealous part.
For 9 years. The Nats have not been able to do this with any of their super talents. For people that don't know Griffin, as I said, a former top 10 pick. His year last year in the minor leagues was pretty historical. 21 homers as a 18-year-old that got up to AA. Stole 65 bases while posting a 940 OPS. And then had a pretty impressive spring training, showed some power. But he can flat out fly, play shortstop, premium defensive position pretty well. Could play center field if you need him to also. And by the way, if I was the Pirates, I might ask him to because O'Neal Cruz is terrible.
He's not good at it.
In center field.
Yeah.
But a 9-year deal for your young superstar teenager. It reminds you of the Juan Soto days when that started, or the Bryce Harper days. Now imagine if you got the extension done before they got to the big leagues. Jealous.
I want one. Now, you know what's going to happen. The Nats will get one. It'll be a guy that's not that good. It'll be another Ruiz type situation where it's like, oh, he's here for how many more years? But I want that Braves hypnotist that's like, listen, you could make 10 times this if you just waited a couple years.
Well, it's cold. Don't have a Boris guy.
Yeah, but we'll give it to you now. God, I just want a couple of those. I want to know there's never going to be a time where it's like, he's 2 years away from free agency. Time to trade him. I just want one. That's all.
Cooper Pratt, who's a Boris advised player, actually just signed an extension while in the minor leagues. Signed one of those big deals before he got to the majors. His is more Keibert Ruiz, where it's like $50 million. He's a really high-ceiling defender. He's going to be sterling defensively in the infield. He's like a Bryce Terang type defender. He's not going to hit maybe a whole lot. But I think when you take that deal, it's kind of like Keibert, where it's the opposite of betting on yourself. And I'm sure Boris was like, let's not really do this. But now, if you're Boris, you get to say, see, I'll do these deals. Very, very different to do that with Cooper Pratt of the Brewers than like James Wood or Juan Soto or what have you. But I digress. All right, Jalen Hurts, Philadelphia Eagles. There's a story that was written by ESPN.com that dropped yesterday. Did you read this? It's very long.
I have not gotten through all of it yet.
Well, it'll take a little while, so give yourself some time, or maybe extend the bathroom break or something. But Hurts is a 5-year, $255 million contract. Okay, he signed that with the Eagles. He's part of the way through that deal. He's most of the way through the guaranteed money. So he's actually going into this kind of got-to-have-it year to get an extension after a really disappointing season for the offense and him last year. But this story, you know how they do these in Philly. Remember the old teardown story of Carson Wentz?
Uh-huh.
It's a deep dive with unnamed sources, a lot of players and coaches from the building, it sounds like, talking about issues in the past, and specifically last year with Jalen Hurts. But Here are just a bunch of the notes that I took on this thing. I'll read some excerpts, but here's what I wrote down. A.J. Brown's frustrations with the offense, as we had surmised, were about the passing game, and a lot of them were about Hurts specifically. The pass game was not tied well to the run, and that led to predictability. An unnamed source said Jalen Hurts had a major hand in the offense regressing. Hurts pushes back on changes. When they try to fix things, clean things up, do things differently, he doesn't like change. And I can relate to this. I don't necessarily either. But he does not want to go under center. Just doesn't want to do it, won't do it, reluctant to do that, and does not like to operate against zone coverages and is very reluctant to kind of let it rip against zone. Coaches playing to his strengths is how the offense became what it is, which is like our passing game is deep balls and throws to the sideline. There's nothing in the middle of the field. And they kind of ripped a lot of that stuff out of the playbook, which diminishes production for guys like A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith, which they don't necessarily love. Sounds like he's got a good relationship with Smith. Obviously, a really bad relationship over the last couple of years with A.J. Brown. They have a new OC in Sean Mannion, who's 33 years old. This is a guy that was a backup quarterback to Cousins. Kirk's told me in the past he thinks he's going to be a rock star, loves this guy.
Just a sharp dude, yeah.
He's their David Blau. I actually don't really like the fit. This is a Shanahan-McVay style offense he's going to run. Under center, bootlegs, middle of the field throws. And so essentially this story is, will Jalen Hurts get on board? Like, is he going to adjust? The story suggests that he will need to adapt or that maybe he'll be on thinner ice. Now, his biggest proponents are Nick Sirianni and Lurie, the owner, so I don't think he's going anywhere. They've also done nothing but win, and that's what's always amazing, is they win games constantly. His record's insane. Their record with him, the Super Bowl appearance, and then a Super Bowl win. But the point is, like, you say this about Sirianni, why can't you say it with Hurts? Is he a little bit of a, fortuitous quarterback because he has great stuff around him? Is he a beneficiary in some way? He's been amazing in the clutch. And I think his teammates acknowledge that. Even some of these sources that were saying things negative basically point out this guy's always incredible when he needs to be. He's one of the great big game performers in the league, so you have to acknowledge that. But going through, again, what I jotted down from this story, his steely resolve can be a benefit and a hindrance. It's bad for connectivity in the locker room. He's kind of quiet, stoic, doesn't have a lot to say. He's got an obsessive work ethic. Sirianni comps him to Jordan and Kobe. That can lead to mixed reactions, I guess, within teammates. To that, I say, get over it.
Yeah.
Here's a quote. Poor body language, not always bought in, not the most coachable, and the players notice, a team source said. That's not a great quote.
Mm-mm.
Results are hard to knock. Writing down some of the numbers here, let's see. He's won and they've won. Back-to-back years with an offensive coordinator just once. And when he did that, the second year he went 14-1 as the starter and played at an MVP level. Of course, 14 months ago, so before this past season, he had just come off a Super Bowl win. And in 10 career playoff games, he's got 11 touchdowns and 3 picks. So he's played at, as I said, a great level when he needs to. Philadelphia's passing game was not diversified the year they went to the Super Bowl. They finished worst in the NFL in passing yards on offense. So, like, you think about, like, oh, man, Hurts got them to the Super Bowl. They won. Well, they had a 2,000-yard running back, and nobody threw for fewer yards than Philly did that year. He has gone through 6 OCs in 7 years. So I read this, and I go, are we sure we need to be just killing Jalen Hurts? I mean, the guy has a different OC every single year. But part of the story is that might be because he's kind of difficult to coach and work with a little bit.
That could be that's one of those, how do you look at the glass, right? Is it half full, half empty? That's there's a reason they've had 6 OCs in 7 years. The other is they win 14 games a year.
Steichen got a head coaching job. Kellen Moore got a head coaching job. Last year they went from 8th, 24th in yardage. So they fired Patullo, their offensive coordinator. And they've had a couple guys now get fired. A source close to Hurts said the quarterback needs coaches who are going to check him, opining that Hurts said too many yes people around him last season. Like, these quotes are not great.
They're damning.
One of the sources said they believe the changes concern motions and shifts, recalling that Hurts was not receptive to those ideas. A third-team source said Hurts was willing to experiment with new wrinkles in 24, but if they were not paying off immediately, he would pivot. There's talk as well about multiple team sources describing his relationship with Kellen Moore in the past as tense before Moore left. Hurts set a career low in 2025 in carries, 105, rushing yards, 421. That was the lowest totals he's had since taking over as the starter. One team source said keeping Hurts healthy over the long term is a reason why he ran less last year. But others speculated that teams have kind of caught on to the Eagles' offense and to Hurts and how he likes to operate, and that maybe that part of his game's not coming back. I broke down some of the numbers earlier, man versus zone, but like he's really, really good against man. He's not good at all against zone. 77 of his 110 touchdowns in his career have come against man coverage. When he's got to read it out in zone, it gets worse. He doesn't like to drive the ball into those windows. A.J. Brown, think about this. He was basically like a non-factor against zone.
Yep.
A.J. disappears in those situations, the source said. Brown's yards per reception, 11.7, down from 14.1, and yards per target, 7.3, down from 9.1, dipped substantially when facing zone, and he caught only 2 of his 7 touchdowns against the coverage. So it's kind of like when they know they're playing a zone-heavy team, the receivers are like, well, we're not getting the ball this week, which is not a good way to go into games. Playing from under center is something Hurts continually fights inside the building, one source said. Hurts doesn't like to turn his back on the defense, prefers to process coverages. Like some of this is preferential stuff where you've got to work around the quarterback, but it does sound like, I mean, there's enough sourced quoting in here where, I mean, there's a lot of people where, I don't want to say the act is wearing thin, but where they're like, I would say as long as you're winning and this guy's playing okay, deal with it.
Right.
But they feel like maybe they could be better.
There's enough. It's weird because it's like, again, it's all eye of the beholder. Some people would just objectively, it's calling balls and strikes, go, you've won so much. Just shut up. You know what I mean? Like there's a part of me that thinks
the team, you mean?
The team,
or like the sources. Yeah.
Anybody that's bitching, and it's like, you're down years, you win 11 games.
It's worse on the other side.
There are 28 fan bases that would climb over relatives just for us for one of those seasons, let alone a consistency to it.
Here's another frustration.
Yeah, the other side is, maybe he's holding you back.
He changes plays when he sees fit. Again, I think of that. If you're a veteran quarterback who's won as much as him, you should be allowed to. But many established quarterbacks have such freedom, especially at the line of scrimmage when noticing a defensive tendency. But some within the team consider his changes to be excessive. Eagles offensive players know Hurts is not afraid to change plays he doesn't like, and then they have to adapt accordingly. Added a separate team source, you never know what play is coming out of the huddle, because he may change it. They go on to say that in the past, he'd been known to signal a route that hadn't even been installed by coaches. So he's kind of like playing some like street ball or something, I guess. Multiple Eagles players, including Hurts, appeared frustrated that winning was not perceived as good enough in the public eye because of the magnified offensive struggles, to your point. Hurts is going, guys, I'm 57-25. All we do is win when I play.
Mm-hmm.
We got a winning percentage of 65%. That's 5th among active quarterbacks.
It's unbelievable.
Shut your mouths. But if the passing game isn't that good, you wonder, well, how much of it is him? I just think he's a guy I think is complicated because I think for 3 quarters I'm watching him and I'm like, what is he doing? Mm-hmm. This is terrible offense. And then he makes 3 winning plays at the end of the game, like early career Russell Wilson in a sense, and you're like, that's a good football player.
That's the best comp, I think, is that, right? Where he's never going to win you the numbers competition. And I hate this because I generally love data and analytics. Time things where you kind of go, maybe this is just it. Maybe it's going to be ugly for 3 quarters, to your point, and he's going to come up with a couple of winning plays.
There was apparently this meeting in 2024 during their bye week where Big Dom, the security guy.
Well, I'm good on, by the way.
That guy, we're all good on him.
Yeah, we'll sit there.
Him and Brandon Graham went to Jalen Hurts' house, I think it was. And this meeting took place where they basically went to him to emphasize that he needed to do a better job connecting with teammates. Like that was during the 24 season that resulted in a Super Bowl. So you've got this simultaneous thing where you keep winning, the results are there, like people aren't happy and the interactions between them aren't great. One team source in this story, again, ESPN.com for this like detailed, I don't want to say hatchet job, but it's not great for Jalen Hurts. Described the state of affairs as a disaster. This was right after the Super Bowl and training camp last year, indicating that Hurts was part of the issue, noting that whatever personality traits had rubbed people the wrong way before had grown since the championship. Devontae Smith had issues with the scheme. He thought it was just way too hard to basically do anything. There were no layups in the offense. Every catch, every play is a grinded out. The receivers have to win situation. But apparently he is much closer with Hurts than A.J. Brown is. But, I mean, that's just what I wrote down from what was a several thousand-word story.
Yeah.
But you go through that, and we always talk about, like, it just doesn't smell good, doesn't feel good, doesn't look good with that offense, with that team. There's obviously something very, very rotten. And the question is, does it ever catch up to him? So far, it has not.
No, it is not. Again, they're down years. They win 11 games. So it's obviously, I mean, this is again is the Howie Roseman production, and that to me is the dominant reason why it continues. They cycle through coaches because on good years, those guys get head coaching jobs. On bad years, they win 11 games, are still pretty competitive and win the division. But this does feel like part of their DNA now. This dramatics, always something swirling. AJ Brown's reading a book on the sideline. Everyone's annoyed at Jalen Hurts deal, and somebody wants a contract and they're not getting it, so they get shipped to the Jets or something. It always feels like there's something going on here. They remind me, honestly, this is an old reference, but the '86 Mets, who hated each other, no one got along, everybody was miserable all the time, and they won. Sometimes that happens too. You know what I mean? Sometimes the bad guys win.
Coming up at 5 o'clock, Jason Sinaraja, the new president of business ops for the Nats, on the fan experience at Nats Park ahead of tomorrow's opener. If you guys have a thought on Jalen Hurts, the Eagles in their perch atop the division, we'll take those next. 800-636-1067. What is the pecking order in the East going into the last part of the offseason? This is The Fan. He's Danny. I'm Grant. This is The Fan. The president of business ops for the Nationals stops by the show at the top of the hour. Going to get you the latest on Nationals Park ahead of the home opener tomorrow. Some of the changes they made, what you can expect when you go over to the ball game for the first time in 2026. Danny, quickly, though, the NFC East. We just went through the story on Jalen Hurts, some of the trouble in Paradise and Philly. They have been the top dog in the division. Betting odds will tell you that they are still the projected number one team in the East, and I think they should be.
And rightly so, yeah.
They have the most talent. They have the best general manager who has done the best job stocking the cupboard for some time. I don't really know what their significant weakness is. I think they're going to trade A.J. Brown. My guess is they're going to draft a receiver in the second, third round, if not earlier, somewhere, day one, day two, because they only have Devontae Smith and Hollywood Brown, so you want someone with some size if they trade A.J. Brown. But you're going to get a bunch of picks back.
Yeah.
Maybe add. Their offensive line is still very solid left to right. Mailata, Dickerson, Juergens, Steen, Lane Johnson. They're older, particularly Lane Johnson. You don't know how much more he's got. There's been talk, that one of the interior guys could have retired and didn't. But I do think they're still well above average on the offensive line. I know they lost their legendary offensive line coach this offseason. But they brought Dallas Goedert back. You still have Barkley, Tank Bigsby, Will Shipley in the backfield. It's a very, very solid offense. It's a fast defense. As long as you've got Jalen Carter and Jordan Davis wrecking shop up front, Zach Bond at linebacker. They made the pick of probably round 2 where they grabbed their nickel corner, Cooper DeJean, who's become already one of the best slots in the league. And then remember, they brought over the one big move they made for a starter this offseason was Rick Woolen from Seattle. So they've added at the cornerback position as well. So I still think that's the best team in the division. But where is the gap between them and Washington and Dallas? The Cowboys were great offensively, terrible defensively. They feel close. The Giants probably improved the most of anyone, which might just say how far they had to go. But it's going to be a super competitive East.
Yeah, Dallas has the second best odds, understandably, after the year Washington had. Their third, and then a distant fourth is New York. And New York looks to be more competitive.
Did the Cowboys do enough on defense? Their offense will be top 5 again. They got great weapons with Pickens and Lamb, and I thought Williams was a great fit. Dak's a stud. But what about defense? They were so bad on that side of the ball.
They were terrible. But, on paper, obviously, Gary's the headliner, Rashawn Gary from Green Bay. I don't know. I don't know the answer to that. This is one of those, on paper, that was the right approach. They did the same thing Washington did, where they go, that side of the ball is a disaster. We need players at all 3 layers, and they did that. I don't know if they did enough, though, to be competent. I hate that. It's a cop-out at this point, so we'll see how the draft goes for them, obviously, but they to me, should be the preseason number 2 in the division.
I'm sitting here looking at what they did, and I'm like, they did not do enough on the There's a major addition there just from a coordinating perspective. I would also say this. Remember, the Cowboys have the first-round pick of the Packers at 20. They also have a third-round pick from the Niners at 92. But at 12 at 20, I think they could get 2 defensive starters there.
I do, too.
I'd be almost shocked if they use one of those on an offensive player. You could get a legit linebacker or an edge and then a member of the secondary. That'd be, if you hit on both of those picks, which is a big if. But if you're able to, 2 picks in the top 20, think about how much better your defense could be just in one fell swoop right there.
Indeed. And you look at what they prioritized over recent years, like a number 1 first-round pick on a left tackle. 2 years before that, a first-round pick on Tyler Smith, the left guard. A first-round pick on a right guard in 2025. They have prioritized making sure their offensive line is really good, and I think they might add to that again this year. Depends on on a couple factors, but yeah, they're in a decent spot to be better. Again, it's crazy to say about the dumb Cowboys, who have led the league in my lifetime of being the most overpaid attention to, overrated Kardashian in the NFL. They're actually underrated now, which is kind of wild. That nobody's really paying attention to them other than the normal drama. They could be sneaky pretty good.
When you are exceptional on offense and you score a lot of points, you're going to have a chance to win a lot of games.
Yeah, you turn people over a couple times, you win 12 games like they did a couple years ago.
The only way to not make the playoffs with an offense like theirs is to be quite literally just horrific and worse than the league caliber on defense. If you're average on defense or just a little below average on defense, you're still going to win 10 to 12 games. That's the prescription for them. Pickens, Lamb, that kid Ryan Flournoy or whatever his name was, the third receiver last year, he can play. Somebody over there is good at finding receivers and finding weapons. Cavante Turpin, speed, you still have him. So, yeah, I think that they'll be good enough on offense that they are an above 500 team. My question is the Giants. They spent a lot of money on defense. Tremaine Edmonds, Greg Newsome, Sam Roberts, Jason Pinnock, Adarius Washington, Cam Jones, Elijah Campbell, all came over in free agency on that side of the ball. They're the opposite of the Cowboys, where I think their early pick is almost a lock to be on offense. Go get Jackson Dart some help. Now, where is that guy? It's not a running back, I don't think. Scatterbo and Tyrone Tracy. Their first round pick is obviously going to be maybe Sonny Styles or a defensive starter. But I think after that, they're going to have a pretty heavy offensive emphasis in the draft just because after the injury last year to Malik Neighbors,
there was nothing doing.
So 37, 105, 145, at least two of those three picks probably offensive.
Yeah, they add Isaiah Likely. That's the big offseason addition there on offense. Darnell Mooney in the slot, I think, is a sneaky, decent pickup for them.
If he stays healthy. He was bad in Atlanta last year.
That's totally true. That's a main drift. But to me, the biggest upgrade is John Harbaugh. Just having an adult in charge. Again, I don't think they'll be good. I think they're the fourth team out of four in the division. But I do know that they will now officially turn to pain in the ass to play.
40,000 or more going to be at Nats Park tomorrow. You might be one of those 40,000. The president in charge of the fan experience over there, Jason Sinaraja, joins the show next in studio on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. In hockey, a big one for the Capitals tonight as they take on the Devils in New Jersey. 7:30 puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. The Capitals find themselves 3 points back of the Blue Jackets for the second wildcard spot with 7 games left to go. So Caps and Devils tonight at 7:30 right here on the Fan. In baseball, the Nationals going to welcome in the Dodgers for the home opener tomorrow, 1:05 p.m. first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. In football, the Raiders are signing quarterback Kirk Cousins to a 1-year deal, or excuse me, a 5-year deal. In reality, more like a 1-year deal worth $20 million. There'll be a club option for 2 years and $80 million after that. In the NBA, the Wizards announced that Keyshawn George is going to be out for the rest of the regular season. DC Spring Professional Football is back. Defenders versus Houston, April 11th, noon at Audi Field. At halftime, hear DC's own Wale Live, a championship banner, and a hometown legend on the same day. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny. We'll take you up to 6:30 this evening on the Fan. The show's brought to you by the law firm Kondori and Murad. They'll help square away your last will and testament or set up a living trust, put together a medical power of attorney if need be. So schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com and be sure to mention us so that they'll give you a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. We're pleased right now in studio to be joined by the new president of the Nationals business operation, Jason Sinaraja, who's been with the team since January, was kind enough to walk down Half Street to join us in our Navy Yard studios on Grant and Danny. Jason, welcome. Thank you for the time.
Oh, anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
Very cool for you to be here. Opening day, it's exciting for a lot of folks. What can people expect? They're coming to the ballpark, not just here for opening day, but kind of throughout the season. What's going to be different?
Yeah, I'm really excited. It'll be my first opening day here in Washington. So there's a few things we've been doing to improve the fan experience. One, the vast majority of our fans actually walk down Half Street, come through center field, and what we've done is we've added two different things there. One, we're going to have a dedicated season plan holder entry on the left field side. So we're moving that gate over to the left field side for our fans that are regular plan holders that come in. And that does a couple things. One, it gets them in faster because they're not going through everybody else and the longer lines that'll occur, especially on an opening day. But second, it gets them in faster so they can get those gate giveaways, etc. The other part of it is we're expanding our center field go-ahead entry, which is facial authentication technology. That'll speed up the process as long as you sign up in advance. You just walk right through. You don't even have to take your phone out, and you don't have to show your ticket or anything. You just walk right through. It's a great experience. We're adding some extra security lines there as well to expedite that process. But look, I mean, on opening day, we're going to have a huge crowd, 40-plus thousand people. It'll be busy. So, everything I'm talking about over time will get better. But I ask for a lot of patience, especially on opening day, because it'll be our first one. So.
Makes sense. I want to go back to the technology with the facial scanning, which is everywhere now.
Yeah.
When I'm walking around at the ballpark, you got to stop and look at something, and then you get to keep walking.
Yeah.
How do I sign up, and where do I sign up?
Yeah, you go up on the ballpark app. So, fans have that MLB ballpark app, which is the vast majority of our fans are coming in using that app for ticketing. You can find you go to the Nationals ballpark or Nationals Park, you can find a little area within that, a tile that you can sign up there for. And then what it does is it takes a picture of you, right? And then it creates a mosaic that is anonymized. You can't tell who it is. It's a digital scan, very much like how Apple does it with your Face ID. Very similar technology.
Jason Sinaraja, the new president of the Nationals on the business side, has been in sports with the Guardians and the Bills and the Royals and the Sabres, and he's done a really good job getting the Nats up to speed ahead of opening day, joining us on Grant and Danny. Specific to the lines in center field, I was going to bring that up.
Yeah.
It can be tough. Like bobblehead days, I can kind of understand, but a lot of the times we walk straight down Half Street from here, as you can imagine, to go in, and just getting into the ballpark, even on days where there's not a huge crowd, sometimes those lines can get unwieldy. Mm-hmm. What did you guys find in your research on that? And it sounds like maybe you do have the fix then with some of the technology. Do you think as the year goes on, that gets whittled down some?
Well, look, I mean, there's always room for improvement. I started in January. We started going into the data, listening to our fans, listening to feedback, listening to the voice of consumer surveys. There's some clear points of traffic. There's some clear things we can improve upon. Hopefully our fans will see that and it'll alleviate the lines. Again, on opening day, when there's 20,000 people rushing in at 1:03 p.m. for a 1:05 game, right? It's not going to matter what kind of technology you have. It'll be backed up. So I want to manage that expectation. But overall, the experience should be a lot quicker, faster. There'll be more people there monitoring it to improve the flow. And over time, during the course of the year, we're going to be monitoring the times so we can get better at it.
One of the ideas I've had for a long while is opening the gates earlier.
Yep.
And one of my baseball fan romances from being a kid growing up is being there for batting practice of my home team. There are Nats fans who have really never seen James Wood take BP because the gates aren't open. I know the Orioles this year are opening a little early at times. Is that a consideration at all?
You know, we've thought about it. I've certainly looked at it. It is very much a consideration point. I think, you know, so I was like that too. I grew up in Toronto. Used to enjoy going to the games and seeing batting practice. It's actually my favorite part.
It's the best.
You know, you get to see guys walking around. The unfortunate thing is most fans, that pastime, I think, has passed a lot of people. That's what the data has shown. But that being said, we're sensitive to fans wanting that, and we're certainly looking at how we can improve on that and do that for certain games, especially on weekends, and especially when we have some big draws that people want to see, you know, certain players take batting practice, et cetera. The other thing that you have to be cognizant of, especially in the heat here, like for instance in DC, we had this issue in Kansas City, was a lot of the players don't take batting practice anymore on the field, and that's changed in the industry as well. And that's something we got to consider too, because we don't want to open up the ballpark early and then fans come in and they're disappointed too. So we got to work through that. But it is definitely up under consideration for sure.
Jason, I'd say a big trend line in sports in terms of, you know, getting fans to stadiums and things are the luxury items, like the brand new all you can eat this and the brand new you know luxury this thing where you get carried in like the Jetsons and you hover around and everything's amazing. But the rank and file, a lot of fans I think feel left out. I hear from a lot of fans that, you know, they're aware of Kids Eat Free and how great a program that's been. But
keep that, by the way. I have 4 kids. Kids Eat Free is the best thing you guys got going.
But if the 8-year-old turns his nose up at it, all of a sudden I'm $100 into Dippin' Dots, and that happens. I think for a lot of families where it feels like, I don't want to say they're priced out, but to a degree it can be a big expense.
Yeah.
What more do you feel like you guys are going to be doing just to say, hey, you're welcome. We'd rather have you in the ballpark than not. Here's what we can do for you.
Look, this is a common theme, right? I did start in January, so there's only so much you can do in one off season, especially a half off season like I had. I think one of the things we did was it was very clear to me that we needed to have different beer pricing, right? And so we looked at our beer pricing, which was effectively one price, one size at 25 ounce, and now we're offering a cheaper beer option that fans, at least the early sentiment on Reddit and places like that, has been very, very positive because the sticker shock is less, right? I mean, it is expensive, right? We totally get that. But we want to make it a little bit more affordable. We want to make beer prices affordable. We want to make our food more affordable. We want to have our food be, provided a lot quicker so fans aren't waiting in longer lines. So we're looking at that, right? We still have the $5 Tuesdays, which is a huge value component, right? Where you get hot dogs, beer, etc. for $5, and that'll continue, and that'll be the first Tuesday next week against the Cardinals. So buy your tickets if you're listening. But then the other part of it is just how do we take the beer prices and make them at least have a more affordable option? So we're gonna have 16-ounce beers, right, that are Bud Lights and Budweiser at $9. And that's a big change, and I think that's going to be positively reflected upon in our surveys, et cetera. But over the course of the year, we're going to keep getting better. We've got a good partnership with our third party Levy, who handles our food and beverage. I've been most focused on lines and queues and just like people waiting, and how do we make that quicker? So we're going to have a lot more grab and goes that people can buy beer and soda and water and things like that a lot quicker, so you don't have to wait in lines. That'll help both ways, right? You'll be able to get your beer quicker and get back to your seat, but it'll also alleviate some of the lines where you don't want to be waiting in a line to buy a beer because that holds up everybody else too. So we're going to be better at that.
You mentioned it's whatever the initiative was received well on Reddit. Is that what you're doing? Sometimes like up late at night, just, bloodshot eyes, rubbing your forehead, going. The latest comment from user, TC Nats fan number 77.
I don't put myself out there, but I think one of my tenets of leadership and one of the things I want us as an organization to be doing is listening. Right. So, I mean, in today's world, right, we listen to sports radio, you listen to the fans and feedback, you get it I get a lot of emails, surveys, etc. But one of the actual areas that is very, very good to read is Reddit boards, Twitter boards, things like that, social media really, and what people are saying. And I read it, and it's important because I need to understand what our fan base is saying and what they want so we can serve them better. And that's the purpose of what we can do, because we can't control what happens on the field. I think our team will be fine. And, right now it's 1-1 in the 6th inning, I see, but and the teams have been playing well. But I think for us on the business side and for my job and for what I look at, we want to make the ballpark experience as good as it can be. And we have to continually improve, and that's what our fans deserve.
Jason Sinaraja, president of the Nats business side. When you're looking at price points, everyone always has this ranking of like 30 markets, and where you guys rank, I'm sure, is something you would know. I don't. If you're in the middle of that, top of that, bottom of that. But do you look more at just like big leagues abroad, or is it also like if I go to a bar in Cleveland versus in DC, things are going to cost different. So there is a market cost to that as well. How do you actually do the analysis on that?
I think the short answer is we look at everything, right? It's all context. So we can look at ballparks and compare, but I'm a big believer in a local market. I mean, I could compare this to Kansas City or Cleveland, like my previous experiences, but that would be irrelevant because the fan in DC is different than the fan in Kansas City, right? And you just mentioned the prices elsewhere in this community, in the bars and restaurants, et cetera, might be different. So we tend to look at all of those data points. We look at our contemporaries. We look at Monumental and the Arena, Capital One. They do a great job. The Commanders, even the Ravens and the Orioles, and just see what our fans are expecting, what they're looking at. And then it's context driven, right, of what we want to do and listening to our fans that are unique, especially our plan holders who we, really value.
You've clearly focused on lines, cues, as you said, and now we're obviously talking pricing. Through your research and data gathering, I know you've only been here for a few months, but what are some of the other pain points, so to speak, that you've heard from fans where you go, hey, I wish this was different or better, and things that you're looking to work on?
I mean, the vast majority of the feedback has been around the line. So ingress is it's called in the industry, right? Egress as well as getting out as well. So that's something that we're looking at. The security lines, et cetera, the food lines, the food and beverage. The food and beverage quality comes up a lot. Now that's a hard one to measure, right? I mean, people can say, look, this pizza wasn't good, and getting a standardized pizza on a regular basis is a challenge anywhere, let alone a ballpark. So we're looking at that. That's something that I'm going to probably have to address and look at and evaluate once I actually see it during the games, right? So, I ask our fans to give me a little grace on that. It will improve, and what I strive for is continuous improvement. We don't want the same commentary coming in April as it is in September, right? That shows no improvement, and then we want to make sure we're improving and listening. So some of this is qualitative, but we'll be looking at the food quality. We have brought a local pizza company, Colony Grill, so they'll be a part of that. Some of the fan favorites that have been there in the past, Ben's Chili Bowl is there as well. So I think over time we'll want to develop a little bit more of a local flavor. That's on the docket.
Jason Sinaraja, Nats president on Grant and Danny. I'd imagine a big part of your job over the last few months was everything going on with media rights, TV, and otherwise.
Just simple stuff worked itself out, right?
Yeah, right. It's very seamless. We were worried it might go right up to opening day, but luckily you guys didn't have to stress over that or anything. It wasn't like hours before the first pitch. But while I'm sure you were pulling your hair out over that, is the dust settled a little bit? Do we now know what's what?
Well, I don't have a lot of hair to pull out, first and foremost. But here we are watching on your TV here, right? And I'm really proud of the fact that we made the move to Nationals TV. We, quote unquote, own the broadcast, right? I mean, it is through MLB. MLB is our partner in doing the production, and they've done a great job. They brought in a new wire cam. They do in-game in-game interviews where you see
that was awesome.
The other day,
Foster Griffin I was just going to say, we never had that on Matt.
The other day, Foster Griffin was pitching and they came out, But I think that the fact that we own the broadcast, we have our own folks. I mean, we have Dan Coco, Kevin Franson. We brought Alexa Dad over from St. Louis. She's a local to the area. I think that's enhanced the experience, which is awesome. From a distribution perspective, right? One of the things that I think our fans sometimes don't fully realize was that MLB handles the negotiations with the distributors in the area, so largely Comcast and Verizon, but also Cox, Fubo, etc. And so those negotiations, like most negotiations, whether it's in the National Football League or other leagues, sometimes go down to the wire. And so we got that information finalized, the actual channels on Wednesday. There were some challenges with Verizon. I know I had to send out an open letter, which wasn't on my plan for day 2 of.
You don't want to
of the
send the
season.
open letter that early.
No,
you know?
but no, you know what though? I would say that actually communicating to our fans and being transparent. Hopefully, our fans appreciated that. Maybe they didn't. Maybe they're still frustrated by the actual issue that caused that. But the fact that we were communicating and being very transparent and very clear, very similar to how Paul's doing on the baseball side, I'm doing it on the business side. I hope our fans can appreciate that. But I think we're working through some growing pains. I think the chatter on Reddit and other places, like I mentioned, has really dissipated over the last couple of days. I think our fans really get it, and they're finding the channel. The Verizon issue, just to speak on that and answer the question, I think if it's still out there, was Verizon had put us in a different tier from the channels that we'd had previously, and that's their decision. We don't have any control over that. What we've been working on and what I've been really focused on working with MLB and then partnering with Verizon is to just make sure that the transparency and the clarity is out there of what channel, how you get it, what your particular situation is. When somebody calls in, they can get a clear answer, and that's what we're focused on.
How many teams, I don't know the exact number, but MLB does this with several teams now. Yeah. Right, dozen or whatever it is. Do they have shoulder programming? The only thing we get really is the few minutes before the game where Dan's kind of talking, or Alexa, and a few minutes after. Yep. How do we get to like real pregame, real postgame, shoulder programming to help grow the fan base? Yeah,
look, so I came from the Kansas City Royals. We were actually about to make this move. My boss there, who had just moved over, came from Arizona, and they had made the move a few years ago. And one of the things we talked about was shoulder programming, and at least the data has shown broadly that there's not a lot of fans that actually consume that. Most fans come in for the game and leave. That's not to say that it's not valuable. That's not to say that we're not considering it, that your comment isn't valid. I think it's just we wanted to make sure that the game broadcast and the core content is there, and we'll evaluate as we go and get feedback. And again, this is a common answer I'm giving to you guys, but I truly mean it, is when we when we hear the fan feedback, we're going to listen and see what's actually resonating, and then react and accordingly.
So, Jason, obviously, you've only been here a few months, but Nets fans have been through an odyssey when it comes to getting this game on television.
Yeah, I know. I'm aware of that.
There was a time where the play-by-play voice said, here's my phone number. If anybody's listening, give me a call.
That's a brave play-by-play. Was that Dan?
No, this is a long time ago. This was pre-Dan. It was Bob. Yeah. So it has been just everybody's had to run kind of to the new thing. And again, nobody's fault, obviously, but just this is where we've been. For Nats fans, they've been kind of led around here. How settled do we feel like this is, where I'm not going to have to learn a whole new system in 9 months?
Very settled. I think you got to give credit to our ownership, actually, because they ultimately helped drive this with me. But because it was like one of my first decisions. I think it might have been the first decision, actually, that I made. But look, we want a stable place. Okay, so when you look at the quality of what MLB produces, I mean, it's phenomenal, right? MLB's not going anywhere. We're not going anywhere. I think the fact that we're tied to this MLB-produced product called Nationals TV, or in other markets it's based on the team, and I think there's about 14 teams on this, we feel like it's a stable solution in an ever-changing media world. And I had a media background too. I worked at Google and a few other places in the past, so I'm familiar with this world. That's a changing landscape, right? And we just wanted to be able to provide some continuity and stability to our fans with Nationals TV. The streaming product is phenomenal, right? And we want to encourage people to stream, because it's truly the best product out there in terms of when you're on the go. But Verizon, Comcast, all these partners are there. There's a significant amount of population that looks and watches TV on cable and satellite, and we've got some great partners there through MLB. We're excited for that. But it is a stable place. I don't anticipate us moving. I never like to make absolutes, but I don't anticipate us moving anywhere.
I don't think today's the day we're making the announcement, but I wanted to make sure. Did you get the proposal for Grant and Danny Park?
I have not seen that come across, but I look forward to seeing that.
Make sure you have that valid.
We wrote it on a napkin and left it for you. I don't know if that's...
Did you have a logo too?
It wasn't... Yes, a very cool logo.
Yeah.
It was not on your desk. It was like crumbled up like right at the door where you walk in toward the back office. Okay. Naming rights for a ballpark, it would seem like we want some extra money around here. Maybe we could get naming rights for a ballpark.
Stay tuned. Is what I'd say. Okay. I'd say on that front. Like everything I'm saying
sounds
here.
Promising.
Well, that wasn't a no for Grant and Danny Ballpark, by the way.
Hey, anything's possible, right? I'm going to channel my inner Kevin Garnett. Look, I think a lot of things are on the table. We're thinking about it. my main focus is to improve and make Nationals Park, or whatever it's going to be called in the future, if there is a name, the best ballpark experience possible. And, whether it's through naming rights or other things that we can refunnel and put into the ballpark and put into the ball club, we're going to do. So our ownership is awesome, and I've been fully supported by them. We're looking at all kinds of things. There's only so many priorities you can focus on. My priority has been just obviously the 26th season, just getting to Friday and the home opener. But a lot of things are on the table, and yeah, stay tuned.
Jason, very cool of you to come by and hang out with us, man. Answer the
Yeah.
questions. Appreciate it.
Absolutely. This is great. Thank you for having me.
It was a pleasure. You know where we are, right down the street. So if you ever need us, walk on down. The invitation to come on is open to you whenever.
Anytime, yeah.
Thanks so much to Jason Sinaraja, the president of business ops for the Washington Nationals. Opening day tomorrow. There are still a couple tickets available, going quickly. So if you want to get your hands on those, you better act now. Next on G&D, what Adam Peters had to say about Sonny Styles. He sounds like a fan. Also, positional value early in the draft. You're listening to Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Melwood. In the NFL, the Raiders are signing quarterback Kirk Cousins. He'll serve as a starter for the beginning of the year, and then presumably Fernando Mendoza taking over at some point during the season after he's picked number 1 overall. In hockey, the Capitals with a big one tonight, taking on the Devils in New Jersey. 7:30 puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Playoff for the Capitals. They're 3 points back of the Blue Jackets for the second wild card spot. 7 games left. Caps and Devils tonight, 7:30, right here on the Fan. Baseball, Nationals taking on the Dodgers for the home opener tomorrow. 1:05 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Also in baseball, number 1 prospect Connor Griffin getting called up by the Pirates. He'll debut tomorrow against the Orioles, and he's set to sign a 9-year, $140 million extension. Donate your unwanted vehicle to Melwood and support people with disabilities in your local community. We can pick up as soon as tomorrow. Visit melwood.org or call 1-877-MELWOOD. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Taking you up to 6:30 from the Navy Yard in our Half Street Studios downtown. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Joe Beninati, the voice of the Washington Capitals. You know him from his work for many, many years calling their games now at Monumental Sports. Joe B stops by in 30 minutes. A massive Caps game tonight. Major postseason ramifications for the hopefuls. We're trying to get back inside the postseason bubble. We'll get to that coming up in 30 minutes with Joe B. I said earlier, I posted something that I thought was really cool, and you just never know. Like I have a bit of a governor back in my head now with social media where you're always petrified of everything you post. And so you give it the quick once-over to make sure you can't get in trouble, you can't get fired, you can't put food on the table, whatever. So I posted the Washington Monument all lit up, and there's like this, it's almost like a ribbon board at Capital One Arena, where there's this technology in this video of the space shuttle taking off in Florida yesterday, but it's being projected on somehow the Washington Monument.
Uh-huh.
And I didn't know this, but apparently this has been happening on the Monument. I'm in D.C., I'm downtown a lot, I see the Monument a lot. I thought I see it a lot at night. This has been happening for like a year and a half, 2 years, I guess, based on pictures that people have been sending me.
I didn't realize that either.
Different points. But essentially, think about the technology of a ribbon board at a sporting event where they just show something cool, some graphic, or they project on the ice now. It's like awesome stuff when you're at Capital One Arena. It's that, but on the Washington Monument. So I posted that. I'm like, this is awesome. When did this technology start? This is pretty cool. A surprising amount of people were very upset that I thought that that was cool, that this is like being projected on our Washington Monument. It's just technology. It's not like a terrible video. It's a video of a space shuttle.
They didn't actually paint the monument itself. They didn't deface it with like an action shot of a shuttle, like a second grader doing a painting.
Did I miss something? Is that controversial? Is that something we're arguing about? Like putting this video on the monument?
I think we're not. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
I think if you're out there and nothing is okay.
But I guess what I'm saying is, I always say to you,
yep,
we don't need to spend time on the show arguing with the guy on Twitter or like 3 guys on Twitter.
Right.
Because there are always 3 guys on Twitter.
They're always on?
Is this one of those, there's 3 guys on Twitter reacting?
Yes.
Or do you think this is, lots of people have this feeling like the Washington Monument shouldn't be used to show a video via technology or, whatever?
Yeah, I think it's the, this is bad person.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, and that dude or gal is just waiting. God forbid anything come across their screen because you're catching it, right? They've got the cannon permanently trained at the skyline, and if something comes across their view, boom, next person comes across, boom. You just happen to be in the crosshairs.
Well, I'm careful. I'm not going to post something that is a reasonable thing for someone to get mad about.
Yes, that's one of those non-inflammatory situations. Yeah. That was just fine.
So we'll keep it moving.
Everything is fine.
I won't argue with just a couple people. I guess it's not a major feeling. But did you see this video at all that I posted?
Listen, I'd never heard tell. If there was a memo that went out, I had no idea. I missed it. I didn't know there was a thing of the monument either, and I saw your tweet, shout out JP Finley, and I went, well, that's kind of cool.
Yeah,
that's neat. And then I scanned the responses, and I popped smoke. I said, that's it, I'm out.
Go check it out on IG or on Twitter at
tweet
Paulson. What is that?
Twitter. Yeah, so you tweet on Twitter. Like imagine a year 2024 where you tweeted on Twitter. Tweet 12 times.
I think he stopped doing that, though. Didn't we decide that he doesn't do that
anymore?
anymore?
He still does it hard. Yeah. And I love the guy to death. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Tweet. He's such a good sport. He leans into it now.
He does. Well, he also will shout you out a little bit.
Yeah.
So like he'll be like, "Oh, I'm about to say 20, Danny, so get ready."
At 20, Danny.
Be Mitch and Finley, 10 a.m. to 2. By the way, tomorrow, Tap 99.
Yes.
They will be hanging out until pregame, which is 12:45. I believe 12:35. Right here on the Fan. So you got 2.5 hours to go kick it with them on Half Street tomorrow at Tap 99. All right, I got 2 Adam Peters cuts that I want to play for you. The first is Adam Peters on Sonny Styles. I will give you my take in a moment, but let's just play the clip first. This is Peters, who's clearly a fan. He's talking with Kay Adams on Styles.
Sonny Styles, friend of our show.
Is he?
Unbelievable.
He's an impressive kid.
Unbelievably
He's a really
impressive.
impressive
But
young
I'm saying
man.
that from a chatting perspective, from your evaluation perspective, Sonny Styles, objectively.
Oh, he's outstanding. I mean, we went to their pro day last week, and they have 4 guys that are probably going to be picked in the top 10. That place is a factory, and they got great coaches, and the players are really well coached, and they're really good. And Sonny fits into that category. He's big, he's long, he's fast, he's athletic, he's really smart, he's a great leader. So, he's a really good player.
I told him I think like you have all these things, but your football IQ is really what sort of pops a little bit. Can you speak to that a little bit from what you see?
Yeah, I mean, he gets those guys lined up. All the players on the team revere him. They talk about his leadership, his ability, his football IQ. The coaches do. So, I mean, if you talk to anybody there, he's going to be a team captain, guy for 10 years.
Here's where I'm at on this. I think you could have asked Peters about any of the projected top 10
This is what I
picks.
wonder.
And I think he would have given a glowing endorsement in review. Because at its core, what are we talking about? We're talking about the best players in America, whether you're drafting them at 7 or not, whether they're at the top of your board or they aren't, whether you think they're the 3rd best player in the class or the 14th or what have you. If you ask him about Carnell Tate in a vacuum, there's way more to love about Carnell Tate than not. So you're just going to say really nice, positive things about all of these guys. The takeaway everybody has had is, oh my God, he loves Sonny Styles. And I'm sure he loves Sonny Styles.
Yeah,
but
bet
there is
he
a
does.
difference between loving Sonny Styles and drafting Sonny Styles. There's also the possibility, and I think it's the likeliness, that Sonny Styles is not available because he'll be long gone before pick 7. But I think if he is there, they'll take him. This has nothing to do with that, though. This is just a GM being asked about one of the best players in the country, who's one of the most likable dudes, it seems like, in the draft as well, and he has nice things to say. I think he would have said a lot of the same things about David Bailey and how he wrecks games, or about Jeremiah Love. I did not take this as any kind of a tell. This was not Dan Quinn on the Junkies saying Jaden Daniels is a game changer. And
Electric, and I love him so much.
Drake May also plays quarterback, or like whatever it was that he said.
Right. Maybe the follow-up to Peters is, let's say like he was at Topgolf with a couple of guys. How would he get there? Would you take him in a limo or what? Like, shtick aside, when I first heard that, because they've got a little bit of a history of tipping now, this is the 2nd overall pick versus the 7th. This is way more dependent. But so you took it the way you did, and I smell what you're cooking there. My flip side to that, my counter to your counter is, it sounds like if he's there at 7, then they're picking Sonny Styles. You know what I mean? Like, let's say it breaks the way that I hope it does, which is 2 linemen go.
Why wouldn't they take him at 7?
Well, like if it's between he and Bailey, if it's between he and I don't know, for the sake of argument, Caleb Downs.
Okay, so you feel confident after hearing that they would take Styles over Bailey?
I now kind of do.
I disagree with that. I think if he's there, it almost certainly means that the edges are gone. The math doesn't math otherwise.
So my dream scenario is the 2 linemen go, and Love goes. So now all of a sudden, and Mendoza goes. So now all of a sudden,
why don't you just throw in other players too? I mean, that's your dream. I get it, but that's the least likely dream that's dreamed.
Well, that's what dreams are. I got dreams about the lottery.
A running back and 2 tackles go.
Yeah, I've got hovercraft dreams.
So nobody takes defensive linemen, defensive players. That would help them. You're right.
A couple players do go. So it's Reese and maybe somebody else. So the point is, you could have Styles could absolutely be there at 7. Is my point.
It is possible. I'm just saying, if he's there, I think they take him, unless there's an edge. Just because it goes back to the same debate we're having with Jeremiah Love. Edge versus linebacker. Edges make $40 million. Linebackers made $15 million. In fact, the gap is actually larger between those 2 positions than it is between wide receiver and running back, honestly. Here's another answer from Adam Peters. This one was not with Kay Adams. This was in the group scrum, the press conference at the breakfast that they had at the meetings. But he was asked about positional value. Now, Love didn't come up, running back at number 7. But that's obviously the point of the question. Here's what he had to say.
I mean, I wouldn't have any trepidation about taking anyone at 7 that I think can really help our team, that we think can really help our team. But Also we got Bill in the 7th round last year, so you can get running backs at a lot of different ways. But certainly, if we think that any running back or any really position, no matter what it is, if it's there's the premium positions, as people would say, and there's positions that are maybe less premium, depending on who you ask. But if that person can impact your team in a certain way, then you would take them, regardless of their position.
So that one is harder to square. I don't really know what his underlying meaning was there.
So here's how I read that. If you were a standard, I'm just making this one up, a standard middle linebacker, we're not that excited over maybe another position. But if you can help the team, a.k.a. a Sonny Styles, who is maybe also kind of a box safety who's enormous, or can do a myriad of things. He's a great blitzer. He's not just a run and tackle chase guy, of which there's 700 guys in free agency you could pay $80 a year to. This, if he's something special, and getting back your team, it's not just you drafted an off-ball linebacker, you're an idiot. That's how I view that.
The question was about running back.
Yeah.
He's talking about running back there. He says it in the answer. I think this is a Jeremiah Love point because he even brings up Bill. But my question is, does he bring up Bill because he doesn't want Bill to feel like he's talking about drafting a running back? So he's like, by the way, we got Bill in the 7th. He can find good running backs anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
Or is he saying that to show it's pretty easy to find a good running back? We got this guy that we really like in the 7th round. Why on earth would you ever take one at 7? Because the sandwich points, the bread here before and after are, I'm not going to take a running back. Or excuse me, he says, you could absolutely take a running back at 7. I'm not going to not take someone I like just because it's number 7 and I'm told that you can't. We're drafting good football players. Position matters a lot less than good football player. And if you're a good football player at running back, no problem. I'll take you at 7. Then he goes, by the way, we got Bill in the 7th round. So you can kind of get running backs late in the draft. But if you're a good football player, we don't care what position you play. So he kind of went both sides of it, and I wonder, did he both sides it? Because the answer to the question is parts 1 and 3, if that makes sense. Where he is going, yeah, we're willing to take a running back at 7. We don't care about position value as much as we care about talent. But sometimes the second part, when you kind of navigate away from the question, is what you actually mean, and he shows you can get a running back in the 7th round. And what I'm wondering is it just because he's trying to put Bill over a little bit, he's taking care of the guy on the roster, so he doesn't feel left out? He doesn't hear this clip going, what in the heck's going on, AP? I thought I was your guy. Or is he actually saying that to get the word out? There's a lot of ways to find a running back. You don't need to do it there.
Huh. Yeah, so it sounds like you didn't view it the way that I did. I thought it meant if you are traditional and boring, then we care about positional value. But if you can help the team in a bunch of ways, a.k.a. the Jeremiah Love quandary here is, if you're just drafting a running back, that's a mistake. He's also a great receiver. He's a Swiss Army knife. He can do a lot of things. He's an offensive weapon. Then it becomes a lot more exciting. That's how I viewed it generally.
If you guys have a thought on what Peters had to say, you can call us now, 800-636-1067. That's 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls. Also, I got a start, sit, bench for you with the veteran quarterbacks that get signed effectively to one-year deals. So I'm talking Tua, Kirk Cousins today, and Kyler Murray. We'll go start, sit, bench on those teams and those players. Next on Grant and Danny. Joe B on the Caps, who are playing a gotta-have-it game tonight at 6 o'clock, coming up in less than 15 minutes on the Fan. We're Grant and Danny. Will take you up to 6:30. I want to go start, sit, bench. 3 quarterbacks who are effectively going to be playing on one-year deals for their new teams. Tua Tagovailoa, Atlanta Falcons. Kyler Murray, Minnesota Vikings. Kirk Cousins, as of today, Las Vegas Raiders. Easiest one for me, right off the chute and out of the gates here, is to bench Tua. I just don't have a whole lot of faith in him. I thought some of his success was based on weaponry, Tyreek Hill, Jalen Waddle, scheme, Mike McDaniel in Miami. New offense. I like Kevin Stefanski, and I think they'll do a good job coordinating it. But of those 3, if I had to have one come in for 1 year, Tua's undersized, arm strength's a little bit sub or mid, sub average, I would say. He'd be 3rd for me, so I'll bench him.
We're lockstep there. I love them coming out. I thought that was the guy that you probably should